Oh my. Oh my gosh. I keep doing that. I keep doing that. I keep deleting it. I'm trying not to do that. I am trying not to do that. Alright, there we go. Gucci now. I don't like this thing in my way. Gonna do that for now. Patty LaBelle. Okay. Oh, Patty LaBelle.
My name is Petty LaBelle. Get it
Patty
right.
LaBelle.
Get it right.
Petty. You being petty already to start it off already.
Period.
What's the
I'm
deal?
being. You said what?
So what's the deal?
What do you mean? What's the deal?
What's the deal?
This my backup.
What's the deal? Like not talking to him. I had recognized your voice at a couple of seconds. I was like, hold up.
Did you really? Who is it?
I didn't say that.
You
It's
say
so
you
so. It's so
recognize the
so. It's so so. I
voice.
know your voice. Yeah, I know your voice, but
Who
no.
is it?
It's so so.
I don't know who that is.
Okay.
Is
Okay.
that so?
It is so so. I can
Girl,
tell
they
her
got me
what
on
she
my
can.
other backup account.
So what happened? Okay, give me your honest opinion about. Oh, hey, Kev, by the way.
Yeah.
Hey.
Hi, I'm here. Yeah. It's like that. What's up?
Hey,
Joy,
Kev
what?
is the
What?
only live I actually look forward to is Kev and B Train.
I know.
That
I've
is
been
it.
waiting for Kev to go live all day. I've been messaging him. When you going live? When you going live? When you going live? But
Oh my what? So
listen,
what
I
happened?
messaged you not because of OC's live. I messaged you because the other one. Because that
Oh,
dude
okay.
that was in there talking about some, oh, we gotta protect the women. I'm about to go over there, all that shit. He's some bullshit. He's
Oh
been lying on
my
me. That
gosh.
he actually blocked me out of that live, lying on my name and putting all these negative things out there about me when I was the one that blocked him and stopped talking to him months ago.
Oh
after
my
after he
gosh.
stalked me, Joy, stalked me. He actually impregnated another woman, stressed her out. She done lost the baby. He dragged her name on this TikTok. Yeah, talking about
What?
some protect black women. Yeah, yeah,
Lord. I see
exactly.
I don't know
That's why I
about.
told you. I was like, be careful. I didn't even. I saw you in OC's live, but you. I think you were dropping when I came in, so I didn't hear your whole exchange. But then I see you pop up on live, and I go to enter the live to talk to you because I never see you on live when it's not with somebody that I know.
Yeah.
And I saw that you were in there, but I didn't want to go in there. That's why I just messaged you.
I'm going to tell you real quick because, Kev, I do not want to take up your live at all. What I'm going to do, I think going forward, and it's going to be really hard. Not, I won't say it's going to be really hard. It's just that I. I think once you start doing lives, this has been my experience at least. Once you start doing them, they're fun. Like they're entertaining. It's nice to hear the conversation. And when it's something that, you would like to speak on, it's a nice pastime, right? But lately that hasn't been my experience. The only lives that I have really like genuinely consistently come back to back has been Kev's and B Trains. I've also been on Empress's as well, which is nice, but I haven't been on it as much as I've been on Kev's and B Trains. Not because anything's wrong, but just because these are the two lives that I gravitate towards. And I think going forward, when I want to get on a live, that I think that's what I'm gonna do. Just because, I love how Kevin B Train control their lives. When what happened tonight, I was really so first of all, I didn't mean any harm at all. I saw the topic and when I thought it was a joke, like I didn't think that was serious. I thought, oh, maybe he's like, it's clickbait. And what he's doing is he's like, I dare somebody to come up here and actually answer this, and I'm going to let them know. So in my mind, that's what I was thinking. So when the gentleman Brooklyn started talking and he said, why are women so toxic? In the comments, I put, what? And I wish I wouldn't have done that because it was a thought and then I typed it. And the OC said, well, Joy, wait a minute. If you have a question, you can come on up since you. And I thought, oh, okay. So I go up and I'm like, hey, yeah. So my question is, you know, is this like, is it women in general you all are talking about? Because this hasn't been my experience with Black women. For you to say, toxic, and the guy just like, he started just coming down on me. And at that point, like, I could tell in his demeanor, like, he was serious about his topic and he wasn't joking and it was a real topic. And so I just said, you know what, I'm going to step down. And when I said that, he said, no, you don't even have to, because I'm going to drop you. And I thought, okay. And the thing that was kind of hurtful to me is that I said, listen, I'm not a confrontational person. Anybody who's been in a live with me, like, that's not my intention. I'm really trying to understand, like, are you speaking about Black women in general? Are you speaking about women? Like, this is a pretty broad statement. And he just kind of went in. So I got down, and I just won't be doing that anymore. I think going forward, it sucks because when you're scrolling TikTok, like, you see different lives and you enter them whether you want to or not. But I'm just gonna most likely just try my best to stay out of lives that I just don't know of, because I can't do that. That's just stress that I don't need with strangers that I don't know. So
Well, just a
Yeah,
comment. I'm kind of new. I don't really know what's going on, but I've listened to everything you said. But when it comes to topics, everyone's going to have their difference of opinions. And you really shouldn't let something like that get to you. Um, if someone doesn't agree with you, that's fine. That's fine and dandy.
wait,
You're
can
right.
you bring Lovely up? I'm so sorry, whoever I just interrupted. Can you bring Lovely up, please?
Do you want me to
Right
drop
here.
down so you
Oh,
can
no,
bring?
no. No, there's
Okay.
enough space. No, you're fine, girl. I'm so
Oh,
sorry.
All right. I was just making sure. I only came
okay.
up so I can answer all the questions, but
Oh, okay.
yeah,
Hey,
Jazz, definitely don't allow yourself to get that offended by something,
yeah,
especially
I
on
agree.
TikTok.
I
I feel
totally
you
agree.
on I
Yeah,
feel you on
one thing that I do, like, when things don't apply to me, I don't address them. Like, I
Hmm.
literally, like, sometimes I'll go in and I'll try to have a conversation, but I never take it personal, because whoever it is you're talking to, that person is not me, right? So
Right.
I just keep it pushing, because I know what you mean. Like, when you've, like, acquainted yourself with certain people, you feel like, there should be some type of mutual respect there. Hey, King.
Was
You feel it's so, by the way. This is just my other backup. Uh, yeah.
I was talking
TikTok
to
is coming
Bill.
after me today. Everyone wants to try me today for some reason. Like, it's not just a freaking Wednesday. Anyways, Joy. What was I saying? Yeah, like, you could go in and try to have a conversation, or you feel like there should be some mutual respect there. But in the heat of the moment, like, things get misconstrued, and then people get in their feelings and all that stuff. So I stay in the comments, especially when there's like 300 people in there. They're there because it's like there's drama. You know what I mean? So I just don't go in the box.
Yeah, I definitely won't make that mistake again. I actually feel like this is something that this is probably the second time that's happened now. So to me, that's enough times for me to understand, like, oh, okay, you know what? Um yeah, no. Like, these are strangers. I don't know these people. And I need to stop when if I leave a comment, I need to stop just because the host says come up or request me. I don't need to accept it, because that is why I went up. When I get a request to come up, then I hit okay, And so I'm like, oh, okay, well, let me be respectful. They want me to come up, but really, it's unnecessary. And that was a oh, there's an echo.
Echo.
Oh, okay. And then honestly, like, I wish I wouldn't have gone up, because the topic really, it did bother me. It was hard for me to read, why are all Black women so bitter and whatever else it said. That was hard to read. Like, for me, I didn't like it at all. So I should have just taken that as an indication, like, just don't go up. Just stay out of
And
it.
the other distinction that he made was that why are all you black women, right? To say that it's not necessarily all, like, you know how when you're talking to your kids, you could say all of you, all you, this, whatever, but you're not necessarily talking about like every single kid in the world. That's the way he explained it yesterday. To say that he wasn't talking about every woman, but it is like, again, clickbait, right? When you scroll past, or when you first hop into that live, all you're gonna see is all, and that's what gets the people all riled up. So I get, you're not wrong in how you saw it, because that's how I saw it when I first got in there too, before I reread it. But at the end of the day, it is what it is.
Yeah.
It happened. We learned from it.
Yeah, for
But
sure.
Well, howdy. How's it going,
What's up?
everybody?
What's up, Vega
howdy.
Bills?
Hey, what's
Bills,
good? What's
you.
good?
How you feeling, man?
I'm good. I just wanted to say real quick to Jolly Fully Jazz, and if I drop out, it's not my fault. My account is in warning status, so they just been randomly kicking me out of lives. I done pissed off some subgroup of TikTok.
Who is this?
Me? Oh, I'm Vel. What's going on?
Oh,
So,
is this your main account?
Yes, my main account. I gotta get a backup account.
We're talking with alter egos today.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's rough. So yeah, I've learned that. Get a backup account. Get like 5 backup accounts. But joyfully, listen, a lot of people on this app, a lot of people, not even just on this app, and social media generally in the world right now, they generalize a lot of stuff. And it's a lot of projection from internalized pain, problems, issues, a lot of trauma that's not dealt with.
You just blocked King. That's his backup page.
Dang.
Somebody said,
I
who
didn't even
is
do
you?
nothing wrong, and they just took my backup page out, clean out.
That was you?
That's his
Listen,
backup
y'all
page.
I'm on guard today.
Y'all
Anybody
on
He
that
got
act like
sensitive.
they coming in here disrespectful is finna get booted. Let me fix you. I got you, King. I'll bring you back.
he put one word. It was over.
I
He
said,
Nah,
go.
because
who's
he said,
you?
who is you? So
I
He
I'm
said,
like,
go.
who's
who
you?
is you talking
LOL.
to?
And she said, get out. I was like, what?
You
I'm
moving
sorry.
too fast. I gave you some powers and you just instant. Wah!
Hey, you need to send out Professor Xavier get those powers exercise.
Hey, how many backup accounts do y'all have? Like,
Right.
what's
I
a
ain't
good
gonna
number?
tell y'all. I ain't gonna
Well,
tell
no,
y'all, but
like
I
I
have
got
like
advise
backups
me.
5.
on
What's a good
backups.
number? What's a good number to have?
I
You need
have
to have at
5.
least 10.
10. Oh wow.
Oh Lord.
I'm just lying, y'all.
I don't know if I got time for all that, man. That's a lot.
Yeah, I'm just joking. Like, just have like 1 or 2, whatever.
Yeah.
It's not
That.
deep. Yeah.
Yeah, but no, Joy, don't take any of that stuff serious, man. It's a lot of people that generalize when stuff shouldn't be generalized, specifically towards black women and black men. The
Right.
generalization is a big problem. There are people who experience some negative things from the opposite sex, so that's just what it is,
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. But I was
There
trying
you
to
go,
read your
King.
topics, host, but I couldn't.
Yeah,
You got the...
that's why I'm here too. I was trying to read your topic. I'm like,
Okay, let me.
oh, a questionnaire. Let's do it.
You need somebody to drop, right? Am I free?
Yeah. Matter of fact, yeah. Well, I'm gonna drop you. I'm gonna have them answer the question. Then I'm gonna bring Lovely back up so y'all can talk about that. Then, just so I can
Okay.
get them, get it rotated and stuff. I know they both came up here for the questions. So I'm gonna pop these. Let me see. I'm gonna pop these questions back up again. How? We gonna let some stuff off our chest today. Yeah, no, we got you. Bam. Let me get this.
happy holidays, everybody, by the way.
You too.
Likewise, happy holidays.
Okay.
Holidays.
Do you feel what people are wrapped around their wants more than their needs in today's problem?
Yeah.
I don't think that's the only problem, but I do feel like that's part of it.
That's American culture.
I feel like I think the main problem is that people think that they're owed something.
Oh, that's good.
Entitlement or the
I think
what they
it's
call it?
people feel as though expectation is like women expecting men to do something for them, or men expecting women to do something for them.
Yeah.
Um,
Facts. All
is it
facts.
better to make decisions off feelings or logics? No. I feel as though everyone needs a minute before they make a decision, because then they're going to make a mistake, especially if you're angry. A lot of people do a lot of crazy shit out of anger, say a lot of shit out of anger.
Yeah.
Oh, can I not curse? I don't want to get bananaed.
I think you can cuss. But I guess it's the way you do it though, because
Okay.
it is a mature room. I made it mature, so I'm pretty
Okay,
sure you
I'm
can
gonna
cuss.
make sure to respect your panel. Then my apologies,
Hey,
but
it's
I
gonna be
feel
your box that get popped if it is. That's just TikTok. I ain't me. But
um,
yeah.
but yes, people tend to make decisions out of illogical feelings. So yeah, always think about what you want to do before you actually do it. I
Mm-hmm.
feel like respect is supposed to be earned. If you're giving out your respect to just anyone, I feel like you're setting yourself up for heartbreak.
Hmm. Hmm.
I actually
Um,
disagree there.
I was about to say I disagree with
I
that too, but yeah,
disagree with
it
that.
is.
I feel like you can be cordial with people, but I don't feel like you should be, ready to stand 10 toes behind a stranger. I feel like
So
that's what respect is.
so best show. So off of hearing what you said, it sounded like you said based off you feel like you might set yourself up to get hurt. Right? Did you say something like that? Right?
Yeah.
Hmm. Okay. That sounds like something though, but. Hmm.
I
But
take my
I'm the
respect for
opposite way because
people.
I've been putting a lot of work on myself because I'm the opposite. I think a little bit opposite now though. That's the reason why. You know
I
what I'm
take respect to the extreme when I give some.
saying?
I feel like when I'm respecting someone, that means I'm gonna do something for them no matter what. I'm gonna stand 10 toes behind them. I respect them. They're on a pedestal. That's my form of respect.
Mm.
I
Yeah,
trust
and
them.
another reason why I say that is because I feel like people shouldn't let others take you out your square types. Even though that's about to go to my number 4, I think that's got down there too. Oops, I shouldn't have said that one. But basically, yeah, people. Like if somebody having a bad day, you know what I'm saying? You can still say hi to them. You know what I'm saying? If you at work or something like that, hey, how you doing? They don't want to say nothing today. Don't let them change you for you being you. You still said you did your part, you can go on. You know what I'm saying?
I
So
feel like that's cordial, though. That's not really respect. That's
I'm just
cordial.
saying that as an example, that's all it is. But I'm just saying that yeah, it's cordial, but I'm just saying that the point of the example is just don't you shouldn't because somebody's a certain way, that means you shouldn't give respect to somebody because somebody don't give respect. Or I ain't gonna say that just because basically because you ain't get respect first. That don't mean you don't have to. You can't be the one to give respect first. Something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all. But I
Um.
know the other end. Some people be disrespectful, and you know what I'm saying. You got to hold your tongue like a mud. But sometimes
Yeah.
you got to match that energy. Sometimes, but
That's the
I
type of
feel
person
that
I
too.
am. I match energy all the time.
Yeah. But
And
what I do now, I don't match energy off of like a visual type thing. If I do match energy, it would be to prove or to just basically prove a point. You know what I'm saying? To show them what they did to me. You know what I'm saying? Do they like that feeling? That's what I would do if it's that way. It wouldn't be just for my pride or something. Even though some of the times it might and I slip up, but I be aware of that and I try to correct it when I do. But
Mhm.
because I know that ain't right. Two wrongs don't make no right.
Can I ask you a question, Aaliyah? Why do you see respect as different from being cordial?
Right.
I feel like respect is more of an extreme feeling for someone. Cordial is just what people are owed.
See, that's where we different. I don't think people are owed anything.
Anything. Right.
I think respect and being cordial are synonymous, but difference in degrees. So
Okay.
me generally saying hello, right? I'm walking down the street. I'm like, hey, how you doing? That's me being cordial, but it is a form of respect, right? But I don't have to say hello, right? I'll do this thing
Mm.
specifically with black men. Whenever I see black men, I make sure that I greet them. I make sure I say what's up, at least what's up. Give them my contact and I say what's up at least, right? I don't have to do that though. I do that just because I myself as a black man, I know that, you know, sometimes you don't get acknowledged when you walk in certain rooms, certain spaces, things like that. So I just want other black men to know, hey, I see you. What's going on, man? You're going to get some respect from me. Now, if it is met with hostility, if me being cordial, and I'm given that degree of me being cordial, is met with some kind of problem, I then will retract. I'm not going to go any further, and I'm not going to give them anything more than that. And it definitely won't lead to a much higher level of respect at all. But I do see it all as synonymous. You know what I mean? Because I have a general belief that you're owed nothing in this world. We're not guaranteed anything, but of course, the 6 feet under the casket situation. So
Right.
that's the only thing we're guaranteed. And so, yeah, I have a general belief there. I think that's why I see things very differently there.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
well, and that's perfectly fine. I feel like respect is subjective, anyways. I feel like everyone, and maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like everyone has their own meaning of respect or
Mm-hmm.
being cordial with someone. I don't know why I am that way, but when I respect someone, I'm doing anything for them, you know. I feel like they've grown to deserve my respect.
Respect, yeah.
Respect has to be discovered, and I agree
Right.
100% with what she said. Is that how can I know how to respect you if I'm not clear about what's respect or disrespect to you? So once now disrespect comes in when you've made it clear about your boundaries, and when I violate those, that's disrespect. But until I understand what those boundaries are, you can't say I disrespect you. I mean, just an example, you walk up in the wrong neighborhood and got on the wrong color, they might call it disrespect, but how is that disrespect if the person didn't know that?
Right.
So you got to you got to make people aware of where your boundaries are, and then once you made them aware and they cross it, now that's disrespect. But you can't everybody defines respect differently because we got different levels of tolerance. I might tolerate something that you might call disrespect. So how can they say every man feels disrespected? No, not every man. It's just depending on you and your experiences.
That's true.
Mm.
That's true. I will say, to specifically the number 2 thing, is it better to make decisions off feelings versus logic? Of course, I'm going to go with logic just automatically because feelings just get you in a very sticky situation. And unfortunately, and what I see a lot in today's world is a lot of emotional based decisions, emotional based moving. Overall, generally speaking, and I'm curious to know what you guys think about this. Society is moving into a more emotional, um, emotionally charged way of going about life versus logically thinking, using facts, statistics, data, using things that
You cut out.
Don't tell me they didn't got him.
to something that's better for you
Oh.
versus something you. Who me? Oh
Oh
no,
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
I
you
got a
was
call.
yeah,
quiet. You
I
was
he,
I
quiet
got a
he
for a
call.
good
said,
second. You you should be
Hold on,
good
hold
now
on,
though.
hold on. You know what? I'm gonna have to hold on. I gotta drop. I'll come back. I'll come back.
All right, for sure, for sure.
I got a call. All right, sorry.
Yep.
I feel like being emotional in society is actually what you're supposed to do. Not too emotional though, because who would want to be around an emotionless person?
Kev,
I,
do
I
you want
think
Mm-hmm.
us? Do you
I
want us
think
to
that.
all? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, so
What's
no, go
that?
ahead. Ladies first. Ladies first.
Oh no, I was asking Kev. Does with your panel, do you want everyone to answer the questions first and then have an open forum, or do you want to just like I don't know, just go with the flow? How do you want to do it?
Sorry, nah. Yeah, I just wanted them two because I know them two came up here real quick. They wanted to answer them questions real quick,
Okay.
but I did want to go back to what that so y'all can get that little solution done. I mean, as long as it don't get too bad or whatever. But I did want them to talk about.
I
I
could
wanted
go
to talk
ahead and
some.
drop down so y'all can have y'all conversation.
Yeah. Did you you answered what about number 4 then before you get up out of here?
Oh no, I didn't answer number. Okay, what makes you get out of character?
Mm-hmm.
Um, lying,
Mm.
deceitful people. I think that lying is one of the worst things that you can do to me about
Mm-hmm.
anything. It doesn't matter what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think I would ever give someone another chance if they're lying to me because
All
I
right,
don't
that was a
even
good one.
care if you feel like if maybe here's a goofy one, like if you think that I look ugly in this fucking outfit I'm wearing, tell me the truth. Don't lie to me about it. Don't have me going outside in public looking like a damn gorilla. Like tell me the truth. I'm not gonna
Mm.
see I'm not gonna I'm gonna be more upset with you if you lie to me than I am if you tell me the truth.
That's a deep
And I
one right there.
definitely
That's
don't want to
scary.
find out from somebody else what you were supposed to tell me. So
Mm.
if I ever have kids one day, that is the first thing that they're going to know is lying is not something you need to do. I don't care what it is. It could be something that you feel as though would hurt our relationship or our
Kids don't
friendship.
lie though, because if a person
Hey,
fat,
look,
they gonna
look,
call
look.
them fat.
Let me,
That
let me,
boy.
as one who has 6 kids, let me tell you the secret. It is human nature to lie. It is
Right.
self-preservation technique. And what I've learned to do is expect the lie to protect self and try to focus on getting to the real issue. My kids taught me that. I used to get, it's kind of like this, right? So my stepson, we was potty training him. He was doing good. He'd go outside for 30 minutes and he would urinate himself. And me as the parent who's still trying to figure out how to communicate with children, I ask him the dumbest question possible. Did you pee on you? What is he gonna say? No. I'm pissed off because he's lying. You lying to me in my face, so I'm off focus from the real issue, and I'm over here on the lie. And one day it dawned on me, the revelation came. Why do you insist on making him lie? Because it's normal and natural as a human preservation because he doesn't want to get in trouble. So what I started doing was, hey, you peed on you. Why didn't you come in the house? And that changed the whole dynamics of my fathering, where I was more nurturing and educational versus being frustrated because now I was frustrated very simply because guess what? He lied to me. He pissed on himself. So it just compounded it. So lies, I understand when people's frustrated with lies because it just compounds an issue. But the reality is to get past that is you got to understand it is human nature to lie for
Hmm.
everybody. And lying is a complicated subject because sometimes lying is by omission. Sometimes you just say the whole truth and you lie too. So it's a whole nother topic.
Hmm. Hmm.
That's true.
That's why I said it is. It's just that is a it is a waiver though, because sometimes as much as we say we don't want to lie, some lies it's like you got to do it because it's adjusting to people's feelings and stuff. Because
Yeah.
you can't expect everybody to have the same type of feelings and stuff. Because I'm not about to tell, like, say if my mama is big or something, I'm not about to tell her that she's fat or something like that. I'm not about to do that because that's gonna hurt her feelings. You know what I'm
You
saying?
ain't supposed to
So it's
say
like,
that. You're supposed to love
yeah,
your
I can't.
mama. You ain't
Yeah,
supposed to say that. You're supposed to
I
love
can't
her.
do it, man. Or I can't. You know what I'm saying? It's just, you gotta waver. Maybe you gotta say it a certain way, but sometimes some people can't take it a certain way or whatever. But I would say that, yes, just like he said, it's a human nature thing or whatever. But I guess it just depends on the lie. You know what I'm saying? It
It,
depends on the
it's
lie.
like what she was saying, right? I get what she was saying. For her as a woman, I love her personality because I'm up front. Let's just be real. And her outfit doesn't look the best. But here's the problem why the guy would lie to you. He met 10 other girls before you that when he told the truth, they bashed him. They were mad at him. So now he's
Hmm.
been programmed and trained that you don't ever tell a woman she don't look good. You just compliment her. So now he meets you who's real and he's not used to that. And he's like, oh, how you look? Oh, baby, you look beautiful.
And I can't
And
even be mad at him for that. I can't. But I'm going to sit here and be like, you know what? I know something's wrong with this outfit. And if I know something's wrong, then there's something wrong.
right.
I got another good one for you. Here we go. What about? I don't even want to go this far though. Let's say, all right, if
Shit, you're beautiful.
you ask a right, if your man, you talk to your man or something like this, the best is this the best you ever had or something like that, and he be like, he tell you no, go ahead, it's enough.
Oh, at that point, lie to me. Lie to me.
You do
Go
not
Hey,
ahead. Go
want to
ahead and
hear
hey,
lie
that.
to me.
I mean,
Kevin, that's when your answer is when she says it's the best you ever had, say, baby, you did your best.
you, right.
Oh my
You will
Like,
never
lord.
answer that straight.
no,
You did
but
your
it's the
best.
thought that counts. Like,
No, no, no.
So
It is not the
sometimes
thought
a
that
lie is a
counts.
good thing.
I
I don't
hear
know if you
you.
want to call it that, but sometimes it can save lives. You know what I'm saying?
Or you could, hey,
Saint,
Kevin, or you could
Saint.
just say, if baby, is that the best you ever had? You can say today, yeah.
Wow.
well, tonight it was. The
Oh
other night it was
man.
a little bit bad.
Wow.
In a
Oh
long time.
man.
Oh, in a long time, yeah.
Wow.
Best I
You know
had
what?
all day.
We're joking, but even
From
then,
you, from you, oh yeah.
no,
That's
no.
messed
We're
up, man.
joking, but even
Baby, you
then,
outdid yourself.
I will
Okay.
prefer. Wait, Aaliyah, can you hear me real quick?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, okay. I knew the echo was her. um, but
Yeah,
but
yeah,
we're
Leah,
lying.
Leah.
But for real, like situations like that, I think you should lie. You should tell the truth more, because if it's bad and it's not up to your standards, you're
True.
more likely to like resent her for having to lie to like just keep being in the same state. Like, why not tell the truth and then communicate on how to fix it? It doesn't have to be a bashing session. You should be like, baby, I'd rather you do this. I'd rather like, and just go from there. And if she can't handle that conversation, you probably don't
Yeah.
need to be with her. Let's
Yeah.
keep it a buck.
And
That's
I
why
think a lot of
cheating
people like
happens.
they lack the ability to articulate that conversation properly. I think that's where the issue is
Right.
at. They don't know how they don't have the vocabulary to even say that the right way. They gonna put their foot in their mouth and it's gonna piss somebody off and then it turns into an argument most of the time. So
Right.
that's why when people talk about dating, I'm like date within your IQ.
Mm-hmm. And
Yeah.
like Shauna said in the comments, maybe not in a moment. Like me, I'm in a moment type of girl. Like I need you to tell, like I want to fix it right this second. Right.
But
So, but some people you might need to take a day. Like you
but
might need to
so
just come back to
let's
it.
be real, right? Maybe not you, but historically, right? At my age, I've learned
Yeah,
women like to ask you them tough questions at the worst possible time.
I know. I know.
Yeah, not in the moment where she wants the answer right now.
I
You
know.
just finished.
But
You over there
that's
getting your
why
little sip on, stretching out. She's like, how was it?
that's why you got to know your partner. You got to know your partner. Like I know I make sure the people I deal with, they know I want the raw truth and I want it right now. They know that. Some people know, like
Right.
with some of the other men that I've dated, they're the type to like take a day. They want to
Hey,
fast about it. They want to do this. They need to take a walk. They need to me, it's like whatever. I had to compromise, right? And work there. But you just gotta know your partner and go
look,
from
I'm
there.
telling you while it's going on. That's I'm straight up. I'm gonna say it nice, but I'm gonna tell you, hey, whoa, slow down. No, hey, not right there. That don't feel good. I'm a
That is
talker.
so funny.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna finesse it, but I'm gonna tell you while it's happening because I'm not about to endure no uncomfort, pain, or for the sake of just getting along. That doesn't work for me. We got to talk.
Right. I hear you. But lovely, can you hear me?
I can hear you, and I'll
Okay.
come on camera too.
Okay, so I just wanted to clear this up for Kevin because Kevin went in there to try to ask. Because I don't know if you remember a few days ago, I got banana in Kevin's live. You remember when I got dropped and I
Hmm.
was talking about somebody was in a live and they reported me. I talked to Kev. What is it? In the DMs, like I messaged him and I was like, "This is who I thought it was," because they were the only person in here that would have had a problem with me. So after what happened today, I messaged Kev and I said, look, the same person that reported me and got my account banana the other day just blocked me out of live. So Kev goes in there and Kev asked, like, what happened? And a bunch of lies were told to Kev, right? So you are like a part of it because remember when we were in the live, I was talking to you. You remember I
Hmm.
tagged you and we were talking about choosing violence. And
Hmm.
I made a comment about like I haven't seen you, be violent. And you commented to me and you said, yeah, I could choose violence too. And I sent you the popcorn emojis. You remember that?
Yeah, I remember the popcorn emojis, not the
Exactly.
comment that you just said before.
So I made that comment with the popcorn emoji, like, oh, I'm excited to see you, like check somebody or something like that.
Right,
Right.
right.
And then after that, I laughed because I was also talking to the young lady with the black and white profile picture. So after that, I got muted and I came back on my backup because I didn't have a problem with Empress. Like, and I didn't say anything. I was never rude to anybody in the comments. I was talking to you and the other young lady. So I came back on my backup and I tagged Empress and I said, oh, like, why was I muted? And I messaged her. And then when I came back, I was immediately like, right after I said that comment, I was blocked.
Well, here's my thing, so I don't get DM'd. I don't get DM'd on TikTok at all. Nobody DMs me, nobody like messages me about certain things. And when I got your DM, I was like, what is going on?
Yeah.
Because I
Because,
was like, what? Because I was still in that live when you DM'd me, and I was like, we were having a full-on conversation, nothing about you,
right. No,
nothing about
it
anyone.
wasn't. Yeah. The conversation
Yeah.
on the panel was never about me. It was about whatever you
No.
guys were dealing with. But I only messaged you because I was talking to you. Like me and you were chatting in the comments, and he used that and he told Kev like, oh, she came in here and the first thing she said was laughing emojis, like she was bringing drama, and then went forward to lie that I told him out of my own mouth that I
So your
love to bring
words got
drama.
taken out of construct
No,
just
my words.
by what you said in the comments?
No,
Yep.
it wasn't taken out of context. This man is a hater and he's a trash human being that has stalked me. Literally, all of my friends on here have blocked him because of how he was following me into lives trying to talk to me because I was close with him. I used to consider him a brother. I had to block him on my phone, block a bunch of other numbers that came with him. That after I stopped talking to him, he will follow me into lives and try to tag me and say stuff. All of my friends were blocking him. I done blocked him on like 4 different accounts. Like this is a continuous thing. So it's not that it was taken out of context. It's that he's a hater. And the fact that I was in a lab and he's a mod and he had that power, he went ahead and did it. And then he started lying, talking about Sony, like she said it out of her own mouth that she likes to bring drama. Out of my time of knowing anybody in this live right now, when have I ever just brought drama to anybody's live?
Yeah, that's
I
why I was
have
shocked.
conversations.
I was shocked.
I have conversations. I'm not a child. You are a child. You love to start drama. I have not been in any drama on this app since my big debacle with him.
Yeah, you have. You booted me out as soon as I got in the
keep it a
room. That
buck.
was dramatic. I'm sorry.
Right. And Lovely, it annoyed me because he blocked me on purpose so that I couldn't come up and say anything. He knew that if
Oh,
I was still
and
in a
that, so,
live,
okay. I get
exactly.
you.
If
I
I was
get
still
you.
in
Yeah,
I
there,
get you.
I
I
feel
would
like
have come
that
up in
dude.
there and defended myself. All you do
Yeah.
is freaking lie on my name, talking about some. She said it
Yeah.
out of her own mouth. You're a lying bitch. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. He's a lying bitch. I'm not. Listen, I will say it to the day
I
that
didn't hear
I
that.
yeah, he is. He is.
Yeah.
And I
I
stand on that. All
yeah, I
due
know.
respect to him. Bro is 40-year-old, living in his mama's basement, don't know how to control his emotions. Every time he's always yelling at women. He don't ever have that bass in his voice against men. He's always yelling at women, lying on women. Like, get out of here. You're not a real man.
Look,
You're not.
I had noticed that he was a fire starter a while ago when they did that. That's why I started learning more about it. When they did that to Irish. That's the same guy I was talking about before, and I was just in the, I was in the chat watching it. You know what I'm saying? I was watching what went down, and that's why, even though, Empress, she was the first one to say something about Empress, whatever he had said. But then it was him. He was the main guy that was making it more than what it was supposed to be. He was just like, and everybody was like kind of, that was kind of molding towards to what he was saying because he was just putting it in such a way and was making them believe what
You
he
talking?
was saying and all that stuff. And
You
I'm
talking
like,
about that
wow, he's
dude?
like a fire starter or something. Because
You talking about
I'm
that
like, I
dude
was
that was
looking
in
at it,
the
I'm like, I
chat
don't think he
tonight?
meant it that way. So I was like, that's why I was in there defending Irish because I'm like, dude, that's why I was kind of getting mad because I'm like, I don't get how this one guy made everybody switch their mind or make their minds think that this dude is like racist or something like that. And I had to fight for him like, no, this dude is not a racist guy. He might be making mistakes or whatever, but it was that same exact guy. And I'm like, dude. And I realized all the lives he go in and he be in that like fire starting type lives that people that can't
He
control their
always
emotions
acting
type
like he's
lives.
standing up for
Is
something real. He's not. He's a drama starter, and
Yeah,
he
he a
does it
drama
to
starter for
everybody.
sure.
I could
is
give you
this?
guys a whole list of people that have him blocked because he's a drama starter. He impregnated a woman on here, stressed her out so much that she lost a baby. This is real facts.
Is this the
This
dude that
is
was in
real
Empress
facts.
chat
So
tonight?
you want to talk about protecting black
Yeah,
women?
Yeah.
You
Chef.
didn't protect
Yes.
her.
Yeah.
You didn't
I
protect
want to get.
her.
I want to get in
But
the live with that cat.
is
I
that
want to get in the live with him.
is that the thing though? So it's like we jump from lives to lives, and like that's why so when I got your DM, I was like, wait a minute, what did I do? And then when you called me up on this panel and you're like, let Lovely in, and I was like, what did I do? I was
Oh
like,
no! I only
no,
asked you to come up because I to show to Kevin that I was not even talking to people in the box. You were the only person
no,
that I
you
was
weren't.
talking to.
And that's but what's crazy though is that your perception of how you took it was different than the perception that I took it from, because we were having a totally different conversation. Maybe I
Mhm.
wasn't reading into the comments enough, because we were talking about different topics and stuff. Maybe I just didn't get into that that conflict, or I didn't get into that construct
Yeah, you're
of
not
you.
in it. You're not in it, Lovely. The only
No,
reason I asked.
I know I'm not. 'Cause
Oh,
I'm
okay.
like I hung lions.
Nah,
Like
Okay. The
I'm
only
no,
guess
reason
she's saying that
I
she's
asked
no,
Kev
and
to bring Lovely
I
up.
appreciate that. But
Yeah.
is this not how we come to a resolution?
Yeah, of
Is
course.
through
I'm totally
conflict?
down. Well, yeah, I'm
And
totally down for
maybe
us
he
to.
should, because the conversation that he was having in Empress's live
Mhm.
was like cordial. He was playing games.
Yeah,
He was
that's
This
on
is
see
a
why
that.
this
video
is why I
game.
gave you
So
all
that
of
right
that
there,
background so you
that's
understand that this person has something against me. So it wasn't
So
anything taken.
why do you think what do you think they're against?
They just don't like me. I blocked him and I didn't give him any access to me. So he followed me
Mm,
around and tried to get me to speak to him for weeks. Literally, all of my people that I hang out in their lives were blocking him to protect me. That's how bad it got. I was getting random
mm,
phone calls and text messages after I block him and different things like that. Like, this was a whole situation. So whenever he's in a live and I go there, I leave.
mm.
The
that
only
dude.
reason I was in
That
there
dude.
today was because it was Empress's live and because you were in a box. So I tagged you
Right.
directly. I started talking to you. I didn't talk to anybody
Yeah.
else. I came in, I said hi to Empress. I say hi to you, and I say hi to Reese. Those
Because
are the
we
only
were on
people I
multiple
spoke
lives
to.
earlier before that.
Exactly. I'm not
That
really
Mm.
dude,
about all
that
this
dude is
drama stuff.
textbook narcissist. People like to throw the word narcissist out there. He textbook. No, I was in the room for 5 minutes and just listened to him talk.
you
I
seen
said,
yeah.
this clown is a text. He tried to make everybody think it's them, and I'm listening to him provoke people, attack people, and he shifts it to try to. I'm like, dude,
Mhm.
I was like,
Lovely.
I wasn't able.
He
I was
did a
taking a bath,
he
so I couldn't get in the live. But if I was not in the tub, I would have tried to hop in that live. I'm telling you, because
listen,
look,
he did
to
a
Kevin,
That's why
45
number
I
minute
can
4.
see where
live.
you're
That's what
coming
gets me
from,
out of character right
Soso.
there. People who
He
take advantage of people's minds is how you get
Right.
me pissed off.
he did a
I
45
can
minute
see where
live
you're coming from,
with
Soso. And I was like, when I got your DM, I was like, wait a minute, I didn't even see that interaction, because I didn't see the attack that was coming, because there was another
No, nah, we
conversation
ain't talking
going
about him.
on.
I'm not talking about him.
yeah. No,
Yeah, there
I
was another.
understand,
This is
Lovely.
other dude named
Yeah.
Chef.
No, I appreciate that though. It's makes me it makes you more aware of really what is going on in these streets.
Right.
What is
These
going on
TikTok
with
streets, huh?
TikTok?
Yeah. I try
Some
to
people
stay out of the
belong to the
way and I'm
streets.
respectful. Like, I think that my reputation on here speaks for itself. Like, I don't have to try to defend my character because I am the same person in every
Right,
life. Right? I am the
right.
same person. I could come in here and we could joke and we could talk about serious stuff. I am the same person all around. So when people, grown men, want to sit on here and tell lies and put words in my mouth and talk to a bunch of people and then block me out of the live, so I can't even comment. It's not like I was like muted for 30 seconds. He blocked me. So I can't even follow Empress on that page anymore because I'm blocked. You know, when you're blocked out of the live, you're blocked from the page. Right. So I
Hmm.
couldn't even
Hmm.
talk to her anymore. And when Kev went in there to ask, he told a bunch of lies. That's my problem with it. Now
Yeah.
everybody's sitting in there believing it. And I'm like, yo, like, that's none of that is true. You're a freaking
Hey,
So
liar.
so
hey, King,
you're
hold on
trying
real
to
quick.
fight for your. Go ahead.
Hold on, I'm about I'm trying to put King on the same page. I don't think he know what he's talking about. It's this dude, the dude that was at the bottom left side of the corner. His name is something Chef. That's who he was talking
His
about.
name is
Oh, the
Chef
other one.
DJ.
Yeah,
Okay, I
he
got you.
he the one that talked to the guy that you were talking about. But yeah, it's I don't know. I don't want to say much about him because I mess with some of his content, but the way he do it is a whole different thing. I understand what he's
Got you.
trying to do,
Yeah,
but it's dangerous. It's very dangerous what he's doing. But
yeah.
I don't know. But
I wouldn't
yeah, the
vibe.
dude
I
we
wouldn't
talking about
vibe
is a
with
dude
neither
named
one of
Chef.
those cats. The way they were talking, I just couldn't feel neither one of them. I was like,
Yeah.
they was like, it was condescending, that conversation.
King,
Yeah,
what
ain't
who
no
are you
real
talking
beef
about?
because beef requires all that
And
stuff.
maybe
I'm
that's
addressing
what
a statement I
we're
was making.
saying. It's condescending. It's when you're looking down on somebody that you don't even know. You don't even know, and you're already looking down on them. What does that speak for you? whether it's me, So King, or Joy, like, or Kev, like all these people, if we're looking down on somebody that is in an app, none of us go home together, none of us
Right.
sleep together, none of us love each other. Like, we can love each other from afar, but it's like at the end of the day, it's like, oh, I'm not even gonna ask that question, Kev.
It's just like, if you're gonna lie, why not lie in a place where you could get paid? You're not even getting paid to lie. Like, you're just lying for no reason. Like, it doesn't
He's
make any
practicing.
sense to me.
Maybe he got a
Right.
platform. He practices here and goes
Like-
to another platform and get paid.
Like,
Who knows
no,
what they do?
nobody's even
Practice
giving
makes
you coins.
progress, right?
Nobody's even giving you coins. You're not making any money. Like, why are you lying?
So I was in that same live, and I'm gonna tell you, I did not even know that was happening. I had no idea. I don't know if he said something like while I was in there for a while, but I had no idea that was even a thing. I'm sorry that you went through that.
Oh, no, you don't
Right.
have to be sorry. I'm completely fine. I only asked Kev about, or told Kev about it, because I was the same person literally reported me in Kev's live. Like, that's how my
wow.
main account is banned right now. It's the same person, because he was in here having a conversation with y'all before I came in and I got in the box. So that's the only reason we're addressing it. If that didn't happen before, there's no reason to bring that drama here to talk to y'all about it. Right. So it already happened here. Dude came and reported me. That's what my account's coming off banned tomorrow because of that same person.
People,
so for you
look,
to continue to lie on my name for no reason is ridiculous.
it trips me out. When we talk about what happened in another live and the person I hear, that's one thing. All day long, I do my live in the morning. I come throughout the day just peeping, and today must be that day where people are going into lives and confront somebody about what happened in another live.
I know.
It's like
I
gang
just
war.
said that.
I
I was like, what's going on?
Earlier.
Somebody said, I
just
just want to
said
address.
that.
I want to address what you said to me in this other live 2 days ago. What I was trying to say was this, and you said that. I'm like, what the
Right,
hell?
man.
Let me
Right.
tell
And
you,
Bottled in all that
I
time.
literally said the
that.
exact same thing. I just wrote B Train tonight, and I was like, B Train, I really need you to do a live because I'm tired of this. I just want to go back to my favorite lives, okay?
Hey,
Right,
hey,
right.
y'all,
And I go
let me
to
tell y'all
Cat's
this.
lives, and that's
I'm
it.
gonna capitalize on this. I'm telling y'all now. I'm about to start a live versus, and I'm gonna invite the most beefingest people in the room and just let them go at it so they can all get banned.
Yes.
That's what I'm about to do. Versus. I'm gonna start schedule. I'm gonna inbox them. Hey, you ready to go against So? Come on, let's get it. Go.
Oh, no. I don't do that. I ain't doing that.
Wait.
I don't want no confrontation, King. I really don't,
Hey,
Cliff.
and
really
I'm gonna
don't.
set it up where only subscribers can comment. So you guys, I'm getting paid off of this shit.
You know what?
You got to pay to play, right? You got to pay to play.
Hey, look, my referee is in there.
Oh, you getting freaky on here, lovely. You getting a little too freaky on here.
Hey, we don't have moderators. We got referees.
That's not what I mean.
Kevin's crazy.
Slip that in there, didn't you? You gotta pay to play. I'm not finding the other side of you now, huh? Okay.
That's how you know Lovely is old school. She talking about
Lovely. That's why you got a little bit too much love going around. I was like, but
Lovely about 12. Hey, that hand about to be in there. What she drinking tonight?
Tonight, nothing.
Oh my!
So I am so embarrassed to admit I just caught your name because when you messaged me tonight telling me your account was shut down, you told me that you were gonna go live on Petty Betty. So I kept looking for Petty Betty. I said, that ain't so. And so now I'm looking at your account. That's funny. Petty LaBelle. That's cute.
LaBelly.
LaBelly.
Not the belly.
No, because Petty LaBelle was already taken, so I had to do like
You know what? And that's
you added the whole alphabet, so.
I did.
That's that iconic look right there. We met her in person. That she really does that look. My grandma does that exact same look. When I say something ignorant, that exact same look with the hand up. Same thing.
Like you must have lost your damn mind.
Like, child. Yeah.
No, you were in a hurry.
Oh man. Oh, AJ, hey, it's me.
Oh, I so did not know that was right. She got me a little bit until she started talking like for a good probably 5 sentences in. I'm like, oh, now I know who it is. I caught it off.
She had the nerve.
Not
She
She
had
had
the
to
past
nerve
that
keep
to.
five
letting us
words
Hey,
yet.
know who she was.
she
Like,
had the
it's
nerve to
so-so, it's
introduce
so-so,
herself.
it's so-so.
She had the nerve to introduce herself after booting my alter ego out.
Right.
And, and
Funny.
I
We
just
should
hopped into
should
this
have booed
live
her
after I
out.
got her DM, and I was just like, what just happened? Like, I
Now,
don't
you
do
know
that. I
what?
don't want to.
I should have probably worded that a little bit better to you, Lovely,
No,
because
you're beautiful. You're
now
beautiful.
that I think about it, it probably sounded like I was mad at you, and it wasn't. So
You
I
You
I
were
apologize
get it.
for
trying to
that.
you were trying to let me know what I should have recognized, but my
No, she
perception of what was going on in that conversation, like what
no,
you perceived it as, was totally different than what I was perceiving it as. So
Yeah.
Hey,
I
y'all,
she
I
was.
Kevin,
I
Kevin ain't
think
appreciate
she
got.
the
was
Hey,
fact
just
that you brought that to
hey,
me.
time out. Kevin ain't got enough likes, y'all. We need to get these likes up for
right.
Kev.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're right.
Right. Listen to him, man. What y'all doing?
Man, King
I
be
got all
coming
this.
out. King be saying the most random. I am still hollering at the point that King earlier said he better be lucky I was taking a bath. If I wasn't taking a bath,
No,
then I
he
would have
said
went up
no. He said he was taking a bubble bath.
a
Did you
bubble
get
Yes,
that,
it
man?
was. It was Epsom salt bubble bath with my fragrances in there. I almost went live in the bubbles. I'm
With
telling you.
with his
with the
shower
rubber
cap on.
ducks.
It wasn't
Hey,
just a shower; it was a
I was
bath.
about to be like this. Let me tell you something, bro. Let me get down to the.
Hey, in the
That
robe,
is
you gotta come in the white robe.
that is
Hey,
so
hey,
funny.
y'all seen my robe? If you got on my morning live, you see. Hey, I'm crushing up and down.
That is funny. Wait, King, whose live were you talking about?
That it was Empress. I came in Empress live as chaotic. I was like, what's
Gotcha.
going on?
That is funny. Oh,
That's what
Hormiga.
happened.
Hormiga, I had coquito for Christmas. I couldn't handle it. Mommy made it too strong this year.
Coke. You
But
got
it
the
was
Can
coke?
I get some coquitos?
it was
What's
good.
happening?
It was so good. And then
Y'all
she
talking? Why
garnished
y'all
it
talking
so
about
pretty.
drugs over the live?
Oh my gosh.
I got coquita. Y'all know what y'all
Coquito.
talking about.
Hey,
No,
I got some
It's a
that's
whole
not the
nother
coquitos.
same one.
language.
Ah, está bien.
I caught you. I caught you.
No,
But
no, no.
but lovely. I think okay. She wasn't. I don't think she was. She was just put in a way to let you know that basically that you was a witness of what happened. That's why she was saying that. That's all she was
Right,
saying that.
right, right.
Yeah.
And that's why I was like, wait a minute. So I had to, because I don't normally get like DMs, like I don't get messages like that. I don't where we go across
Lovely.
lives. I'm
I'm
usually not involved in that.
I'm
And
gonna
and
start
that's why I
sending you
love the
positive
fact that we got
DMs.
to come in this live and actually discuss it, because it was like, wait a minute, your perception of what you were perceiving and what you experienced, and I apologize for that. I
Oh
wish
no,
I would have known
I
that
don't accept your
he was coming
apology.
at you with that
Hey,
construct.
y'all
No,
I
no,
wish I
subpoenaed
no.
would have
I
lovely.
known.
don't accept that. You don't need to apologize. You didn't do anything. I was just
Y'all
informing
subpoenaed
you.
lovely without Mirandizing her. That's all she knew. You're supposed to say lovely. You being Mirandized so for the subpoena. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against the court of law.
I
And
plead
if you
the
don't have
Wait,
attorney,
fifth.
what
we'll
is
get one
that?
appointed to you.
Can I
That's what you
have?
say. Do you understand your
I just
rights?
want to
Come
plead the
on
Lovely.
up in
fifth.
here.
I just want to plead the fifth. I'm just
Everybody
gonna I'm
hashtag
gonna go with
free
that.
lovely.
And that's why I love you so, because we were on multiple lives earlier and beautiful conversations.
Right.
Yeah.
Listen, that's really why I came in there. Like as soon as I see him, I usually dip. I really don't have the time for it. But I came in there because I saw you. We've been talking all day. I was like, okay, let me sit here and talk to her. And then all of that happened. But it is what it is. We addressed it. I'm good.
Uh-oh.
Always good.
As
Look, she
you
got that
should
Forward.
be.
hashtag free lovely.
Free lovely.
You want me to send a shot over there, or some shot of some wine or something, to breathe or something over there,
I'm,
Nah.
I'm
Oh
This
no,
We
this
need to
this
I'm good.
collect some bail money for her.
Can,
Mm.
this
oh
this
wait,
this
I
group
got
is
I got
hilarious.
some bail money. Who I gotta send it to?
Cash App, let's go.
There
Cash
you go.
App.
Pretty
Oh, I
lovely.
actually, you gotta remind me. You gotta put your thing back up so I can remember to send you some to support the page. But wait, I just finally figure out how to send coins on this page. Where is this thing at? It's working. Okay, how much do I have to pay for her bail? Is 100 coins enough?
On the corner.
What are
Oh,
we
that's all.
bailing
Hey,
me out of?
Let's all
What are
pitch in
we?
for Lovely Bell right now,
Wait,
y'all.
what are
Let's
we
get Lovely.
bailing me out of?
I
Where
don't
did
know.
I
Lovely.
come in?
He said you were
Let's free
subpoenaed.
Lovely, y'all. Let's free
There you go.
Lovely.
Got her 100. She
Free
about
Lovely.
she might be free now.
She-
Free at last. Free at last.
But what did I
Judge,
do? That was
Judge
my
don't
Kev,
first
know.
question.
hey, don't forget to
That
bribe
was
Judge
my
Kev.
first
I'm
question.
trying to find that.
Don't forget to bribe Judge
when
Kev.
when I first came in this live,
Oh
So
my.
goes.
I'm
So
so pretty.
said,
Like, no.
So said, let Lovely up. And that was after your DM, and I was like, shit, what did I do? Like,
No.
what am I getting bailed out of?
Oh,
No. I only said we need to bail you out.
I love
because
you,
King
and
said you were
I do. I
subpoenaed.
love you.
I love you guys too. I really do.
she loving them, bruh.
Bruh.
Oh,
J
then we
Love
got.
in the building.
Mm-hmm.
What happened?
Listen, y'all onto something, King. Yeah, you onto something. Right now, you know what TikTok is doing? They're saying, what if we put people in TikTok jail and your coins could actually get them out of it?
All right, get them out. Look, we gotta start
That'd
that,
be
man. I'm telling you. We got
Yo, you know
the
how
first
crazy
season,
that would
y'all
be?
heard it here.
Then I just want
This
to
is
be in
intellectual
jail.
property. I'm going to start the TikTok verses. I'm gonna get the people
Get the patent, get the patent going. I'm with you.
The people that love to debate. I'm get them in there and say, go fights. Mills Lane type stuff.
I'm with you 100%. Let's get that patent and copyright shit going. Let's go. Let's
We're
go.
gonna partner.
Hey,
Armika,
Let's go.
we gonna partner up.
Hey,
We're
Joy.
gonna start hosting these battles.
Hey.
Joy, let me
Listen.
switch you real quick. I gotta see what J Love talking about. She talking about quitting. What is she quitting?
Okay.
just a request back up.
everybody
Request back
hashtag
up.
free me.
Okay. You gotta drop me. I still don't know how to get out of here.
Oh, I got you. I got you.
Okay.
Please don't yell. It ain't
Go
gonna
ahead.
hurt that
I'm gonna
bad.
do
It's
it.
not gonna hurt that bad. Just there you go. There you go. It didn't hurt that bad.
Hold your breath, everyone. Let's do this.
Please, speechless.
Come on down. Hey, hold on. Ladies and gentlemen, coming to us in the bottom corner, weighing in at We Don't Care. We introduce to you J Love.
If we all welcomed people like that, what's up, J Love?
Y'all, I
And
am
the crowd
quitting.
goes
I am officially quitting. I can't do no more.
What are you
live
quitting? What are you quitting?
TikTok. I'm quitting.
Oh man.
So is this your
This
exit?
is my farewell tour. I got
Nah, you know what, Jay? Just stay in this group right here. Stay away from that toxic shit, man.
Right.
tell y'all something. These people,
That part.
I think people are really slow. Like,
Yes.
Slow. Fucking snails. What are you talking about?
Delayed.
I can't. We okay. You literally pull me in your box. Okay.
Come on in.
Then you got people in your box trying to attack me. Sir, I'm married. I've been married for 28 years to the same dude.
Wait, who's trying to attack you?
I was over in Anthony's room.
Uh-oh.
And this dude, I've never been on the path. His name was Husky Chipmunk. He is literally.
See, that's J Love. That's your first mistake. Why are you talking to a grown man named Husky Chipmunk?
You right. But y'all, he got up in the box and he just immediately started going in on me. And I said, because what I said was, we were talking about, of course, the age-old conversation, submission. I said, y'all do understand that women will naturally submit to a man that has that character about them. Y'all get that, right? No, they won't. Blah, blah, blah. I said, sir, I do it every day. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? So then another guy gets in. You can't. I said, let me ask y'all a question. I said, are y'all trying to apply biblical scriptural principles to secular relationships? Because they don't work. They don't work. It doesn't work. You can't argue the Bible with me. What?
There you go. There you go. Mistake number 2, Jay.
So that's when I said, you know what? I'm back out of this right here, and I'm going to go head on over there where I'm supposed to be. I said, because this right here is foolishness. I said, because y'all are still arguing something and not coming to a resolve. I said the conversations that you're having are coming from a hurt place. Whether you broke up 5 years ago, 10 years ago, you're still hurt. You have not learned to love you in order to be good to love somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna bow out the conversation. I said, because it seems to me that you keep asking me, someone who's done this for a very long time, and I keep giving you the answer, and you want to argue with me. So do it your way. But how's that working out for you? If you've been in 5 relationships and none of these women would submit to you, you are the common denominator. It ain't me. It can't be me.
It's all
I said,
of
but
them.
it is you.
If
you had 5 long relationships, and in 5 relationships, none of these women, I said, because grown men don't walk into a relationship and say, I want a woman that submits to me. We don't do that. Grown men don't do that. I've never met one. King, when you met your wife, is that what you said to her? I want you to submit to me?
It shouldn't even be a conversation. If I do the right thing, it comes automatically.
That's what I keep trying to get them to understand. But no. So then I said, what's the age bracket? What is the age of the woman you're trying to date? I'm on live. And my daughter walked in here being nosy. I said, what's the age bracket of these women you're dating? I said, how old are you? I'm 35. What age bracket are you dating? 35 to 25. What? You haven't gotten the results you look for yet? So you haven't thought maybe you should start dating your age and up? Well, your generation, but what do you think my generation is, sir? Well, if you've been married for that long, you got to be in your 50s. No, I've been with my husband since 17. Like, what? I said, you know what? This is not the conversation for J Love. So J Love is going to bow out gracefully.
No, I'm at J Love. I ain't about to do that, man. You ain't about to keep over there picking the wrong selection. That's just like the ones that be picking the toxic stuff and want to blame it on everything else. No, just stay where you're at, man. Stay over here. If that's what you gotta do, you gotta do that.
Stop going in the strip clubs looking for a wife.
Right.
I don't know why they're dancing with everybody. I mean, I go there and I give them money, they still don't submit. That's what them rooms are.
But listen. Yeah. So that was my thing. I'm like, so okay, thank you for the hat, whoever gave it to me. I'm like, so y'all, I said, so how did these relationships go? Explain it to me. Break this thing down, because I'm trying to find the disconnect. Well, I meet her and I date her, and then we're in a relationship. I said, so how long is the dating period? 4 weeks. I said, what? I said, I'm done. I can't talk.
J Love, you didn't hear him correctly. You heard so relationship. He didn't end it with a P. He ended it with a T.
Relationship.
J Love, how long have you been on TikTok?
Today? Literally.
Yeah. What's your relationship with TikTok?
Oh God, it's over. It's over.
Compared to your time frame being married,
J-Lo, don't make me have to find you. You better not go nowhere,
girl.
No, you can't. Hey, we need you and your husband. We need you and your husband.
Nah. Hey, Armika, can you write down J Love as one of the people in our bouts?
She's on the list already. Trust me, she's on the list already.
We got So, we got J Love.
She's on the list.
Stuff going on, right?
We're gonna match people up.
So then it was, well, that's why we're gonna go find. I said, so y'all are going to find women in other countries that are submissive naturally.
No, that they're stupid. That's what it is. They're stupid.
I said, I need y'all.
No, they're in the graveyard.
I said, I need y'all to make this make sense. I said, because you do understand that if you go to these other countries, they come with families and other responsibilities. So you ready for that?
I told them, and they're like, you don't. They were telling the other women, they were like, how you know? And I told them, I'm African. I was born there. I know these. Listen, you know what would happen? You go over there with this crap that you're giving American women. You're not gonna make it past the third uncle. You're not
That's
gonna
what
make
I
it
said.
You're not.
So one guy was like,
brother, you're marrying 1/3 of the village.
Right.
You end up naked on a tree somewhere.
So,
You know what
so
I'm
this
saying?
guy tells them yesterday. He literally says yesterday, "You come over here and get you an African woman. You can do the bare minimum, and it's okay." I said, "What?" I said,
That's
"Y'all
false.
do know."
That sounds like
y'all
some
do
slave
know
stuff.
that women are women, no matter what country they come from. Y'all do understand?
We're gonna go over there in the Congo and grab us old young broad and bring her back, and she gonna do what we say.
Can I tell
that
y'all?
sounds like what they did getting us over here.
I never even heard of like passport boys. Is that like, is your passport, can it go from city to county to state to federal? Like,
I'm just gonna get
where are you passing through?
I'm gonna move out the
You know
country.
what's weird, guys? Some of these people, they're like, yeah, my passport's coming in 3 weeks. Bro, I've had a passport before I was born. What are you talking about? That means nothing to me.
They never even been out the country. They never been out the country, and they're about to go to a new country and start looking for somebody new.
About people that don't even exist.
Exactly.
I'm like, but my thing is, if you want to go. But all that says to me is that you're weak. That's a sign of weakness. You're insecure. If your plight in life is to make a woman submit, and you can't get her to naturally, something is wrong with you. Yeah. So then I was told that submission is not just for your marriage, it's for boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. I said,
oh,
that's what's going wrong.
Boy, you tell my daughter that and see if I don't show up like a genie out of a bottle.
Listen.
Right.
Ain't nobody going nowhere.
A death wish, please do.
Ain't nobody going nowhere. Ain't nobody going to Europe, Africa, Australia, South America, or Mexico with no fucking passport and not coming back with a fucking headache. You understand what I'm saying? You are bugging.
Listen, they can't even make it there because you know why? Because if they were gonna go, the serious ones, the ones that really want to go out because they, for whatever reason, can't find somebody that they like here, they have already left and have found women and don't have to bash Black women in the process. They already left.
That part.
That's what I see their TikTok. We see their happy videos with them and their wife from whatever country that they went to. Y'all the ones that been sitting in this country. You're still here in America. What do you need, a GoFundMe? What, you can't buy this freaking $1,000 ticket and go there?
So like I said, y'all do know, y'all aren't the first people that did this, right? They were like, what do you mean? Y'all see that hole in my wall? I got to patch that hole in my wall. Anyway.
Don't tell me TikTok did that.
No, TikTok didn't do that.
See, J-Lo does. She needs to be in the ring. Okay, she needs to be in the ring. She punching walls and stuff. She definitely needs to be in the ring.
Didn't do that.
How did them not listen?
No, that's the husband and the dog playing and foolishness. Anyway,
yeah, I believe
that's
that.
foolishness, right? Yeah. But listen. So then
like
I said, y'all know that passport bro. I said, y'all do realize this isn't new. This isn't new. I said, they're called mail order brides. That's what they used to be. Like
back in the 80s, you gotta look. You could get a magazine back in the 80s. She was from Russia.
That shit is mad old.
Back to the United States.
That shit is mad old.
It's called a catalog. It's not a
magazine. That's right. A catalog.
Put some respect on their names.
You're right. It's a catalog. Yeah. And I was in the military, so guess what they call it? Deployment to Korea.
Me love you long time.
So
she can sew, she can massage, she can do feet and nails. You bring her back, she can't speak no English, and you control everything.
So there's a difference between having a passport and getting a passport. Like
y'all,
look at the military.
Some boys ain't gonna make it past customs.
Yes.
Right.
I said, y'all do understand, you know.
What is the purpose of your trip, sir?
Like,
right.
What are your intentions?
I come to grab one of your chicks.
Right. Search him. Cavity
search.
Do what?
Do what?
Search. Check him out all the way.
Maybe you're just lonely. Maybe you're just lonely.
Was like, yeah, I had to pay a dowry to her family and somebody else, and I had to get cleared through all the dad and the uncles and the cousins and the this and the that. And I said, so you'd rather do all of that? Yeah, because you know, if we get into it, she can't just leave and go to her homegirl house or go to her mama house because they gonna make her go back home.
No, they won't. Do you
What?
not understand?
Don't you realize that the
can I tell
duty is
y'all?
designed for if it don't work that you got it? That's how you pay for it.
Can I tell y'all about my country?
Yes, please.
In our family, like even the boys, the girls and the boys, we don't leave home until we are married. And if for whatever reason
Right.
you can't be there, you have a place in your father's home. Like you always have a place there. So ain't no, if we get in a fight, she can't leave. She's stuck with me. She ain't stuck. Because guess what? Where I come from, in the little, it's not a village, I guess the city where I lived before we moved here, they will publicly embarrass you. Like you think, at least in America, if something happened, you could call the cops, and the cops, they could be crooked, but at some point you will get some type of justice. Back then, like where I'm from, these cops will take you in the middle of the market. They will whoop you in front of everybody, embarrass you, and then deport you. What are you gonna do then?
You won't even make it home.
You won't make it home.
You be in the Congo somewhere with the chimpanzees getting your fingers and your lips and your hands beat off. Come on now.
Listen, and if you mess with the right family with the correct, connections, you ain't never gonna see America again.
Exactly. So my thing is, what it sounds like to me is y'all are just weak. And if that's what it is for you, do that. But don't, and then you're going to get on and try to question me, sir.
Wait, J-Lo, they're offended by what you said. Let me reword that. What J-Lo is saying is that some of you guys are searching for the low-hanging fruit, and that's not always the best fruit for you. You know what? Because it requires very little effort, and if it requires very little effort, you will not benefit and be prosperous from that. So climb the damn tree and get the stuff on top. It requires work, and you earned it.
Amen.
That's right. That was Verses chapter 3.
Mm-hmm. That was King chapter 3 verses 1 through 11. Like, come on, people.
That's what they want.
Unbelievable, man.
And so the one guy's like, well, why are you in this live? And I said, because he pulled me up here. I don't care what none of y'all do. Y'all ain't got to never marry a black woman. Y'all marry whoever y'all want to. I'm married. So why y'all keep asking me? You keep asking the question, but you don't want the answer. I don't know what to tell you.
It's not even that they don't want the answer, J-Love. They don't like the answer.
It's not the answer that they say. You don't agree with them, so you become the Antichrist. You know what I'm saying?
The real. Would you ever say this is the answer? I just want a woman that's non-combative. She's agreeable. When I say I make the final and last decision, I said, sir, you won't ever get married. I said, because that's not how traditional women work. We don't even work like that. And he was like, yes, you do. I said, sir, I don't have the luxury to wait for my husband to make every decision in my house.
Right.
I don't have that luxury. Do you, Lovely? You got that luxury? Because I don't.
Hey, J-Love, I actually used your analogy of that. Remember when you were talking about the curtains? And you're like, I don't need to call my husband to ask him what color curtains should go on my house.
Right.
Like, go in our house. Like, my husband trusts me enough to know that the color of curtains that I get is going to match the house.
Honey,
like, I use that analogy.
Every day, if I have to call my husband for every decision I make, I'll be on all day.
You got issues.
Hey,
you got issues.
But God forbid.
I'm thinking about cooking dinner tonight, chicken or steak. Steak, okay, click. What kind of vegetable? Like, who does
they think that?
But there are things that we do call our husbands for.
True, of course.
There are things we do call our husbands for.
Like, we have a limit in our house. Anything like over $200. All right, we need to make a phone call.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because now we're, that's meat, potatoes, and blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, if I have to call him for everything, and he was like, yeah, I said, so, okay, let me give you an example. Little Johnny, you and your husband talk about Little Johnny, and Little Johnny's going to play rec football. And y'all forget about the sign up. And you realize you're at the last day of sign up. And let's say nobody's gotten paid and you literally have $170 in the bank. And the sign-up fee is $100. You didn't know that. She didn't know that. But you get down there to sign him up, and today is the last day. Does she need to call you to sign him up? And then she calls you and you don't answer. And she calls again and you don't answer. Then what does she do? She don't sign him up. She just like, what does she do?
Well, I think the biggest question, the bigger question here is why between the both of y'all, why y'all only got $170 in the account?
Because she's a stay-at-home wife and he don't make over $60,000 a year. So we working on bare essentials.
Here's the thing, though, too. So what's the difference between? Well,
you gotta make that decision.
If
you gotta take action. You gotta take action.
Look at yourself outside of yourself. When are you clinging? Are you clinging on so much to somebody else that you're so clingy that you aren't even living your own life? You aren't even doing your own thing.
My thing was, you're making every decision. So you don't sign them up, or do you sign them up? Because now you're financially in a place where a decision has to be made. So then it was, I guess it. So then she go ahead and she signs him up. So now he needs football cleats, workout clothes. So you ain't got the $70 left. Practice is going on in the next hour. What do you do?
Right. He might just have to.
But she can't get in touch with you.
Right.
Who makes the decision?
Well, he's gonna come home to a nice bill.
Well, that ain't gonna happen.
Simple answer, right? Most of those cats on that trip, they like to reinforce that by quoting the Bible, right? This is an easy one, right? So when they do that, Proverbs 31, it says she looked upon a field and purchased it. He wasn't present because he was in the gates with his friends. So she was sound enough in thought to make a financial decision for the family. So that whole concept of submission, ask me for everything, is violated with Proverbs 31.
King.
Exactly.
First of all, you should have married a woman that had enough sense to make the decisions in your absence.
Yes. Later that evening, he wanted some Cheetos, and he tried to make a purchase to get some Cheetos, noticing that his card was declined. So he comes home without no Cheetos, and there's gonna be some fucking biscuits going on in that house tonight. Let me tell you something.
Cheetos cost $170.
No. He's done. He's already in the negative 170. She's talking about cleats, practice, the bus trip. Fuck that.
I tell people all the time, I'm like, my husband works in biopharmaceuticals, so he travels for work. If I have to call him for every decision that
wait till he get back, J-Love.
Huh?
Wait till he get back. Don't you dare make a decision.
Didn't make a decision? Okay. All right, then I guess, it's some
You're still on TikTok, J-Love, basically. You're still going to be here.
There's so many fucked up situations you could talk about with that scenario. You know what I'm saying? Why they're in the position they're in. You know what I'm saying? Like the reinvestment and you know what I'm saying? Isn't this something that you would want him to do? Like blah blah blah. There's so much shit going on with that situation. Holy cow.
Right. And then I'm just like, I don't understand this thought process and then y'all wonder why women, when they hear the word submission, they think subservient. This is why. Because you make statements like that, and then you expect for her to go, oh yeah, I want to sign up for that. I don't have no voice. I don't have no say. I don't get it. Well, I'll take her opinion, but I'm going to make the final decision. Really?
Well, they think they're getting controlled. Exactly. And that's where I think a lot of people misunderstand what submission is compared to being controlled. There's a difference between compromising and controlling.
Exactly.
Don't forget the obligation part.
Because of men like the ones J-Lo is talking about, because they talk about controlling women. That's literally what they're saying. Like, J-Lo, you remember that man that told us, oh, even if you're speaking, you got to be quiet once a black man starts speaking?
Bro.
I'm not with that shit either. No,
this is a real thing. She was told, J-Love and I were in a live with some of these men, and she was talking and somebody interrupted her, and he went off on her for continuing to talk. And I'm like, yo, I understand why the modern women don't want to be associated with submission. Because of men like y'all.
This is what I got told today. I got told that as a black woman, I'm supposed to submit to all men. I said, I don't know who Bible y'all read.
Right.
But that ain't what mine says.
Mine said my husband. Okay.
I'm going to stay over here in my lane. I'm going to stay right on over here in this lane.
I believe in God, but not the way you told me.
Right. So this guy, he's telling me, and he's like, it's a statement that people make, that men make, that just you want to talk about that, and I don't normally have triggers, but if you tell me God gave you 2 ears and 1 mouth, that sets me in a place, because now I'm about to read you for all this filth. Okay?
That's not fair.
Like, don't talk to me like that, because I'm grown. You tell that to children. I'm not your child. And so he says this to me, and I said, sir, you do understand I got a whole husband. I don't have to listen to anything you say. I don't have to submit to any of y'all on this panel. Well, you want protection from black men. I said, first of all,
protected already.
Let's roll this back. I'm already protected.
Period.
Okay? That's first of all. Second of all, protection is a human thing. It has nothing to do with submission. It has nothing to do with any of that. That's just human nature. So you're telling me that because a woman won't submit to you, you'll let her get jumped in the street? That's dumb. That's dumb. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. But hey, do you, boo?
Look, man, there's nothing more hilarious than six guys in a box that are single, right? And giving you fucking relationship advice. You understand what I'm saying?
In their mama basement. Or Miga, don't forget that. They in the
basement. No, it's even worse than that. It's even worse than that. Everybody's still in the fucking house. How about that? Nobody has moved. All right, everybody's still there.
And I just can't. And then you got people that are co-signing this, and I'm just like, stop co-signing this behavior.
AJ, God forbid they ask you for some relationship advice from someone that has a working and functional relationship. God forbid.
Exactly. Right? And then if I hear one more person say that marriage isn't the same for everybody, you can be married in different ways. Official, you can be married in a different way. You can get an affidavit and all that kind of stuff to be married. Like, help me because I don't read the Black Laws Dictionary from the 1933. I don't read that. So break this down for me.
See, J-Love, this is why I'm glad there are women like you, Lovely, Kana, like women that are in marriages, in traditional marriages, to really speak, because they don't believe everybody else. Because they'll say, oh, are you in a relationship? Are you married? And if you're not, they're just going to be like, oh, yeah, you don't know what you're talking about. I could talk about my parents who have been together for 28 years, and they will not believe me. So I'm glad y'all are here. And lo and behold, y'all are getting met with the same thing we're meeting on here.
I've seen this.
It's crazy to me, because my thing is this. As a woman, as a man, an official, real, correct me if I'm wrong, but the one thing that y'all do when y'all meet a woman and decide she is who y'all want to be with forever, correct me if I'm wrong, giving her your last name is what you really want to do, right? Or am I crazy? Am I missing something?
Yeah. It's how you continue legacy on by doing that.
It's cold outside. Shit.
But you do that with an affidavit? Help me understand. Like, I'm serious. I'm serious. I'm confused about this, because I've been told several times, you ain't got to go to the courthouse and get married with the justice of the peace or in the court. Or somebody explain this to me, because never.
Well, how if I don't do that, how I'm gonna pass on anything legally to her? You leave her in a bad situation if you don't do that.
You get a power of attorney.
But what the hell am I going to do with a power of attorney?
But you can't get a power of attorney if you didn't already have the affidavit.
No, this is King versus 31.5. It's called Cap. That's the Cap verse right there. All right. I'm calling fucking Cap. I'm calling Cap on this one.
So let's say this. So, ladies and gentlemen, what we're talking about, if you're a young lady and meet a guy like that, what I suggest is that you move over to the great state of Texas, where they still do the marriage concept based upon just living together. And after 30 days or a piece of document that shows up to your inbox, you can go to the courthouse and file for a legal marriage, and that Negro will have to divorce you if he wants to leave, and it'll be legally binding. So if he won't do it in another state, say, let's move to Texas, and you get that taken care of, and don't fall for that foolishness.
Can I do it in another city, in another county, or is it fed?
Common law, all over Texas.
Yes, common law, it does exist for sure.
In Texas, look, in common law, as a soldier, they briefed us. They told us, a state trooper came to a group of us and said, let me let y'all know something, because y'all new to Texas. If you introduce this woman as your woman, your girl, your old lady in a party, she can go down to the courthouse. If you get one piece of mail at her residence or hers at yours, she can go to the courthouse and say, we are
That's common law.
married legally in common
Yes.
law.
Yes.
And that doesn't
Well,
take
common
90 days,
Listen,
30 days.
that's
And it
just
says
like that
if
in
she
Alabama.
contests that, you got to legally divorce her. So,
Yes.
ladies, if you get a foolish man like that, say, baby, let's go live in Texas for 3 months and set his ass up and teach him a lesson.
And take
I'm
all
Well,
never.
in California, common law was after 10 years, but that doesn't exist anymore in California.
True.
I don't know what it is in Alabama, but I know in Alabama it was like that too. Lady, matter of fact, my ex-brother-in-law's father, when he died, he had been common law married to his girlfriend for like 20-something years. And she took his family to court and got all his money. They upheld it. But my thing is this: as a woman, why wouldn't I want to take the steps to marriage? Like, help me, Kev. Kev, help me. You. Why wouldn't you want to? Can you help me on the marriage thing? This different marriage, because I'm really trying to understand it. Because I keep having people tell me, well, you don't have to get married in the courthouse or with the state or whatever. So what do you know what that is? Or no? Help me understand.
It's called leasing.
Stop it. Kev, answers, questions. Can you help me?
Okay,
All right,
here's the facts. Here's the facts. Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Montana, New Hampshire, Oklahoma, Rhode Island, South Carolina, Texas, Utah, and the District of Columbia still have common law marriage laws.
Y'all have many options, ladies.
So what is
Many
what is
options.
So
common law? What's that
common law means you don't have to go through the law, right? It's your
Okay.
time.
Common laws, you've been with someone long enough
Yeah,
and
you've been
shared
with someone long
something
enough.
It's
Exactly.
so that they can
it's
take your
based on the
shit.
concept we're assuming the length of time in which you share time together that you're a committed couple. That's what common law says. That's like a marriage.
And she can take your shit.
Right? That's what,
Oh wow.
but that's
But no, what I'm saying is that you have people telling people, hey, you don't have to go to the courthouse and get married. You can fill out these affidavits and all this paperwork.
right.
But this is my thing. Those things can be contested. So if you love somebody so much, then
Mhm.
why would you not take them and give them? Because I say this to people all the time. There's only one license you don't have to renew in your life. That's your marriage license. That's the
Mhm.
only license that people hold that you do not have an expiration date on. So why?
Unfortunately, you don't have to take a test to get it. That's the problem.
Right. You don't even have to check a box. You don't check a box. You
I
just
got a
put your
friend
name.
that's like that though. Like they cause I used to be like that too. I used to be like, why you not getting married off the paper and all that stuff or whatever. But my friend, I mean, I could try to kind of understand what he was saying because he's just saying that he just didn't want the government be part of part of their what they got going on and stuff or whatever. And I don't know how he described it, but he was just basically just saying he didn't want the government to be part of what
I think that's why a
guy.
lot of people don't want to get married or don't want to marry in the traditional way, having a marriage and getting married with a pastor. Because if you think about it, when you get married, what is the process of what you got to go through? A pastor, right? Or
that's my thing. That's always been my thing, though.
A person?
No, anybody that's ordained.
Somebody is a witness.
That's the ceremony. It's the courthouse that legalizes that. The license legalizes the ceremony, just the witness. But here's the thing, right? What you better know about this, there's a reason that the LGBT community fought so hard for marriage. They spent time together. You want to know why a good reason to get married? Let that person you with get in the hospital and that family shows up and see who got a right to be there.
Bro, you just took the words right out my mouth. Because let me tell you,
ain't legally on the paperwork. Get the hell up out of here. The system will kick your ass out. All that is legally binding.
For 28 years, y'all don't get a vote. What? Let something happen to mine.
Sister, they ain't talked to them in 10 years to walk up and if they get out here. Bye.
Right.
Wow. You can't make no decision. We got this.
And they can because
they're
they're the next of kin. They can do that. They literally can just tell you, get out.
That's right.
They do. I tell people all the time, y'all didn't watch what's the movie? Diary of a Bad Black Woman. Y'all ain't watched that movie.
Oh, that shit is powerful. That's one of my
I
favorite
think
movies.
Let me walk into the hospital and mine and some
it's
huh,
benefits.
what
The benefits
how
America get. I feel that
See,
situation
J
though.
Lo, I would have to be in
They
the
better get
They
out of
got
hospital.
some
bed.
people that just don't mess with America like that, so that they would like some people will actually move out of America just to get married to come back. You know what I'm saying? They just don't mess with their laws like that. I guess that's what it is.
Well, a lot of people are afraid of
even if you go
divorce
get married in
because
another country because
look
you
at
don't
the
mess
laws
with
that come with
American
divorce.
laws. But this
Yeah,
my
Look
thing.
at the
If
most of the
laws
time it
that
go to
come
the
with. What if that relationship, that marriage, that contract deconstructs and you no longer are together? Now divorce is also in play.
yeah.
So
Most
yes,
of the time, like
now the
okay,
law
say if
is
it's a
still
guy.
on your grounds.
You know how like some of these celebrities and stuff is like even with that situation, like when they do that, that's why they be having doing a little prenup thing because some of the time some people get married and most of the time, okay, say if a man that made a lot of money and stuff or whatever, you know, as soon as they break up, the chick that ain't had nothing to do with it, they just automatically take half of that boy or whatever, and that's why you know it's just so many different things I guess that happens. You know that they got under the American law and all that stuff. It's just some people
Right.
just be trying to avoid it for real. That's all it
And
is.
that's
this
the
is my
issue
thing.
because
This is my
we
thing.
prepare
At
more
the
for divorce than we do for marriage.
right,
We
and
have
my thing
divorce at the
is
forefront of
Right.
our
if
Yeah,
we are
thoughts. And yes, can it
married,
happen? Yes, but whatever you fixate on is what you're gonna end up
yeah,
with.
most definitely,
So,
most
but
right?
definitely.
Right.
if you be more
If
careful about who you connect to and take time
Yeah,
to
you gotta be
learn them,
careful. You gotta
then
be
you would
careful.
have
Yeah,
less probability of divorce. But we don't do that.
yeah,
Oh, you feel good. That's nice. That's good. You're pretty. You're
yeah,
fine. You're handsome. Pow, let's get married. Boom.
yeah,
You didn't think about the business of marriage.
yeah. But I mean, like I said, I let people do them though. Like I said, I got a friend that's like
Mhm.
that. He literally like him and his girl been with each other for 14, probably dang near 20 years now. I think since high school and
and
stuff,
guess
whatever.
what? But guess
And
what, Kate? That situation right there could end very badly for her because if something should happen to him, let's say they bought a house together, and something happens to him, guess what? She don't get to do? Keep her house. If something happens to him and they got joint bank accounts or he's got a bank account and everything's supposed to go, guess what happens, Kev? Her family, his family contests that. And that's what people, men marry women to protect them.
Yep, that covering.
You get
That part.
married for protection. And this is the problem when you don't, everybody wants to say that marriage is a piece of paper, but it's not. It's a
Hell
covenant.
no, it's not.
You understand? It is a covenant. And because people don't understand what the covenant of marriage is, they take it lightly. And don't get
yeah.
me wrong, there are many married people who make marriage look really bad. I get that.
Do you
I
say covenant is the American law? That's what you say, the covenant? You think
no
that's the covenant?
covenant
Well,
is biblical.
yeah.
That's
In some
biblical.
states, in Louisiana, you can choose to have a standard marriage or a covenant marriage in Louisiana. Like
That's what I was saying. I
if you get a
figured that
divorce in
because
Louisiana, you have to be
do
separated
you
for
need
1 year
a
before
third
it files
party
through.
to do you need a third party to get married though?
You got to
Like
have
a,
a
a
witness.
witness, a
Witness.
witness,
Yeah,
a
you need a
witness.
So you
witness.
have
Yeah.
to have a witness. Where that's in the Bible though.
No, look.
It
Let's hold
doesn't.
on. Let's break this down.
Well, yeah, the
So
Marriage
who?
witnesses in the
is not a
Bible have
Wait,
biblical
witnesses.
statement. It is a
huh?
legal statement in the place you live.
Oh, it's a
So
legal
the
statement.
marriage in the church just holds a ceremony. They have no power over marriage. If you get divorced, do you go to the church? No, you go to court. If you're getting
Yes.
married, you go to
Right.
court. The court has the
Wait,
legally
I don't.
binding document. The church just acknowledges it as a
Yeah.
ceremony to let
Right.
everybody know. But that is absolutely not necessary because you could just go to court, get married, and leave out. Matter of fact, go to
Yeah.
Vegas this week with somebody, you can get married, come back. No
Do
church
you
involved.
believe?
But
Okay, here
even
go
the
another
person that
thing. Do
Right,
you
but when
believe
you
you in
get
people?
court
divorced,
Do
goes
you?
when you
down
get
as your
divorced,
witness.
it's through a whole nother system.
Yeah.
So
Right.
So
it,
do you believe that? Because I be thinking a little deeper than of what marriage can really be. You know what I'm saying? Do you believe some people are married and not even spiritually married for real? You know what I'm saying? They just got the title. You know what I'm saying? They just got the title in the paper, but they not
Yes,
really spiritually
yes.
Yes.
married.
Just because you say I do doesn't mean you have a spiritual bonding. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I mean.
mhm.
And so I feel like that's
Because
what, and I feel like it's
a
more of a
lot of
spiritual
people,
bond than anything.
but this is the other thing. But this is the other thing, Kev. There are people that are married that aren't believers and have
Yeah,
good marriages. They
exactly.
have good marriages.
That
I know
part.
Yeah,
people who
Yeah.
aren't believers, but they have wonderful marriages.
yeah.
So when we're talking about marriage, like for me, it's different because I believe I'm a believer in God, and
Yeah.
I'm a believer in the Scripture, right? So my marriage for me is different, but I would never look at somebody who's married legally married but don't believe it, I will never tell them they can't have a good marriage because
Right.
of my
Yeah.
belief. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
But that's a
But
prime
my
example.
marriage is legal and spiritual.
Yeah.
I have a marriage contract and a covenant with my husband.
Yeah. But
And
I
a
was
lot
saying
of
that's a
people
prime
don't
example that you can even if people don't believe, you said people don't believe in God, it's still no, if believing in God or not, that don't not make it a spiritual connection. You know what I'm saying? So it's
Right.
obvious that you have to have a spiritual connection for it to work. You know what I'm saying? It got to be
Yeah.
something
no.
that y'all both
So
see with
Kevin,
each other
so
to make it
you want to
work.
clarify
Kevin,
that,
I
right?
think you're
That
talking
word
about
spiritual.
chemistry, not
Huh?
spiritual
Yeah.
connection. I think you're
So
talking
watch
about
this.
chemistry, not spiritual connection.
Chemistry. But
Now hold on, let's
do-
back up a little bit. That's right. But the word spiritual, if you translate it to the Greek for biblical purposes, it means
equally
mind,
yoked
thoughts.
Mhm.
We over
energy.
spiritualize. I don't like using that word in this, but when you translate that language in, is the mindset being on the same mind. So when
Yeah.
you are getting
Mhm.
married spiritually, you're on the same thought pattern, same
The
thought
Yeah.
same page,
process.
on the
Most
same
And what
page,
happens is
correct.
people not talking it out to see
definitely.
we're on
Right.
the same, we have the same mental capacities, and
Exactly.
they're unequally yoked.
Yeah,
That's
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 exactly
correct.
that's what I mean
That
by
is correct.
there.
That is there
But
is
that's
no
why I
cap in
said,
that last statement.
yeah,
Right.
that's what
Right.
I be meaning
Right.
about how do because even like so say if we was go biblical or something like that, like who was the one that married, the first people that came on earth was what they say, Adam and Eve. Who
Well,
married
do
them?
they have a
Was
marriage
it was
contract?
God,
God.
right?
That's a good
There
question.
were no witnesses. There were no witnesses.
Yeah, exactly. So that
Guys,
made them not married.
no. But in the Bible, you that covenant that J Love was talking about happens through sex. So that's
Yes.
why it's
Yeah, so that's what I'm
problematic.
saying. It gotta be different. That's
Right.
why I say it
Consummation.
gotta be something deeper than what we currently got going on right now. It
But
gotta
do
be
you know
Mhm.
something
why
deeper.
the covenant is what it is? Through sex.
So look, so watch this, right? So let me do this real quick.
Wait, let's not
Y'all-
don't J Lo. Can you remember that question? I want us to touch on that.
Yeah.
So
Go ahead.
let's talk about this.
The
I'm talking about
covenant
this.
through sex.
I used to be a pastor, so I used to be a teacher. So let me break this down, right? The Jewish covenant, the marriage customs was very simple, and it fills all that stuff you've been reading, right? If you saw a wife, the families talk. What he needed to do is save up his funds to go over there and pay a dowry. He went over there to the father, dealt with her. Not much dialogue with her. It was a business transaction. Why did he pay a dowry? A couple of reasons. One of us to ensure that if it didn't work out, there was some funds to take care of and replace it. Number two, you pull the work out of his home. You got to replace that worker, so he's got to hire somebody. So he went over there, made a deal. He went back home to his father and built the house, got his money back up again. And roughly about a year later, at an unexpected time, he showed back up to claim the bride. She got all the way back to the home where they celebrated, separated from her family. And at that point, this was embarrassing. He consummated the marriage with her. She stayed in a tent for 7 freaking days while he celebrated out there. It was a shame and a rite of passage for one, which was a shameful thing. From that point on, they were married. Now, watch this. This is why when you read that story about the man who turned around and married a woman and then found out he got the wrong woman and had to go back and get the right woman, that's Jacob, right? So it was first and foremost a business transaction, which was unfair to the woman. What we forgot is that all of this started off as a business transaction, but the heart of a marriage is really the spiritual connection at the end of the day. You got to be
Right.
mentally connected and obligated, committed for it to even work. So you can do
Right.
it for the money, but at the end of the day, I'm gonna say this part and I'm getting out of the way, is you have to do it for both reasons. Because if you don't deal with the business side of it, when divorce shows up, you sure will at that point.
Yeah,
So you
right
got
now,
to
yeah.
think about the long term, the business and the
Most
spiritual
definitely.
connection, and make that work. And that's how you find out about compatibility. Because, baby, if you don't understand what I understand, it ain't gonna ever work out. And then it's
Yeah.
gonna be painful on the backside of that. And then we're gonna be jumping from relationship to relationship to relationship. But a marriage is about let's have a real dialogue. And when we modernize it, let's talk, because most women are not covered. You don't have to go to their families. You go straight to them. So we don't have that covering that transactional period anymore. So now it's like, okay, women have to be equipped and educated about, hey, let me know my value. Let me let him know what I'm worth. He's got to know what he's bringing to the table, and we got to have a real conversation. Baby, it's good to in the relationship say, hey, what's your credit score? What you think about money? What you think about kids and discipline? And if we're not compatible, I don't care how cute you are, this is not going to work for the long term.
That's the thing. Expectations need to be discussed at the beginning.
But
That
honestly,
part.
to me, I believe that we need to take expectations off the table, because we're setting our expectations based on the way we were raised, what we saw our
That
fathers
part.
do, what we didn't see our fathers do, what we saw our mothers do, what we didn't. So we really need to go into our relationships without these expectations. I believe you can set boundaries, right?
So
Or what
Your
about
bound-
terms and
well, that was
conditions?
my next question. What is the difference between what is opposite of expectations?
a
Boundaries.
boundaries is the opposite of expectations.
You have to
But
set
if
it for
we go,
yourself. But if that
so
other
listen,
person isn't willing
my
to give it to
boundary,
you, then what?
huh?
If that other person isn't willing to give you that, do you
What give
break
you
your own
boundaries?
boundary,
Then you
or do
return it
you?
back to the store.
Let me look.
Right.
Let me answer what J Lo said. Right? She said boundaries, and I will add something to boundaries. Right? Adaptability. Know how
Yes.
adaptable you are, because when you get in a relationship, you got to know, because who you marry today is not going to be the same person next year. I promise you.
I feel
As
I
they
understand
mature
that.
in age and go through experiences, they evolve, and you got to know if you have the ability to adapt to who that person is going to, who they are, and also who they may become.
So
So
the
where your
difference between
tolerance,
boundaries and
isn't that where our
expectations is
tolerance level comes in?
Yeah.
What
Yep.
we're willing to tolerate?
That's it.
so when we set expectations, we're basing them on what we saw somebody do. So
Right.
a lot of women will say, I want a man like my father. My father paid all the bills, my father cut the grass, my father took out the trash, whatever, right?
He showed
When
did.
you meet when so when you meet a man, a lot of people set that as their expectations. I want the man to take out the trash, cut the grass, mow the lawn, whatever that is. I'm not saying, that's just an example, right? Your boundaries are, I don't necessarily expect him to do that. I would like for him to do it, but if he doesn't do it, we got to have a conversation about it, because either you gonna pay somebody to do it, or you got to figure out who's gonna do it.
That part.
For yourself.
But or you gonna do it yourself. Your boundaries are more bigger things. My boundary is, you not fixing to put your hands on me. That's the boundary. That's a hard line.
You know what?
You know what I'm saying? I don't expect for you not to do it. My boundary is, you not gonna do it. We not crossing that. So
boundaries aren't for the other person. Boundaries are for you.
Set expectations, we're setting ourselves up for failure, because when you set that expectation and they don't meet it, does that mean that they're less of who you marry? You see what I'm saying? Are they less of
right
a person? Because a lot of the times we have expectations that are unspoken. We have expectations that we never tell our partner. This is what I expect from you.
We also have expectations of ourselves too.
Yeah.
We also have expectations of ourselves.
Right.
And sometimes we don't meet them. And then what?
Right.
But again,
you know,
the root word of expectations is to expect, right? And you have to do that based off of something that you've seen before, or something that you want.
That's why
right? I think right. And so, like, again, it's different from your boundaries, like J-Lo said, because your boundaries is not something that you have to have experienced before. This is something that you want. These are your terms and conditions, right? If we want to think about it as far as contracts go. These are things that you're not willing to budge on. Expectations is literally just like, oh, like, I wish, or maybe this is, like, it's not as solid as a boundary. And a boundary is not, somebody said it was a defensive stance. I don't think it's a defensive stance. It's just is what it is. You're either gonna meet that or you're not.
Well, because expectations can change. That's why expectations can change. I met your expectation. I met your expectations, and it's still not good enough.
That's called
expectations change. Boundaries don't. Boundaries are built.
What's up, Kev?
I'm trying to, because this sounds like that same thing we was talking about the other night when we was talking about what we saying?
It sure does.
Common sense and normal.
No one is
and
allowed to say common sense.
Oh, common and normal. That's what we was talking about. We was talking about normal and common. So that's not the same thing. So with this expectation and boundary, it sounds like, because you could do the same thing with both of them. So because, like, if either one of them get broken, you know what I'm saying, it can still affect somebody. You know what I'm saying? It seems like the same thing, because if you break a
So,
boundary or you break an
so
expectation, it seems like the
let me
same exact
let me
thing.
add this
Kip,
to it, right?
Kip,
So,
if
go into
a boundary is not for the other person, it's for you. It's something
right.
you create within yourself so that somebody doesn't
right,
go against it.
and
So
when a
one of my
person
favorite.
Don't you do expectations
expectations,
within yourself too, though?
no,
Something you expect
no,
internally, like I'm not gonna expect.
no,
You know, I expect to
no,
not get treated wrong or something like that. I expect, or you gotta.
no.
What?
It's
Whoa,
not the
whoa,
same.
we're getting a little confused here. Check this out. The problem with the modern word expectations, that's an assumption that whatever you're thinking is going to come true. That's an expectation, because the opposite of expectation is
I guess I get it.
not having faith in it. You
I
understand? When
think
you don't have faith in something, when you don't have faith, you're having faith that what you thought is going to come true. That's what an expectation is. Now, there are realistic expectations, and then there are false expectations, depending on who's assuming this expectation. A boundary can be built, and it also could mean what you are capable of and what you lack of. Being
Right.
realistic is the key here. But how many of us are realistic when it comes to our expectation standards and boundaries? That's the
Now,
shit
Which
right
why
there.
now,
that's why I remove expectations out of my vocabulary and to my
Right.
spouse,
so
because
J
you
Love,
say
what
to a
what
grown
you
man,
do, what you do
when
is
you
what
say
I talk about all the time, right? My favorite quote is this: methods are many, principles are few, methods change, principles never do. And I think in a relationship, you should have some principles to stand on and be open to the
yes,
method. And I'm gonna support that with what J Love said. She said this, and I'm not quoting it verbatim, just based on light memory, is that I want the yard cut. Whether he cuts it or pays somebody to cut it, right? It doesn't matter. The point was, the principle is, I would like the yard to be manicured. When you got unrealistic expectations is when a man who actually works out there on a certain job, makes the money and can afford it, but you still want him to come home and cut the grass himself. That's unrealistic expectations. The point was, did you want the grass cut, or is it so important to you that he do it himself? Long as it got done, you should be satisfied. I want a woman that can cook. Well, shoot, y'all got enough money she could pay a chef, then what's the issue? That's
you're
why
equal.
marriages fail, because the methodology is flawed. You want to force somebody to do it the way you do it, or you think, and realistically, they're getting it done, just not under your control.
That's control. Exactly. That control.
What's up, Kev?
Okay, I got it now. I had to do the same thing I had to do with the other one, look it up. So I think I get it now. I get it a little bit. So I say the difference is boundaries keep us safe,
Read the
much
whole
like
thing.
physical boundaries. Expectation gives no property line to another person. They simply voice unmet desires, is the state of thinking or hoping that something will happen. So I think I
Right, right.
get it.
So look, an expectation can be like an assumption. And an assumption really means
Yeah.
coming to a conclusion without the fucking facts. So there are no facts in expectations, because it's not a fact until it actually happens. Is there a chance that your expectations will not be met? So it cannot be factual, because the opposite of expectations could also be certainty. You're not
Right.
certain with an expectation. It's not a fact. You say this is where people bug out with this. It's what, look, I want the grass cut, but I don't want to cut it. Who's left to do that?
I just thought about something too, though. So this how this how it work now. So just because I think about it, said something dealing with being safe or whatever. So I could say that my boundary is, if you wreck my peace, you up out of here. You know what I'm saying, like that. But if I make an expectation that somebody, I can't make the expectation that somebody's going to do it, even though, you know what I'm saying. But it's just like once, it's basically setting myself up to say that I expect you to keep my peace, you know what I'm saying, to keep my peace, which would be wrong. So that's why, I see the difference now. I see the difference though. So the other one is like something that you
That's why I tell
expect.
people
Yes,
take
that podcast.
expectations
It's
off
like
the
it's like
table,
another
because I'm
way of
telling
seeking validation.
Yes, because when you set expectations, you're basically like Lovely said, you're trying to control the situation. I
Right.
expect a lot of women I expect you to pay all the bills. Well, if you never had that conversation, you're setting yourself up for failure.
It should be common sense, right? It should be common sense.
Right.
Meanwhile,
Well,
she's sitting over there on her doctorate.
Hey, I get that a
doing
lot.
nothing.
Nah, I get it though. I get that a lot.
Oh,
Nah.
no.
You see, this
That
is what I'm
makes
trying to
sense, though.
tell you.
It is dangerous. Expectation itself is kind of dangerous.
But
Like,
pay for everything. I got my doctorate. It's for my Birkin bag.
yeah.
No, baby, no.
Look, it's very simple.
$20,000 Birkin bag with $20 in the wallet. Come on now.
Yeah, so that's the thing. Are you going to expect Birkin bag?
I will say that women will set unrealistic expectations, and not only will we set unrealistic expectations, but we'll move the goalpost. We will get that man to flip whatever it is that we want him to do, and then as soon as he does that thing, we'll go, but that ain't enough.
J-Love.
You see what I'm saying?
But here's the problem. I hear you blaming women, but let me blame weak men. Here's what they say: happy wife, happy life.
Ooh.
So we're gonna give her every. And here's what my rebuttal. No, happy us ain't
almost
no fuss.
boot you.
That's what I
almost booted you, King, for saying that.
Say it again. Happy house.
He almost got block number 2 saying that word in here. I don't be saying that word. I don't like that word. I had to grow up hearing that word. I'm like, what the heck?
Happy spouse, happy house. At the
end. I like that one. I like that.
It needs to be it needs to be a joint effort. We need to look like Kevin Hart say. Look, we need to look like a unit. We got to work together, because you know what, baby, you a little smarter than me, and because you smarter than me, you might be getting a job that's paying higher than me. I just got to bust my ass to work too, but hey, because you can get the bag, go get it. Let's work as a team based on our abilities. I'm not all about that putting everything on you.
Oh, look, I said that. I feel like I want to blame the weak man for why a lot of women is a certain way anyway. I always said that too, because they do just, they allow all type of stuff, and just even that saying right there, that be messing up a lot of people's heads and stuff. Yes. Happy wife, happy life, and all that stuff. Like, dude, what about her? It's two sides to a relationship. You know what I'm saying? Both of y'all should be happy. So why? It's like you gotta be brought up to kiss butt just to have a happy. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. Why is they making that be a? That's crazy.
Because men are taught that as long as they make the woman happy, they can always get the cat. That's what
man. They almost let me throw my phone.
Watch this. So, J-Lo, what happened?
American women, we are raised to lead with our cats. I'm serious.
When you train him with a treat, he act like a dog. That's the facts. You want your man to stop acting like a dog? Stop rewarding him with a treat. That's it. This is not part of your reward system.
Listen, women are taught if you don't give up the cookie,
have
you
laws,
whatever you want. Lies. Let me tell you something. I'm a grown woman. We all grown on this life. I don't care if I'm mad, glad, happy, or sad. If I need King to verbalize this, because he know what I'm about to say.
Say it and I'll rephrase it. I got you.
Okay. If I need to get my back broke in, I don't care if I'm mad. At the end of the day, what I'm holding it for? To get what I want? No, that's not how that works.
So what J-Love is saying is that the physical pleasure is mutually or reciprocity involved. She has the same desires as he does. So why would I use that against him to prevent myself from experiencing the same pleasure that he wants as well? Let's mutually share that and work out the rest of the details later.
Ding, 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 ding.
That part.
Thank you.
Because the woman is the prize.
That part.
But wait a minute. Is it one of the reasons?
Parts of yourself when you know you want it too.
But here's the thing. Women do it because it works.
That's because that's the only thing they got to offer, though. That's the only thing they got to offer.
If you want a man to behave, hold back.
It used to work. It used to work until
yesterday. You're right.
Side chick became really real.
J Love, this is what
We got options.
So
We got
back in the
options
day,
now.
women used to use that. It was a joystick, which basically controls the movement of the character. But the problem was more joysticks became available. So now it's not as effective as it used to be, because now we used to plug in one controller, and now
We
they're
still
plugging in
got the
4
rose.
controllers.
Hey, maybe you can just go to another country and find it.
You for sure gonna find it, you know.
Look,
You don't know. You don't know what you're gonna find. You don't know what you're gonna
Technological
find.
advancements, we can go online and find it.
when you're married,
Life is a risk, you know what I'm saying? So hey,
there is no, and I keep trying to get people to understand this. In order to be successful in your relationship, you have to understand that just because you have an agreeable person does not mean you're going to be happy. It does not mean your relationship is going to last. As a matter of fact, you're probably driving it to hell faster with gasoline draws on when you have that person.
Right.
Well, I would say, but a super non-agreeable ain't no better.
No, I was gonna say, I'm not saying have a combative person. That's not what you're looking for. That's not the goal. But you don't want somebody that every time you speak, they go, yes, darling.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Like, who wants that? I don't
Coming to America.
Whatever you like. Wants a woman who can't think, because this girl is barking.
There you go. There you go, girl. There you go, Petty.
And let's not confuse that with being submissive, ladies and gentlemen.
No, I don't want to think for 2 people. I want to think. No, I need some help thinking. You know what? The human brain uses 7 to 10%. Hey, look, can you bring your 10%? So we got 20%. Because me carrying the load for 2. If I got 10, we working with 5 because I'm giving you half. That doesn't work for me, baby. Matter of fact, I want a woman that's smarter than me in some areas. Please be smarter than me. Help me out, baby. They call her a help me meet the goal. I need that in my life. I don't want to be right all the time. Sometimes I want to be wrong because that means I'm learning something.
Right.
But
I don't want to be controlling.
But this is the thing, when you try to have these conversations with people to explain to them that marriage is not this controlling, I tell you what to do, you tell me what to do. She's got to always be agreeable. He is man, hear him roar.
That's not real leadership. That's not real leadership.
Men, what I've learned is sometimes men just need to come in the house and lay their head in the bosom of your chest and just lay there. And that's all they need. They just need to come lay their head in your lap because they done had a long haul.
Hold on.
I've never had that. I've never had that in my life. If I wanted to come home and lay my head between the mountains, I gotta hear everything that happened in that day in a 5-minute span, because the moment I have to speak, I gotta go.
So ladies and gentlemen, what most men love is a soft spot to rest his head in the end of a busy day that is smooth like a baby's bottom, and he can actually feel like he's being caressed.
What'd you say, Lovely?
So what does a woman do when the man doesn't want that?
Doesn't want what?
Doesn't want to lay in the bosom.
No. We're talking about sometimes. I'm speaking as a man. Sometimes a man wants to come home to fucking silence. Sometimes a man needs silence. We don't want to tell you shut up. We don't want to shut you down. But sometimes we don't get read right. You know how they say read the room? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're the ones that need to read the room. We need to know what the climate is. You stick your toe in the pool before you go head first. Most women that I have met, I'm not speaking for all, do not read the room. They don't care because they want to express themselves first, regardless of what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I've come home from a 12-hour shift, right? I've come home from a trip driving hours, 20 hours. I got fascinating shit to say. I could tell you that, hey, I ran out of gas in a town that it looked crazy. I could tell you a lot of funny shit, but you know what? None of that matters. Because you got to tell me the problem you had with the fucking faucet while I was gone. You know what I'm saying?
Come home every day to a honey-do list, a honey feel like this list, a honey this is my issue list. And I ain't, look, like me and my wife talk about that, right? I'm a business consultant. I'm talking to so many people all day long, and my 90% of my clients are women. So I got to listen to their emotional seat all day long. I'm not saying you on the back burner, baby, but I'm saying when I get home, at least put me on the front burner, warm me up, and then let me take to what I don't want to be is your trash can every time I walk in the house. After a long day's work.
So
That part.
somebody said
You
my
have to
husband don't
understand.
like to talk about
Everybody
his
needs
day
their
when I
own
can
peace.
tell he's stressed. I can tell you why he doesn't want to talk about his day when he's stressed.
hmm
A couple of reasons, but the main reason is because he feels like whatever you've gone through throughout that day, he doesn't want to lay at your feet.
That
And
part.
so
Yeah.
Yes.
I get
hmm
that you want to be supportive, but men are natural protectors, and whatever has happened in his day, he don't want to burden you
He's
with that.
done.
Shut up and
Does
He's
not want to
done.
worry you with that.
He's done
Yes,
with
You
his
yes.
trying to
day.
force him, let me tell you, stop doing that. Stop trying to
hmm
force him to talk to you, because you have to
Right.
learn to read your spouse. So if
Yeah.
he walks in that house
hmm
and he's not talking to you about work, don't try to force it out of him. Let
Yeah.
him come in and sit down, and he's either going to tell you, or you giving him that 15, 30
Yeah.
hours worth of just, hey babe, you had a hard day, you want something to drink, you ready to eat dinner, how you feeling? If he tells you I'm good, let that be. Because I'm telling you, you going, well, I can tell something's wrong. Well, what happened today? All that does is add on to that stress meter. I'm telling you.
You
You know
don't
what
talk
they
to
call
me. You
that?
don't talk to me.
You
You
know what
don't
they call
include
that,
me.
Jayla? They call
What?
that nagging. They call it nagging and complaining.
It is
And
that.
you're
No, no,
fighting
no.
about your
What
day.
I'm gonna tell you what it is. I'm gonna tell you what it is. Is that a man needs a certain amount of time to try to articulate what he feels, and he can't because he's
That
still
part
going
right
through
there.
it. You're not
Right.
allowing him to vent on his
Right.
own to get to a point where he could fucking communicate with you. You know what I'm
So
saying?
Exactly.
men
He
have a
he
natural,
needs
and
some
this is from
space.
woman to woman. Men have a natural wake up aggression. They don't naturally wake up and go, "Oh, it's a beautiful day today." They wake up and go, God dang it, I got to go deal with these people, the world. I got to put this smile on my face. I
Right.
got to figure out who's going to
Especially
question
men of
my
color.
level of intelligence. Who's going to do this to me? Then I got to make sure that these kids have what they need. My wife has what she needs. Every bill, I've met every ounce of money that needs to be met for the month. Like, this is how they wake up.
We are
Right.
24-hour figure it out type of people for the responsible men out
And
here.
they should.
We're not talking about the people that understand this. For the
No, we're
responsible
talking
Excuse me,
about
Ray
men,
Ray.
responsible men.
we are on a 24-hour fix it, solve it,
Right.
figure it out. All types of shit are going on.
Hold on 1 second. I take it personal, like he doesn't trust me with his emotions. He doesn't. He's a man. It's not you,
We
it's everybody. That's
look.
how
Let me
we
say that.
are.
Let me say this, as a man,
Hey,
right?
hey, Kenichi.
You have
Or
got
King
to
Joe.
allow us to hand you our emotions, right?
Mm-hmm.
We have to, because first of all, we know that the woman's emotional sheet is a rainbow, and ours is one or two damn crayons. So I care about you. So what I got to do is I got to process this shit and mix these colors up for a little bit. So like when I get home, let's tell you my routine. I get home, I go in that bathtub in that bathroom. That's my sanctuary. I'm in that tub for anywhere from an hour to an hour and a half.
And
And
that
I'm just
bubble bath.
processing everything, downloading. And my wife might have asked me in the door, how was your day? It was all right. It was messed up, but I'm good. Once I come out the bathroom, I start eating. Baby, guess what happened?
Fresh,
Now,
fresh,
because now
fresh.
I have to be mindful of your sensitivity when I'm expressing what I'm going through because I care about you. Because I can't
Right.
talk to you like one of the boys. One of the boys, I
Right.
can say, man, this motherfucker was messed up. I could talk like that, but I can't do that with you because I value you a little bit more in who you are. So I have to decompress,
Mm-hmm.
gather my thoughts, and then come and talk to you because you're my queen. And I don't think you should talk to a queen any kind of way. And the thing is, sometimes if I need to vent a certain way to get it out, I need to call her amiga and not talk to Sharita.
Right.
I have to be mindful of that. So give me my space and I'm gonna give you your place. That's just how I operate.
That is
So,
so fucking
Well,
important.
it's
Holy
not
God.
just
I'm gonna
giving you
say,
your space. You took that space, right? Who ran the bathwater?
yeah.
Who ran the
Oh,
bathwater?
well,
You
she
take
learns to
yours.
read me. When she sees my demeanor, she'll say, baby, you taking a bath or a shower? And I say, I'm about to take a bath. She'll say, I got it. So now I'm taking my time getting undressed instead of rushing to get in that bathroom and run my own water. So we learn to read each other,
Gotta know
and
your
that's
partner.
important. Let me this statement I told my wife when we first got back. I'm gonna ask you one thing. Just let me be a effing man. Let me be
Yeah.
a man, and I'm going to take care of you. Stop asking me to be you. I'm not a woman. We process differently. And I got to let you be a woman. If you need to vent, fuss, cry, I'm going to let you do that. But don't ever stop me from being a man. You let me be a man, I'm going to let you be a woman, and we going to be all right.
Let me
That's
please
what
add
that's what I was
To
just about to.
the Shayna,
let me
how long have you been married with? I mean, at the end of the day, as a woman, people always ask me how I've managed to be with the same man for so long. I do it because I study my husband. I can
That part.
tell you by the way he speaks what his day is like. I can tell you if he's got if it's a room full of people. I can tell you if who done pissed him off. I can tell you who did it just by certain verbiage that he uses when he talks to me. I can read him because I study him. I understand who I can. My husband, you may hear him sometimes on this live, and you may hear him say, "You don't know me." He's saying that because I can tell you what he's thinking before he thinks. I can tell you what's gonna trigger him. I had to tell somebody the other day, there are certain words you can't use with my husband. Should, need to, why didn't you? Oh no, don't do
those
that.
are all obligation words. Look, let me help the nugget here. Let me help the nugget. I gotta say this, Kev. Let me get this out because I'm about to throw up. Check it out. A very high percentage of men need to be left alone to do what you can't do because we are getting ready for you. If you let us be, it's because we need to shapeshift to get ready to have that conversation with you. We can't do it right away because we didn't have enough time on the way home or in between the 50 things you asked me to pick up on the way home or the I'm already doing duties before I get home. You're already calling me and asking me to pick something up on the way home. And I'm just giving you examples. Ladies, pay attention. A very large percentage of men are getting ready, okay, for you. But you push us the fuck away by trying to pressure us into forcing us to do something that we're not ready to do, and in the process of doing it, it's fucking insane.
Let me give y'all a hack. For those that have been married and you want a book and then Kevin need to talk, I'm going to show y'all a book that will change your freaking perception in life. Right there.
Oh.
Yes. Kev, what you got?
Get him, Kev.
I'm not gonna be too late though, because I was trying to catch it early. I feel like I'm just gonna be re-saying it, but I was just saying, well, I guess I can put it my way though. It's just the thing is, you got to realize that men and women, and that's the thing is, they always think. I don't know why they make it seem like men and women are the same. Men and women are not the same. You know what I'm saying? You might be the one that want to express yourself, all this and stuff. Yes, he's built to take that. You know what I'm saying? For you to come into work and, say what you got to say because he got to listen to you. Because men are, we don't want to sit there and because we like solution based. I'm gonna put it that way. Like we want to try to we gonna run through a problem and then we gonna try to find a way to try to fix it. You know what I'm saying? We gonna try to find a way. Like if I got a problem at work or something like that, and I'm not about to come home and just talk, because most of the time you ain't gonna be able to got the answers for me to even fix what I got going on outside the work. Women, they want to be heard. They feel better because it coats their feelings. So of course they want to express themselves. Even though, they might not be able to do it, but they just want to express themselves because that's how majority of women are built. They just want to express themselves and see, how, I don't know how I'm trying to say that, but I'm talking to say it too. I had too much in my mind that I was trying to get to it. No, but my whole thing is just men are basically, they're built different. You know what I'm saying? They're built different so you can't expect because my man I'm trying to get it out of him or whatever, you know what I'm saying? He just see it as in that, it's no point of talking about it because it's not really nothing you can do about what he's going through at that moment because it's like it's outside the job or whatever. And another thing is he don't want to bring all that to you and stuff. He want to make sure you're good. And that's like his goal is to make sure you are good. You know what I'm saying? Vice versa, like you might want to make sure he good. But the thing is, it's just, something about a man, they just want to make sure that their family is good. You know what I'm saying? And he got us all, because if he's sitting there, doing the same thing you doing and stuff, it's gonna be like, who is, how you gonna, because I know you look at your man as a protector, right? He a protector and stuff. Would that look like him looking like he can't handle his business or something like that. You know what I'm saying? What that's gonna look like, if you know. So he gotta be like, all right, I'm not gonna, I can't do this. I can't sit here and cry about my job and all that stuff because it's gonna make me look like that this job is taking over me or something like that. That he
Right.
not strong enough to take up for himself type stuff. You know what I'm saying?
What if he came home every day and you say, "How was your day?" and just bust out crying every day? Oh man, I can't believe what
That's what we're trying to avoid. If you don't want to see a man, in his feelings, let him deal with himself first so that you don't see his emotional side. Because a man don't want to be in his feelings. It ain't got nothing to do about being vulnerable. It ain't about that. If you don't want to see a man in his feelings, let him flush his mental, spiritual, and emotional fucking toilet. He got a lot of shit going on. Let him remove all that extra so that he could be cool, calm, and collected and actually have a real conversation with you without feeling the pressure or the obligation. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is crazy.
Well, that's the thing,
let us
though.
process
The woman taking it in has to be receiving of that. You got to take that in too. There's accountability on both parts. We got to take in the fact that, hey, my man may not spread all his emotions, or he may only give me one emotion. Who knows? But you have to be a receiver too.
You'd be surprised what you can get from a man if you just listen to him.
Right.
Let me hear what the lovely lady came up to say.
Hey, Shanna.
Oh, well, I appreciate you bringing me
You
up.
look like Cardi B in that picture.
Really? Oh, okay.
You like Cardi B from Far Man.
I like Cardi B. No, I do. I wanted to say, the only thing, I get what y'all are saying. It's just so hard when you see somebody, I don't want to say suffering, but when you feel the tension, when you feel that like uncomfortable, and it's like I want to address it. Like I want to break it down because I know how I get. I'm literally calling my husband from the school bus line, like these teachers. I'm calling in the moment when it's happening, when I'm frustrated. Like, calm me down before I cut somebody out. Like, help me through this.
Okay,
so
so
I just kind of wanted to be.
Let me tell you what the key to your answer is, because literally just went through this weekend. There are times as his wife, you need to say to him, babe, you got to go find somebody to talk to. I ain't saying you're crazy. I ain't saying your brain is touched. None of that. But you've got to get whatever you're feeling off your chest. And I know you can't do it with me, and that's okay. But I need you to go talk to somebody. Because and that somebody could be your best friend, it could be the pastor, it could be a therapist, it could be anybody that's just going to hear him out as from the man standpoint. Because there are things about my husband that he just can't bring to me. And it's not because he doesn't trust me. It's not because he doesn't think I won't listen to him. It is because the natural aggression of a man will scare the life out of you. And that's what he's trying to avoid. He doesn't want you to see that side of him because he doesn't want you to take it differently. There's an aggression in your husband, and I don't even know it, but just as a man, there's an aggression in him that if you see it, you're going to be like, oh, wait, whoa, hold on. And he's afraid that you can't handle that. And he's never going to show it to you because you're his wife. And his duty is to protect you from that. So what you need to say is, babe, you and the boys need to get together and go somewhere, have, if it's, your bed, whatever that is, right? You just got to give him that space. But if you keep asking him, it's going to take him to a place where he's going to, and you're not going to like it. And it's not because he doesn't love you or trust you. It's just simply because men need to vent to men. And women, and it took me a long time. I've been with my husband for 28 years. It took me a long time to understand I can't be my husband's best friend in every situation. And when men get married, they don't go, oh, I want my wife to be my best friend. Because there are things about men that we just won't ever understand. I'm just being real. It's not about lack of love for you. It's about needing a man to talk to another man to say, hey man, look, this is what I'm going through. They doing this to me at this job. I don't know how to tell my wife. I don't really want, because at some point he's going to come to you and go, babe, this is what I've been going through. This is where I'm stressed at.
Right.
This is what happened.
Right.
But you got to tell him
And
to
guys,
go vent that off.
Hey, look, even when
He's
you do
probation.
that, say if you do
get first.
let him go talk to his boy, huh? Somebody talking?
What'd you say?
No, I was gonna say I'm saying he's a probation officer, so it's bad. And I can only imagine.
You
But
need to
I-
let him go. He got to go talk to somebody. You
Yeah.
can't fix that for him.
Most
Yeah, I was about to say, like, even when you let him talk, so say if you did, just the fact that you like, all right, man, all right, I'll let you talk to you. You know, if you got to talk to his boys or somebody else, the fact that you let him do that, you know what I'm saying, it's gonna let him take the time to breathe and all that stuff. And by the time he get back to you, he gonna like, you know, baby, he gonna probably feel even better, cause like, and then he gonna kind of feel like a certain way, cause he gonna see that he know that you were trying to understand what he was going through or something like that. And then he gonna, you know, you gonna see a whole different good. It's gonna be a good energy when he get back to you, because he know that you was concerned, but he just didn't want to express it to you. You know what I'm saying? So it's good to let him, just let him. Don't take it personal when he like feel a certain way. I'm put it that way. You know what I'm saying? Because it's in protection of you and the family. That's all.
You know, the thing is, one thing you got to recognize is this, right? Is I told my wife when I met her, you have several friends that you share a part of you with. I did not come to replace all of those friends. I came to be an add-on. Because what you better know about who you are is one person cannot handle all of you. I'm going to repeat that again. One person can't handle all of you. Your significant other is handling a major component, but you have to have those other people that offset that. And there's things that I share with certain people in my life that I would never share with my wife. There's things I share with my wife I would never share with them. And it's what keeps balance. Why? Because you can't handle all of me. Kev shares a part of, Kev shares a part of himself on TikTok Live. You know what Kev knows? TikTok can't handle all of him. So what he does, he limits his expression. We all limit our expression on here. So that's the natural order of life. And it doesn't mean the person doesn't care. It doesn't mean they don't love you. Doesn't mean they don't trust you. It means that I understand what you can handle in me. And in order for me to hand you more of me, you've also got to do this. Prove you can handle more of me. And that takes time to do that. That's why relationships grow, where a man, we start venting more and more, talking more and more to the woman as she goes, and we become more receptive to her feedback. Quick story, and I'm getting out of the way, let our maker speak. My wife listens, she's learning, let me say this, learning to listen to me. I got home today, and I had a frustrating day. She read that. My internet was down. I deal in the tech business, right? So my internet's down. I can't do work. I can't move as fast. I can use my hotspot. So I'm a little frustrated. Come home, and she's got to go to another city this evening. I come home, I'm a concealed carry. So I take my device and I place it on the counter in the bedroom. And my wife turns around, and this shows how she's grown to learn who I am, and says, hey, put that away. You need to put that away before the girls get here. And my knee-jerk reaction was, it's going to be all right. We got that. Leave me alone. And she didn't take it personal. Why she didn't take it personal? I am prior military. I've been groomed and trained to be protective of my family. So my access to that is imperative to me, and I feel like I can handle that. But guess what? She did not jump, respond, react to how I did it, because she didn't take it personal. So within 30 seconds of processing what I said, I look up at her and I say, baby, you're right. And I went and got it and brought it into my closet. That was growth in our relationship, because under normal circumstances, you're badgering me and not letting me process what you said, because I'm still coming in the house. I'm thinking about my family. I'm processing the whole day, everything that happens. And the key is, I think somebody said it earlier, is we have to stop, just because you're in a relationship with somebody, stop taking everything personal. Try to understand who the person is you're with and how they deal with life and respond accordingly. And the better you get at that, the more fruitful your relationship becomes and the less conflict you have. Stop taking everything personal and stop trying to make sure that that person you marry is responsible for taking all of your trash, taking all of your emotions, all your thoughts, because no one person can handle all of you at the end of the day. And I'm done.
Well, what you guys were sharing in that moment was your concern.
Yeah.
She was just bringing a concern, and you were bringing a concern.
Look, I'll give you my nugget real quick. It's going to be a short one. We all can agree that by nature, a man is naturally or can be aggressive, right?
Naturally, yes.
Here's the problem. A real man that has confidence is not afraid of no other man. The only man that he's afraid of is himself. And we know what we're capable of doing
that part.
When we are out of pocket, out of cool, calm, and collective mode. We know the destruction that we can cause. We're trying to avoid it. We don't want to go that route. So that decompression that King is talking about, that few minutes, we don't need a long time. An hour to give a man to calm the fuck down and give you the best that he can be is not a big sacrifice, but you want the attention right away, the moment you walk in the door, whatever the case may be. A man is afraid of himself. A real man knows what he's capable of doing, and he knows what triggers him to be that person. And sometimes we are trying to tell you, get the fuck out the radar because you might be the next victim. You might be the unintentional target because you're coming in the line of sight of a fucked up energy that I'm trying to remove. I didn't have time to go to the bar and have a drink, right? I didn't have time to go to the bar and have a drink. I didn't have time to go to the back of the house and shoot some hoops. I don't have a barbell set in the fucking garage. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm coming straight with it. So the only thing I have left is to hide in the fucking bathroom or hide in the TV for half an hour to an hour because we want to avoid how much of an asshole and how fucking dangerous we can be. Because only we know what we're capable and not capable of doing. Those are fucking boundaries.
Boy, you deep. That's the truth.
It's true though. I'm telling you,
So that's
as a wife, even
go
being
hide
a
on the
wife for as
toilet.
long as I've been, that is something that I'm still like. I hey, trust me, I learn every day. So we have to, as wives, we have to want to, because we will push our husbands to a point. We are the one individual that can push him to that point of madness or bring him back from it. So what kind of wife do you want to be? You know what I'm saying?
Why? Because we've seen them at that point. We've
Exactly.
seen them at that point.
Exactly. When a man sees a woman bugging the fuck out, we don't want to see that shit no more. We don't want to see that shit no more.
You said your husband's a probation officer, so I can only imagine what he deals with on a daily basis. He don't want to bring that home to you. He don't want to come and tell you about the felon that walked in his office and told him, "Hey man, if you don't let me off probation, I'm gonna give you a." He don't want to come home and tell you that because he knows that side of his life is going to put you in a place of panic.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
We want to let you know he
we were
got
talking
full
about
control.
earlier is that that man is dealing with problems that nobody knows about. He's taking in everybody else's problems, and at the end of the day, he don't want to deal with nobody else's problems, including his own. Maybe he just needs to release.
Lovely, you said a mouthful. I'm a veteran, and people ask why you don't talk about your military experience. You can't handle that. I can barely handle it.
It's too fucking much. It's too much.
What did you do? I'm not gonna tell you what I did. That's none of your business. You know the only person that might hear that? The therapist. That's the only person who hear that. And so part of my therapy program is to not tell you shit. That's it.
My husband is laughing at you. He is laying at the foot of the bed laughing at you. The truth is, though, it's really real. Like we women are conditioned to talk about everything.
Y'all are natural therapists.
he walks in
Natural
and you talking
therapists,
about
y'all
your
want to
day at
know.
work, your day at
Mhm.
work, what somebody said, these little cheering did this. Oh, let me tell you about this. Oh, babe, I saw these shoes. Oh, I like this pocketbook. Oh, the sink in the kitchen, it ain't acting right. Oh, what's in the refrigerator? It stinks. Oh, you forgot to take your... That man, by the time he walk in and hear all that, he looking at you like, if you don't just sit down for a minute and just hush. Because this man just left my office and told me he was going to me, and you know what I mean? So
Have you ever seen your man or yourself pull up into the driveway and just sit there? Like,
Yeah.
I will just sit in my
does your
car.
husband do that now?
No, he doesn't. But
Because he knows that whatever he
No, I
already
was
is going
asking. I
through.
was asking.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. How do you pronounce your name? Because I don't want to
Just
mispronounce.
call me Aunt because
Not
we
you,
already.
real. I'm talking
Yeah,
to your
but
nice
yeah,
beautiful
but
lady.
call me Aunt
It's
anyway.
Shanna.
Goddamn it.
Shanna,
It's
I
Shanna.
think that's what Jayla was saying. So,
Yeah.
Shanna, does your husband have to do that?
Yeah, he does that a lot. He shuts down a lot. And
So
that's the only thing. I just
okay.
wanted...
So
I understand what y'all are saying now. I do. I just want it to be that, like, you can use me to sound off.
no, you can't. No, you can't. Let me tell you. Honey, girl.
But
It's
no,
You don't
not
want
28.
what
this.
y'all
You
saying.
don't want all this
I know
smoke.
Let
how
me
to
tell you.
say
Let
it.
me give
I
you this
know.
20. Let me give you this 28-year
good.
spiel right here. So my husband used to do that, and I had to realize that the peace that I thought I was bringing wasn't the peace. You know what I'm saying? I can't be, in certain situations, I just can't be that peace. You know what I mean? And I'm glad that you hear me, and I'm glad that you're understanding what we're saying, because a lot of the times as women, we don't have anybody to kind of give us this real information, and we take what our husbands do as a lack of something. He doesn't love me. He doesn't trust me. He doesn't want to talk to me. What did I do wrong? Most of the time, he's sitting in the driveway trying to figure out how I'm gonna go in this house. He's getting himself together to come in and look at your pretty face and be like in love with you. You know what I'm saying? That's literally what he's doing, because he doesn't want to put that weight on you. That's
Preparing.
really all it boils down
That
to.
is fact. That is absolute
Preparation.
Weight.
fact. A lot of time women take that shit
Preparation
personal.
is what builds protection. You have to prepare to protect.
It's you know what it is? It's about having an organic relationship. Allow him to be the person he's supposed to be when he's ready to be. And what we try to do oftentimes is force relationships. We try to make it happen. We try to make it the future. You know what? How he responds to you, maybe somebody he needs to evolve into in a couple of months, a couple of years. But you want it right now. Your insecurities, watch this, those I words, right? This impatience are the things that drive a relationship apart, because the more you press, the further he pushes away from you. It's
Let me
not
ask you this:
personal.
Are
It's
y'all Are you in the 10-year itch?
uh-oh.
Oh yeah.
And that's the
We
other
got three
problem.
small we got 3 small kids, and we never
So y'all are in the
never
10-year itch where you wake up in the morning and go, "Ooh, why did I marry you?" And he looks at you like, "Ooh, why did I marry you?" You in the 10-year itch. Sound about right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You
Look,
and that's the other. Listen, I'm just gonna give it
But
to
we
you
can be
real.
honest
That's
about it with each other.
huh.
read your man's face. Let me
Say
tell you,
what?
when you
I'm sorry,
press
I
him,
didn't hear what she said. What'd you say?
I said we're like, even now we're honest about it with each other, but it's all respect, it's all love. It's just like, kind of like, damn, what's on the other side?
So
Like,
how
look,
how old are your children?
3, 5, and 11.
Oh yeah.
oh, y'all early then. Early.
Yeah.
He
So
say, look,
glad I'm out of
hey,
that
J
phase.
Love, let me get this one. What your man is doing is two things. He's trying to figure out how to tell you or not tell you, leave me the fuck alone, number one. Number two, he's saying, I'm saving my energy for when these little babies we may become teenagers, because you're gonna need me then. So I gotta conserve my energies and expressions and get my shit together until they get to that point. Because here's what we know as a man, right? As a husband and as a father. We have our place when we mature, right? And it's to implement discipline, but we want to do it in a loving way. So in the early years of a marriage and having kids, we really need you to kind of cover that time, because guess what? There's a time when you're going to hand it off to me. I got to be prepared for that. So let me process and learn and mature and develop. And from that point, I can get to that place. But if you force me ahead of schedule, we're going to have some consequences and repercussions, like Bernie Mac said. It ain't going to be good for nobody. You know what I'm saying?
Let me bounce this off of you too, because I've been where you are. So when my husband would come home and sit in the driveway, what I realized was I wasn't his peace. And I was causing more havoc. And literally, he didn't want to come in the house because he didn't want to deal with me. And I had to be adult enough to say, you're messing this up. And I'm not saying that's what you're doing, because I don't know, right? I'm just telling you from my experience that I literally, I had to realize that who I was as the wife that I thought I was trying to be. I was trying to be the friend. I was trying to get him to talk to me. I realized I was pushing him away from me. And he literally just wanted to be away from me, because I felt like, you're drawing away from me. Let me pull you closer. And my way of pulling you closer was not giving him what he needed. He needed something different from me. And I wasn't listening to what he needed. So once I stopped trying to apply the pressure of me onto him and just let him be who he was, and start rereading my husband and understanding and studying who he was as a man, that's when I was able to turn that page and turn that corner. But a lot of the times, we as women, our feelings will trump what's logical, and men are logical. And so our feelings will trump their logic, and then it'll cause a whole rundown of stuff that we really, in our heart of hearts, didn't really want it to be that way, but we drove it to that, and we don't want to accept that we're driving it to that. So we have to take a step back. Because I know the sitting in the car. You look out the window, he been out there for 20 minutes. Then you look back out the window, and it's 45 minutes later, and he's still sitting out there. It's because he really wants to come in the house. It's just that we get in our own way. And then that's literally what it boils down to. So that's pretty much all I got for you.
She's speaking truth, because sometimes we don't want to go home. It's not like we don't want to be home, but we don't want to go home because we know what it's going to turn into. So we might as well give you a reason.
Right. People say men and women are not that complicated. People are just toxic and make things hard. That's not true.
Let me tell you something. When a woman swears that she knows a man better than she knows a woman, we got a problem. When a man says that he knows a woman better than he knows men, that's another problem. You want to know what a woman is thinking? Do you want to know what a woman wants? Fucking ask her.
Yeah.
And then, basically,
I was gonna say I'm always trying to tell him how he feels too, and I know I'm controlling in that sense.
No,
I know. It keeps getting worse.
Oh, baby, please.
Oh yeah, he about to sit in that car another 2 more hours. Nah.
You cannot tell nobody.
You tell him how he feels, and he tells you how you telling me how I feel. You don't know how I fucking feel.
That's when a man starts working more overtime. That's when a man starts working more overtime.
He ain't coming home.
I had a late night. I had an emergency.
I'm telling you. That is, I did it. I did it. That's why I'm sitting here talking.
We've done it.
Because I did it. I've done it. Trust me. We will tell a man in a heartbeat he ain't got no feelings. You ain't got no feelings. You don't know how you feel. This how you really feel. And he be looking at you like, what? Who you talking
to? When you tell someone you're not supposed to feel like that.
Right. You're actually discounting that person. So are you showing that you actually even care about that person? If you're telling them that what your feelings are I don't care about them, or your feelings aren't what they should be according to me.
Right.
That's not right. Your feelings should not account for me. They account for you.
Yeah. So
Right.
to basically for your answer, what we trying to get you to see with that situation is that he is
Yeah.
he don't want to add you to the problem, and he want to let you know that I got this. That, you know what I'm saying? Most of the men, especially the husband in the house, they got that. They got that I got this mentality. So, and they got to show you that they got this. You know what I'm saying? Because so they know that, they want to prove to their woman that I got this type of guy. You know what I'm saying? So they don't want to seem like that they got to come to you every time with their, with all their stuff. So the thing is,
Right.
it's like you just almost, you just spilled the beans on that situation. You be telling them how you feel and all that, which is not, you know what I'm saying? That is, he already knew that, he know how that, how that's gonna come. That's probably why he gonna take his time to even, talk to you about certain things, because you tell him how you feel. You know what I'm saying? So you just gotta just try to understand him more and stop, putting yourself in, stop just, I'm trying to think of the better way to put this, but basically just,
I get it. I get the
think
drill.
about him
I
first. I'm
mean,
gonna say think about him first on that situation though. I'm just saying. Don't let your feelings overthink it. I'm gonna put it that way. Overthink what he's going through, whatever. Because it don't be like that most of the time. It's just he wants to let you know that he got it. That's all.
I think that's the thing, is that some
BSP.
women or men or women get in their feelings so much that they will discount somebody else's feelings. And so if you're in your feelings based upon what your husband is going through, then you're stuck in your shit. You're stuck in
Right.
that. So you have to kind of get outside of your feelings in order to understand where they're coming from too.
Okay. Thank y'all so much for the TikTok therapy.
You're
For
welcome.
sure. Well, hopefully something, hopefully you got something out of it, man.
Yeah,
Like we ain't
hopefully
trying
I
to.
was able to help
I
you in some
did.
kind of way.
I did.
I just literally have been in your shoes, and I love marriage. I love for people to be happy in their marriage. And if I can give somebody something, one thing, just one takeaway, and it works for them, I think that's a great thing. So I think it's all work outable, but I can tell you, been there, done that, but follow me, you can send me a DM if you want to. I'm not a psychologist or a
Same.
therapist, but I've been married for a
Right.
minute, and
Right.
Right.
oh
So
Lord,
and then we gonna go back to we
J-Love,
gonna go back.
you just invented a new word.
what's that?
Workable? What did you just say?
Hey, work outable.
Yes, that isn't
Work
even a
outable.
word.
Yes. Hey, it's gonna be one today for us.
Hey,
I love it.
this
That's why I love
awakening.
you, J-Love.
What'd you say? I'm sorry. What'd you say, Shayna?
What's driving this awakeness? Like, I'm hearing all these lives and stuff, and I appreciate this so much, like this positive solution based live. I'm realizing it ain't nothing better. Like, what I got now is a gym. It's a fucking gym. Like, I can't do no better right now, like ever. So I'm noticing that now. Just
Girl,
like
listen.
You won't catch me in no bullshit
Baby,
lives.
listen.
You won't
I
catch
tell
me in no
people
bullshit
all
lives.
the time, I'm married to the best thing since sliced bread, baby. I can't listen. He might pluck my nerves from now to the end of time, but that's my nerve plucker, and I know ain't another one out here for me. So I'm gonna make what I got work up in this juke joint right here. Okay. I don't care
So
what
you
nobody
ain't
else
giving
got
up
to
on
say.
TikTok, right, J-Love? You're still
Dang,
gonna
man,
be
you
here.
stole. That's what I'm trying to get to, man. That's what I'm
What?
trying to get to.
What you
That's
trying to
exactly
get
what I
to?
was trying to say.
What? That I'm
That's what I was
quitting?
just about to get to, man.
Because I'm
That was-
quitting?
I've been trying to say that for the longest, and she done took it out my daggone mouth, man. I've been trying to say that for
What
the
you been
longest.
trying to say,
I
Kev?
said, now that we got to this, it showed that I need you. If it ain't nobody else, I need you on these type of. And this is what we go,
Right.
we
I
gonna stick to
quit.
that. Why you shouldn't leave
I
TikTok?
quit.
No, don't do
What
that.
did
Don't
you
do
what
that.
did you quit?
Don't,
Turn it
don't.
in my
You didn't
resignation.
Quit.
quit
Yeah,
this.
quit outside this live. There you go. It'll be all right.
Okay,
Don't
fine,
you?
Kev.
Yes.
Fine, Kev.
We,
I will stay on your live.
there
Okay.
we go. There we go.
Yeah, you
I
gotta
We
have
all
ain't
need
on nobody
that
J-Love.
else
fluffy.
live though.
You gotta have that fluffy meter, that red flag fluffy TikTok meter. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got to do something because woo.
Because remember, I can't say that much. I'm a single. I can't tell nothing about you. Could tell I can't say that much about it. And you are perfect. Like people will understand it because you experienced this stuff. So yes, they need you. You know what I'm saying? Especially I can't find that many people now. Know 28 marriage. 28-year marriage. I can't find it. You know what I'm saying? So you can break some stuff down and stuff, man. Because they like I said, they're not gonna listen to me. So sometimes I be like I said, I look for solutions. You know what I'm saying? So. Yes,
Okay.
of course I can.
All right.
I can.
So I'm just gonna stay on your live, Kev. I ain't gonna go nowhere else.
Yes.
That's it. Those are your boundaries.
Because from this point, I feel like you blaming me for why you going. Why these other rooms like that. That's what I'm saying. That's a problem, man. That's a problem. When you leave TikTok, you leaving me.
Are you sitting in the TikTok driveway, J Love?
Yes, I'm sitting in the TikTok driveway staring at the building, going.
That's gonna become a thing. Now I'm gonna hear that shit on 10 lives. Watch.
Hey, I just invented that, so I'm gonna patent it myself.
Yes,
we got ops. We got ops that are listening in. You know what I'm saying?
It's over. It's over. They already got it down already. They downloading it on.
As a matter of fact, they just went live right now and said the same shit you just said.
Yeah, and they using my word, lovely, work outable. They using work outable, juke joint
already.
It's already on Wikipedia. Don't worry about it, Jay. You're good.
Look, my
better
husband
hurry
said,
hashtag it real quick.
He said, and the name they gonna name it is "Welcome to my TikTok driveway."
Yes. Hey,
we gonna hear stats about this tomorrow.
Right, exactly.
Yeah,
it's not even funny. It shit happens like that every day, man. I see people who come in here and act the righteous, right? And they have everything is great, and then you see them on Demon Time at 1 o'clock in the morning doing some other shit. I'm like, oh shit, this person just done transformed on your ass. You know what I'm saying?
All right. Well, I've been told by Official King that I need to go give Mr. J Love some skin, so I'm gonna go give him some skin.
Oh, shit. Let me know what the results are tomorrow.
Okay, I will give you the stats and the
Hey,
facts
J Love,
and
get out your car first.
Okay. Everybody have
That's
a great
That's the thing. She about to get in the car. That's what she about to do in a minute.
Y'all are mess. I'm gonna talk to y'all later. Y'all have a good night.
Good night.
All right.
Love you, J Love.
Love y'all. You're welcome. No problem. You have a good night. I followed you too, girl.
Okay, same here.
Listen, man, the truth is the truth, right? The truth is the truth. The good part about these lives is that we are always learning. We are always trying to get answers to questions that people, one, have problems asking. They don't know how to articulate the question. And then when you respond, they can't respond because they're in their feelings. So what we try to do here is minimize the feelings and stick to the facts. How do we get facts? From experience. I can't talk to you about shit that I haven't done because that would make me seem like what I wish would happen. We're not trying to do wishful thinking here. We need facts and we need to be in an objective mindset. You know what I'm saying?
Well, if you're not objective, you're subjective. If you're subjective, you're not objective.
No, you're full of opinions and feelings if you're subjective.
Right. And I think that's what we experience on a lot of these lives is that you can go into a live and be determined by yourself with yourself. Like, that's what, well, I said this the other day. I was like, people actually argue about solutions. They will argue
Yeah.
about solutions, and we're arguing about things that already are keeping us in a divide. But it's like we're arguing about solutions. No, we're not. No, we're not. We all actually just want to talk about peanut butter and jelly.
I
Sometimes you
wouldn't
have to
even give
talk
that
about shit
much
like that.
credit. I don't even think they argue about solutions. They argue about who to blame for the problem.
No,
That part.
there is no definitive reason. The agenda is arguing. It doesn't matter what the fuck it is. They're just argumentative. You know what I'm saying? You could tell them your name, your height, what you like, and they'll say, no, it's not that. It's not that. Let me say this. It's not that. Let me say this. Doesn't everybody sound like everybody on TikTok? Go into everybody's lives, right? Everybody speaks the same way. I call it the TikTok curse. Ain't nobody learning shit. They're on the fucking hamster wheel all day arguing about this. I went into a live one time. An hour later, I came back. They were talking about the same shit. An hour later, I came back. They were talking about the same shit. An hour later, I came back. They were still in the same fucking spot, man. I done
They
did
talked
15
about it for
errands.
8 hours, Ormiga.
I
They
done did
actually was long.
15 errands by the time they still haven't found a fucking solution.
So how do we put them in the driveway?
No, they can stay in the driveway.
You
Or
block
on the
them. That's
street,
what you do.
or on the journey,
Look,
or on
we have
that.
choice. We have
But
choice.
we have a choice. We have a choice to actually exclude ourselves from those people that are having those conversations.
We can exclude them too. We can pull
Right?
ourselves out or we can block their ass. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is that in a real dark way, some people actually like that shit.
I know, it's
They
weird.
speak opposition, but they live intimate with that shit. That is crazy.
So do you think that some people wake up in the morning and get on their TikTok and just choose chaos?
Yes,
Of course.
Of
Mhm.
course.
yes. There's such thing as chaotic people. These are people that don't have direction. They don't know what their day is going to be like, and they're always risking their peace. They're always risking their happiness. They're just ready. Look, these are people that are ready to oppose something that actually makes sense. But since they're broken, misery needs company. You understand what I'm
Right.
saying?
I can't see you because my glasses and on my phone. I disagree with that. Let me tell you why I disagree with that.
Okay.
There are people out there that just love point unblank chaos, and the reason why they love chaos is because they don't. If they can focus in on creating chaos, they don't have to focus in on themselves.
Exactly.
Right. It's a defense mechanism. This
It's
is
a
what this. I'm
distraction.
agreeing with you. I'm going to agree with you. We're saying the
I'm
same thing in a
I'm
different
gonna agree
way.
with her
Just
too.
it's
It's a distraction.
it's that's all it's about.
It's an
I
avoidance.
I am 54 years old, and I'm at this point in my life. I really don't give a damn. You mad? You alright? You have opinion? That's your opinion. I'm not here to change it. I'm just here to live my life. My favorite phrase is if a FUC blah 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 can fly into my hand. No, it won't. I
We
think that when you what I think is when we're in our when our from 18 to 25, we think we're invincible. From 25 to 35, we think we know what the world is, and then the world shows us who we really are. By the time we get past 35, if we haven't figured that out, then we're screwed. By the time you get to 50, you know what? I got more years behind me than I really do have. And I have more years in behind me than I have in front of me. I just want to live life. That's when it gets to the point where you get to be real honest. That person you had a friend 45 years or 30 years, you already know that they wasn't the right person. You cut them off. You start cutting people off, places off, things off. Your circle starts to get smaller. The things you start to get to do, you're more focused in on. What I wish that we could do as an older generation is to tell our younger people to have that same mentality. Don't wait around on fads or this friend or that friend. If it don't serve you, cut it off. If your friend is not there for you, cut them off. Who cares? Because what you're gonna do is at 25, you're gonna do it when you get 50. You're gonna cut them off then you should have cut them off at 25.
And now you ain't got no friends.
No, that's not true. What it is if you need to be honest with yourself and what you need in your circle. Because here's the thing about this is all these 50, 70,000 people that you know mean nothing. It's all the people that matter to you. Honestly, 2 or 3 people that matter to you in your life beyond your family are the most you need. That's emotionally, that's all you can accept or accept and handle. How can you emotionally handle 30 people?
I agree. I used to run around with a lot of an entourage. I used to have a lot of associates. You're spreading yourself out real thin. You can't concentrate on quality relationships because it's all diluted. I agree with that 100%.
You can know people and hey, when you're out in public, hey, how you doing? And be cordial and nice. But those people that in your inner circle that know who you are to your core, you only need 2 or 3 at the most that know you to your core, that understand who you are as an individual. That's where you build and bond those relationships. And my husband, God rest his soul, we were together for carry the 2 minus 12. I'm 50, 17. We were together for almost 30 years. That was I hate the term ride or die. Let me tell you why. If you do something good, okay, but what if you do something bad that's morally wrong? I'm a ride or die. No, I'm gonna kick your ass to the curb. You die, you're by yourself. I don't like that term ride or die. No, ride or live. Let's ride or live.
Yeah, let's ride and make good decisions. How about that?
Come on now, what you said. Come on now, what you said. I just I can't abide by it, and I got grown kids. I love them. I don't like them. I want to trade in for a new set. Can I do that one?
We could try.
No, I can't. I don't like them.
Well, and that's the thing, Darlene, is if you look at it, we can have many people in our circle, and I like what King said because I know he stole that shit from me, well, or from someone. There's a dot. We have a dot or we have a circle. A lot of times we have to let things go. We have to let people in our life go, and a lot of people are not good at doing that.
You know what the hardest thing I had to do in the past 2 weeks?
What's that?
I had a 30-year friendship I had to let go. That was the hardest thing because when I stopped and sat back and looked at the friendship, it was always a give, not a receive. And I started looking at it.
So that was the ride or die relationship.
Yeah, that's why I don't like ride or die. When I start looking at it and processing and going through it, and you know what? After my husband died 8 years ago, didn't think I was gonna buy a house by myself, but I did. And she's on my alarm system.
Excuse me, before you go too far, before you go too far, I'm trying to understand this. So it took you 30 years to realize that they was a receiver instead of a giver?
There were
Or you just
ebbs and
ignored
flows.
the red flag?
No, there were ebbs and flows in it. In the past, my youngest son is 27. And the past 5 years, it was like, hey, can you do this? Can you do that? Can you do this? And I was like, okay, pay me back. Can you do this? Can you? I was like, well, damn, I should be U.S. Banker. Should I be PNC or should I be Chase? And I was like, well, no, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna, my husband's gone, and maybe I'm just putting something into it, and some situations happened, and she was on my alarm system, and the alarm system went off, and this heifer had the nerve to say, well, 2 days later, I just want to let you know they called me that your alarm went off. 2 days later, okay. We just get into this because when you get past 50, you go through some things. And then finally it was like she was leaving her husband and she got into a whole nother relationship, and I was like, well, if you need a place to stay, you come stay with me. I'm Gucci with that. You can blah blah blah. But who you was dealing with, and you're not gonna disrespect my home. That's what you're not gonna do. This is my piece. You disrespected my home several times. Even her brothers and sisters were like, you gonna let that slide? Well, no, we got okay.
I actually really like that question that Kev asked. Sometimes it can take us 30 years, sometimes it can take us 15 years, sometimes it can take us a year for us to figure out what we're willing to tolerate.
That's true.
Yeah, but
It can happen in one
I'm gonna
day.
put it this way. Even with you saying that though, that means no matter how you put it, you are blinded to what was already going on. Because that's like even people that be in toxic relationships and all that stuff. They be like, oh, I never knew he was like that or something like that. You know what I'm saying? If they already had that trait already, or something that
circumstances changed within her lifespan and in my lifespan. She went this way, and then circumstances changed. She pursued her education. I went longer and pursued my education. I eventually stopped at my PhD and blah blah blah, whatever have you, because I knew that being a Black woman, that's gonna mean more to me in the long run. And let me sacrifice now for later. And I get, you know what? The hell with that. Y'all right. I was blinded by friendship. I was blinded by whatever have you. But when you get by yourself and you don't have somebody with you in your corner to, my husband was that, like, you really want to do this? Dude, you don't know what you're talking about. When he was not there, he wasn't here in those 8 years. I had to go through the process to grieve, and then had to go through the process of, damn, I got to look at this stuff by myself. Okay. Gucci. And when you start looking at it by yourself, oh, hell, kids, somebody needs to just bury them under the porch because I don't even like him. Because when my kids call, damn, they want something, I don't even pick up the phone. Deal with it by yourself. And then with her, it was like, okay, well, damn. But then after I decide, you disrespect my home, and then I had to cut the friendship off. And
it's tough. I've been there. It's tough.
Hard.
Well, because you grieve too. It's a loss when you let things go. With something that's outside of you, you grieve too, even though you don't want it. You may not want it, but you may need it. And you grieve over that too. You grieve over things that are outside of your control.
I lost my husband, and then I lost my husband 8 years ago, and then now I got to lose my best friend that I was best friends longer with than I was married to my husband that I lived in. And wait a minute, hold up. This is petty. Why did my cats get an attitude?
They feel your spirit.
My
Listen,
cats got an attitude. I done got so many butts in my face at 5 o'clock in the morning from cats. Who does that? I digress.
look, even when we lose something that was bad for us, even when we feel the freedom and we get that monkey off our back, that backpack that we've been carrying, and you feel loose, it still hurts. It's the same thing you go through when you lose too much weight too fast. It's the same concept because it all depends on how long you've been in that situation because we also kicking
Speak.
ourselves in the ass. You know, by saying, God damn it, how could I be so stupid? Or why didn't I notice that? Why? Because I didn't want to notice it. Then you start saying, I was stubborn, I was this, I was that. But the point that I'm trying to make is it even hurts to lose something that was bad, especially when it was with us for that amount of time. You know what I'm saying? It hurt.
Speak.
That's what people don't understand. Like you anything that we've had, regardless if it's good or bad, if we've had it for a long time, trauma, triggers, PTSD, yes, we're dealing with it. We found closure. We learn how to let go. We forgive people, not for them or to give them a pass, but to release ourselves, you know what I'm saying, from the pressure of holding on to that. When you let that shit go, you feel like you lost a piece of you, and it hurts.
It does. But you know what though? When I come home, I feel nothing but peace. That's all I feel. I feel at peace. And that's you can't there is no amount of money can replace peace. I don't feel constrained or constricted. I don't feel peace. I wish peace. Some people don't. I don't think people. When I say my home is my sanctuary, when I'm out at work or I'm out in the world, and no matter what some things, because I live in Kentucky, and there's some things that some people do here that make me just want to just throw them out in the road, run them over, but I can't. At work it's not stressful, but some days it is. But when I open up the garage and I come home, my cats are here. It's peace.
You have control.
That's it. It's
You have
my
control.
Peace is related to self-control. Peace is definitely, when we feel forced to do something, when we feel obligated to do something, when we're in our feelings all the time, there is no peace. How could you have peace if 90% of the day you have mixed emotions and feelings about something? That's not peace. It's just not.
That's like what people were talking about in the comments. That's discomfort. When you're out of control, you're discomforted. You grow the most when you're uncomfortable, but you have to go through uncomfortability to be comfortable. You have to know both of it. Like,
Listen, Pavlov's law says that you can train someone to do just about anything. So imagine how many times we are training ourselves. That is some crazy shit to look at. Think about things that we stay stuck in.
Right, or Amiga, we teach ourselves lessons. We teach ourselves lessons.
We weren't trained. As a child, we were conditioned.
Correct.
Right.
We were conditioned. We were conditioned to you do this, and there's some things I stop and think about that we were conditioned to do, and I'm like, well, hell no. It took me a while to just, you know what? Guess what I'm gonna do? It hurt my soul. I'm just gonna leave my dirty clothes on the floor in the laundry room. I'm not gonna sort them, white colored cold white. I'm just not gonna do that. And I did that for 2 months. Irked my soul, but then it got to the point where it was just like, it's a release.
You were letting the indoctrination go.
I was, baby, it was a whole lot of things I was letting go, but it was just like, okay, I was, I'm black woman. Springtime, before you open up the windows, you gotta clean out all the seals. You gotta clean out the baseboards. You gotta bleach and clean the walls, and you gotta take the curtains down. You gotta wash them. You gotta take out the refrigerator, clean out the refrigerator, and I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I'm just not. I'm not doing that.
Hey, I want to answer that.
When do we get to the point to where we stop doing something that somebody else told us that we need to do?
Because it is what it is until it's not.
I want to answer this
You
question
couldn't say that no better.
Yeah, I want to answer this question that AJ put down, though. I like that one. She said,
What's the question?
She said, do you think it's possible to be comfortable within uncomfortability?
Yes.
I would say most definitely is, because like you gotta even think about it. Like some of our decisions, we wasn't uncomfortable before we even decided to do it or whatever. So most of the time, like even like say, I don't think like okay, say if it was a cigarette, you smoke a cigarette or something like that. I don't believe most of the time some people just looked at it like, dang, they felt uncomfortable because they wasn't used to doing it. You know what I'm saying? So all of a sudden they took it, then they made themselves comfortable with it. You know what I'm saying? It can work. It can work either way. You know what I'm saying? It's just you gotta once you do something that you're uncomfortable with, you eventually get comfortable with it. That's how that works. You know what I'm saying?
Look, Kev, I won't argue with nobody about this, but I will tell you this. It is absolutely necessary for you to be comfortable with uncomfortable situations when it comes to growth. You will never grow.
Yes, there it is.
You will never grow.
I
You will
always
be
say that.
stagnant on the fucking hamster wheel for the rest of your life if you don't stop being stubborn because of the fears of what's on the other side. And you have to learn how to be comfortable in uncomfortable situations so that you can fare well and handle it instead of running for it. You can't keep running from problems. Sometimes you got to run to them, motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I always say you grow the most when you're uncomfortable, but when you're uncomfortable, you know what that means? You're on guard. You're on guard when you're uncomfortable. You're prepared.
I don't know so much for girls as for boys, and I got 2 daughters and sons, but my son's spirit experienced his most. My son went from like 4'8" to like 5'6" that quick. He was in so much pain because he was growing so exponentially until he's 6'2" now. But in that pain comes growth, and in that growth comes understanding. You got to go through it. Damn, I just answered my own damn self.
Exactly.
I can't stand y'all.
No, you know what it is, love. Let me tell you something. But this is what this live is about. This is what it's about.
I just answered myself.
It doesn't count unless you self-realize it. You could hear advice until the cows come home. You can do reading. You can go biblical. You can do AA, AAA, quadruple A. You do whatever you want to do. But until you have that self-awareness, you see, the thing is about losing things. Here's the problem. Once you start realizing what's good and what's bad for you, you're not just going to lose one thing. You're going to lose many things. There's a lot of things you got to get rid of. It ain't just one person or one thing. It's a mindset you got to change. It's the way you love, the way you speak, the way you accept things, the way you perceive things, your perspectives. It's not just one change. And that's what it is. People would say, if it was just one change, then I would do it. But people know that once you open that door and you start going through that righteous path and you start being honest, that it's not one change. It is impossible that it's going to be one change that you're going to make in your life. It comes in a series of changes.
Hey,
When you walked in
I want to say that I appreciate the Darlene, you know what I'm saying? Because I witnessed her actually admit something twice. That's crazy. Especially, okay, I don't want to be like with but I know I'm gonna say especially near your age, some people just be so stubborn. You know what I'm saying? Especially when you get to a certain age, people like, nah, nah, it's my way. So I'm like, but you actually sitting here right now and show it's possible that you could actually be aware of, you know what I'm saying? You can actually be open minded to actually understand other people instead of just your way all the time.
She got
And
what
I
she was
appreciate
looking
that.
for,
I'm
Kev.
glad, I like that. I like that you actually,
Kevin, she got exactly what she came for. She got
yeah, most
exactly what she
definitely.
came for.
I'm getting ready to toot my own damn horn. Thank you. I have one associate's, 2 bachelors, and 2 masters. I
Hmm.
am a advocate of learning. And I'm an
Hmm.
advocate of learning for yourself, not for a job, but for yourself. And you go through ebbs and flows when it comes to learning. And I always keep myself open. And I love it when I can bounce things off someone else, because when you already know the answer, don't get it twisted. You already know the answer, but sometimes you have to put that out there and let somebody else hear it for it to come back to you and be like, "Oh,
Yeah,
damn,
to
dummy."
confirm it, to validate it.
It's not even confirming or validated. It's like, did you just? Well, girl, really? Okay, Gucci.
Yeah, you never too
You're
old
never
or
too
too
old to
experienced
know.
or too educated or too this or too that. I don't care what you believe in. I don't care what group you're a
No.
part of. You are never too anything to learn something new or to admit that, you know what, man, I have to stop protecting other people. Till this day, we still protecting some of the people that we know are no good in our lives.
I can't do it no more. My knees can't take it. No, I'm just kidding. I'm messing with y'all. I'm messing with y'all. No, my peace can't take it.
Okay.
When I turned, my mother died at 55 and I'm 54. So that's
Hmm.
already a heartbreaker for me. And then my husband is gone, and that was a heartbreaker. So it's me and these savages I got around here. Y'all want 2 cats? Pinot and Merlot. But what they do is, I wish people would have pets, because your pets take on your personality. And if you don't understand that, I have this little fat orange cat running around here that every time I open up a bag,
Garfield.
he think he's supposed to eat. Then I have this other cat that she's got the rest of bitch face. That every time I turn around, she's looking at me. I'm like, well, damn, did I do something to you? But it's amazing. Just it's life. I wish people would enjoy it and not take it so serious. Every day I stop and I look, well, people want this house or this car or this purse or this prestige, or they want this and they want that. If you just keep it down to the bare minimum, not the bare minimum, but what's necessary, anything that you want for you is going to come to you. You gotta run
Hmm.
and chase it. It's gonna come to you.
Hmm.
If you
Money
put
chase,
yourself in the position, absolutely.
money chases you. If you do what you're supposed to do, money will chase you.
Amen.
Yeah.
You ain't gotta chase it. It's gonna chase you. It's gonna come to you. It's gonna find you. Blessed and believe you. Husband didn't leave me no money, no insurance, and nothing. I have not been without for the past 8 years. I thank God for that one. Or whoever you think you're supposed to thank for it, or whatever your belief is.
All right.
But I don't chase. I don't chase money. I chase happiness now. Like I said, y'all want 2 cats? I can deliver them to you.
Hey, I want to talk about that peace thing. Yeah, that I was like in my late 20s, I think that's when I realized that was like the most important thing I needed in my life or whatever. That's why
that's one main thing I actually wanted to make me make change within my life because I'm realize how important peace is. You know what I'm saying? And there's a lot, and I started setting myself up to try to avoid it as much as I can or whatever. But that's you most definitely right about that, man. That peace over everything for real. That's how I live anyway. I pick peace over everything because if it ain't bringing no, if you bring it down my peace, man, I don't need you in my life for real, or I just don't want to be around it or something. I'm gonna try to avoid it. But it is most definitely an important thing over every last
Look,
thing for real.
look, Kev. There's
If it
people
does
in this
not
world.
serve you, let it go.
Yeah. Listen,
Yep.
there's people in this earth that will never know what peace sounds like. Let me say that again. There are
Come on.
people on this earth that will never feel or hear what peace sounds or feels like. Unfortunately, that's the bare truth.
Mm-hmm.
And that's sad because there is nothing like the freedom of peace.
Yeah.
There is nothing. If you want freedom, you need peace in your life. And it takes a lot of work that comes from the inside. It takes a lot of removing all the nasty, toxic shit that we have inside of ourselves. You know what I'm saying?
Isn't that like the purpose of life, though, is to be better than you were yesterday? And that's
Yeah.
the idea.
Yes.
Why don't or will never
What's his
experience
name?
that.
But how many people follow that philosophy?
I can't even see your name. My glasses ain't that deep or that
Oh,
thick.
you can
Oh,
call me AJ.
That
No,
that's the fight right now. The fight is the whole thing about every germ needs a host to live, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the whole accountability thing, the whole responsible thing, the whole graduating process, the whole levels, the whole energy, the whole motivation, the whole toxicity, the whole relationship maintenance, the whole discipline. There's a whole lot of channels out here. And when people start realizing how much work that they have to do, sometimes they fold and they say, you know what? I don't want to climb that mountain.
Well,
you want the key to life?
but I think the reason why, just to answer the comment where it says it's so hard to be peaceful, it's gonna be hard when you're building a habit. Habits are
right.
not easy to break, and it is not easy to build new ones. It does take
That's
work.
that
It does take
comfort.
time.
That's that comfort. We
Once
find
you once
comfort in
you
those habits.
yeah, once you get used to being in that comfortability of changing, and then you build that routine, it's easy to be peaceful. There was a time in my life, especially in my younger 20s, I'm only 30, a couple years ago, where I would have thought it was impossible to my life could be peaceful. Now I'm at a
Mhm.
point it's effortless.
You want
Effortless.
I'm gonna give you the key to life. It's real simple. Real simple. If your hands are always open to give, your hands are always open to receive.
Yep.
Mm. Mm.
That's
Okay.
I think
it's
there's that.
that's no, it's no about this person or this religion or Buddha or other. If your hands are always open to give, that means you're open to receive anything that's available to you. I
Mhm.
did not learn that until after my husband passed away, and then I got to the point was okay. I can do this, and I can give this, and I can give that. The more I gave, the more I received,
Mm-hmm.
and I was like, "Well, damn, that's kind of cool." The more I give, the more I receive. Be it time, be it property, be it whatever it is. If you're in that mode of giving, you're in that mode of receiving. That means when your hands are open, they're not clenched. They're not holding on to anything. That means they're open to let go of stuff. Now I'm getting it exponentially to you. Keep your hand open. You can let
Did
go
he
of
fall
stuff.
asleep?
And when your hands open, you can let go of stuff. You can let go of things. You can let go of whatever things that you need to let go of. But as long as the hand is open, then you can also have the capability of receiving the things that you need. And whatever you claim to be, spirit or whoever you are, whatever have you, or your being, your being is acceptable. Is acceptable to that.
And I
Plain
think
simple.
I think that's the thing. I think we just need to look at it from a human perspective. Where there's so many things in this world that are ready to divide us. So easy to get stuck in that. At the end of the day, if you look at it just from what we all have in common, which is human, that's really all it is. You know, if you give, you're gonna receive, and vice versa. The more you give, the more you receive.
That's simple.
That's it.
In
You
in
know,
every
being
in every book in every book that I have read, right, and I'm not going to tell you how many, but in every
Mhm.
book that I have read, when it has to do with growth and mental health and letting things go, moving forward, there's always a part in there that talks about that. There's always a part that says you have to give because you have to put the laws of nature into effect. You have to open yourself to giving so that you can receive. You will receive some things, but it will be very limited. So I don't know how many people believe that, but I believe that wholeheartedly. Now, that doesn't mean go give up all your stuff, just start giving your stuff away and randomly just pick people. This is also a responsibility to pick and choose your battles as well. You know what I'm
It's
saying?
your
Yeah, but
your soul. If you listen to who you are as an individual, it's going to tell you when to give.
Right.
It's going to be harder to receive than it is to give.
One last thing I'm gonna say. This live is notorious for having people fall asleep. Um, the host is the one who set that precedent by falling
yep.
asleep in his own live. I'm gonna no. Let's just get to the heart of the matter here. The
Yeah.
host right here has fell asleep, and I had taken over this his live to like 4 o'clock in the morning, and he and all of a sudden, every 2 or 3 days, somebody falls asleep in the live. I just want to let you know that nobody get alarmed.
It does happen.
Oh, that's special.
Am I right or wrong,
This
Kev?
is the best
You
thing.
right. You most definitely. I done started a trend around here.
So sleepers
Hey,
are welcome.
yeah.
Mm.
Just bring a pillow. That's all I ask you. You know what I'm saying? Do your thing, man. It's comfortable around here.
He said, "Bring a pillow." You know what?
Bring a pillow. That's all you need.
Everybody that's been watching these lives with Kev knows that every 2 or 3 days somebody starts sleeping, and we can tell because we hear that noise, and then they go, I wasn't sleeping. Oh, yes, you was. Yes, you was.
You right.
So why did you
Accountability,
start these
right?
lives?
Mhm.
Why did you start these lives? I'm curious.
You said, why did I start? I got I got
Ugh.
influenced by other people. I was because if I was doing at first I was doing videos on TikTok and stuff or whatever. I was doing actually funny videos. Then I went to doing motivational videos, awareness, and which I still do on a daily right now. Like I post like at least 2 or 3 videos a day. Um, and then after that, I just start seeing people going on live, and I see that I can, I can actually talk to people and meet people and stuff. And then I actually just, I start looking at, I was going in their lives first, and then I was just, I seen what topics they was talking about. I was putting my, whatever input I had in it or whatever. But I learned a lot in there too because it's like some lives you can, like I'll be telling people like once one live you could be a dummy in, the next live one live you could be a dummy to people, the other live you could be a smart person to the people and all that stuff. But and then it'd be lives that be so one sided. So I just actually started to try to dodge those, man, because I realized I was just wasting my breath and energy. But it teach me about people though. It started teaching me about people. So I always since I'm trying to be more open minded and trying to understand people and stuff or whatever, so I can teach about it what I know or whatever much as I can or whatever. It actually is molded me to be a certain type of person. You know what I'm saying? I can handle certain situations different, and I can actually bring that and use this stuff into real life or whatever. It actually make me treat people better. It made me understand people more, and all. It's like it shows so many different ways. But then like I said, I looked at other people going live, and it made me decide like what. Since I do like my content and all that stuff, I mean, I might as well, try to reach out to people live. You know what I'm saying? And then, maybe they can even come see my content that might help them or whatever. So
That's right.
that's how I start. That's why I started doing lives and stuff.
It's called learning and sharing, learning and
Yep, learning
sharing,
and sharing.
learning and
You're right.
sharing,
Yep, exactly.
and then having conversations with like-minded individuals where we don't compete Because sometimes we say the same things and we articulate it and help each other express it in different ways so that they could create different perspectives.
Well, if you don't like cats,
Mhm.
don't get on my page. No, I just no. Seriously, I appreciate and the opportunity to get on here with you guys. It's just it's I really don't like people all that well because I know how they are.
Hmm.
I just yeah. If I can deal with y'all at work and whatever have you and blah blah blah, but to actually have an intellectual conversation and a good dialogue where people are not screaming back and forth at each other, that's my jam. Because once you start screaming, I just, oh, you know what? Mm-mm.
Well, isn't that the truth though about
Yeah,
conversation?
my battery just gone dead.
Like when you talk, if you screaming at somebody, if you in a situation where you scream, both of you were screaming, neither one of you was listening.
It's not
Yep.
even screaming. It's the idea of I'm listening to you, but if you keep saying the same thing, you know what? I've heard one person tonight say the same thing 12 different ways.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And when I was on, I had put my camera on and I was blinking. It was like, "Are you all right? You blinking fast." I was like, "Well, I'm just trying to blink as much as she's trying to say the same thing 12 different ways. Y'all not getting that?" And she was like, "Well, what?" And I just, okay, you don't have to do that. You don't have to browbeat us into your position. That's not what it's about. It's about sharing idea. It's about sharing ideas. It's about sharing your philosophy. It's about sharing your viewpoint. First of all, I don't need you to think like me. That's not my jam.
Um, Slim, Slim and Goody. The way to do that is one, putting up boundaries. That's number
Yeah,
one.
we don't allow nobody to come up here to be disrespectful.
No,
We
I
don't. We
just
don't
think
allow
people
nobody to come up here to do that.
you can put up boundaries and whatever have you, but then there are people that on TikTok just wanna
Yeah,
keep
but
the
they're not allowed. They're not allowed in here. We set boundaries to make sure that if you're in here, it's not a competitive thing. It's something that we hold people accountable here. Because if you don't follow how we do things here,
And
then
they
you
should.
gotta go. You gotta go.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
have
because
I'm
it.
loving
I
this
see
one.
what you're
what's
talking
most
about.
important, that never happens though.
Wait a minute, I got to
I've
wait a
never
minute.
seen anybody get kicked out. I've never seen it.
I mean,
Because
I've
we're
got.
not one of these troll places where we engage too much. You
It's
know,
just right. I
Yeah,
mean,
I
I
see what you're talking about.
I
I
like
answered it for her though. I see it down there what she's talking about. She's just talking about, family, that people got toxicness in their family and all that stuff. I just told her that you can't force what you can't handle. You know what I'm saying?
Mm,
family is the most toxic.
it's
Yeah,
not
because
no.
right, you can't. Just because
Sometimes
they.
you're. Oh, go ahead, Kev. Sorry.
Oh no, no, I was just. Well, I'm gonna just say real quick. I was just saying that just because you family, that don't mean that mean that y'all belong with each. Oh, not gonna say
that's
belong
just
with each other, but
good
just because
boundary.
y'all.
I think
uh,
when it comes to family, sometimes you're kind of forced to have to deal.
No, you're
But put
not.
up your boundary, understand what your threshold is, and it's okay to cut people off. Does
Yeah.
anybody in your life, whether they family or not.
I
If it's
Baby,
appreciate
let
going
me
that.
tell you
against your people,
something. If it does not serve your soul and your spirit the way it needs to be served, cut them loose. Be it family, friend, or foe, dog, cat, rat, or whatever. Cut them loose because in the long run, and I'm speaking from experience, sometimes you need to cut people loose and let them go. And it does
mm-hmm.
not matter.
I mean, how many times can you build a bridge before and it gets burnt over and over and over? But
Yeah, but I think a lot of people do that because what a lot of people don't realize is, or what we don't realize a lot of the time is that we put ourselves in mental prisons all the time. I'm saying it
Speak.
again.
The
We
Cali
put
accent.
ourselves
No.
in mental prisons. So we the type of people who will go out there and something can happen, say in the past, or we have a situation with a family member or whatever it is, and we will either justify the behavior, justify our own behavior, or we'll decide to punish ourselves based on something we can't change. the end of the day, you just have today, this moment right now, and tomorrow to change it. That's it. I can't change what I did last week. That's gonna be
Hey,
there.
AJ, that just came out of your head.
Yep.
You're something else. I mean, in a good way. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
You know what? It's we are social creatures,
Mm-hmm.
and we crave and thrive off of having connectivity to other
Mm-hmm.
human beings. Be it if it's something that's going to mentally or emotionally harm us.
Mm-hmm.
But we're different from animals, because animals like, well, I don't even like your ass. But we gonna eat little Jimmy tonight. When we gonna get him. But we're not, as humans, we don't do that.
Mm.
That's the best way I can explain it. When it comes to my cats, when they just like, okay, I don't even like you today, and they scrap and fight, okay, and
Mm-hmm.
they go to separate corners, and then 2 days later, well, I guess I like you. But as humans, we allow that, and what it does, it keeps building, and when you allow those people to do those things to you, it just continues to build, and they feel they can go a little bit further, and I can do this, and they go a little bit further, and I can do this, till eventually you get sick and tired of being sick and tired, and
Well,
either you just gonna cut them loose or choke the hell out of them.
well, and that's the thing. I mean, the only person you could ever control in this life is you. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only person you need to focus on controlling. You cannot control other people. Other people are going to do whatever the hell they're going to do, and they don't owe you an
Mm-hmm.
explanation or an apology or nothing. At the end of the day,
Mm-hmm.
it's how you decide you want to move. What I tend to see is the same people who put themselves in these mental prisons also block their own blessings on a constant.
Mm-hmm.
You better put that on a t-shirt.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah. You better watch out for Saint and AJ. You know what I'm saying? She be at that
I
fire.
can't even say, girl, I gotta put my glasses on for that one.
Yeah.
She had to see what you
Don't
was
Block.
do
saying.
it to me.
She like, hold up, say that again.
Right?
Straight up,
Come
gotta
on
start
now.
writing it. I gotta start
That's
writing
what.
some of this shit down.
I gotta. Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I'm just trying to. Okay.
Because
I see you now. There you are.
yeah, I was like, people
I
block
got
their
you.
own blessings on a constant. Those would
Okay.
Hey,
be.
Kev,
I got you. I
Yep.
sent you a little something. Come on now. I got you.
Thank you.
No,
But
that
yeah,
hits
I
home.
mean,
I like
people,
that. I like that.
people, people block their own blessings on a constant. You know, we tend to do that sometimes.
oh, I
Yeah,
can't unhear it.
I sat in my there. There were many instances, especially a couple years ago. I sat in my car, mad at everything. Well, why can't I have this? Why can't I have that? Why is it easier for other people? It ain't up to other people. It's up to you.
Yep.
What's getting put in front of you, whether God putting it in front of you, life putting it in front of you, it doesn't matter. It's meant for you. You choose what you want to do with it. You want to go and have 5 cars and a big old house? Do that.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing's stopping you. The only person stopping you is you.
You better speak it.
But
I
don't.
like that. I like that.
You better
hey,
speak it. You better get.
Yeah.
You
hey,
better
no
speak
Saint.
it.
What's up?
Hey, no Saint. Have you been in my class?
I have not.
I think she
Oh,
stole some of my content off my
Ain't
page. I
nobody
think.
stole your content. Look at you.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I got my. You can't even see me. I got my glasses on, so you can't see them because I'm my hair is all over my head,
hey, Darlene.
sir.
Right.
I don't know. I wanted to come up here and I wanted to say, I had to look at. I had to go to your profile page and make sure this wasn't Wanda's sites that was up here.
Right.
You know what? You know
Right.
what?
I said I can't unhear that. The Slim said it down there. I said I can't unhear it now. She do sound like
Are
her
Oh,
you
though. Yeah.
yeah.
A little
serious?
bit.
She sound just like her the more I keep hearing it.
Wow.
Are you serious?
No, that is. I'm gonna tell you my profile pic. I'm gonna tell you exactly what that pic was. Y'all ready for this one?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So I just turned 54,
Mm-hmm.
and I always
Congratulations.
go on a trip for my birthday after my husband passed. I went to Cancun and I was trying on that wig. That's a wig in my profile. And I was like, ooh, I'm going to go down to Cancun and act the whole entire, you already know.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I snapped that picture in my living room. I was like, this is cute. What's funny is when I started smiling, my cats was looking at me like, "Oh, you gonna leave us like that, huh? You ain't gonna take us with us?"
Right, what the heck happened to him?
No, I think I don't know. I think the app's acting weird. That's
That's
funny.
weird.
Oh,
Yeah, I
got
don't,
booted.
Huh?
She's like, even when
no,
she just said you gonna leave us, like that sounded like Wanda
My
saying.
cats, no, my cats.
Why
Yeah,
did y'all do this to me, man? I can't not hear it no more. It's over. I feel
Wait a minute,
like I'm talking to a
you got
celebrity
a
right
gray
now.
spot on top
I,
of your head, boy. Bye, boy. Bye.
Oh man, I can't
But I did. I
hear you.
put that wig. That's a wig. My hair is all over my head right now. You know how us black people do.
it's the cats for
But
me.
why? Why the cats? You know
Oh my god.
what? My cats? Yes, and here is the funny thing about it.
I
The
can't
house that I
unhear you.
bought is on a corner. Crazy
Wow.
cat lady on the corner. Never mind. Y'all young. You'll never get it.
I'm sorry, I can't take nothing serious no more. Why did they do this to me? Oh my gosh. Oh my.
It's alright. It's alright. No part
This
I'm
was
straight.
the best ever.
Yeah.
This had
I
wait a
can do
minute.
impressions. I can do it.
Wait a minute.
I'm good.
Yeah, I want to hear an impression.
You want to hear an impression?
Absolutely.
I told you my hair was all over my head.
All right. Let's play a game. Let's do. I'm gonna try to. This is way out of my comfortability zone.
Got the
So,
curly
anyways.
hair.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna do 4 impressions, and I
See
don't
you
know when
over
anybody
there. I
gets
see you
bored.
long hair don't care.
Huh? Who's your daddy, and what does he do?
Okay, Arnold Schwarzenegger, don't do that.
Who's your
Right, he sound
daddy,
like he
and what does he
constipated
do?
over
Come
there.
on. Come on. Who's your daddy, and what does he do? Tell me.
Constipator.
Oh my God, SpongeBob.
What
Tell me
the?
I
the
can do
movie.
it.
Tell me the movie. Come on. Who's your daddy, and what does he do?
Who is your daddy
I'm a
and
cop,
what
you
did he
idiot.
do?
Come on.
Get to the chopper. Who can't do Arnold
But
Schwarzenegger?
that sounds like Arnold Schwarzenegger and Hitler had a baby.
Okay, so
Right.
next one. My precious.
Oh, Lord of the Rings.
The Lord of the Rings.
Okay, so and then the next one for the third, I'm gonna try it. Okay, hold on. So my father was a drinker, and you know where I got these scars? Nobody?
Sean Connery.
No, close. No, not even close actually. That was Heath Ledger as
Oh,
the
the
Joker.
Joker. The Joker.
As the Joker. I didn't want to go too far with it.
I thought that was Bruce Jenner.
Yeah, a little bit. A little bit.
Oh, y'all are
Oh
special.
man, all right. So I'll try. Let me see the fourth one. You know, the last doctor that analyzed me, I ate his liver with a side of fava beans and a light Chianti.
All right.
Islands of the Lambs.
All right, Hannibal. Calm down there.
Right.
That's all I got. That's all I got. Thank you. Way out of my comfort zone. So, anyways, I
Hey,
appreciate
it was good though.
You can't do Joe Biden because all you got to do is snore a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
I don't know if I'll go that far.
Yeah, I seen Darlene with the straight hair picture, and then I did see her
I told you.
no, but I saw her videos with the curly hair too. So I was like, oh, look at that.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. The curly hair and the cats and I did a huge chop. I did a huge chop like 4 years ago. My hair was down to the middle of my back and I cut it all off. And then my whole family was like, "Have you lost your mind?" I was like, "Nope, it's just hair." And I went short for a long, long time. And now with everything going on, I've been natural for the past 2 years. I don't like it, but it's alright.
It's all right.
It's alright.
It's all right. When it don't work, you just put a bonnet. You're good.
He said, "Put a button on."
You know what's funny? When do you think that we're gonna see men start wearing bonnet?
They have been for the
I
longest
seen a
time. They
couple
just
of them
don't
doing
show
it.
it. But men
Yeah, I
were
seen a
wearing
couple
bonds
of them.
before women were.
Straight men?
Yeah.
Yeah, I seen some straight men be wearing it. I don't know why. It's weird. I don't know.
I
No,
mean, there's
no, but
nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with it. Do as you please. You understand? But
I mean they're not bonnets, they're turbans, but men have been wearing hair, whatever you want to call it, for the past 2.5 centuries. So
I mean, if you want to get technical, high heels were originally designed for men, not women.
you are 100% right. That's a European thing, and wigs
Yep, it
too,
was a
and
European thing.
wigs
Same
too.
thing with
Really? Are
wigs.
you kidding me? That's news to
yes,
me. Really?
No,
Yeah,
What do
no,
men
she's
need
not
high
kidding.
heels for?
She's not kidding.
I'm not joking.
It's
yes.
not a
Oh,
joke. It's not a joke. George Washington and all these people wear heels, and it's funny how they were fighting the Europeans, but they dressed just like them. That is hilarious.
Yeah.
Hmm.
They
what?
wore wigs, but they wore wigs, they wore pancake makeup.
And they wear that tight stuff in the stomach too.
They had
I didn't
Corset.
know that.
what
I
they
not
had
the high heel
corsets,
thing. I did not know.
high
That
heels,
is
yes, yes.
Yeah.
What
It
they
was
need
not
high
just
heels for?
Prince.
Real high heels, Kev. Real high heels, like high heel shoes,
It
platform.
was
Oh, I got you. Oh, I
like
got
straight
you.
up like 5-inch pumps. Are we talking
Like
about
them,
or like?
Yes,
like them
yes, yes.
clown shoes. Them
I don't know.
clown
I
shoes.
don't know about 5 inch, but
they
definitely
weren't
three
They
and
were
four.
so
Three and
probably
four.
2 or 3, but probably
so
2 or 3 inches.
so the style of high heels has changed as it switched over to women. So yes, women will wear the stilettos and everything else.
I
But
just would say
high heels originally, like the origin, if you look up what they originally looked like, they were for men. They looked more like
Mhm.
platform shoes.
It's
Oh,
true.
okay.
I read
Yeah.
that not so long ago.
Think about Prince.
And I find it hilarious.
Think about Prince.
Well, Prince was not a regular guy.
No, but Prince was a very short statured man, but he was a man's man, or whatever you call you. But he also wore those type of shoes. He wore his his boots were heeled, all of his shoes were heeled.
And he moved really well in them shoes.
Hmm.
Probably bet nah, he couldn't do them better than me because I just
Look, I've seen that man move in them heels
don't have
like he was wearing tennis sneakers, like for real. You understand? Like,
you gotta think about it. I was a impressionable teenager when he came with Purple Rain. I was an impressionable teenager.
oh wow. So are you
I was
saying
like,
that men can rock high heels better than women? Because I see women going through hell with high heels.
Oh no,
in some cases,
no,
yeah.
huh?
I would say in some cases, but in some cases too, men wear makeup better than women too sometimes.
Oh, good God, yes. No, no,
Hands down.
yeah, well, no, well, yeah.
Yes, yes,
That
men
yeah.
wore makeup
I've
before
learned.
women. That is correct.
Yeah, no,
Hmm.
they
Hmm.
can't. They can't. That's not my jam. You got to do too much. I'm too over
Listen,
that.
men used to wear capri pants all the way to the knee with high heels,
Hmm.
and they used to wear the bustiers.
Yes,
Hmm.
Believe it or not, and they had makeup and wigs.
yes, yes.
Oh, the English. They were English. Yeah.
That's the European shit.
English
Hmm.
and you got to think about the Scottish kilt
And during the Victorian thing too.
Yeah, the Scottish
During
wear kilts.
Victorian times,
They wear skirts, kilts, right?
kilts, and
the kilt.
before that,
So
you
the Irish.
Romans.
Northern Irish. Yes.
Hmm. I was like Northern Irish. They wear kilts. Not so much
But
Southern.
yeah, you know what I know about Irish people is that they make some slamming corned beef with cabbage.
We don't make
That
don't do
shepherd's pie
turkey.
though.
Oh, shepherd's pie is off the hook, but that you eat one of those, you're
Mm,
going to sleep.
Oh,
I don't know
well.
about that.
A big shepherd's pie, that should have put me to bed. It's over.
That is
Did
not.
somebody just
That
call
is
me hobo?
that's
That you know. I knew you was gonna think that. I was saying I don't know what else. I was saying oh whoa, and then I'm like oh dang, she about to think about it.
Thought you were calling me hobo for a
I
second. I was
know,
like,
I knew it. I knew.
I
I was
ain't
like, hold
that
on. I was like,
cool.
oh,
I
I
was
think
hoping I was gonna slide. I was
he
like,
didn't pronounce the B. He said ho whoa.
I said, "Oh whoa!" I said, "Oh whoa," because I was trying to because I forgot
He
somebody
said a
said it was
ho
a reaction.
whoa.
It was a
Oh,
reaction noise I was making. I was like,
Your
"Oh whoa!"
picture, her picture does resemble the picture that Hobo has.
A
what?
little bit, a little bit.
No, no, it
After she
does.
I
never
wish
come
I
on
was not
camera.
that cool though.
I'm not saying that y'all look alike, but y'all both light skinned and you have like the same picture
She
to the side, like it's like diagonal.
she never get on
Yeah.
camera. She never get on camera, so I think she hobo. I think
Oh,
that
that's
is.
pretty rare. That's pretty rare.
Oh, that's foul, bruh.
That's cute. That's cute. You wanna know what's funny though? He only ever asked me to go on camera when it's like 11 o'clock at night and I'm in the bed and the lights off.
Demon time.
I was in his live
Whoa!
earlier today. Light was on.
Touche.
Nothing.
You
I
know,
He'd just be like, "Oh, it's
see.
11 o'clock. AJ, cam up," and I'm like, "I mean, I could. You just ain't gonna see me."
I just don't give a damn no more. How about that one?
hey, whatever tickles the pickle.
I don't care no. You know what? I don't care no more. Woo, Lord,
Hmm,
I don't care no more.
I'm trying. I'm just
I
trying to
wish I
make
was
sure
that
we ain't
cool.
talking to no robot. You know what I'm saying?
Imagine that
Absolutely,
shit.
robot. You right. It's me.
Cause you come up with too much fire and stuff, so I gotta make sure this ain't getting programmed in the system. It's like a TikTok bot talking to us or something.
Come on, Ready Player One.
You ain't even, man.
Who's still in the driveway?
We ain't even scratched the surface of the fire that I got. Just been just chilling, waiting. I've been trying to be quiet, be like, all right, maybe they just ain't ready. People just ain't ready for my truth yet. I'm gonna let them figure it out.
Oh yeah, bring them treats out. Oh yeah,
Just saying.
Yeah,
bring
Got
them
a
treats
bunch of
out.
them.
I want y'all to know that when those crazy lives are going on all day, right? Those controversial lives, I'm watching who's in those lives.
Uh-huh.
I'm watching who's in the comments.
Yeah, right.
I'm watching who pops up. I am, believe me.
Wait a minute, hold up.
Mm-hmm.
But why you watching?
Because I want somebody to try to use information in the wrong way. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm trying. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Look, we're cool right here,
No.
right? We're having
It's
fun right
because
here.
he's on the beach and he's looking for a workout partner. Don't stop it. He's on the beach. He's like, come on. You need to come out here and you need to come lift some weights with me. Stop. Stop lying for me, girl. I
I
don't
Oh,
want to hear
cannot.
it anymore.
Oh Lord God, I cannot.
Nah, I get what the real is doing. He's just trying to make sure people ain't trying to take sound bites from like other
hey.
conversations or from
Well,
here
he's
and take
not,
them
but
somewhere
he's
else.
saying that he likes my Arnold impression, and I need to tell you, Amiga,
Oh,
right
good.
now, if you want a
You know
serious
what though?
Arnold impression, that
You're
you're
right.
gonna get it
Gonna
right now.
do. They gonna do.
That's the.
You can't gonna do. You
So
gonna stand with them
if you're
and
gonna
what?
tell them something, you need to say, listen, we need to go to the workout room right now, and we need to do some curls
Right now.
Yo,
right
Irish,
now. Do
Irish,
it.
I got one for you, Irish. Do Obama.
I can't do Obama, man. I've never practiced Obama.
Why
I can't do that.
I didn't think you did.
No, I did, but I could do it. I know it very well, and so if you think you anything you need to say, I can respond to it as best as I possibly can.
not? Okay,
Okay.
so if you're all about the Eastern European, can you do Jean-Claude Van Damme?
Oh my God, no. Uh that'd be tough. That I have to practice that one. I've only practiced a few of them, and like Arnold was hard enough. That took a few years to get used to, but
Van Damme. I don't know.
Van Damme.
He don't say
I
much. He don't say much.
the muscles from
know
Brussels.
I
the
don't like
muscles from Brussels.
doing
Yes, I'm that old.
I don't like doing anything.
Do Kermit the Frog.
I love
I can
Kermit.
do like accents though. I can do accents like all day.
I
What
wish
you
I
got
could.
for us?
My Jamaican is the worst, yo. For real.
I can't. I haven't mastered Jamaican yet.
Do it. Come on,
I could
somebody
do.
else has to have a
I
little bit
do.
of a skill.
I
Wait a
could
minute.
do a really great English accent though. It's not that hard.
I can do Jamaican.
Oh, who
Yeah.
can do Jamaican?
But going
I like English and I like Jamaican.
at going now.
But I like talk to people from the UK, and so sometimes it gets real confusing after I end conversations with them and try to talk to other Americans because I get confused.
She said other.
Yeah,
I could do,
it gets confusing.
I could do a Spanish actor.
At going.
Hey,
I can do it, but I can only do it like really bad. like.
So why don't you do a Spanish accent with the Arnold Schwarzenegger voice?
Okay, that's just hell
Well,
of.
that would be
That's a
I'm
setup.
sorry.
that'd be tough.
That's what we call FedEx.
Yeah.
Oh, that got me. That's a good one. That's a good compliment.
Special delivery.
I like that.
Special delivery.
It's something about. I'm gonna tell you the truth. It's something about when I hear a Jamaican woman speak Jamaican, especially when she's upset. You understand? Like there's something about that I just listen to everything they're saying, man. It is crazy when when a Jamaican woman is upset and she starts going off. Oh my God.
That boy, you sounded too turned on up there. I know you're trying to sugarcoat it. We know what
Right.
you're talking about,
I'm
man.
like, what?
He thinking about big booty and not saying no.
No, I'm thinking
What was
a
that movie
Jamaican.
from the 80s with the
Why
Jamaicans
am
that
I the only one with that camera on? That's rude as hell.
what was that?
Right. You feel me? You feel me? Why is my camera on? Oh, I'm a host.
I'm
Okay.
Theater
sorry. I see you now.
Theater
All these
Rhyme.
words and stuff.
Let's go
You
Jamaica.
got
It's
that
bucket
little.
sled time.
You got that
I,
little Dracula white piece of hair in the top of your head.
oh yeah. Yo yeah.
You know who Dracula is, don't you?
Listen,
Yeah.
All right,
I know.
he just got that 30 days
I ain't
ago.
that young.
Not
Mhm.
Dracula,
all right,
Blackula.
He got that from
but
TikTok.
speaking of questions that you got up there, I'm still trying to figure out what the first question was.
Oh, that's
Like what you mean?
why you like Pepe Le Pew?
Pepe Le Pew.
It's funny. She even got jokes like Wanda Sykes. That's just too funny. I can just see
She just called you Pepe Le Pew, bro. That is
Pepe Le
crazy.
Pew. This one's a stinker. You know.
Just got that one. I've always wanted to have one streak of gray hair. I thought that
I
would be
did.
so cool.
Just stay on TikTok. You'll get it real quick.
No, I haven't. No, it's a fan. But when I went to Cancun, I couldn't have my gray hair out there 'cause I was trying to be a whole. Never mind.
A what?
Never mind.
You trying to be a what?
Never mind.
She's still parked in the driveway.
Uh-oh. All right, look at that. About to make her spit her stuff out all on her stuff.
And
Hey,
all I drink is seltzer water. Thank you very much.
that shit is carbonated. It'll come right out your nose.
What
I
you say you
definitely
got
get one of
for
the
us?
psychs out of that. I can feel it. I can see it.
Hey,
What you
no
got,
Saint.
Kevin?
What
Mm.
what were you talking about? Like the first question, because I'm with you
Right.
on that.
What you
I,
got?
I
Right.
was just trying. I was just trying to figure it out. I was trying to figure out what the question was.
Well,
What was it?
he's asking, are more people in tune with their wants than their needs, and is that a today's problem? Is that a modern problem that more people are wrapped up in their wants rather than their needs? And I'll give you a warning. It's a trick question.
I
They're
would
wrapped up in.
say so. If I'm gonna answer that, I'm gonna say yeah. They're definitely more wrapped up in their wants, mostly because most people don't know the difference between needs and wants.
Interesting. Anybody
Speak.
else?
You can count on AJ for those nice answers.
I got an answer too, but anybody else?
No, because what people fail to realize is they think that their wants are actually what they need.
Okay, so they're
You got
confused.
Irish.
They're
I
confused,
mean,
right?
I personally would agree with everybody, but anyways, to not be like that, I'd say everybody acts on their wants and waits to act on their needs.
Okay, I see how you're trying to get it. I see where you're trying to
You know what
put
I
it
I
in.
mean?
mean,
Oh,
I can
Like
okay.
I'll
elaborate,
put.
but
Well, I'm gonna take all three of what all three you said, and watch what I'm gonna do with that.
Yeah.
mm-hmm.
The problem is that you're supposed to want your need. In order to grow, you need to want your need and combine
Exactly.
them so that they're not two separate entities. So if your needs become your wants and your wants become your needs, it makes it that much easier to get there. And then when you do that and you combine them, then after you take care of all your needs, all your wants will come. That's what the lady was saying from before. And we have to learn how to be given in order to receive. So that's the same concept right there. Combine them and you'll be all right.
Exactly. I think that's the reason why I said I think a lot of people they confuse what wants, quote unquote, are, or what their needs are for their wants. Like, you know what I mean? I don't
Yeah,
know.
wants are
Hold on.
desires.
I think
Wants
I
are
confused that.
desires. Wants are
Well, no,
desires,
well,
and
but I
needs
feel
are,
like, but
what
I,
we necessities.
yeah, but
Hey,
I
you know
feel
what I
like
just thought about?
most
I might be.
people.
Uh,
Oh, go ahead.
I'm gonna go
Go
real
ahead,
deep on.
Go ahead, Stain.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I was like, I feel like most people don't really know what they need though.
That's true.
So like, I feel like a lot of people feel like, and I think I see it just more or less just when it came to a lot of social conditioning when I was growing up, where it was just like, oh, well, in order to be happy, you need, for me as a woman, oh, I need a husband, I need to have kids, the two cars in the driveway, the house, and the white picket fence.
That's
That
because
was a need, quote unquote. And I think a lot of people don't realize that that's not always necessarily what's going to make you happy.
it's just true. But
So
listen, but
But
look at the trick in this question. Wrapped
hmm
up in their want, because wants are feelings and needs are
hmm
objective.
exactly.
you're going
mm,
to that, and I'm gonna get real baseline on you real quick.
Do it.
hmm
Is that from an infant? As an infant, it was all about what you really needed. The reason
Yep.
why you cried, you were hungry, you need your diaper changed, or you need to be burped, or you need to have human touch. Those are things you needed to physically and emotionally thrive.
Right.
That changed and translated into what we did as a society was to have the television babysit our kids. So I think about like the face from Nickelodeon Jr.
hmm
gave those things and all those things, but in between those things, where he was giving those faces, there was also commercials to where they were saying, if you wanted to be hydrated, you had to drink this, and you wanted to. It was all conditioning.
Yeah.
Yep. And before that, though, but before that, let's
I
get
think it
even
was
more
long before
basic.
that, actually.
Let's go more basic than that.
hmm
That changes when a kid realizes that you will pick him up when he's crying. When he realizes that he
Yeah,
can cry to get attention, even
yeah.
before commercials, even before TV. Once you don't let a kid sit there and cry and realize that he's not going to get what he wants when he cries, that's where the change really starts.
But
And
I
the,
Yeah.
we
But I feel
but
like,
before my daughter
in
could
my
even
age
talk,
group,
we go ahead. I'm sorry. Women
but in
first.
my age group, we didn't. It was like, okay, he's crying. Okay, then what? You're not hungry. We burped you. Not well. Well, you're gonna be all right.
yeah,
We're
yeah,
but
not.
but I
a
feel
lot of
like,
parents pick them up because they don't want to hear the crying.
But
yeah,
but but when I was raising my kids and when my parents were raising us, that's how we were raised. But as you got longer, I'm born in '68, so I'm gonna give this to the '70s babies. Well, we can't stand no kids to be crying, and I was like, well, I really don't care. It don't bother me,
My mother used to say, "You don't cry blood."
huh?
exactly.
My
So,
mother used
but
to
I feel
tell, I
like,
used to say, "You don't cry blood."
No, it's just you want to sit here, you want to hoop and holler. I remember when my son is 27, like I said, and he was at the store and he was hooping and hollering. And I looked at him, I flicked my hair and walked clean over him. The rest of the people in the store was like, "Oh my God, did she just walk over her son? We should just." When I turned that corner, he couldn't see me. That little boy raised himself. He raised himself off the floor. Was like, "Oh damn!" I was like, "Yeah, we're not doing that. That's not what we're
Have you
gonna."
have you seen
but
the
I
new
feel like,
kids in
but
the temper tantrums?
Oh my
yeah,
God, we just drop kick him in the back of the head and two to the body. One,
but I feel like, I feel like the real hit the nail on the head. There are parents where if their kids are crying, the kid has learned to just cry to get what he wants.
yeah,
But let's really unpack that because that actually underlines and reveals a dark part of people's nature that people don't ever want to admit. I will be the first
Absolutely.
to admit it. It isn't human nature to take advantage.
It's
I'm
called
gonna say that again.
manipulation. It's called
It
manipulation.
isn't
No, but it's human
exactly
nature to start as
to
an
take
infant,
advantage.
and that's the first thing you do. That's
No,
the
no,
very
no.
that's the very first thing you
However,
do to get what you want. That's the very first thing you do. You cry,
yes,
right?
but however you want to word it, whether you want to use manipulation or not, we also have to remember that as individuals when dealing with other people. It is in people's nature to take advantage sometimes.
Yeah.
It's not that they want to, but they will.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah,
And
they'll
we can't
do what's
beat
available.
ourselves up for it. Yeah.
I
No,
agree.
it's not in nature. It is trained. We as the individuals, when it comes to children, we train them. When they cry, if they're hungry, we take care of that. It's not them. What it is we just don't want to deal with the idea of they're having a temper tantrum or they're having whatever. We don't want to deal with it. We don't want to hear it. So the only thing we can do is we're going to pacify them. Call it what it is.
Go back to question one.
Hey, I gotta disagree. Because I agree with AJ, man. I feel like it because like even think about a baby though. Because like we don't train them to keep on asking for that bottle. You know what I'm saying? It's not like it's just they get hungry. They know as soon as they get that bottle they get fed, all right? So they know they take advantage that every time they cry, that's when they figure it out. Like that every time I cry, I get to get a bottle again. You know what I'm saying?
That's the
So
reaction.
we can't.
Correct.
It's not that we train them that way. It's just something it's part of our. You know what I'm saying? It's part of like even it's a survival instinct too. You know what I'm saying? Huh?
But you do because here's the thing about this is that if I have to go back. See, that's where the disconnect is that if they're not hungry and they don't want the bottle, because they really don't want the bottle, because if they want the bottle, they're going to latch onto it and suck. If they don't want the bottle, they'll spit it out. Don't care what child it is, wherever in the world. If they are full, they're going to spit that bottle out. If they're wet, once you change them, they're okay. What it is they want that human connect, and that's fine. But it gets to a point to where we need to teach you how to be by yourself. I'm a latchkey kid.
Mm-hmm.
We train our children to do that. But the thing about it is, you do not allow them to say okay, because as long as you hear them crying, you think there's something wrong. Oh my God, there's something wrong as a parent. That's on y'all, not on them, because they don't know any better, but you do. And you know what? Give me my
supposed to.
I believe it's the opposite way though. I think we train them to not be take advantage because if you think about it, like sometimes we got to tell them like, dog, even like the fact that we be like, stop being so stingy or something like that because if they can keep on getting the toys or whatever, like no, we got to teach them to share. We got to teach them. It's like it's really I think it's the opposite way. We train them to not take advantage of certain situations and stuff because they're gonna keep on getting what they're gonna want to get. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna keep on asking. They're gonna keep on. You know what I'm saying? So it's like if they're getting it, they're getting it. We gotta tell them no sometimes. Like no, you can't. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Let me take it back to basics real quick. Let me take it way back to basics. It is in our human nature to take advantage because it is a form of survival. If we didn't learn to take advantage of the environment at the time, early humans, when it came to food and water, none of us would be here. We had to learn how to take advantage of stuff. But that's the harsh reality. The harsh reality, and the thing is that we put a negative connotation on it. It's not saying that you're a bad person for taking advantage. It's just saying it's just in nature. Like it is normal for people to take advantage.
It's not.
They're gonna do it.
It's normal for kids to share. You think about this. You can have, listen to me very carefully. You can have, and this is the best way to explain it. You can have a 2-year-old little white boy and a 2-year-old little black boy together. They know no different. Toys, we're happy. Meet them little gremlins at 5 years old. The white boy is more likely to say, I don't want to play with him. I don't want to do that. No, because that's what he was trained to do by not what he's told from his parents, by what he sees from his parents.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
What I'm trying to get you to understand, you cannot say that about a baby or a child because everything that they need comes from you. So the thing about it is, you dictate to how that child is going to be. Y'all make it the responsibility of the child when it's your responsibility.
It's not.
So
Okay.
you
So
said babies are naturally made to share?
because
That's
if
what you saying?
well, okay, so regardless of whether they're taught to share or they naturally will, let me give an example. If there's two 2-year-olds, right? Hypothetically speaking, does not matter. Whatever. There's two 2-year-olds. They go to their mom. They ask for a cookie. Mom says no. Go to dad. Dad says no. They run to me and I say yes. The next time they run and they ask me for a cookie, I give them a cookie. What are they going to learn? They're gonna naturally start taking advantage of the fact that if they come to me, I'm going to give them a cookie.
They're coming to you. They're
natural
gonna
for
come
them.
to you.
It's natural for them to do that. However, that doesn't mean I have to give them a cookie every time. But it is, if I continuously give them that, they are going to take advantage of it.
Yeah,
It's
they're
like
gonna
dogs.
figure it out.
That's
use it to their
everybody.
It's like
advantage.
feeding a pet. It's like feeding a pet too. Like you feed them one time, it's a wrap. They gonna keep coming back to that same house again. Like humans, no different.
Pavlov's dogs, once they got conditioned to
But
hear
it's
a bell,
faster.
they knew it was time to eat.
When they heard the bell.
You trained them, but
I didn't train them.
To them,
Yeah.
up to you.
Look, here's a different take.
I
Here's a
think with
different take.
humans, honestly, when everything, you could teach anything you want to do, but when humans get to the point where they lie, that's when they cross the line. Animals don't know how to lie to you. It doesn't work. It doesn't work.
You want to meet my dogs? Because they'll lie to you about dinner.
So low key,
As soon as I said that, AJ, I knew there was going to be something that comes along.
My cat thinks he's a dog.
So
I'm not lying to you.
As I think about it, I think it's kind of both of them though. It's kind of both mixed together. Now I'm thinking about it because
It is a combination.
Yeah, it's literally a combination. That's probably why we think it's different or whatever. Because it is like you couldn't say it's in the nature at the same time, but it's like the way that you you could say train them to accept that type of nature or whatever. I'm putting it that way. So basically, say if you could feed them with a bottle, okay, all right. So they're gonna keep looking for the bottle, but you could actually switch it up and they can show them something different. Oh, I'm gonna start doing baby food. So then you could say that they got trained to you could train them to receiving something different in a different way, but they know like it's in their nature that whatever they whatever they train
it's in their nature to know, you know what? If I kick this cat, I'm gonna get some candy corn. Best way, if I'm gonna kick the cat gonna give me candy corn. If I kick
that cat gonna have a sore ass. Tell you that much.
Yeah, the cat gonna. If I kick the cat, I'm gonna get some candy. If I kick the cat, I'm gonna get some candy. But it's up to you to train that child to say or to do. You know what? These are the things you need to do. It's up to you to train. But you're also training that child to say, if I kick you, I know if I kick you, I'm gonna get candy. Or if I go to mama, they're gonna say no. But if I go to TT gonna always tell me yes. You have absolutely trained that child to say, to do. Well, all I go here. Wait a minute. If I go to TT, I'm gonna get a cookie.
Right.
Mama no, daddy no, granny no, TT.
I wouldn't say that we're training them to
that's
do
still
that.
taking advantage.
But I will say that everybody is right. But however, we need to stop using the nature versus nurture because we are both. We are nature and nurture.
Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example.
No, AJ,
real
that's
quick.
a good point.
Real quick. Let me give you a quick point. Check it out.
Ahead,
There's a difference between teaching someone something and spoiling them. You see, that's the point. See, if you go back to Kevin's question, we are teaching them to go after their want by spoiling them because they know where to go to get what they want. But they're not going where they need to go to get what they need.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying? So that's a whole training session that goes with that. Because, kids mimic what we do. but they also try to express themselves. They don't know how to say, "Hey, can I have that cookie?" They're gonna start crying. You know, saying like, "Yo, my guy, can I have that cookie?" No, I don't think so. Then they're gonna go to Joe. Joe's gonna say, "What's your mama say?" Oh, she said no. Then I'm not gonna give you the cookie. And you got grandma. You know what I'm saying? Grandma give them the cookie quick. You understand what I'm saying? So they know where to go to get their want, but they still
They
don't.
take
That's why,
advantage of it.
yeah, but they don't. This is why they don't know the difference between wants and needs, because they get trained on their want. We indoctrinate
Right.
them to work on their wants and express themselves for the things that they want.
Exactly.
We don't teach them needs.
Even, yeah.
You're both. You know,
But they
no,
can do they do
you're
the
right.
same thing
You're
off the
right.
stuff they need too though. If it's
Kids ain't no
if
joke.
it's, even if it's a simple the fact that they eating or something like that, they crying for a bottle. You know what I'm saying? They just want to eat. Like I said, it's still like a survival type situation that's already ingrained with them. Like they said that's the only form they can eat, so they're gonna keep on taking advantage of it by crying and I need to get fed. I need to get fed, you know what I'm saying? So that even
Where
we
is
can
it
say
going?
wants and needs both are the same thing, but whatever way they can get to get to what they need to how to eat or
What
whatever
they
because
want.
everybody gotta eat.
Mhm.
Babies gotta eat,
Well,
everybody gotta eat, so that's what they gonna keep on
so
doing to get to what they gotta eat.
I
You
but
got
know what
that's
I'm
the
saying?
reason why I said what I said when I said it's in human nature to take
Yeah,
advantage. People
yeah,
will take advantage to get what they want. We see
yeah.
it every day.
What they need
It
and
does not
want.
matter what generation you are, you have seen it every day. You know somebody or you know of someone who took advantage of a situation to get whatever it was that they wanted.
Yeah.
Whether
We are
it
the
was
ones that
taught
teach
or
kids
it
to
was
be
or
unhealthy.
it's nature. Either way, people will take advantage.
the
Parents
That's
are
from
the
our
the
true
the
society.
enablers.
environment of the nation that you're brought up in. That's what you're most conducive to. Most
Yes.
conducive to. Not completely,
Yep.
but most conducive to. Because there are some people
Hmm.
that I'm a firm believer. You are not a victim of your circumstances.
No.
Firm believer. But there are
Absolutely not.
some, and I completely agree with that. I put completely.
Hmm.
I got a house, Sippo. You want it?
Yeah,
Conversation
but
got time.
this is what I'm trying to tell you. Look, we become the enabler to push kids
Yes.
to learn how to voice what they want, right? And then
Yep.
and then we're trying to help them unlearn the same shit that we taught them.
Hmm.
That's
Yeah,
But
crazy.
yeah, I
you,
feel you
you,
on that.
yeah, yeah. That's
It's a
what
beautiful
I don't
experience.
understand. This
Yep.
the neighborhood that I live in, and we had snow here, which is like kind of freaked me out that I came back from Cancun. But I was like, well, I'm just waiting for some little boy to come knock up to the door and be like, hey, you want me to shovel your driveway out? And I'm like, yeah, I got a hot 25 for you, player. There wasn't nobody there. I had to go get my own shovel and my own ice. Just for
Hmm.
reals.
Look,
You know
man,
what?
It's a different
Just
time.
I think my kid was a ninja because if my daughter would ask me for some shit
You said
and I
what?
didn't, and my daughter was a ninja because if she was trying to voice something to me, like if she wanted something to eat and I told her no, she found a way to climb up and get that shit.
Mm.
I
Hmm.
know that's right. She
My
just
my
Facts.
look, my daughter don't play that shit. Oh, you don't want to give me that? I'm gonna go get that shit myself. My daughter's been autonomous since the age of like 8 months. I swear to God, I'm not even lying.
Mm. She took advantage of you turning your back and she went and got it herself.
No, no, she didn't. She didn't wait until I turned my back. Right in front of me, she would climb out the playpen and hang off the fucking lamp, swing off the other way, go on the countertop. You know what I'm saying? Like she would find a way to release things. She would
what
watch
is
me
it?
unhook things. You know those hooks that you put
Hmm.
on the cabinet so that they stay locked.
Hmm.
She would watch me release them and learn how to do that shit.
Hmm.
Wait a minute.
Um,
Hold up. Let me put my
My
Did
mom
you
glasses
says
back
the
did
down.
you
same shit
teach
about
her how
me.
to climb up there?
hell no, do I look like I climb shit? I'm six
Wait a minute.
foot two.
You
I weigh
didn't
two
train her
thirty.
to do it.
You
Let
had
me.
you had you had hooks on what?
My daughter would watch me remove the latches, open the doors. She would watch how I would leave the house,
The child lock.
how I would lock shit,
Oh, yeah.
how I would push it together so she could unlock shit when I wasn't around.
Yep.
Hmm. I
What?
can't talk because I was that kid.
I'm not
I was
lying.
that
My
kid.
daughter
And
was
my
a
parents used to do
ninja.
that too.
Wait a minute.
They'd have locks at the top of the door. We'd push the kitchen chairs up to the door, and Find a
Exactly.
stick or some shit.
There was no
Okay,
crib.
okay.
There was no crib that could hold my daughter.
No.
Same.
Young blood. Pepe Le Pew. How was we raised?
Young
Go
humans
ahead and
ain't
open up if
stupid.
you want
Everybody thinks
to.
that young humans are.
Go ahead and open up
are
if you want to. You be all right.
I'm
You
sorry.
said what
Listen if you
happened?
want
I'm
to.
sorry.
No,
What happened?
you said locks on cabinets.
Yes,
No, on
because
doors.
no, we're
Like,
talking about like what under the sink
Child
we would
lock.
have chemicals. We would have toxic chemicals, and they would be childproof. We would
Pepe
childproof
Le
the
Pew.
shelves.
How was you raised?
You
If
said
you
how was I
touch it, you're in
raised?
trouble.
Uh-huh.
I was raised in a half Christian home.
No, it wasn't no
Um,
half. It was a half Christian home, but wasn't no locks on them cabinets. Go ahead and touch it if you want to.
Oh
I
yeah.
grew
Oh,
up
I
that.
get you. Yeah, I get
Look,
you.
I
Yeah, yeah,
grew
yeah,
up
yeah.
that way. I grew up that way, right? I did myself. That
Same.
go ahead and play
Okay.
yourself. I grew up that way, but my daughter's mother was the one that liked to put things on the walls, the electric socket. She would make it childproof, the house, and part of it was locking shit up. But my daughter will watch me lock it and open it, and she will open it and lock it so it won't act like nobody touched it. It was listen to me. A regular kid would open the door and say, "Oh, I got all the goodies," right? And then leave it open, and then we would have proof. My
But she
daughter
was
learned
like,
how
if we
to open
close it.
and close it.
Oh man.
wait a minute.
Wow.
I didn't. I digress because I have a 2-year-old. I have a 2-year-old granddaughter,
Mm-hmm.
and I call her Pee Wee from baby. You know who Bebe's kids?
Yeah.
The baby Pee Wee. I
Mm-hmm.
call her Pee Wee because she's a thug to her heart. And she just thinks she just gonna go through and do whatever she wanna do. She climbs on stuff and whatever. And my daughter, my baby girl, my daughter's like, Mom, you can't let her do that. Well, hell, she falls, she'll be all right. She'll figure it out. Not to climb back her ass back up her again. Mama, you can't do that. That's not how we do things now. We have to reinforce. Well, okay, don't leave it with me then, because if she climb up there, she gonna fall down. She'll be all right.
Mm-mm.
I am so old. I'm sorry. I'm old school.
Mm-mm. My daughter, if you didn't give her what she wanted,
Nah.
she wasn't gonna cry. She was gonna find some logical fucking way to put two chairs together. She wasn't afraid of heights. She would swing off the chandelier. I'm telling you, my daughter was a fucking ninja. You understand? Like,
My mom used to say the same thing about me. What I used to do is, when I was really little, I used to throw all the stuffed animals out of my crib, right? So she'd have to pick them up and put them back in there. And as soon as she put her arm in there, I'd grab her arm, right? And be like, oh, pick me up. And then when that stopped working, I used to throw them out of the crib. And then I would just jump out of the crib and land on the stuffed animals. And then I just run around.
That
Mom
takes
was
some
like, what the
skill. That
hell?
takes experience.
Yeah, like my
That
mom was like, I had to move your crib from our bed because I used to sleep in the same, and when I was really small, I used to sleep
Oh,
in the same
you
room with
know
my
what
mom.
else I just thought about? You know what I
Yeah.
just thought about? They ever had that one kid that sit there and hit you, and just because you ain't say nothing, and they think they got away with it, they try to hit you again and keep doing it or whatever because they got away with it.
I mean, I saw those kids. They never hit me.
I've never had
no,
that problem. I've never had that
I'd
problem.
punch you right back
Wait,
in the face.
Well, have you
I
ever
will I
seen
will I
that?
will
I said,
body
have you
slam
ever
your
seen a
ass.
kid do that?
I will
Yeah, I've
throw
seen it.
your ass. I will throw your ass to the crocodiles because she was born in Cape Coral, Florida, and we had canals with crocodiles. I'll throw your ass to the fucking crocodile pit. You
I
bugging out.
well, this is back in the
I
day before they had chains.
But yeah, I saw that.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Listen, my daughter was no joke, man. I'm telling you,
growing
she was
up,
no joke.
I just never said nothing. I was always in the books. But by the time I got to high school, by the time I got to middle school, my mother was like, either you fight them or you fight me. Well, hell, I'm gonna fight them because I know I ain't gonna win with you. I'd rather them whip my ass than you whip me because I know I'm gonna die.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
I
gonna die.
I went through that shit.
And then I was like, okay, so now I have to learn. That's how I learned how to be sneaky. So let me learn how to be sneaky and still be, the smart kid but still get my sly stuff on the way. And that's when I learned how to be sneaky and sly.
I was just too smart for my own good. That
Took
was my
advantage,
fault.
huh?
Listen, my father was a boxer, and my mother was a religious woman that drank gin and juice. Okay, so if you know what I'm talking about, okay, she would drink gin
Oh,
and juice, and then she'll go straight to the scriptures, and I'm like, I ain't got no room
Oh
there.
my God.
Oh, I
No,
know
wait
what
a
you're
minute.
talking about. Yeah, that's the best combination right there.
Are you
You know
serious?
all the word now.
All of a sudden, you know everything from chapter 1 to chapter
Yeah, it's
166. Like,
over.
yeah, right.
Oh
You
my
understand?
God.
Like,
He said gin and juice.
Not the
she was a
gin though, the
religious.
word.
It was gin and grapefruit juice. It wasn't even gin and orange juice. It was gin and grapefruit juice. And she would drink that gin and juice, and I would ask her a question, and then she would answer me back, and I go, "But why?" And she would tell me, "Why is a crooked letter?" And let me pull out the Bible so I can show you what that
It's
means.
over after that, right?
Oh
You just set
man.
it up right.
And then I go to Pops, and I go, "Pops, can you help me?" He goes, "Better you than me, son."
He said, "This is a fight I'm not about to put up with."
My father will whip anybody's ass, but when it came to my mother, he goes, "I ain't trying to hear none of that bullshit."
Mm-hmm.
You understand? Like,
That was back then. It was
Grapes.
you could go
Grapefruit juice.
outside till the street lights was on in the
I'll
summertime.
be right back.
If the grown folks was outside, you could stay outside as they was outside
it
listening.
was fun, right? Wasn't it
It
fun being
was fun.
creative? Wasn't it fun?
You didn't worry about nothing, or if there was, you didn't worry. It just was no worries.
Shit, my
I
TikTok
would
was
not
go
have switched over
outside.
the same
That
thing.
was my TikTok. Go outside, play all day, come home stinking like you've been outside all day.
Oh, you know what? And my son grew up right at the age of PlayStation, PlayStation when PlayStation just started,
Oh,
and
the original.
the original PlayStation because he by
PlayStation, or you mean Nintendo?
95. So it was like,
Yeah, PlayStation had just come out.
yeah. And he was like, "Well, I'm gonna play my game." No, the hell you not. Get your ass outside. Go on your
Yeah, as I
bike,
was
get
saying, it
your
was like we only
skateboard.
played for like an hour,
Nah, I'm
and
not.
then my mom was like, "Get the hell outside." Which, well, actually, to be honest with you, the only time we ever played our PlayStation was like if we couldn't go outside, which was like the ultimate punishment. I was like, "What do
Yeah.
you mean we can't go outside?" My mom was like, "You can't go outside," and I was like, "Well, damn." And then we tried out, and then we just be like,
I
"All right,
never
let's
had
just
none
play
of
here."
that shit. I had to go to my friend's house to play video games, but that's a good thing. It did so.
Hmm.
I didn't want to be home. I'm glad I wasn't home all day because I
I
wouldn't be the person I am today. You understand?
Hmm. Same.
When I
Yeah.
grew up, we had to go to our friend's house, and we had to bring our PlayStation with us, and then we
Hmm.
could plug them in together, and then we could play on two separate TVs against each other at that time, not
Oh,
online or
Oh.
anything
shit.
like that.
You'd be lucky if one
Yeah.
person out of five of us had a fucking PlayStation. You
Mm,
understand?
I
I,
don't know.
I,
Me and my friends was not about to try to do all that. We wanted to go play in the lake, ride our bikes. I don't know, play stickball or rock ball or
Oh
whatever
man,
the fuck.
no,
I've
we
Come
been
up with
I've
games
been born in
like
'85, so I didn't miss out on that era. But
I was born in '92. Like we just didn't play games like that. Like I was
kick
just
the
like I want to go
can,
outside and go play.
kick the can in the middle of the
Yep.
night.
you know
Yes.
what?
Kick
No,
the
wait,
can, kill the cop, all types of shit. Steal the bacon.
no,
Hmm.
no, Chicago. Oh, wait a minute. Born in St. Louis, raised in Chicago. It was all about the road. It was all about skating. We had,
Wait, what era are you from?
huh?
What era are
I'm
you
seriously
from?
born 60,
I was born in
60,
'68.
You was
68.
born in, I was born in
68.
'69. So you had those metal skates too?
Metal.
Yes.
No,
But some
no,
of us
no.
couldn't afford
When
the
I
rubber
was
ones, so we had
when
the
I
metal
was
ones.
like 6 or 7, we had metal skates. But by the time I got 12,
Actually.
it was all about skating and nah, yeah, no, we didn't
Oh,
know.
I was all into that skating shit,
We was
but
into skates.
but we had the Woolworth version. We had the cheap shit. Everything we had was different. You know what I'm saying? Like no thrills, Pathmark shit. You know what I'm saying?
You got the
Hmm.
we see, I grew up. What? Okay, so I grew up in the suburbs of St. Louis with my dad before my parents got divorced. And by the time I turned 12, I moved to the south side of Chicago. So I went from the suburbs to the hood.
That's a
And
big
Right.
change.
that was a whole wow.
And then you talk about Chi-Town, Chirac. I lived in Chi-Town. People need to stop underestimating. I'm from the Bronx, and you know Bronx, Brooklyn.
Yep.
We're huge, right? But Chicago is a whole nother fucking planet. You understand what I'm saying? Like the violence in Chi-Town is nothing to play with. And I'm
I
talking
used
about
to
I've
visit
been to
Chi-Town all the
LA,
time.
I've been to Texas, I've been to Florida, I've been to all those hoods. Chicago is another planet.
Chicago just
That was
you
the
just
other reason why we wanted to play outside because we were playing with pew pews back then
with what?
all the time.
Hmm.
Well, I lived out in the country, so
Where did you
you know,
grow up?
I grew up in like a little bit outside, like maybe like an hour, 2 hours outside of Denver. So I grew out in the
Oh,
country. Like I
yeah,
grew up out in the
that's
country, so
cold.
yeah, it was like everybody just kind of walked around. Like, I mean, we never pew pewed each other. Like it was just like, oh, we go get like some cans or something.
I was
Uh,
born in
You know,
the
it started
South
with like
Bronx.
little BB guns and stuff.
We would chip in for a loaf of bread. Everybody had 7 cents,
Yeah.
everybody had 10 cents, and we would chip in for a loaf of bread and break it up, and everybody
I
had a piece of bread.
think that here's
Mhm.
I was blessed enough that my grandmother owned what we call back in the day the confectionery. So my grandmother had the confection,
Mhm.
so she had all the snacks and everything and whatever have you. So my grandmother always supplied that, and we didn't have pum pums. We had slingshots. I was a
I mean, we
woo
had those
Lord
too.
Jesus.
I mean,
So
we had
David and
those too, but
Goliath.
I mean, like I said, like I said, I grew up with those. Like we never. It was never like I don't know how to explain it. Like it was never a thing like to be
I
used
get,
to like
I get you.
against another person. You know what I mean?
No, I
That's the
do.
reason why like I'm really confused today with like young people. Like I
It's
get it, but at the same time I'm like, how are y'all getting all your hands on all this stuff? Like,
They
you know
have
what I mean?
access to shit. Look, I think I grew up in the most toxic environment on earth because if I went
Same,
home, it was toxic. And then when you
same.
leave
Hmm.
home
That's
to
why I
go
never wanted to be in the
outside,
house.
then it's even worse. And then you have to
Yeah.
pick and choose your battles. You go outside and shit is cool for 5 minutes until somebody comes up with the next mischief shit to do. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
you never. Yeah,
Same. Yeah.
I was always in fucking trouble.
I went to
Well,
high
that's
school.
kind of why we never wanted to stay inside. Like me and my siblings, we always wanted to go outside was because of that. Because of all the toxicity. I was like, man, I don't feel like getting yelled at for something I didn't even do. And I mean, like,
Hmm.
I don't know. We used to have to like, I don't know how to explain, like bargain with my grandma for food sometimes because we live with my grandparents. And sometimes, like, I don't know, she used to make us feel like crap for like eating like toast. So we were just like, I don't want to be here. I'm gonna go outside.
Everything was a problem. That's what toxic is. Like you could be like, you shouldn't drink like
Hmm.
that. You shouldn't eat like that. You shouldn't walk like that. You shouldn't talk like that. What's this? What's that? What's
Yeah.
this, man? You questioning everything I do. And then you go
Hmm.
But
outside to the environment and then you
mhm.
take advice from kids that don't have parents.
But you know
Oh
what?
wow.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I grew up in a neighborhood that was all like we were all immigrants. Like we all had immigrant parents, so it was like, all right, cool. But
That's
we used to
crazy.
like go and like try to cash in like bottles and like cans and stuff. I know it sounds old school for like 92, but we used to try to so we can go to the guy with the ice cream cart that would walk up and down the street and the corn guy, and that's how we would eat. Sometimes
Mr.
we just go
Softy.
cash that in and
I
go
was
hit him up.
that's I mean that's not unusual. I mean, when it's all said and done, there are days that I can remember that there was nothing there. You can open the refrigerator, there was nothing but a light.
That shit was crickets.
Hmm. That too. Yeah.
And then but in the same aspect, and that it taught me that when my mother got food stamps and after my father, he was this big wig in St. Louis with his new wife and new kids, and I'm living with my mom, and when she did get food stamps, it taught me how to survive. That shit taught me how to survive.
Yes.
I
Yes.
could
I've never had
it
food
taught me how
stamps.
to
I don't
survive.
know how that works.
Yeah,
No, man.
they
You
were
find a way.
but
Yeah, we never qualified for it,
I think that's
so we
why
never
my
got it.
daughter, this is why my daughter became a ninja because I think that through my DNA, she found a way. she always
Yep.
found a way because I was forced to be creative. We would play checkers with bottle caps and fucking rocks.
Same.
Yeah,
That was my
yeah,
first.
yeah.
Actually, I was telling the story of my very first fishing pole, and it's
Hmm
still like a fishing pole I prefer, and it was a beer bottle, fishing line, and then I think like we just used the cap for a lure, and then go dig up some worms. That was my first fishing pole. That was
Yeah,
it. Just throw
yeah.
it on out there.
But you know, with those times,
That's simple.
they're simple, but they taught you how
Yes,
to survive. Here is the
I try
and
to
now
be creative.
we jump forward now with what's going on with the women and I don't take no, but what they do now with their children is instead of instilling and instructing, they're buying.
they make the kids
They're
dependent
giving
on them. They don't teach kids
they're
how to
doing
be
what they
autonomous.
got to do to get them the Jordans and the what the hell is these kids wearing?
That,
What
that wants I've been talking about them wants.
Wants and
the
needs is all the
car
same
the
shit.
work
Hmm
when
AJ, were you fishing?
by the time I graduated, I started making decent money. It was
What was
like
that, Irish?
time where I would make sure that my kids had shoes, but my shoes had cardboard and tape underneath because I'm but I'm not getting ready to go buy no Jordans and all that. That's not what we doing.
Mm-mm.
I'm gonna make sure you got some shoes
What
on your
was?
so you understand and respect the value of a dollar. What's happening now is kids don't respect the value of a dollar. They just
No.
automatically think they supposed to have the
Well, it's because they've
dog.
never really wanted for anything.
If I had a
They're getting
dollar,
everything.
if I had a dollar, I was rich. Because back in the days, you could do a lot with a dollar.
Yeah, I was like, well, we
Facts.
could do like some stuff with a dollar. Not a lot when I was a kid, but like I said,
Well,
I had like a lot of my needs were wants back then. Like I was like,
look,
man, I
look,
wish I can get up and eat cereal like everybody else. Like, nope. Like, yeah,
look
I
for
got,
a dollar, and for a
I
dollar
gotta
where I
go
come
figure something
from,
out.
you could get a slice of pizza and a soda for a dollar. You know what I'm saying? Like you could
Okay.
take the train for 45 cents. You can get a haircut for $4.
Yeah.
You could get a bag of chips for 20 cents, 15 cents. You can make a
Yeah.
phone call for 10 cents.
Yep.
Yeah.
You get you a Chicago style hot dog.
Oh shit.
What
Not to
Chicago
mention all the
style
free
hot
shit you get from
dogs,
Wick, right?
a drink, and some candy.
That's
Actually,
funny.
all we
This,
really ever got.
I ain't never heard of
I
them.
I
Yeah.
invite.
nah, you could get
What were you?
100 candies with a dollar. They cost a penny
Come
back in
on.
the day.
Oh, I
Hold
remember
up.
that.
What were you?
Like you gonna
What were
get
you saying, Irish?
Nothing. I invite everybody to come into the northern part of Wisconsin and try and make it through the Bounty Waters for
the who the what?
14 days. The Bounty Waters.
Oh
The
yeah,
what?
The
What
Boundary Waters.
what is that?
Boundary Waters.
Nobody ever heard that?
No?
Nope.
No, it's the waters in between Wisconsin and Minnesota and Canada.
You're not talking about the lake, right?
No, there's a number of lakes, but there's also a number of tributaries. And
Hello.
if you can survive that, I mean, if you can survive
What's
that,
the deal?
you
What's up?
survive anything you want. You do that, you are good to go.
All I
Okay.
know is that they got a lot of beer in Wisconsin.
Ain't nobody trying to
We
be
got
up
a
there
lot of beer.
all that damn cold. And I
I
came from
don't know. I'm in
Chicago.
Colorado, so
No.
Hold on. So what are we talking about in here? Because when I read it before I joined, it said the accountability something. So what exactly are we talking about here?
We always talk about accountability, but the hot topic is who's talking about the difference between wants and needs, and if our feelings are too wrapped up
thank
in
you
our
for your
wants,
time.
and then we took it all the way down to where that starts being a baby.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
So
never
even when you're a baby, we spoil kids, and they communicate to us. If we pick them up every time that they want attention, then they're gonna continue to do that.
Can I say
You know what
something right
I'm
away, Bill?
saying?
Take advantage
Has
of it.
anybody's kids ever been trained by like sign language?
Oh well, no, not mine. No.
No,
None.
but no.
Mine have been.
Like super
I'm
young. Like
joking. Okay, no.
I learned sign
No, my
language. I
sister, my
learned it, but
sister,
not my
No,
my
I
kids.
sister
learned because
time.
I learned how to do it just because I had a cousin who was deaf. That was the only reason I
they
learned.
did it automatically here, and like just because like apparently kids understand sign language before they understand speaking.
You know what?
Well, that would make sense because your first language that you ever learned really how to speak is not verbal.
Right.
It's cues.
I don't want to take away live. I'm sorry. It's not my intention, but
Oh no, you're
like it was
good.
super interesting to me
Ask
because like
questions.
my daughter, like they that's what they taught her. They taught her sign language long before. I mean, I'm talking a year before she could speak. So it was something else. It was really interesting to me.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's just because language isn't just verbal. There's body language, there's different types of cues, there's tone and stuff that you learn, or you learn how to speak like words. Let everybody get quiet.
Yeah, everybody get quiet.
Nobody got quiet.
I just thought that was
Quiet.
interesting. I wasn't sure if that was something that happened everywhere. You know what I mean? Like if I was alone
Yeah.
in that world.
Uh-uh. No, my niece knows how to say things in sign language. She's 2. But she was taught that. So she could ask if she wanted more of something or
Yeah, and they do the tap
whatever.
thing where they tap their fingers together. You know, more. Yeah, that's. I just found that
Read the
interesting.
room,
I
bro.
had to ask.
Oh dang! I don't have. I'm not a wizard on this account. I have to come in on my other one. But Irish, you want to take care of that in the comments?
What's that?
Read in the comments.
That's what I'm trying to read too.
Dude's trolling.
What's in the comments?
Who is? What is the point of this?
The Reckham or whatever. What do you mean? What is the point of this collective? Read the room.
We're just talking.
What is the point of this collective? The point of this collective is to relax because we already had a lot of good subjects. So now we're unwinding.
Mm-hmm.
Get them.
Read the room when you
I
come
think
into a live.
I think we kind of move on from one conversation to another, and it's just a respective.
Yeah.
28 people in here.
That's why I said, look, it's a crying shame that Kevin's live is one of the best lives on TikTok. You know what I'm saying? And not just because I join in, but it's a crying shame that there's only 8.2 likes, and he's been on this for several hours. But meanwhile, you go into these controversial lives, they be having 100,000 lives. I'm like, what the hell? You know what I'm
Because
saying?
people are
And I
addicted
think
to
that's kind of
drama.
good, actually.
People like
I
drama. That's what it is.
can. Okay.
It's distracting them.
Let's
As
let's
long as they
tap
can
the
be
screen.
distracted, if they can be distracted from whatever's going on in their life and they can come in and
No,
then look at drama somewhere else in another life, then yeah, they're gonna be in there. They're gonna be in
They're
there tapping, doing everything else.
they're willing to get arthritis in a bad live,
Mm-hmm.
and they can't do
All
like
fun.
a couple of lives, a couple of likes here. Come on, man, that's crazy.
all right.
That's
So I'm gonna
insane.
put my 2 cents in. Like, so there's 30 people in this right now, and there's 6 people up here. Like, we're making decisions and we're talking about things for basically 30 people. Like, I could drop down right now and we can bring somebody up. But if you have 300 people that you're making decisions for, it's gonna get ugly. Like, you can't talk for 300 people. It doesn't work that way. It'll get ugly.
Yep. So we had just for those that are tapping in. Let's be fair. We talked about a lot of random subjects, but for some reason or another, they're all connected because they're all emotionally tied. They're all based on accountability. We're talking about
This guy.
having real conversations with real people and understanding that this is not a competitive live. This is a live where we can say things and say it in a different way and it means the same thing and we recognize that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so
That's
this
the
is definitely
important
not the
part.
fighting live.
Yeah,
Nope.
I think I might have missed something here. I'll keep reading.
No, you
No,
good.
but I don't think he meant anything bad by
I
it
don't think
because he
he meant it. I
explained.
don't think he meant it the way I took it.
Think
I think I took
Yeah,
it more. I took it more as like, oh, I think he's coming in to troll, but I don't think he's
I just
trolling.
told I just
I
Did
think
I
he's
say
genuinely
something
asking.
again?
no,
No, you didn't. I'm talking
I
about the guy in the comments.
All
I
right,
don't
I'm
think
sorry.
he's
no,
saying
No,
anything.
I'm
Irish,
sorry.
you good, Irish. You learning?
It's just it's just a defense mechanism. It's something I'm working on.
Yeah,
That's my
yeah.
fault.
But, so he came in, and I could see how it could be taken the wrong way, but no, not at all. I've seen him
Yeah.
before plenty of times.
I've been up here
It's
for a while though. But if anybody else really wants to come up, I mean,
no, we need that Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I just told
come
we're just
on.
vibing right now.
You need all of us need to stop, and we need to do 4 push-ups each.
Oh
You need to
Can you
Lord.
stop what you do right now. Stop it. No,
can you do Schwarzenegger in Mexican?
no, I can't do Schwarzenegger Mexican. That's just weird. He's not from Mexico. So no, we need to stop right now. Everybody needs to stop and get down and do some push-ups right now.
That's
Okay,
just
so
Do
what's
it.
under
the whole
Do it.
negative no on the push up?
shit. If I do a push up right now, I'm gonna stay right there.
No, I love you guys. That's great. Thank you.
You are so awesome. Awesome.
I told him
I,
keep practicing that shit.
No, I mean my brother's better than I am, but we have fun.
What's your brother?
That's what it's about.
Right now he is, I think, in South America somewhere. He's weird. He does whatever he wants to do. He's a single guy, loving his life.
And that's weird to you?
Um, I guess to me because I was married and I had a life. What you know what I mean? So like, it was weird to me at that point in time. But yeah,
Hey man, at the end of the day, you must do what gets you by. You must do what you feel great about, whatever that is.
come
it's
on.
funny you say that. But I was jealous for a long time. I still am. But yeah. No, he really he does what he wants to do. It's really weird. He travels the whole world.
Freedom is a motherfucker,
Yeah.
yeah. At the end of the day, I used to be like that too. I had a lot of anger issues. I had a lot of hatred, jealousy. I grew up in a place that the more crazier you act, the more you're idolized. I don't know if that went over a couple of people's heads. You understand? I started
No.
acting nuts as a defense mechanism.
Yeah, but I feel like that's what happens when you grow up in toxic. Like when you grow up around toxicity or anger or not anger, but like aggressiveness, violent places, like yeah, the crazier you act, it's the only way to get people to leave you the hell alone. That's really what it is.
It's crazy because
I grew up
when
the same way.
you know what's funny? You want to talk about kids, how kids learn how to get attention, right? We do that throughout our whole lives because when I noticed that people started looking at me in a different way, because there's a difference between fear and respect, and I didn't know that when I was young. So I was installing fear, thinking that that's what people respected, but they weren't respecting me. They were scared of me. You understand? And that caused a whole other lane of problems. You know?
Yep. Oh yeah.
You know, that's just a what is that? What you want to old. That's just the way you handle or deal with situations is that when you don't really want people to get that close to you, either you shut down and close yourself off, or you're the complete opposite where you're just more, you know, I don't want to say violent is not the right word, but you physically push people off.
Bully. That's bully. That's
Bullying.
bullying
Yeah,
in a
yeah,
different
yeah,
way.
yeah. I got you right there. Okay, that's the right word.
I used to be bullied, right? I used to be bullied, right? And then I became the bully,
Yeah.
and then I became the anti-bully.
I was always just the anti-bully.
That's a crazy route because I used to get my ass whooped, and somebody said that earlier that when they were to fight and one of their parents was behind them, I'd rather fight the kid than to fight my parents or deal
That
with
was
what my
me.
parents. You understand? Because I wasn't trying or fixing to go upstairs and get my ass whooped. Hell no.
You that I don't know. I don't and I think that is I don't know what it was about the parents that raised kids that were born in the late 60s and 70s, but it was like either you fight us. And I know I have some white friends that were like, my parents was the same way. And I was like, well, what were they drinking?
I mean, I don't think that was just something that was strictly for the people who grew up in the 70s and the 60s. Like, I was born again 92, so I grew up like a little bit through the 90s and then into the early 2000s. And my mom was very much that way.
So
She
your
was
mom,
like, don't come home crying.
your mother's my age.
My mom was born in 73.
That's around the same age.
So like,
So around
okay,
the
so
same age. Yeah.
So she got that growing up, and she instilled that. That's what I got growing up, and then with my daughters, I was like, okay, what
Well,
now?
like, I got like a weird hybrid to that because like my mom would be like, don't come home crying. Like, you better like go handle it or I'ma handle it. Meaning
Yes.
she was gonna handle me.
Tough love.
But she did explain like why she was like that. She was like, she was like, unfortunately, you live in a world where people may want to try to punk you, and I'm just not gonna let you be a punk. I'm not saying that it was like the right thing to do or the wrong thing. It was just an experience.
It was
So like, I had
her
to grow
way
up
of
fighting. Like,
it was her
yeah,
way of trying to prepare you
prepare
for
me to the
what the
world.
world is going to do to you.
Oh yeah, my mom used to say that to us constantly. Like, we'd be getting it, getting whooped or whatever, and she'd just be like, "I'm never gonna do worse to you than what people in the world are gonna do to you." It was like her number one thing she said all the time. It was just like, oh, okay.
Oh, so
And you
hold
know
up.
what? Yeah.
So hold up.
And
Did
by
you
the time
hear?
I got to my son, it was just like, okay, so first of all, I'm exhausted.
Yeah.
Bruh.
What were you saying?
Look.
What were you saying, Narelle?
So what I'm saying. So you probably heard this. Do you want a reason to cry?
Every day of my life.
And
Every day of my
I
life, I heard that.
I also heard, I brought you into this world, I could take you out.
Holy shit!
Oh yeah, I got that a lot, all the time.
I
But yeah, like,
just got that yesterday from my mother.
yeah, I was not like, even though like obviously I'm a girl, I was not like the type, if I fell off my bike and like scraped my knee, like my mom was not the type to come pick me up and be like, oh, my poor baby. She was like, what are you crying about? You want a reason to cry? And I was like, oh, okay. And just get up and then just get back on my bike and try again. Like, that's just how she was. Like, I was never coddled with anything.
And that was just coming. When I think about my dad was born in 44 and my mom was born in 47.
Oh man.
And
Sounds like my parents.
yeah, my parents were baby boomers. So thinking about what they had to deal with, and then they had children, and it was like that's the only thing they knew is like, you know what, this world is gonna give you some stuff you have no clue about, and I can't tell you everything. So how about I give you the condensed version of I'm gonna make sure you're gonna be able to handle this life. And it honestly, to be totally,
I don't think that my mom wasn't trying to prepare me for the world. Like, I do see the benefit of it, but then I also, because I'm self-aware, understand the detriment to that too. The benefit is yeah, I grew up very self-sufficient, very much like I'm gonna take care of myself, and very little like really would make me cry. Like, I'm not gonna cry about nothing. The detriment to that is that I struggle trying to be sensitive to other people sometimes. So if somebody's crying or they're being vulnerable with me, I look at that as like them being weak, to the point that I'm not vulnerable with anybody.
Oh,
like, that's the detriment.
okay. So
Like,
the last part of what you said right there, that you don't know how to be vulnerable with anybody. It took a whole lot for me to open myself up.
That's that tough love.
Yeah, it's the tough love, but in the same aspect, same with her. I didn't know how to be soft and in my feelings and open myself up. It took me a long time. By the time I figured that out, I was like, well, okay, I'm over this.
See, and that's the thing. I've never figured it out. Like, I will, like, I'm one of those people, like, if I'm crying, 9 times out of 10, like I'm gonna walk away from you, but if you follow me, I'm gonna fight you. I don't care who you are. Like it's just a response. Like I can't.
No,
Okay, so
That's just how it is.
I was
but
a mama's boy. I
Like
was a mama's boy,
stop
and
saying
my father was tough love.
don't say
yeah.
that you can't because you can.
No,
And
I mean I will. I'll get to that point, but right now, like it's still, I'm still very much like healing from that, if that makes sense. Like
Yeah,
I'm
but
I'm
no, I
unlearning a lot of those defenses.
you really can't do nothing about
Hmm.
it because you could only do what you're aware of and what you're capable of
Hmm.
doing. Because all we do is
Hmm.
wing it and come up with different defense and cope mechanisms, you know what I'm saying, to deal with the
Hmm.
things that are confusing to us. It's not until we have conversations like this or we were we're surrounded with people that can explain it to you or have that interest or have like-minded individuals. Because some of
Yeah.
us don't wake up until we're like 40, 45, or even
Hmm.
50. Just because you're 70 years old doesn't mean you're mature. Doesn't mean that you're an adult,
Oh no.
speak it.
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
And my parents
I
are
mean,
80 years old and they still act crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like,
and yeah, and that's like the thing, because like I've experienced that majority of my life. Like I've always usually been like the youngest person in the setting, but the one that's the most mature. Majority, I want to say like a good 95% of my interactions with people. I'm the one that's mature and everybody else. And it's not like me putting myself on a pedestal or anything. I have my moments, but those are very rare and in between. I've always had to be the mature one, the one who has to think logically, the one that's got to put their feelings aside, and so on and so forth. Not because I'm doing it for other people. It's just I'm gonna protect my peace at the end of the day. I learned that early. Protect your
Just
peace. You
it,
don't gotta fight everybody.
but it's
Like,
the thing about it is we had to grow up so fast, so quick that
same.
we went
Yep.
from being a child to being adult that we couldn't even, yes, we have those moments where it was the hydrant on, we'll run through water and blah blah
Hmm.
blah in those small moments, but it was okay, truth, this here's the shake down. I have to go to the bar and get my mom because she's drunk and I gotta take her home
Hmm.
and make sure we got enough money to pay the rent and making sure
Hmm.
that I gotta get off to school by myself and make sure she's got something to eat. And that I gotta make sure I
Hmm.
gotta go to the welfare office to talk to the caseworker to make sure I grew up. When I say I grew up fast, I grew up fast. So when we
Same.
fast forward, there are moments when we're like, well, it's enough. I'm just gonna let rip
Yeah.
and yeah. So they people have those moments, and then it just got to the point where I didn't even have that because it was like this, then college, then marriage, and then kids, and
Yeah.
I think
Well, and
now
I
at
think that's
54,
the reason why,
I think
like,
I'm acting like a 24-year-old, but I'm good with that one.
yeah. But at the end of the day, I don't think there's anything wrong with that either. Because like my grandfather, if you talk, like, granted, my grandfather's like close to his 70s now. But if you talk to him, he'll tell you he's 29. He still
I
tries
want to
to go
see
on
him
the
when
road.
I
Like I
grow
have to
up.
yell at him constantly. I have to yell at, right? And that was the thing. Like, and I learned a lot from him. Like a lot. Like regardless of like whatever his lifestyle is, that I mean, it is what it is. But like he, I've learned a lot. Like he definitely taught me to just go out there, go find whatever happiness is, and just be you at the end of the day. And age is a mindset. That's all it is.
yes, it
It's
is.
not
You're
it's
right.
not it's not the amount of years you've been alive on this earth. It's a mindset. And that's all
Yeah.
it is. And he'll tell you that. I have to yell at him to this day to get off the roof because he's trying to climb up there with a ladder and a telescope. Like, bro,
Wait,
get off the roof. Like, you know what I mean? Or he wants to go party like he's, still in his 20s. Like, bro, you're 70. Like, we worry about you.
no, you
You
know
know.
you won't. You better drop it like it's hot and pick it up like
You
it's
you you
lukewarm.
you better
Mm-hmm.
believe that shit. I got a
Oh,
magic question for y'all. I got a magic question. Look, I got a magic question for y'all, and I got a magic question for everybody in the audience in the comments. Watch this question, okay?
Okay.
Has anybody ever made the mistake and told your parents that you was gonna call DIFUS?
I was gonna
do
call who?
DIFUS, like the abuse, what they call it DIFUS where I come from. You know what?
Oh, like CPS, like child care or child services?
Yes, has anybody
Mm.
ever made the mistake and said you're
Oh
going to call the
hell,
cops or you're going to call the child protection agency?
oh hell no.
Oh, hell no. I was not about to cross that bridge.
I
I was going
I
to die.
I did it.
Yeah, I was not. You was brave because I was not trying to. Nope.
And you
Well,
still alive?
I was punished for like 17 years.
Yeah.
Still alive?
I was punished from like third grade to like high school. You know what I'm saying? But you know what my mother said? She said, "Go ahead." My mother said, "Go right ahead and do it." And I was thinking about it, and my father gave me that look, like you better not.
Yeah.
But
I
yeah,
like I think my mom did with her parents, but I never did with her. I don't know. Like when I say that, like I'm a selfless person. I'm a very selfless person. So like even though I was enduring a lot of this stuff, I just
Got
never
people left.
wanted my mom to get in trouble. Like I was just like, I don't want you to get in trouble, mom. Like I'll just deal with it. And that's what it was.
hey Kev, where you went? You was napping or you was eating mac and
No,
cheese?
I was on the phone real quick, you know.
Oh, he trying to get it
No,
in.
not that type of on the phone. No,
Well, who else? Who
I
else you
mean, it's
talking
kind
to
of
at
late.
2:20 in the morning? You understand?
Yeah, I was about to
no,
say
that was
2:20 in the
my boy
morning.
hit me up.
Oh,
Oh,
that's good.
he's having another sleepover.
Yeah,
No,
right.
no.
Late night
That's why we
shenanigans. You
call them
understand?
this time. I call
Oh,
booty
you got your
calls.
Batman jammies?
Late night shenanigans.
You ain't see the You ain't see him. I got the Dragon Ball Z pajamas. You know.
No,
He's
no,
over
no,
there.
not
They're
Goku,
gonna go.
Kamehameha.
not
They're gonna go over
Goku.
there and build forts and eat cookies and talk
Spirit
about
bombs and all
girls.
that. You know.
They're over there talking about girls.
You know, man, you already know. We talk about the girls. We like, man, remember back in the day, we 30 years old, but we talk about it. Though. Back in the day, we would have took that girl down. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I'm saying?
Over there playing truth
Okay,
or dare,
so
trying to
Hey,
send
you got it.
text messages.
Hey, you know how the men work. You know what I'm saying? You got it right. You got it on point. You got that
I
on
Exactly.
point.
get on so many
Exactly.
levels. Oh,
We worried, man.
Oh,
We worried.
who is that? What is that
yeah.
cat name with the little Lucky Charm?
Lucky Charm.
How's that?
That's
You
Arnold
lucky. It's Arnold
Schwarzenegger.
right,
I'm the one
Russian.
who's gonna make
I
you come
you
out
Okay,
and
guys ain't
do
gonna say the
some.
rest of that.
Arnold
No,
Schwartz and Sylvester.
well you know
you're
my
gonna come
last
out
name
here.
is
You're gonna do
Iris.
some push-ups. Come on, come on, now.
No.
I don't feel like doing push-ups right now, SpongeBob.
Is
SpongeBob.
that supposed? Who that's
SpongeBob, she
supposed to be?
says.
AJ?
Damn, he came
I
at
can
you.
do Sandy the Squirrel hella easy. Sandy the Squirrel
This
easy for me.
Do it all. I
this
gotta hear
group
that. Let me hear that.
this group needs help for
All right.
real.
No,
I
come
don't
on,
feel
come
like
on,
doing
AJ. No,
push-ups right
you
now,
stop.
SpongeBob.
Stop now,
Where's
AJ.
Patrick?
You do some push-ups. You need
I'm from Texas.
Yeah, I can do this
Texas.
all day.
Don't mess with Texas. That's
I
where.
forgot you
Come
do
on.
sound like hobo, so that is a Texas. Okay, I got you. That makes sense though.
Don't
Which
mess
is
with that.
you want
Nobody
to know the
mess with
funniest
Texas.
part
That's
about that
where it
is?
is. Come on.
Let me
You
tell y'all
take
the
yourself. You
funniest
do
part
some
about that.
push-ups. You need to stop
What's that?
yourself right now.
So the funniest part about the fact that everybody says me and Hobo sound alike, because I think Hobo's from Texas.
Yeah,
I'm
she
not
from
from
Texas.
Texas.
Yeah.
I'm actually from Colorado. So I don't even know how I ended up with a Texas accent. Don't ask me. I'm from
Wow.
Texas.
I think you guys speak in the same tone.
Yep. We speak in the same tone. I think like a lot of
I
we use
have
a lot
to
of the
admit
same
it.
words, I think too.
It's so close. Like it's weird. It's
I
You
ain't that
sure
cool
you
though.
wait,
I want to grow up and be like Hobo.
but you sure you're not the same person and you're like hobo by day and like saint by night?
Right? I wish I was cool. I'm not that cool to be Hobo though. Hobo like on a whole other level of like
no,
cool.
no,
I ain't
no.
that cool yet.
Stop that shit.
Nah, I be rocking with hobo and her husband. Like
I like Hobo. Hobo's cool people.
me and her husband go deep in conversation, real deep.
Yeah,
Hobo's
like I
good
like
shit,
Hobo.
but I
Hobo's
gotta
cool
tell you right
people.
now,
He
AJ
good people.
Holder fucking stand right now.
Right? And be like, nah, I promise we two different people. We two different. We were in the same live at the exact same time. It was funny.
That must have been confusing.
In the
Oh,
great.
Kev was there.
What part of Texas?
I
Tex
don't know I don't know where she's from in Texas. I'm from Colorado.
All right, so you
I
from
know you from
Colorado.
Colorado. I'm talking about was it Fairy Tale?
No, fairy tales. What?
No.
Fair trade speak real quick, because
What?
they think you from Texas.
From Texas?
Oh, who the hell was that
Who's from
It's
Texas?
horrible. It's horrible for you to say AJ because you came after the fact, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And you have to deal with this day after day after day. But yeah, I do agree
And
that
you know
some.
what? To be fair, most comparisons will piss me off. Mostly just because I get compared to like celebrities I don't look nothing alike. Like we look
Oh,
nothing alike.
what's that,
Right.
AJ?
But
Let me know.
if it's hobo, if it's hobo, like that's an honor because hobo cool people.
You know
So
Like
who
I like the way she
that's
thinks and the
super
way she
cool. You
articulates.
just say that.
the
You know.
ones you don't like, AJ?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I give you
Who are
props.
these
Man,
celebrities?
I've been compared like what is it?
Days Loaf?
To man, I've been compared to I don't know. I've been
Yeah,
compared like man,
give
I
me
had
some
people I
ammo.
had
You
one
don't
person
even know
compare me
this
to Ty.
person. I give you props though, like accepting the fact that you're gonna you sound like this person. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Oh,
a big
no, I
deal.
like
Like
I've talked to her a couple times. I mean, I talked to her a couple times and I've heard her speak, so
you
like
both are
I've
great
never
people. Like
yeah, she's an amazing person. Can
Yeah, hobo
we
is.
get a roll conversation? Yeah, Hobo's
Where,
super cool.
let's do a check. Where everybody's from? We all know that
Yeah, let's
Kevin is
roll
from
call.
Detroit. We all know that Kevin's from Detroit. Irish is from Wisconsin. AJ is, I think, she's in Colorado.
Yep, I'm in Colorado.
Colorado.
Okay, where you at, darling?
Where you, Wanda Sykes?
I, I,
Louisville, Kentucky.
Hey,
Kentucky.
I'm going to Louisville next year, so let's get close so we can have some tea.
Cool beans.
Yeah. And what about you, Fairy Tale? Where you from?
I'm from Amsterdam.
Amsterdam.
My favorite place.
Yep.
See,
Is it?
you telling on yourself.
I just reinvented the wheel out here.
So
Holy cow!
Harmika, when you're back in town, just let me know.
I go to Chi-Town. I go to Georgia. I go to Florida. I'm going to Denver.
I go to Chi-Town a lot. That's my
Mm-hmm.
hometown.
Yeah, I go to
Yeah, I
Chicago.
like Chi-Town.
I don't go to the
I
South
usually
Side too
go like
much
once or
though.
twice a year.
Nor do
Oh, I was
I.
just saying when you're coming back
I've
from Amsterdam.
evolved.
So when are you
When
coming
you're
to
on
Europe?
the return from
I'm come if
Harmika.
that's an invitation, I'll make plans. To see what happens this year coming up. I want to go to Amsterdam. I do. I'm in New York City and in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. I float around a little bit.
That's great. I think everyone should do
I'm
that.
trying to
My
get
personal
back over
opinion
there.
is if you could do it, and if you could afford it, yeah. I mean, I'm talking within $50. I think you should do it. You should
What's
just do it.
what's
You
$50?
can do it.
Travel. Like literally. I think if you're single and if you have nothing, no plan, like you should do it, right?
Hey, I'll be whatever I have to be to get where I have to go. How about that?
That's what I was gonna say.
Where are you gonna go?
Irish,
I'm
didn't you just say you were married?
I ain't married no more.
Oh,
You
okay.
got
Sorry.
divorced.
Wait, but you was married 2 days ago. What happened? You divorced yesterday?
No.
No, he was never married. He was saying that he got a remember
He
his
I
story?
said
I did hear that. I did
he
hear that
No,
he's not married at the
he
moment.
said that
no,
he was married.
He
He
no.
used
was
to be
married.
married.
He used to be married.
Okay.
Used to be married.
Mm.
Long time ago.
So
Long
now you're
enough.
weird too.
She
Long
Wait,
enough.
said,
is everybody single here?
Yeah, yeah. I'm
"Yeah,
Sort of.
single by choice though.
I
Hmm.
am. Yes.
I
Very
Well,
never
much
thought
by
about
choice.
that.
well, guess what? This
You
party
too, Beard?
just changed.
this is a single
Right now
The
I'm
single
single.
crew.
At this moment,
Right.
at 2:30 in the morning, I'm single.
crew." You
So
special.
so no people with relationships is allowed. Get up out my room.
That's it. If you have a relationship,
Single
there's
people talk up here. You don't know what it
we
is how to be single. You don't know nothing
none
about singleness. Like
none of us can give you
Done.
relationship advice right now. It's not going to work.
Oh
we can
No,
tell you
wait a minute,
no.
we can tell you single people advice, you know.
wait a minute. Hold up, player. I'm a widower
I give you
of
everything
8
not to
years.
do.
That
So
is different, Darlene. That is different.
And
now I can't
Irish
give you
is
no advice.
a widower too, or I don't know what to call it. All right, same thing. Is man called widows too?
Yes.
What?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I agree.
So, Darlene,
Yes.
something is intriguing me. Does it mean that when you're a widow, you don't feel like a single?
Oh hell, girl, I went to Cancun. I'm single.
I'm done.
God, she said it just like Wanda Sykes was saying though. That's what's
No,
so funny.
it's
Hold up.
100%.
Hold
Listen,
up. Did
100%.
she just say she went to Cancun and therefore she's single? Is that what she
I
just
just
said?
came back.
Yeah.
I just no. I went to Can. I go somewhere warm for. I was born in November, so I always
Oh
go
my
somewhere
God.
warm for my birthday. And I just came back from Cancun, honey.
Are you a Scorpio?
Nope. Get it right.
Hey, it doesn't matter to me. I don't believe in horoscopes anyway.
Thank you.
I'm a
That's
Sagittarian.
something me and Hormiga be on. We agree on that one.
We're not on that fluffy horoscope shit.
Oh, come on. We can be
It's
a little bit.
it's fun to talk about it, but when it starts coming to Cancers are
Yeah,
like this, Sagittarius are
yeah,
like
that's
this,
what.
Capricorns
Right.
are like
It's
this.
fun to talk.
Wait,
Yeah.
I used to date a
I don't.
Scorpio.
I don't.
Are there any Aquarius?
Those are coming soon. My mother and my sister was both born on February 2nd, so they both Aquarius.
I'm very much Leo. Leo, Leo, Leo.
Who's a Leo?
Me.
Yeah, I
I'm a
figured.
Leo.
And what are you, Fair? You Aquarius?
I'm Aquarius, yeah.
What was your birthday?
The 13th of February.
Where
I
Wanda Sykes go?
I gotta write that down.
Don't leave us.
Aww.
Don't
She
leave us,
gotta go.
Wanda. Where you at?
Where'd she go?
Look, she had
I
to go.
think
She
I
gotta
think
go
we
do a
will
comedy
be.
show.
I
I think
think
we
I
all got
think
a trip.
I think
No,
she's a
no. Do your comedy in here,
undercover.
Wanda.
She's an undercover snacker.
Spot.
I think she eats snacks at night.
I think
Something happened to my
she got a
phone.
single
Hey,
call.
Empress.
Yo, that's a fun game. Why don't we all try to guess what kind of snacks we all eat?
What
I
kind
ain't
of
no
snack?
Virgo.
I
I'm
just ate
all the
That's
some
signs.
That's a question.
what y'all not gonna do is talk about me like that while I'm gone, please.
We knew you was coming back. We knew you was
No,
coming
so, I
back.
don't
That's
know what happened
exactly
to
why
my
I said it.
phone.
We said
Don't,
you went to go to your show real quick. You know.
Darlene,
I went to
say
that
the
comedy
truth.
show real quick.
Say the truth. You went to go
I
look for a snack. You know what I'm saying?
No, oh no, I'm a fat girl, so I ain't mad. I ain't mad about that because I got snacks.
Oh
Nah.
my goodness.
I got
Empress, who
Said I
she
got
sound
snacks.
like?
Oh, baby, wait a minute. First of all, I keep candy on my desk, so everybody come over there with me. Don't do it. That's what we're not gonna do.
She
I
said.
love my
She
fluffiness.
said. I fight for the rights for snacks. You know what I'm saying?
I love my fluffiness. No, I don't eat snacks, but I keep them. But I love my fluffiness.
Oh
Darlene,
my
have you
I'm
ever
goodness.
heard that
definitely a
before, though?
snacker.
Ain't
What?
nothing wrong with that.
Have you ever heard that before?
That
What?
what?
Heard what?
The Wanda, you sound like Wanda Snipes. I mean,
I have never heard that, but you know what? People know not to come at me.
Oh no, I could tell you
No,
sassy and
you
you
know,
quick
I
with
mean
it.
that no, and I mean that in a joking way because if I was raised on jokes, I got you.
yeah,
I heard you. You called
big
Kevin
on
Pepper Le Pew. I wanted to laugh hard,
that.
but I didn't.
I got you.
It's over now. Now you can't unhear it now, Empress. Yes, welcome now. Because I never focused on it until somebody else said it, and I was like, I can't unhear it now. That's a wrap.
Come on, Pepe La Pew.
Pepe Le Pew.
Oh, Empress, what's good? Oh shit, man.
It's Dracula, miss.
No, I like
Blackula. No
Pepe.
sir, no sir. That's
It's
Pepe La
Dracula.
Pew.
I seen that movie Blackula. That shit used to scare the shit out of me.
That was the best thing since sliced bread. My
I
father
will
took me to see Blackula.
I will suck the jokes out of you real quick, Wanda Sykes. I will show you my Dracula.
It sounds like it's,
You know what? I'm gonna have to get my doggone cat and do that whole Black Panther. Take the cat and now she might claw the hell out of me. But take my cat and throw up in the air. When we drop down, I turn to Black Panther. She turns to the Panther. You
oh
ain't seen that
shit.
one?
So you be playing Marvel with the cat. That shit is
Oh
crazy.
baby, I'm all about the cartoons, honey. I'm a Marvel fan to the day I die. I'm
Oh
not a
my
DC.
goodness.
Oh yeah.
You're
She
my
must
kind
be
of
Marvel
weird.
too.
this is hilarious, but yet it's very entertaining. I tell you.
Life is too short to be miserable. Hell.
Yeah, I mean, look, we have a lot of serious conversations, but Kevin, how do we always end these lives, man? We end up just ranking and laughing, and
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute.
because we got to release, man. You understand?
Well,
Like,
first of all, wait a minute. Kevin, what kind of chair you sat in? I'm looking. I got my
Gamer.
eyeballs on.
The
You got your
that's
gamer.
game
right. You
chair.
got
I got a game chair too, player. Don't get it
He
twisted.
said I got
Yeah.
my eyeballs on.
Yeah.
I'm dead.
Oh yeah.
let me find out everybody's a snack master and a gamer.
Oh yeah.
I'm
I
not a gamer. I just
mean,
like the chair.
I'm not a gamer either.
Come on, you false advertising, man. Can't do that, man. Don't play with the
You
gamer
know
chair
what?
like
You know
that.
what? I haven't had a system. I used to play. My whole jam was GTA.
I'm
Oh.
dead.
Well, in a way, I guess I can't say that because some people be sitting in love chairs and don't know what love is. So I guess never mind. You're right. You're right. You can't
You
do
know
that. Never
what?
mind.
You know what? I got a
You
whole
know
bullet
what? Don't
range.
you? I'm done with you, bro.
I got a whole book. You know what?
Oh,
You in Detroit too? I
I'm
hope
in
you got
Detroit.
cold for Christmas.
That is hilarious, bro. That you got to get the big boy chair, otherwise, that
Boy,
I can't sit in a little boy chair. I'll tell you right now.
I gotta get a lazy boy.
Yeah, I broke
Don't do it.
I broke a lot of chairs in my life. How about that?
Don't do it. Don't do it. You get a lazy boy, your life is over.
I know. I know.
Don't do it.
But I false advertise on that because I'm not. I be busting my. You know what I'm saying? I ain't lazy no more. This is my.
Kevin, your chair is heated. You have heated chair. You have heated.
Actually, no, it ain't heated, but I know I got a speaker in it. I can plug up some stuff, the music and stuff to it. That's just sweet.
I got a heated chair, and
my
I've done
chair's
fall
heated
asleep in
with
my
a.
chair.
Mine's
mine's
heated with a
over.
massager.
Wait a minute. Hold about this. I got a heated house.
Wow.
I got that too.
That's so Wanda Sykes. I can see Wanda Sykes saying that. That's
She said I got a whole heated house.
Oh, you know what? Here's the thing about this. I went to go see Janet Jackson in Cincinnati.
Oh shit!
I love her so much.
I roamed the whole. Everybody was I watched her, but everybody else I didn't give them. I roamed the whole stadium. I took videos of everything that I saw.
I can only imagine.
Baby.
So I'm just thinking
put it this
about
way.
right now. I could make so much money off Darlene, man. I just need you to just change your
hilarious.
profile pic and jump. We could get some people. I'm telling you, man. You gonna get 1 million followers. I'm
Look,
telling you.
we got Wanda Sykes, we got Hobo, we got Arnold Schwarzenegger, and we have Amsterdam over there.
And,
This
and
is
we got
awesome.
and Pepe Le Pew.
And
Pepe Le Pew.
Le Pew. Hey, Papi.
And Al Pacino.
Al Pacino. There you go.
That's
You
crazy.
got the whole
man.
Brady bunch up in this boy. You know? It's like,
But look at the diversity here, though. Look, three women, 3 men, different cultures, different countries, different nationalities.
Oh, it is. That's right.
But we all have the same shit in common, man. We want clarity. We want peace. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
We want to laugh, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying
Laugh
to see
or
Days
laugh.
Low. She just keep undercover brother on you.
You said Days Low.
Days Low, cause I got my I gotta put my glasses on.
Oh, shit.
Who you talking about, Saint?
Yep, cause you look like Days Low.
She do look like right. That's too funny. Try me. Try me.
I'm dead. I'm dead right now.
That is.
Oh shit! Put a coffin in that one.
Oh my!
Come on.
And Saint. I mean that in the utmost respect.
You good? You good?
Nah, everybody here. The one must in this group is that you have to have a sense of humor. There's a time and place for serious shit, but you gotta have a sense of humor because if you take shit personal, you're going home sore. You know what I'm saying? You're going home really sore.
Especially in this group, because Y'all got jokes.
No, we go
Oh
in.
hell yeah!
We beat
No, I
tell
ain't got jokes.
Kev,
Did I
tell
not
him
No, I
we
tell
don't.
you
going
that's
light.
how we play?
We going light right now. Trust me, we could get it in really fast in here. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I'm being
Kev
very
wants to
quiet right
smoke.
now.
It's
Oh, come
it's
on with
it's
it.
No,
laugh or learn.
I think I'm intimidated by Fairy Tale. That's why I'm being nice right now.
That's
Oh
okay.
my
Stop being such a
goodness.
little
She gonna
girl.
come out of
Look at you.
nowhere.
Look at you. You stop.
He said, "I ain't no
You stop.
motherfucking fairy
No.
tale around
No.
here.
I
I'm the
don't want
truth."
you for nothing. You need to stop yourself
All
right
I'm
now.
gonna say,
Look, I got
all I'm
Arnold
gonna
started. You
say,
hear him?
No.
all I'm gonna
You
say,
stop right now.
all I'm gonna
You
say.
start doing some push-ups. Look at you. Look at you.
Look, all I'm
Do
gonna
some
say is
push-ups. Do
that
some arm wrestles. Come on. Come on.
I don't think you know still got to worry about being scared of
Kevin, look
Fairy
at
Tale.
you. Look at you.
But do
Look at. Come
know
on. Back it
Look at
if
up.
you
me.
mess with her, you're gonna deal with
Little
AJ.
bit. Little bit. Hey, you can back it up a little bit. And
Oh.
That's a whole other situation.
hold
Hey,
Me
that
and Fairy Tale
situation.
go way too far back.
I'm just saying.
Way too far back.
I never been known to have hair on my tongue. That's why they bring me up here because they call me the real.
Oh
Hmm.
yeah.
Never. I've never been afraid of no ghost ever.
Really?
No, I've listen. You know how people say I'm not afraid of anything. I
He's
think
not affiliated. That's
I
okay.
got. I
Tamika,
got.
listen to
But,
you. You need to stop. And you need
This-
to these people. You need to do something. Come on. Come
but
on.
you got hiding in
Come
your
on,
beard.
Hamika, right now.
right.
Stop it. No,
Arnold has
Hamika.
not left the building yet.
I just want
No,
to know what you got
Hamika.
hiding
I
in your
see
beard.
you. You
He's
need
trying.
to see these people. They
Why
want to
does
see. They want to see push-ups. Push-ups. Do it. Do it now.
Do it
Do it now.
why does Arnold always
Back to
sound
the.
like he's constipated? You know what I'm saying?
It
Like
doesn't
Arnold's supposed.
matter. Do
He
it
really
now.
sound
Do it
like he
now.
You
constipated
want the
now.
actual?
Hamika,
You want the real?
stop.
You want the real answer to that? I'll give you the
No.
real answer to
You
that.
see, you're
Protein
stalling. You're
shakes.
stalling, Hamika. I
Protein
see you. You're
shakes.
steroid
stalling.
protein shakes.
Is he
Look
Yeah.
at
still
him.
in
Look
is
at
he
him right
still in
now.
Protein.
He
politics
can't even
though?
be in the picture.
No,
He's pointing in
No,
the
I think
No?
he's
picture. He can't
retired.
be here. He needs to stop lifting. He needs to stop being such a little girl.
And he
Hamika,
he
sound
does. He
it's a
does.
German
lifting.
at the same time.
Stop being such a little girl. And lift. And lift. Come on. Open. Open.
One of these days, Arnold Schwarzenegger is gonna pop into TikTok and hear you talking, yo. You understand?
You're a son of a bitch. You're a
Hold
son
on.
of
He's
a bitch.
old
I
Arnold
now.
know
He
it.
ain't gonna do
Arnold
nothing.
Putin.
Arnold ain't trying to be on no doggone ticky. What? Wait a minute. The old people where I work, they
TikTok.
call it the ticky tacky.
The tiki
Tiki
taki.
taki.
Yes, and
You
I just
call
Mm,
it
looked
yeah,
that
ticky
up
that's
and
what
tacky
it's
my
all
not
you
grandma
want.
used
bad.
to call my.
I'm
You
wonder.
call it
That's
what?
what That's what
Kevin,
my.
look at you. Look at you, Kevin. Come on. Let's see muscles. Come on, Kevin.
What
Show us.
this makes me think so,
Show
but
us your
did you
muscles, Kevin. Stop it. Stop
guys
showing
see
your
did you
face.
guys
No.
What were you saying, Fairy Tale?
did you guys see the one man show from Eddie Murphy? Raw and
The-
Delirious?
Yes.
Of
You
yes,
course.
remember you remember this thing that Mr. T was gonna kick his ass
Mr.
Yep.
T.
and that
I-
he
Mr.
he he
T.
got followed by the gay patrol.
oh
That was
shit.
Mm-hmm.
It reminded me of
that was
that,
delirious.
that they came after him for his jokes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yes, yeah.
Pull over, pull over.
Yeah, you can't be
Yeah.
saying that shit. Yes.
Oh,
My favorite Eddie Murphy movie is that Coming to America though.
oh,
Hands
me
Re-
down the
too.
funniest.
It is
Really?
very
Ooh, I
good.
I
love
love
that one.
coming up.
What
Oh, the
about
sequel
Norbit?
sucked.
What about Norbit?
Oh yeah, the
Sequel? Is
sequel
there
was
No,
a
Norb
terrible.
sequel?
was
Yeah,
Norbit.
they came out with a second one and it was terrible.
Oh
It
my
was
What
god,
was
I
that
didn't
movie
even
where he
know
couldn't
that.
talk?
That's horrible, though. Like, it should have been good. It should have been good.
what?
It's
Didn't
a
he
Rasputin?
do?
The
Didn't he do? Beverly Hills Cop.
yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Axel
2, 3, and
Foley.
4.
But seriously, guys, is there any sequel that is good?
Some very rare though.
Yes.
Some sequels.
I have
Friday,
Bad Boys.
next
never.
Friday after next.
It was
Bad
I
Boys.
it was decent.
I'm
It
not
was
gonna start
decent.
It
because
was
I can do
decent.
the voice.
No, I
One
kid you
second.
not. No.
Maverick,
Is the Commander Bullet the
Top Gun.
is the best fucking
The whole.
movie in
But
the
is it,
history of
I don't
AJ,
Hollywood
know. I don't know if
is it
y'all
really
ever.
saw.
good? Is it really good, or is it more that we are nostalgic about it?
I
No,
think
it's
our
No,
because
like look,
expectations
I didn't
are.
grow
it's
up.
the
I
best
didn't.
movie ever. You guys are wrong.
What the
That's
hell?
fine.
Oh my
You
god.
just keep lifting.
I
You
didn't
just
Hey,
keep
y'all
grow
gonna
up
lifting.
turn
with
his
No,
ass off.
stop it.
I didn't.
Stop it. I don't want
Take
to
his
I
hear
didn't
batteries
grow
nothing
out.
from
up with.
nobody. No, you can just keep lifting.
Just chill.
We
Take his
lift.
batteries
We
out.
I didn't
lift.
grow up with Top Gun. I
You're
didn't
just
grow up with
gonna
it at
take
all, but when I saw
everybody
the
and we're
second
just
one,
gonna
it was
take
pretty good.
take a breath.
Yeah,
Hold
I
on.
didn't.
You're
I
still a
didn't want to
baby.
watch. I didn't want to watch the. I didn't want to watch the first one, but I watched the second one and I kind of enjoyed it.
Yeah, I
Goose,
watched them both. They were
You
either
good.
you
didn't
leave me
you didn't
alone or
go
take
and
me to
watch the
bed
first one after
forever.
you saw the second one?
Yeah, I saw the first one
I
and then
did.
I
I
watched
didn't
them.
see the first one completely. I
Oh,
think
and
it
then you
was
have
my
Mad
pride.
Max.
I
Yeah,
think
the
it was
first
my
one was kind
pride. I
of
don't
dumb
know.
if you ask me. Actually, like
But
it wasn't as good as the
then you
second.
can't like you can't forget about like Mad Max and
Oh, of
Mad Max
course.
into the
Oh,
Thunderdome.
And then
Mad
that's with
Max
Like
Tina
is
those ones
Turner,
are
okay.
good.
right?
Oh,
That's
when
yeah.
that's
Yeah,
Tina
with Tina
Turner.
Turner, the one
I
with
got.
Tina
Yeah.
Turner. Oh
Look,
yeah.
I
Mad Max
got.
is in the
who's supposed to be playing
Thunderdome.
Mad Max in the 2017 movie?
The who?
Who?
What?
Oh, that one. Those
Yeah,
Oh
ones
no,
were
yeah,
okay.
yeah, that was
That one was
horrible.
alright. That one was actually pretty
no,
good.
the Mad
Yeah,
Max in
It was
2017.
alright.
Who? What was her
I
name?
The
What was her
2017
name?
one.
I don't remember.
Oh, I don't remember.
Was
I didn't watch it.
Okay,
that Will Smith and Jada Pinkett?
you're dumb. I just dead. You're dumb and dead.
Mad Max.
And
You don't
dead.
get it? Mad Max.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Oh, and dead.
Hey, I got a question for y'all in a scenario, right? Pay attention to this. The question that this is a scenario that's going to turn into a question. When I was around 6 or 7 years old, my mother took me to go see Jaws the movie, right? And then the next day she took me to the beach. Is that
Oh,
is that
fuck
con-
you.
is
I
that
would have never
considered
went.
is that considered child abuse?
Child abuse?
Yes.
I
Definitely. No,
What was the question?
that's
Yes.
considered tough love.
I
What was
wish
the
I
question?
wish I
I
was
saw
lying.
Jaws,
What's
you
and
the
know
we're the
question?
same age.
two-year skit.
The question is, it comes from a scenario. My mother took me to go see the movie Jaws at the age of 6 or 7, and then the next day she took me to the beach. Is that considered child abuse?
Hell
I
yes.
No, 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 no.
So I got a
It's
scenario
considered
question
tough
for you
love.
now.
my parents made me watch
The
I
hell
got
What
a
you
part?
I
preach.
got a
Like
I got a
traumatizing?
scenario for you
aliens.
now.
Yeah.
So growing up,
I didn't take a bath for like 3 months.
She
Wait a minute,
she
you
oh
tried
didn't
to
take a
grow you
bath
some
because of
balls.
Jaws?
I,
Oh,
I
you
wish
was
I
stank.
I wish that I was lying about what I'm saying, but that my mother used to take me
Ah,
to horror movies when I was young. That's why I'm not scared
same,
of nothing. I saw The
same.
Exorcist when I was like 6 years old.
Oh
Oh,
my
those are good
god.
Yep.
Well,
horror
that's
movies.
considered child abuse.
Those are good horror
Same.
movies.
How
See,
can you do
my
that?
parents were the same way. My parents are the same way. So like
Really? They
my
took
whole
you to
life,
see
I've
scary
always had.
shit?
Oh, my mom all the time. I saw Blair Witch Projects, sit in front row
Oh,
That's
the
those
day
are
it
not
came
new
out.
scary.
movies. Those are new
Like
and that
movies.
was like
no. I saw no. Hold
2009
on.
to
I saw
10.
that. I
No.
saw Exorcist. I saw what was the other ones that I saw? What was it? Mothman Prophecies. You name
No,
it,
it's
I've
not
seen it.
scary.
Seven. All of those. Yeah, as an adult, when you're six,
No.
it's terrifying. Jeepers
Oh,
Creepers.
No.
Jeepers
Yes.
Oh,
Creepers
now
was
I did
see
Jeepers
know
that one
Jeepers
Creepers.
messed me
Creepers,
up.
and
No,
that kind of
Jeepers
freaked me out.
What
Creepers.
about The
If you
Freaked me
watch
Omen?
out.
it when you're young,
Yep, I saw The Omen too. Yeah, when you little, like those things are terrifying.
yeah,
Yes,
Jeepers
it
oh,
Creepers
is.
So
when
this
you're
was the
still
young.
thing. So
terrifying
this was
today. They are
so this was the
still
thing. My mom used to take me to those movies and then make me sleep in my own bed
Oh my god.
and took
I
me at
so
night.
understand your traumas now. I get it.
Oh,
No, I get it too. You don't
He,
understand. Like, I'm not
Yeah.
afraid of shit. My mother don't took the fear out of my ass. You understand? I'm not
who
afraid of nothing.
But
the
who was born in the 80s
let's add
runs
another layer
Critters?
here. Let's add another layer here too. My entire life I've always suffered from night terrors. You think that stopped my family from playing games with me?
Oh man,
no,
Heck
no.
no. Let me
Oh,
tell you what
oh.
my stepdad did. My stepdad was like, "Let's watch Texas Chainsaw Massacre." Okay, cool.
that's not cool.
The new one. The
Then
new
wait
one is
until I'm
actually
half asleep.
horrible. Yeah.
Hold up. Wait until I'm half asleep. Comes into my room with a chainsaw. Took the chain off
Oh
of it
my
just to mess with me.
God.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
Does that make a
Bro.
does that make a person bad?
I
It,
thought it was
I
Yeah.
don't
like
know. I don't know if that's bad or irresponsible
in
or
that
just
moment.
Because
thoughtless. I don't know what that's called.
No,
Yeah,
They
in
just,
that
I
moment.
I think they
That's
looked at
like
it as a joke, but they don't know. They don't know
it's
what's
I
behind
not
don't.
a
it.
joke.
Do
That
you
shit is
No,
traumatizing.
this is
do
not a
y'all do you guys
joke.
remember the Howling?
Oh, are you
Yeah.
serious? That's the werewolf shit, right?
Right.
yeah.
So what had happened was, come on, bruh.
I
That's a
mean,
bad movie. That's a
What
bad
y'all
had
movie.
remember
happened
the thing?
was, I went and while they were watching the movie, I went into the bedroom and put the little. I got some ears and all that, and I got this. I got I'm going to
Are
hell
you
with gasoline
serious?
draws on. Cause when I came out and they was sitting and watching the movie and I was behind the couch and I was started growling and I got my dog Pablo growling with me and kind of raised.
Oh my God.
Oh,
Oh my God.
Woo! Oh my god, best night ever.
See,
Best
when I was
night
little, speaking of dogs,
ever.
I always wanted a husky, right? So my family, like my mom finally like caved in, they got me a husky.
Mm.
And then made me watch The Thing.
oh
Oh,
man,
but
bro.
that wasn't a husky. It was
What
a German
what kind
Shepherd.
of parents?
That
Cujo,
wasn't a German
Cujo was
Shepherd.
the
That Cujo was a German Shepherd.
no.
The
No,
Cujo
Thing
no,
was
was
a
a
Cujo
Saint
husky.
was not a
Bernard.
German Shepherd. Cujo was a Saint Bernard.
Cujo was a
The
Saint
thing
The
Bernard.
was a
Thing,
German Shepherd. That was a
I could have
German
sworn it was
Shepherd.
a. Nah, I could have sworn that was a husky.
Nope,
I
nope,
don't
nope.
know
The,
what
the,
I don't
the
know about
thing
that
was
one.
a German Shepherd, and Cujo was a Saint Bernard.
We know
Trust
our
me when
trauma.
I
We know
say
our
this. I
traumas.
love
We know
horror
our
movies.
traumas.
Look, all I'm gonna say is that I didn't want to. It was the only time I didn't want nothing to do with a dog for like a week.
I
Oh, but
swear, if you would do that nowadays, you would get arrested as a parent.
Shit,
oh well, fuck arrest me then.
you get arrested if you don't give a kid their favorite candy. You understand?
Well,
Like
that's
for
the
real.
thing. You get arrested for and that's why they think they deserve the world.
Nah, man. Let me.
What I don't understand about the world is how you gonna tell a parent how to parent, right? You took all the rights away from the parents and then
Yeah,
complain that the kids are bad.
that's
Well,
why the generation now is fucked up.
you can't say that some parents don't need parental guidance. You know what I'm saying? A lot
Right.
of
Oh, I don't
parents
think everybody should
don't
be a
know
parent.
shit. You understand? Like seriously, a lot of parents, you know, you can never be too prepared to have a kid, but some parents, oh man, like they need parenting skills. I'm sorry, they need some homeroom economic parenting skills for real.
Yeah, sure, but
No, you're right.
how can you let parents be parents if you take away their how do you call that, their authority?
Because they don't deserve it.
So
They don't
what
deserve it.
happened was back when Bush was in office, and he took prayer out of schools, and then with that in that same bill, what happened was they took out what do you call it? I have a brain fart right now, but it also included
That's that smell.
corporal punishment. So I remember them taking all the paddles out the schools. This is like 80, I forget, 82, 83. I remember them doing that. And
All the
this,
pedals. Really? You really?
yeah, they had paddles. They had paddles.
I mean,
They had the
that's
black
straight
paddles, and then
A.
they had paddles that had holes in them. And you didn't want to get the paddles that had the holes in them because that would suck your meat up in it and that would hurt worse.
I know about the paddle.
But that's what happened. That it was a progression. And it wasn't like, and the reason why I say this is because I think about those that are the kids in Korea that actually go to school for 18 hours a day.
But the
Our
thing,
kids don't even understand what they go through, and they still get beat and all this, that, and the other, and these kids don't. But
well,
that was the progression. And I remember how schools changed, because then it got to the point of, you never heard a lot about kids being bullied in schools because the teachers took care of it. The
Yeah.
moment they took that out, the kids started bullying, and then it got to the point where it was just like, you know what? If you can't fight or talk about or whatever have you, or you didn't have nice clothes, you were in trouble, and just progressed.
It's but Darlene, it's you talking about that happening in the States, but this is a worldwide thing. Governments all over the world took it out, and
But
the
everybody
Just
thinks
talk
we're
about
such a
all.
superpower that they everything that we do that they should follow, and I don't think that's the right thing to do.
but yeah, but the thing is that taking it out is, I don't think our parents, first thing of all, we didn't turn into bad people because of it, you know. And
I
second,
think that's what it is.
and second thing is that I don't think our parents hit us to hit us because they wanted to hurt us, or they wanted to, you know, do any kind of child abuse. They hit us because we had to learn till what borders we could go growing up, and we had to learn how to be respectful and how to see the difference between a grown up and a kid. And you know, that's why they, most of the time it was only threatening, most of the time they only had to look at us a certain way and we were already in line.
And that's true for us. I don't know about anybody else, but for us growing up, as me being a black woman, all my father had to do was look at me, and I was like, oh hell. But the thing about it is, corporal punishment came from something different, and corporal punishment from the United States actually came from, even when they had slavery, it came from indentured servitude. And the one way they had to keep people in line, and the one way they had to keep people to indenture themselves beyond that 7 years, was to beat them into complacency.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where that comes from. And it's and the thing about it is, which I wish people will understand, is the trauma that you go through is not just physical, it's physical, it's physiological.
Mm-hmm.
There's something gets imprinted into your DNA that you go through these things that is no different from, and now I simply really kind of digress, but it goes no different from, how can somebody here in North America, meaning Canada, United States, and Mexico, have some of the same features of those that are over in Asia? If you put some people that are from Mexico against some people that are from China or Thailand or wherever in Asiatic, they have the same features. They have the same closed eyes, slant eyes, because we're all connected. And that's where it comes from. It's imprinted in our DNA. And I like I said, I just kind of went kind of left on that situation because
No, you didn't.
but it's when it's all said and done, we're all connected. The only thing about us is that as we move and traverse through this world, you had to adapt to where you were living at. That meant that those that were in Africa, you were better suited to have kinky hair, darker skin, and melanated skin, because you could take the heat and the sun. For those that went into colder climates, it was better suited that you did not have melanin. It's better suited that your hair was more relaxed, however you want to say it, because it suited the climate better. We're
Right.
all
Absolutely.
we're all connected.
Mm-hmm.
We are all connected. We are, and we just adapted to where we were living at.
But we're looking at that point. We're looking at thousands of years.
Exactly. And not the 200 years that people complain. Never mind.
I get exactly what you're saying.
We're not looking at just a few hundred years. It's thousands, like tens of thousands of years.
Yeah, this has been since the beginning of time, man. Fuck that.
To
Look, man.
meet
I,
to
I
be
I'd rather I'd
So
rather I'd rather hear a person than see them. You know what I'm saying? Like if I'm gonna meet somebody, I'd rather have a conversation without looking at them. That way, I could actually
Mm-hmm.
judge their
yeah,
character and their belief.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
instead
Because
of their exterior. Yeah.
yep, that's the problem that we get sucked into what a person looks like, and then we're not compatible with them, and then we think we can change them into what we thought they was. You
Ooh,
understand? Like,
very
Exactly.
true.
sorry, Charlie, they don't work that way.
Oh,
I
speak.
apologize.
Now I wonder then, because when you think of it, is it that we're more alike because now we travel more and we install ourselves all over the world? Do you think that we sort of adapt then?
No, we didn't evolve to that because
So
No,
this has been like this forever. The people have looked like this for a long time.
we are more alike, even though we don't travel. What we fail to realize is how much we are alike. What we do is the moment I see you, because of what what is it, TV and commercials and what the media and
Mm-hmm.
What's been
news
taught.
outlets have said is that, well, if you see me, I'm automatically an angry black woman. If you see a black man, oh, he's automatically a thug. Don't get me, please don't. If you see a woman, she's a white woman, she's always in distress because of something. If you see a white man, he is always the economy and the he's always the upper echelon of the economic world.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is. And it's not, we didn't do that to us. The people that are in the power that
Power, right.
control us,
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You preaching. You preaching. I've been saying that. You preaching.
baby, we're in the matrix, honey. We're in
and
the matrix, but we just do it when people start to unplug from that. You finally
and you
realize we've been played.
But
The, the,
can I just add that is not all people?
absolutely.
Because I don't feel I can't relate with that. I don't I have no capacity of judging people on their exteriors. I don't know
Right.
how to do that. I judge people on their behavior and their character, but not what
Mm-hmm.
they look like.
and you
I
was
have met.
born and raised in Amsterdam, right?
That's an anatomy.
Well,
Anomaly.
that might be
I,
because we are so multicultural over there. There is so many different nationalities living together on this very small spot that we grow up. I lived in this little apartment building with like 6 apartments, and we had 6 different nationalities living there from all over the world. So I grew up going from the 3rd floor down, greeting my Turkish neighbor and going to school with my African classmate, and and we played all together. So somehow I was brought up in this thing that was normal. That it was normal that we were all looking different, but we did the same things.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's
I
if you look at
uh,
if you say that this is a government thing, that's why they put all the same people in the same areas. That's why we get ghettos. That's why we have like the luxury neighborhoods. That we keep people together that are alike, and that's where you create these differences. If you mix them all up, in the same area, they don't see the difference.
Okay, so and I understand that, but the moment that the world, okay, so here's the thing about this. There are I don't even know, I don't even think we are, I don't think we should be classified as a superpower, but according to the world, we are part of that. But before it be, in the past, what, 30 years, we were the superpower. 30, 60 years. So we set the precedence of what is and what was. So if when
What
the
we just to clear, we is the United States, or we is
the
that
the,
the human being?
the United States,
The
Okay,
American culture, yeah.
okay,
the
okay.
United States. So
Yeah.
with that being said, is that there was a culture bred that if you talked about these things. When I travel abroad, I already know what I know what I'm going to experience. They gonna look at me like I can't afford to go overseas, and I'm looking at them like, okay, well, all right. They treat me different. They don't treat me. When I was a child, it was different when I traveled with my father and my stepmother, and they had to go on business, and it was different. But me as an adult woman, when I go to certain places, they don't clutch their purses or follow me around in the stores like they do in the US. Oh, but honey, they trust and believe. They keep an eye on me. Like I think I'm getting ready to steal something. And it's something that and that's a taught behavior.
Yeah, it is.
And that taught behavior doesn't come from where your culture and where you come from. It's a taught behavior because I'm trying to figure out why everybody won't be like us.
Actually, on the contrary, there are a lot of countries out there that hate the American culture.
Well, the thing is that here in Europe, we look at the United States now with a different pair of eyes. We have been looking in back in those days. We have been looking at the United States as this big superpower, and they're bigger and better in everything. Right now, and I don't want to be disrespectful, but right now, most of us Europeans look at the United States as you are just an empty big mouth. You're just screaming that you're still the biggest and better, but we developed way more in those last years than you did. We make new things. You have to come over and buy things from us because you don't know how to do it. So how can you still be a superpower?
We are not.
No, that's not true because we cut you off from. We cut you off. That's not true because we cut you off, and you know it.
What? You did what?
I think it just
cut you guys off from anything from.
The United States cut Europe off. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
I think you have to look things up because you never did.
The United States didn't cut you off. I think what you guys are thinking of is you guys were from Russia.
Huh?
Ooh?
What?
Okay.
Have you not felt that way?
You know that Europe is bigger than just Russia?
Oh, honey.
It's not.
Sorry?
I don't feel that way. I don't think it is.
You don't think Europe is bigger than just Russia?
I don't think it is.
Well,
I'm
Russia
getting
is
my
part of
emotions
Europe.
right now because
I'm not trying to be an asshole. Okay? Prove me wrong.
I will prove you wrong.
Okay.
Because we are not. Russia is not even slightly the center of Europe. You know that Germany is way stronger as an economic country than Russia is?
Yes.
So why do you think that Russia is the center of Europe? Our European government is based in Belgium, which is a tiny, tiny country, but it's really important.
The pipeline was destroyed.
We don't need the pipeline. Do you think we don't have gas and fuel right now?
I don't. I don't. I'm sorry. I'm an American. I don't.
Well, the problem is I have that so many times that the Americans, if we're talking about, the world and knowing what Europe is, they have no clue. They don't get taught correctly their topographics about Europe. People think that Amsterdam is a country. For crying out loud, it's the capital of the Netherlands.
No, it's in Holland, right?
Fairy tale, baby, I got this. I'm gonna help you out.
Thank you, darling.
So
I just want to know. Please walk me through it.
Okay, so the Soviet Union was dissolved, which what happened. You got to go back and come back and whatever have you, but I don't care about that. It dissolved, and that created a lot of different countries that was up under the USSR for a long time.
Yeah,
honestly, the economic epicenter is actually in Europe and not the US, like y'all want to believe.
They have a different stock. stock exchange over there.
It's not even about the stock exchange or what. And I get that, but the economic epicenter of the world, because the world deals with the two most common denominators in the world are the U.S. dollar and the euro. Can you explain to me, if we are so bad, why is the euro more than the U.S. dollar? I digress.
I've read for some time.
I digress. It's, you know what?
You can
Is that
digress all you want, but it's been worth more than $1 for some time.
Sorry?
The U.S. dollar was based on gold standard. That the European don't do it that way.
I understand that concept, but the fact that the euro was based on the U.S. dollar is not new, and will be considered closely. It's reasonably, we are lowly right now, and we're waiting on something to happen. It's a big deal. Between the U.S. dollar and the euro is a big deal. Pay attention to that.
Of course it is, but it's based on the GDP. You know what I'm saying? It's based on the GDP and the spending habit. You know what I'm saying? They don't spend, the consumers do not spend the same way in Europe that we spend over here. We spend a lot of money on bullshit over here.
Absolutely.
You understand?
Come on.
Let's take one thing. Your whole credit system. I don't get it. I don't get how you cannot get a loan if you don't have build up credit, that you only build up when you get loans. I don't get this whole, it's like fake
Because it's
economics.
designed to make people lose if you don't know how to play the game. Like if people look, this whole design was created for people to be anti-capitalism, and capitalism is what actually works.
It's, to me, it's the weirdest thing. Most Americans have like several credit cards, and they pay like the other credit card with the credit card and what is this? We don't have that in Europe. If we have a credit card, it is to travel and pay over borders with it, but not to use it as a way of paying things here in the Netherlands. We have the money we have.
It doesn't matter.
We don't live on
feel.
loans here. We get our money. That's what we spend. You know,
They do not teach financial
You're gonna hurt.
IQ.
You're gonna hurt.
Sorry?
You're gonna hurt. If Russia doesn't follow through, you're gonna hurt.
You are, and I'm sorry for my words, but you are delusional. You have no idea how our. You have absolutely no idea.
For decades.
You absolutely have no idea what you are talking about.
We could have this conversation. We could have this conversation, and we could start talking about the land in the United States. We could talk about the pipelines in Russia. We could talk about a whole bunch of things. But here's the thing: they do not teach financial literacy or financial IQ in the United States.
Like they do in Europe.
They don't. They don't. They have classes when they're young about money management and cash flow in Europe. We don't have that in the United States. I tell you this as a fact.
We learned that when we're in kindergarten. We already learn how to use money. We play these games in going shopping, and this is how much money you have, and how much money can you spend, and you know what's the value of it. What can you get for the paper money? What can you get for the coins? We are raised in this way, and specifically here in the Netherlands, because we are a tiny country, but we are, and I don't know if you know the word, and I don't even know if it's an English word. We are Bataafs. We have been traveling the world for centuries doing business with other countries. We are so developed on trading with other countries and making that into money. You have no idea what you are talking about, Arish. I think I would love to have this conversation with you.
I do know what I'm talking about, and you have no idea what you're talking about.
Are you kidding me?
I do know what I'm kidding.
You can tell me
what I'm talking about.
Oh wow!
Go. Let's try to figure this out. Look, I'm an American. We for a long time. Yeah, but listen to me. We for a long time were making believe that we were this big thing. We are number one in nothing. We are number one in nothing anymore. We don't have the best medicine. We don't have
No,
the best. We don't have the best. No, we do not. We do not have the best system. We don't have the best education system anymore. We don't have. Trust me. We do. There are countries that are as small as the smallest state in the United States that are stronger in many things than the United States as a whole.
Let me piggyback on that and get you to understand is this. We have what the United States has always been is we have power, meaning we have muscle, but we have when it comes to backing that up and what's important, we don't invest in the people here in this country to make sure that's why you got this whole thing about all these people are going to colleges and stuff like this, and we got the whole student loan crisis. They don't have a student loan crisis in Europe. They don't have a healthcare crisis in Canada, in Europe, the way we
yeah, but
do.
they don't do it. They don't have 2 billion people of their entire, you know what I mean, their country.
Oh no, honey! I'm talking about the whole European Union.
The whole
Hell,
unit. The
it's
whole
more
unit.
people in
No. We're
wait a
talking
minute, wait,
no.
wait a minute.
Units
I'm
don't matter
digress.
nothing. We're talking
It's more
country to
people
country.
in China than we got over here in the United States, sir. And I know China is communist, but there is the things that we have been doing. If we stayed the true ground on what this country was built on, we would still be a superpower. But what we did was we deviated from that and turned it into what people don't want to see about is we are truly capitalists. We don't care about nobody. All we care about is money. Some people can go to the hospital and get taken care of, but there are other people who go to the hospital and even though they got insurance, they still can't get the same kind of care as a wealthy person can. Come on, let's call our country out on what it really is.
No.
Our country don't care about nothing about us. This country was built on the backs of what the English decided that was supposed to be. When the English decided, yeah, we good, we can't do this no more. The people that were here that got this country and built it on the backs of my people, what you not gonna do? That's what you not gonna do. My country, this country was built on my great grandfather, not yours, but mine. He built them. He was in them cotton fields. He was in them sugar cane fields.
Stop
I
it.
got
Stop.
family.
Stop.
You can trace your family. I can't trace mine.
Stop.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Iris, I would love to have the discussion with you, but then you come on with facts. You bring on facts because now what you say is just hearsay and just I think and imagine. You know, you have no facts of what you're saying, and I know it. You're talking in assumptions. You're talking about what your country shows you and accepts you to hear. The news that you get in the United States about Europe is so censored. It's so little that you have
It's
no
funny because I
knowledge.
come from I come from.
You what?
I'm surprised that there's nothing. No, I come from the Irish, so there's nothing.
Are you in the United States or not?
Does it matter?
Yes,
Were
it
you
does.
born and raised? Were you born and raised in the United States or not?
It does.
It
Of
doesn't
course it
give
does.
you. It doesn't give you any knowledge to be from an Irish family if you're born and raised in the United States with their standards and their way of doing things. You
So
haven't
you're
lived.
displaying everybody that's been before me, including the black people that have uh, their history, correct? So you're just going to dispose.
No, you
No,
want to
we're
talk
talking
about
about
Europe?
we're talking about scaling. We're talking about taking something that's intangible and making it a tangible conversation with facts.
No,
That's what
you
we're doing.
want no. You want
Give
to
me
dispose
facts,
the
Irish.
Irish. Be my guest.
No,
You
we're not
want you
I'm
talking
want
about
to
the
giving
Irish.
dispose
you
We're
the
talking
Irish.
about
facts.
the Europe versus.
You dispose everybody.
No, you are talking about Europe as if you know. All I hear is things that are not correct. So give me the facts where we can talk about. Because what you say is just not true.
For
what?
We got to do a comparison across the board. Unemployment rate, GDP, the value of the dollar, medicine, schooling, education, tax brackets. You understand? We got to go across the board and do a fair comparison that is equivalent and has a weighted composite index across the board.
And the
Listen,
idea
listen,
of you
Irish, listen to me. This is my thing. I'm not really
I
getting into
lost
this
my way.
conversation. This is my shit here.
I lost my way.
Yeah, trust me. You want to have a talk about economics, international affairs, the way things are done, sovereigns. You want to talk about power. You want to talk about medicine. You want to talk about who has the leg up. We could have this conversation. You understand? But it would take you not to take the position that Ireland had nothing to do with this conversation because we were talking about Europe as a collective whole. We're talking about
No,
North America because it was included with
I'm not
Canada
comparing.
and
I am
Mexico.
not comparing. I'm not comparing anything from Irish to anything dealing with the Black Americans. Absolutely.
Okay. There's Black Irish too.
I don't care. No, that is not. That is not my. No, that is not my place. I am not comparing anything between Irish and between Black Americans ever. That is. I
I'm
will
only
stop
saying
there.
that because
I'm gonna.
you
I'm just
said
saying what my
something about
soul
Irish.
inside.
Nobody mentioned Irish. Nobody
No, we
mentioned
don't
Irish.
talk about Irish. You brought it up.
No, nobody said Irish except you. You were the one that brought in the comparison on Irish. You said something about now it's a thing against Irish. Nobody said that. We're talking about Europe
All right.
and American traditions, economic value, GDP, the transfer of the comparisons of the value of the dollar, that the American dollar was the standard, it's based on gold, as it's always been, but the Europeans do things in a different way.
Well, a lot of the GDP in the EU right now depends on Russia when it comes to energy.
That's because of war. It's not because of Russia. It has nothing to do. Russia has never been any of our concerns in Europe. We have the northern part of
Until
Europe.
war, correct? Until war.
Well, that's everywhere. If somewhere in America they would start a war, then economics would be influenced too, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but Russia is not coming this direction. And look, Russia is not coming this direction, and Russia is not touching Europe.
And Russia is not going nowhere because of the UN and the fact that there is more than only Europe, and there is a world looking over our shoulders and watching what's happening and taking part in this conflict.
Bullies know who to pick with. How about that one?
Yes.
Ukraine is this, and it has to do with in the bottom. It has to do with rich metals. In Ukraine, there's a lot of valuable rich metals that we need at the moment to be to reach our how do you call that? Environmentally goals, and there is a lot more than what you just hear in the United States.
I agree.
You know,
Fairy tale.
No, you're right.
Fairy tale. Here's the thing about this: is that the moment that anybody talks about diverting anything from fossil fuels, people have an issue with it. So as you fossil fuels, as you move away, as the world tries to move away from oil because it's finite, but it's not so much finite to where it still does not pad the coffers of those that are in power.
Mm.
Right now, the biggest whole thing is in the Middle East, to where that's where the large concentration of fossil fuel is. But the fossil fuel there in Russia is an economic power for them. So when people decide that they want to divert from that and divert to other cleaner uses, the only thing they can do is I'm gonna wag my tail, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cause a fuss. And the best place to cause a fuss is people I know they can't handle who I am.
That sounds like
That's the
TikTok.
Ukraine.
That sounds like everyday TikTok.
Yeah, it's like it's
It is.
a big
No,
thing.
but it's the truth.
It's bullies. It's a bully fight.
It is.
None of this matters because the agenda of the United States is to make everything electric before the year 2050 anyway. Pay attention, people. The agenda is the
Based on
electric.
what? Based on what?
Are you serious? Based on
Yeah,
what
I'm dead
technology?
serious. I'm dead serious.
Based
We could
listen, you
drive everything right now.
think wait, hold on. You don't think the United States is pushing the electric agenda? Really?
No.
Yeah, I know they are.
And they are, but I'm gonna say no.
They are. But what drives Omega? What powers that energy?
So the electric car was already invented, and
absolutely.
Look at 2020. I'm looking at 203, 204, 205, 206, when they actually made 1,500 people turn their cars in, including Hollywood celebrities.
Yeah.
Because that was a car, and they had to turn that car in. The government official made them do that.
Right.
Because it was too soon, and they still have money to make off this fuel deal that they're doing.
But if it was out there and government, why would you do that though?
Because of the agenda. Because of the agenda.
Absolutely. I'm okay.
Look, check this out. The iPhone, right? The iPhone every year goes up in price, right? And they don't change shit. They already had the same technology every year. They say, okay, we got a new camera. Okay, we can do this. They've had this technology for 15 years ago.
But here's the thing about that. That's a whole big difference, because when they made people turn those cars in, it was a whole nother 5, 6, almost 10 years before the first electric car got back on the road again.
Correct.
Here in the U.S. It's not. It's the U.S. I'm sorry. It's not about conservative and trying to do. I'm not trying to do something right and conserve. They were trying to figure out how they can monetize it, how they can do what they wanted to do. I'm sorry. This is my country. I love it.
I agree with you.
Do you have electric car?
But I agree with what she's saying. I do.
Do you electric car? Do you guys have electric car?
Yes.
You do.
Yes.
And when you power up, so you have in your house.
Listen, before the year 2050.
Where do you think that power comes from?
I understand that, but what they're trying to do is they're trying to suck up every dollar that they can. That's why they did the recall on the electric car, because they weren't ready, to release all the money that it was going to make. Everything that's happening right now, the whole Russia thing, the whole Europe thing, this was all calculated. This is not something that came out of nowhere. This is part of the agenda.
Would you agree? Would you agree that it would be a much better idea? I'm not trying to fuck this all up, but would you agree it would have been a much better idea to go, like, let's say a hybrid?
But this is what the ladies are trying to say, is that the United States is a country of trend. And they knew, and they had to return those cars because it would have been more popular. You know what I'm saying? Like, the popularity and the trend would have went faster than they were ready to administer and put those cars out. You understand? Because then everybody by now would have had an electric car by now.
It doesn't matter where the
But
energy comes from.
Wait a minute, hold up.
The energy comes from somewhere.
That's just like saying the Jordans, they only gonna make 200 Jordans with knowing that they not. Wait a minute. Let me get this right. That's not the host. That's not what they did. What they did was this company made this car that was going to take away from fossil fuel, and they had to stop it. It was not just the United States. It was
And it
OPEC.
has to be
It was
constantly
Russia and
powered.
everybody else. They had to
I
control that
agree.
car
I agree
because
with
they
you,
couldn't
Darlene.
do that.
I agree
It
with
wasn't
you.
about us. It was about money. Everything in the world is about money.
Yes, that's what I'm
If
saying.
we
They haven't
follow
sucked up all the fossil fuel money yet.
the money,
You
it was
did. You
no.
traded
Because
one
wait
thing
a minute,
for
because
another. You traded one thing for another. You don't think about it. Think about it, please. Please. I'm not trying to upset
The point that she's
people.
making is correct. She's making the right point. You understand? Like they realized that it was too fast, too soon, and they weren't done with whatever they was doing before that. You understand? Before they introduced the electric car, they want to make sure that they're able to suck the well dry in that concept first.
But where does the power from your powered car come from?
Well, tell us, Iris, because obviously you know and you want us to say. So tell us, where does it come from?
It comes from coal.
Okay.
okay, you a whole fool for that one.
You think that the electricity comes from coal?
It is the majority of the U.S. Yes, it comes from coal. From where I'm from in Wisconsin, it comes from actually nuclear power.
So where does the coal come from?
I don't know. I'm not.
Can't be
I'm
coal,
not.
That's
baby,
an
because they done
important
closed too
thing.
many
Where does the
they
coal
closed too
come
many
from?
coal mines in Kentucky.
It's an important thing to know. Where does the coal come from? Does it come from the United States? Does it come from, I don't know,
No,
Russia?
no. From here, if it comes to the United States,
Who are the producers and the manufacturers of the coal?
one of our major outputs from the United States is coal. We have a huge amount from Kentucky.
Is that bigger than
No,
your
you
oil
don't, darling.
production?
No, you don't.
Is-
No, you
say-
don't. I knew what they were doing. No, you don't.
You
Because they
guys say what you
closed.
want.
They
I don't
closed
know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell
95%
you.
of the
Like
coal
this is what I
plants
know.
in
This
Kentucky.
is all I know.
Yeah, but if you know that, can you back it up? Is there
Yes.
facts?
Yeah, you can look it
I
up.
got facts to
YouTube
back
it.
that one up.
No, I
Well,
don't want to
okay.
look it up. You come with it.
Here's the real question. What are going to be powering the electric cars of the future? That's the real question.
I really hope it's going to be nuclear power. I really do.
No,
You hope
that's
it's
not.
going to be nuclear power?
Why would you want to have so much dependency on nuclear power?
Y'all missing a whole.
I think
Y'all
you
missing
should
a
never
whole.
focus on one system. You
It
know, I
wasn't
think
one.
it should be a combination out of several things, that if one doesn't work, then we have a backup and we don't have to count on other countries.
Why are so many people decided on electric cars and not like what do they call them? Like
Hybrids?
Yes, please.
Well, people are not. I think we're in a trial phase. I think this is I think we're in a trial phase. I think this is, people are testing things. People are seeing what is best, what is affordable, what is, in quality brings them the farthest. And here in the Netherlands, we have the most prestigious tech university
Yes, y'all do.
in Delft here. And we are experimenting with all those different types. And then eventually we will know what will work best on the long haul, because we have to watch into the future and into our resources.
I want
just
to
don't
tell you,
understand.
wait a minute. Here in the United States, when they had sold those first electric cars, here's the situation. The companies were so behind the manufacturer that they had this behind closed doors to where how are we going to power this? How can we monetize this? How can we do this? How can we do that? They took those cars back. Then they came back with, now, California has the most charging stations, but now in 2022,
Yeah, but we here in Wisconsin we don't. People are running out of power.
Here in Wisconsin, you don't, because they don't feel that y'all are just right. Wait a minute, hold up. They feel that y'all gonna be the last.
Yeah,
I mean, you
Wisconsin is
want
not as relevant as California or New
it is
York.
no, it should be as relevant as the rest of the country. I don't
No
understand.
way,
Doesn't
no way that Wisconsin is as relevant as
So
California and
first
New
of
York.
all, Chicago, Atlanta.
I mean,
Oh, wait a minute, Chicago,
California is going to be
Atlanta,
zero
Los
power.
Angeles,
You
New
guys are going to be.
York.
Okay, I'm
Those
sorry.
are going to be the first places. The reason why we have so many charging stations is because we happen to be the center of the U.S. Louisville, Kentucky is the place of the United States U.S.
Do
What's the brown people?
you guys have the power stations available? I mean, is anybody?
Yes, we have power stations available because we have USP Worldport Hub. Every single overnight package in the world comes through Louisville, Kentucky.
No, I'm just wondering. Is it honestly? Like, I'm not trying to.
No, honestly,
I'm not trying to cause confrontation. Like, is it
I'm just telling you
available?
the truth.
Because in Wisconsin, like where we're from, like where I'm from, like it's a serious issue. Like, you can only go, so far. Like, it's a problem. Like, you have to plan where you're going, otherwise you're fucked. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
You're comparing what you go through in your state to the whole United States, are you?
no, I'm not
To the
trying to do
whole
that.
world.
I'm not trying to do that. I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to say, like, is it like this is what I experienced, and please experience correct me.
Yeah, but Darlene just gave you facts.
And if I need to go back and pull you data, I'm just telling you. Here's the thing about this: whatever the largest cities in the United States, and the ones that I think up off the top of my head, and ones that are relevant, is Los Angeles, Chicago, New York.
That's correct.
I forget what. Okay, so you got the snowbirds in
No,
Florida.
Dallas.
The reason why we're a part of that is because you know what? UPS is here. We are the world hub. Every single package.
I'm not against you guys. I'm not.
No,
I'm not.
what I'm trying to get you to understand is that, darling, what everything that you're stating, and I get it, and I think you kind of upset, but Europe, hell, I've been trying to get over to Europe for the past 4 years with a job over there because they're going to treat me better than what they treat me over here. I'd rather make half the money in Europe and live over there than live over here.
And the money goes further over there too.
Oh, well, it all depends on where you live at.
Iris, this is not a personal thing. There's no place for emotions here in this discussion. This is pure factual, and I get the feeling that you feel somehow attacked, and we are not. We're just giving you the facts you are asking for to show you that things might not be as you think.
No, you're right. You're right.
Put it this way. Put it this way. Put it this way.
What are you going through in Wisconsin right now?
That doesn't make sense to have an electric car because they don't have enough stations to go in between.
There you go.
Yes, thank you. Yes, that's absolutely what it is.
But you feel some type of way because the technology is not available where you're at. But I'm in New York, and I will tell you that the strategy is to be able to get to point A to point B and have the places there to facilitate a charge. Like if you were to see how many electric hubs and how many places have this, there's more electric hubs than cars right now because they are anticipating how many people are going to get electric cars because that is the future.
It's not even the future. New York, no different from Chicago and Los Angeles are
They're major cities.
They're major hubs.
That's
I
a
mean,
good point.
that's the fashion. When it comes to the United States, that's the fashion district. That's the financial district. Everything financial and fashion starts in New York.
And that's always like that. It's the same in the Netherlands. Amsterdam is the place where things start, and then from there we will,
Yeah,
get
but
to everybody.
you're not gonna put the majority of hubs and the components in a place where people are not gonna buy them, right? Or it's not
That's true.
relevant at the moment. Wisconsin's gonna be one of the least the last places to get it. There's gonna be a ton of big cities and other states that are gonna get this type of technology before Wisconsin does.
And it
If
has to do with open-mindedness too. We need to place those things in places where people are receptive for it, where people
there
want to
there
go there.
there are levels to the cities in the United States. You
Hmm.
have 1, 2, 3, and 4. One are those that carry international airports that if a plane flies out of there, they can literally fly overseas. One. And the only reason we are on that because of the UPS Worldport. The second level are those cities that people go to that are close to those major hubs that want to slide. There's levels to that. But the thing about it is, if we take out emotion and if you look at it financially, baby boy, it's not too many people in Wisconsin that's gonna be buying electric cars.
Honestly,
And those that do, y'all better get a Tesla because if you get a Tesla, they're gonna put a hub in your house.
right. But then
New houses are going to be built now with
With it.
mandatory hubs.
Yeah, with it.
I'm trying to tell you that before the year 2050, the entire United States will be electric.
But you know what I mean, though. Like, okay, so all these electric cars, like
2050. Oh, I
they're
don't care. I'm gonna be old as hell. I'm
I'm
gonna be
I'm
kicking
I'm
somebody.
I'm I'm, I'm saying I'm
taking my
saying
cane
that
and knocking the hell out of somebody.
within 20. Look, California right now is making it mandatory for people to get electric cars in 10 years.
Oh,
what
California's doing
does
a whole lot of damn things. Make
what
marijuana legal across the United States, and we can talk.
Darlene, before you're old, the 2050s, you will live here in Amsterdam. Don't worry about it, darling.
Look, man,
Girl,
I was a judge at the Cannabis Cup over there, so let's get that out the way. All right.
what
You know what
I
a Cannabis Cup is,
I
Irish?
cannot indulge with the job that I have and
absolutely.
the company I work for. I cannot indulge.
That's why I'm independent.
What I
But
don't understand is like, okay, so like you gain energy has to come from somewhere, correct?
yeah,
So from the point that you're getting it from, it has to come from somewhere. So
doesn't matter where it originates from. It matters on where they feel that the popular purchases are going to be, and usually that comes from the big players. Wisconsin, it's not that Wisconsin is not irrelevant as a state as a whole, but in this conversation, Wisconsin is going to be one of the last ones to get this technology. So you
no,
guys are in some shit right now.
you're right. I could actually, that makes a lot of sense actually.
Don't you guys go to Chicago when you want certain things?
Of course.
I'm
Chicago's
yes,
right under you, right? I used to live in
Yep.
Chicago, right?
yeah, absolutely.
Or and when we want some cheap beer, we'll go up to Wisconsin, right?
Oh, I can't stand
I
you.
just like it from people that expect power. Like, do they understand the concept that like it just because it's not electric because it's coal
You're
or
but you're right about what you're saying for the moment, but that's just for now. This is not the plan of the future at all.
No, and Iris, there's a lot of alternatives being developed. How about solar panels? How about windmills?
And there's
There is
and there's clean fuel
nah,
too.
they've been
there's
shutting down
wind.
windmills for years.
What?
They've been taking down windmills for years.
Well, that's not what we see here in Europe.
Because windmills are one. They got windmill farms in California. So here's my question:
They
Why
got
are they taking down? Wait a minute. Why are they taking the windmills down?
And we're not
I
talking about windmills
Get
that
them lights
are
up. Get them lights up. It's like
used.
50-some people in here.
I
No, you're
just
talking
Lights
you're
up.
talking about water producing windmills. You're talking about air producing windmills. You're
We're
talking
talking
about
about air.
right. That's a whole different
Air
technology.
conditioners.
This is not
okay,
about
okay,
the
all right.
windmills we use to make
You
the
you
flour and stuff.
you
This
want
is
some crazy? You want my crazy fucking stupid? All right, all right. I'm
We
sorry.
understand.
I hate to interrupt.
We
I don't want
understand.
to. I want to
Hey,
argue, but my crazy fucking stupid fucking the world, the entire world, everything that's lived on this planet has lived off the sun. Everything till this day has lived under the sun. All energy for every living being has energized by the sun, period. There's nothing to argue, and I agree with that. So when it comes to solar, I love solar power. I want solar power to be the answer. It has to be the answer.
It already has been proven. It already has been proven that the United States has the capacity to
It
put
has to be
enough
the answer.
solar power to run the entire country.
And it is. Look at places as Vegas. You build solar parks there. They will produce so much energy. It's the possibilities are there. It's just that it takes time to install it, and we
Look,
have to be patient because there's a lot of things that are affected by
right.
every kind of energy, and we have to look at the good and the bad parts, and take the best one that is not harming our planet more than it gives us.
Right.
You
Right.
know, it's not something we can do overnight. It will take years for us to find what's the perfect combination.
I just
Uh,
see it as the most clearest answer to whatever we want to draw energy. There is guaranteed energy. The sun has guaranteed energy every day. You
Yes,
wake up.
Let's
yes,
go with
Irish.
that. Let's go with that, Irish. Let's go with that. Let's go that what you're saying is 100% true. Let's go with that. But the fact is that I don't know if you've seen the difference in a home bill with solar panels versus gas.
No, I haven't.
Okay, let me tell you what a solar powered house. The bill is about $26 a month. If it was done the other way, we're talking about $300, $400, $500 a month.
Yeah,
The
so you're
reason
talking
why
like
you don't understand the power of these companies. You don't understand the power of the electric companies. You know what I'm saying? You don't understand the power that they have and the influence they have.
right.
If we go solar power, why would we need them? Why do you think people can actually store their solar power energy, but they choose to sell it back to the company at a per diem so that they can go and sell it right back? These companies are just like banks. You put your money in the bank, they use your money to lend it to somebody else, and they'll even lend it to you at a premium.
No, you're right.
That's the whole concept of solar power. The reason why the United States is not in solar power yet is because these electric companies, right? These gas companies, propane, the other types of oils, the other type of gases, they're not done yet. That's why it took so long for cigarette companies to go through what they were going through, okay, before it was recognized, before it became mainstream, before it became a problem, before it became a health hazard. They allowed these companies to exhaust and make as much money as possible. Same thing is going on with the pharmaceutical world. You have to get in tune with what's really going on and not take the approach that you're going to be upset with the situation because it's not available to you where you live at.
No, you're right. You're right.
And it will be Irish eventually. I went from Amsterdam living in the south of the Netherlands because I'm at the tourist area here in the south where the beach is. And I live in on this tiny island, and here the village where I live in have like 2,000 inhabitants. We have plugins for electric cars in every street. And we only have like 2,000 inhabitants. So it will come your way too, Iris. It just takes time.
Really? So every car you have?
What kind of car I have?
Yeah.
I don't have a car.
No, but you know what I mean.
I
don't
have
need
both.
a car.
I have both. I have a
I
gas
don't need
car.
one.
I have an electric car. I used to have a hybrid car. You know, just like any other thing that's introduced into the market, there's going to be some problems. There's going to be backlash because
Where do you live here, Mika?
New York City, man.
Okay.
I have everything that you need. Come over here.
It's just
Tell him.
so
And if you can't find it in New York City, good luck. If you can't find it in California, good luck. If you can't
right.
find it in Florida, good luck. If you can't find it in Texas, good luck.
I got a V6 pickup that I want to get rid of because I'm so tired of it. It cost me a fortune to drive, but
is it a gas guzzler?
Well, it cost me more than I want to pay. Let's just put it that way.
How much is your gas tank?
30 gallons. I'd say 30.
No, how much money does it cost to fill up your gas tank?
Oh, Jesus Christ! It's gotta be I don't even know, $160.
And all you got to do is pay like $13 for a full charge to get you further in an electric car than your truck.
I wouldn't know because it's not electric.
I'm telling you, $13 with a subscription. $13 will get you 300 miles in an electric car. You understand?
I want a hybrid. That's what I want.
But that's not a bad option. It's much better than just having a diesel or a regular gas. You
I mean,
understand?
I don't need a truck. I need a hybrid. That's what I need. I need something like that. Give me point.
Save some money and get a hub in your house. Get a hybrid. That way you can have your shit plugged in all the time, and then you can pick and choose what you want to use, the electric or the gas.
Bless your heart.
You could always get a horse.
A horse will be fine.
You can always get a fucking horse. Jesus Christ, I got you. My sister's
Hey, if you're in the Middle East, you get a camel. That's up to you. But I'm just saying there are
Camels
options
are
in this world.
expensive.
Camels, I don't know. I haven't bought a camel in a while.
Oh, they're really expensive.
I mean, look, the bottom line is, obviously there was a little bit of tension here because, I felt that this conversation could be based on availability. And we can't have the same conversation because what's available to me is not available to you. I live in a mainstream place. I live in a Mecca, so to speak, right? Not as powerful as it used to be, because throughout the years, even New York City has shown their vulnerability.
That's
You
extremely
understand?
wise.
But I'm saying if New York City is vulnerable, how vulnerable you think Wisconsin is?
No, I think you're extremely wise because I think I would have shut you down just because the fact that we don't have that.
That was your conversation and your plea and your statements were based on the lack. Yeah, and the lacks created emotion. And you know what? It would have been a better conversation if you would have said, and can't tell you what to say, but it would have been a better approach by saying, I don't have the same resources you have.
Right. I'm being honest.
It's okay though. We are all adults here. We all get into our feelings. But the thing is that when you're dealing with people that have emotional intelligence, we'll find solutions.
And I appreciate that. And that, especially when it comes to this kind of shit, like, and
I
this is a
feel for
big
you.
this is a big deal because, like, for me, it's as far as I'm concerned, it's my future.
It's scary. It is scary. It is
It
scary when you don't know what's gonna happen.
well, it's my future. It's your future, right? I mean, what we're gonna do in the future, what we're gonna drive.
Well, we're all going to Europe. We're going to Fairy Tale. We're going over there. We're going to Amsterdam, so it doesn't even matter. You know what I'm saying?
You are so welcome.
But it's a big deal. I mean,
Don't threaten me with a good time.
You don't know that yet. You might be disappointed.
Honestly, if we could have conversations based on how you speak, then I would have a great time because my greatest thrill in life is to have good conversation.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, I think everybody gets emotional sometimes, there's always subjects that are closer to our heart than closer to our brain.
They're touchy.
That's normal, but even though that happens, you should. I saw it happening when you started talking about Europe and you didn't have the right information. It came close to my heart, and I had to force myself into going back into my brain and giving you the facts to have this conversation, because if it would have gone and stayed in my heart, then we would have a fight over it, and that's of no use. Nothing beautiful ever comes out that. So I try to understand where you come from, and I think that if we have a discussion like this, before you say things, you should have a possibility to prove it, not just stay by the information that you got somewhere and think then that's true, because we have so much fake news and so much filtered news, and so if we're not actually living in the place, we are not sure if we have all the facts.
Right.
I got a question for you, Irish, and this is just speculation.
Yes, sir.
Have you been drinking any alcohol?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Plays a part.
Okay. Well, this is coming from a former alcoholic. I could tell that you were drinking a long time ago. Your speech, your choice of articulating your sentences, and then it became emotional really quickly, and then you try to cover up the emotion with facts that you didn't have. Let's chalk that up to the alcohol today.
Yes, sir.
So,
yes, sir.
I know these things because most people that have conversations at 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock in the morning, they're definitely indulging in something else.
I have my reasons, I guess.
Listen, you're a human being and you pay your own bills. You're entitled to do whatever the hell you feel like doing. But we also have to be conscious that when we get into certain conversations, what are the variables that can lead to speaking in subjective form instead of objectivity?
I agree.
So I got you. I understand that. You know what I'm saying? But I guess for future reference, you're still my guy. You know what I'm saying? For future reference, if we're going to get into something, just go straight to the point where you say, I feel a certain way. Don't start arguing fact if you're going to bring feelings into it, because this is more of a emotional conversation than it is a factual conversation.
Right. But what if I feel like I'm okay? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Let me say this: how you feel is how you feel. Nobody can take that from you. Those are your feelings. I don't like when people discount someone's feelings. Be it right or be it wrong, how you feel is how you feel.
Right.
If you talk about it and discuss it, maybe you can understand. Well, maybe I ought to change or whatever have you. But baby, how you feel is how you feel. That's valid.
I don't know if I'm quite like that. Thank you, though. I appreciate that.
Human nature, man. Human nature, man. It's human nature. We're not here to bash no one. We're here to utilize all the facts that we have as a collective and try to make sense of this. Nobody here is Nobody here is an Einstein. Nobody here is Elon Musk. You understand? Like if you want to ask some of the questions that were asked here, we need to bring Elon Musk into this conversation. Like
Oh
seriously.
Lord, no, thank you. That's a hard pass.
I know why you say that. I know why you say that. But
Why do you think I said that?
there's a lot of reasons why it could happen, and none of them are positive. You know what I'm saying? I don't.
It has
Do
nothing.
you?
No,
Let me ask you a question. Are you against him, the person, or are you against his agenda?
Who's
none of those. I'd rather talk to somebody that's going through the day and life and struggle like I'm going through. You know, I got to go get bread and milk, and I got to go to work and do this and do that. I don't want to talk to somebody that I know that's got millions and billions of dollars, and if he chooses not to work tomorrow, he don't have to get up and go to work tomorrow.
Right, but at the
But
that has no relevance in a conversation of technology.
but it does in the aspect of he doesn't have to get up and decide, well, I gotta go. I know about technology, I can do this and I can do that, but I have to get up and go to work tomorrow. He's not common folk like me.
I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, what that man knows and what that man has done already and what he is fixing to do can answer a lot of these questions. I don't think that none of us are as capable as that man to have the conversation about technology the way he could eloquently express it.
Oh child, he cannot. And I digress, but I'm gonna let that go.
He's not the most social person. He's socially awkward. You understand what I'm saying? He really is.
He is unattached from the real world. That's why I say I'm good.
I get what you're saying, and I respect
That's
that.
okay.
He the
That's
Tesla
okay,
guy.
darling.
That's the Tesla guy, ain't it?
Yes, yes, that's the guy who invented Tesla.
So how would he know about Tesla?
Does anybody even know who Tesla was?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do anybody knows
The
who
creator
Tesla
of
was?
Tesla wouldn't know who Tesla is. That sounds good.
Listen.
Oh,
Elon Musk is naming all of his projects after someone, a scientist or someone that was relevant in history.
He did not. No, Tesla, yes. Electric car, no. That's a hard pass, no.
I'm just saying the brands, the names that he's using, he's naming it after scientists.
That's all it is, a brand. I can say the same thing about Air Jordans. All that is a brand, but he's still under Nike.
I get that. But what's not deniable is the actual technology that he is presenting.
Oh,
he's behind a truck. He's behind a semi truck that he's guaranteeing will not break down for the first 200,000 miles.
Okay, so I'm this the best way I can explain this is this. You have Steve Jobs and you have Steve Wozniak. Wozniak actually did the science behind Apple.
Great point.
Steve Jobs was just the front man.
Great point.
Absolutely.
Great point.
After that one, I'm done.
That's a great point. That's a great point. But in this case, I'm not saying that he invented the technology, but he has the ability to facilitate it.
No, he had the money to facilitate it. Let's
Okay, right. But where did that money come from?
Right.
Where did that money come from?
No.
Oh, Jesus.
What was Elon Musk born into money?
I didn't mean this. This is not.
No. We need to have this discussion.
Don't worry.
We can handle this discussion because she made a very, very strong analogy. That's to say that Steve Jobs was the pusher, or whatever, and then that came from an original. Somebody always invents something, and then somebody else pushes it. This is the way
Yeah,
it's been, and
yeah,
it's been like this forever.
forever.
Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, Tesla, Einstein. Somebody always creates something, and then somebody else takes advantage of that invention.
Right.
You understand? But
Uh,
the bottom line is that technology, a lot of people are taking credit for the person that gets credit is the one who puts it out there, that makes it a product that is sellable, that is tangible.
yeah, because that person makes it available for the masses.
Right.
And inventors and investors are two completely different people.
Absolutely.
They cannot do what the other does. So they need each other to get somewhere. It's just a shame that normally the inventor is not named when the technology is brought out.
I am the wrong person to have that conversation with. And the reason I say I'm the wrong person to have that conversation with, and I'm just going to say this and then I'm done. Too many things have been stolen from my culture, from my heritage, and even from the things that I've done.
I would not disagree with that.
That's absolutely true, Darlene, and we understand that.
So and you know what? I'm not even gonna go there. I'm gonna go to my last job. No matter what I've worked on, no matter what I've presented, and what I've given to my manager before I quit that job, that person always presented it as it was their idea. I'm the wrong person to have that conversation with, based on how I feel about that. Not only that, based upon my culture. Everybody takes from who I am as an individual and my ideology. And you know what? They take from my hips to my lips to my hair, my thighs, and everything. They want to emulate me, but they don't want to be me. Like I said, I'm the wrong person to have that conversation with. I digress.
No, it's not. I don't think that, darling. I think you're bringing out your point of view is very good, and it makes us understand that we shouldn't take things for granted. And there are a lot of offers made
I'm
along the
trying to
way.
get to the I'm trying to get to the what like. Seems like we on two different pages. Seems like we on two different. I thought the
I know
original
what she's
question.
saying, because it makes her feel it makes her feel a certain way, because let's just say it the way it's meant to be said. There are a lot of inventions that were made by Black people. Okay,
Yeah.
there were a tremendous amount of inventions that were created by the Black community.
I don't want you to do this to Black and
That's
white.
the case,
There are
then
a lot
who?
of, don't do that. Don't say black and white. I'm just saying that there are a lot of people that invented a lot of things or did a lot of things in this world. But those that did those things, nobody knows about.
No.
Because I always got this front man sitting up here and he did this, that, these, and those.
Because money makes the world go round, darling. That's the.
Do you
that's a
believe
fact.
Elon Musk made what he made?
No, we're not saying that. We're not saying that he created it. We're just saying that he was the one that brought it to mainstream.
Because he had.
So what other evidence we got? Then what can we go with right now? So who made? Who have you heard
no,
from?
that's an absolute fact. Elon Musk didn't invent
So
any of this stuff.
Who did?
The people that he hired to do that, the scientists. Look, somebody invented it. This is old technology, right? Somebody invented it, right? But look, I'll give you an example. If you want to say it this way in business, the C students, right, in school hire the A students. The smart people that get A's,
Yeah, I got you.
the C students are the ones that own the companies, because they hire the A students. The A student, like, I start a business right now. I'm gonna hire the best of the best. If I need an accountant, if I need a finance man, if I need an inventor, if I need a grant writer, whatever I need, I'm gonna get the best of the best, because that's what's gonna take me to the next level. And my ideas could be big. Me and you, Kevin, could be having a conversation, and you could tell me, "Yo, Aunt, what do you think about this, and that, and that, and this?" Right? And I go, "That's fine." The next day, I go and I copyright your idea.
And that
Right.
has been happening for centuries, forever, you
This is
know?
the American
So we don't think a
capitalistic
lot of
way.
people never created their own stuff then? Most
We
A,
don't
majority of
do that
people.
capitalism.
a lot
Don't
of
do
this
that.
technology is old. They're learning how to
About
make
Bill
money
Gates.
out of other people's ideas. Bill Gates is another one.
But please don't say that. No, that is
What about George Washington
American
Carver?
capitalism. That is American capitalism because that's what America does. You are correct.
What about George Washington Carver?
But this is what I'm telling you. I can give you a list of so many people that invented something that you would never know that they invented it. Why? Because a lot of those people were very humble and they didn't have a capitalistic mentality. They were inventing it for the greater good to fill a void or fill a need. Some other person went and took this idea, patented it, copywritten it, and ran with it.
Last person you to have that conversation. I'm the last person you to
What
have that
about the
conversation
dude with the peanut butter?
because the majority of the things that I know that they were stolen, they were manipulated, they were pulled, they were no. That's what we're not gonna do. No, no, no. I'm the last person to do that too,
And I
because
How
they
and
we
I and
know
I
who
understand
stole?
I
How,
understand her feelings on this. I understand
and
her
how
But
do
feelings.
we know who? Okay, how do we know who stole what though? How do we know that? Because we, if we,
It's in the history books.
yeah, okay. I'm just saying, like, okay. So what about the dude that made the peanuts? Is somebody you
Made
think he could have
are
stole
you
that?
serious?
made peanuts.
Oh my
Yeah.
God! Oh,
Darlene,
he'll be
Darlene,
dead.
Darlene, how
What
about
about
Med
I'm
Dar
about to. I can
Dar
name a
Dar
list of people though.
Darlene, how about Madam C.J.
No.
Walker?
Actually, Madam C.J. Walker actually took her. She stole her hair growth from another black woman. Truth be told,
Yeah, and she needed somebody to invest in her, and she became
and
out
she,
the person
so
being rich.
like I said, I'm the last person to argue that from.
It's not about who invents it. It's the first
It's
person to
the
patent and copyright it.
Uh,
it's being smart in a different way than being
But
smart.
but what you have to understand is this: it's not being smart. What you have to understand, see, you can't understand my shoes because you've never walked in my
I
shoes.
can't. I can't, and I never will.
Here's the best thing to say: this is that every every when I went to college, we always had teams. And the first thing I understood was the first time I got a negative because I did my portion, but nobody else did their portion of the project. And I got a failing grade. Oh, so you people think that okay, I feel you now. So I had to make sure that I did the entire project. If I did not do the entire project, and we did not present an entire project, even though Billy, Sally, Susie, and Ralph didn't do nothing, but I did it all. I had to take that burden, but everybody else got a passing grade. Oh, this is what we do. Okay, I learned that. I learned that at a young age because I started my first college. My first stint at college was at 16. I understood that at a young age. So what we're not gonna do is that's what we're not gonna do. We're not gonna put Madam C.J. Walker and yes, she did this and she did that. That was one individual woman. I'm talking about the countless others. I'm talking about the one woman that helped put some white men on the moon. Nobody knew about her except a few of us black people up until Hidden Figures came out. Oh, then we finally realized that it was a whole group of black women that knew math. That's what we're not gonna do. No, we're not gonna do that one.
Well, that is
Invented peanuts. Did you just say that, young
Most definitely.
the Darlene. You know,
Because
nobody.
I always think about it in fairness though all the time because we could say that I know because I've always noticed since I've been growing up that it's always like it's always one group that take over another group it got to go this way because it's matching with the way I did. That sound like that must be right and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's how I grew up. You know, it got to be right. They just because somebody say something, that don't mean that is right. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of our information is getting taught to. Like I tell everybody that everybody had their own truths. You know, everybody got what they believe in, what they choose to believe in or not. You know what I'm saying? But some people just believe in stuff just to fit what they, what they feel is right sometimes. So that's why I ask, questions like that because I'm like, none of us got proof or nothing we be talking about most of the time except for the books, and we can't trust the books either. You know what I'm saying? It's like they can make up whatever they want to make up and tell us that it's up to us if we want to feed into it or not. You know what I'm saying?
I think it's
Wait, please. I understand that, but if you do not understand, for the longest time, the only thing that was written to us about in history was Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, and Harriet Tubman. But I know from it's indigenous because of who I am as a person and as an individual and my heritage is that the only way that things can be told is because it wasn't written down. They were told through stories. And they were told through, and maybe some of the stories got askew, but when you put 4 or 5 of other people together, you can put the story together. But when it's all said and done, there was a rich history that was robbed that some y'all have no clue about, and it hurts my heart that people can marginalize. It hurts me because sometimes I feel like I've been marginalized.
Why you feel that?
You know why I feel marginalized? Oh, and I gotta scratch my eye, and then my cat is hit my foot, and I'm gonna kick the cat. Okay, I kicked the cat.
If you kick the cat, what is it you get when you kick the cat? Candy?
We gonna bring his fat ass back over here and meow, and I gotta go put some food in his bowl.
You don't remember that conversation from before that if you kick the cat, you get candy?
Yeah.
Hey, Darlene, on a lighter note, have you ever heard of Lucent Technologies?
Yes.
Okay, so remember the commercial when they said, "We didn't invent it, we just make it better."
I could highly believe that. Yes, I can believe that.
No.
That is Lucent Technologies.
Believe it's like you could.
They don't invent shit. But
I can believe a lot of that stuff, but I be always wanting to know, like,
they have people on the payroll that invent shit, and then they take credit for it. They'll still understand that's based on older technology.
Saying that somebody was in the company and they were there and inventing it, you're missing the whole point. There was a lot of things that were not, and they were stolen. If here's the thing about this. Black folks were not Democrats, we were Republicans. Until we were booted out.
I'm with you so far.
Rachel, ik wil de discussie niet voeren.
Black folks, we wanted to do things on our own. We wanted to have our own communities. We wanted to thrive on our own. And every time we did that,
what year was that?
Pardon?
What year was that?
Okay, so Tulsa, Oklahoma, 1926. Oh, are we gonna do this? Years and dates and everything. I can go all the way up to I can go all the way up till 2021. Do you want all that data?
Yeah, because I it's funny because I do this like it just depends because I do a lot of people like this, man, because a lot of people it's just funny to me because everybody be feeling like, and I be everybody feel like they be knowing what they talk about and this stuff that we be learning though. It's like we act like information can't get tampered with. We act like it's so much stuff. I even do this to my boy. You ain't never met him before. This dude named Gabe and stuff. We do the same thing to him and stuff. It's like everybody get a lot of information, and then they believe they are part of that information because that information said they were part of it and stuff, and they never experienced it or seen it before or nothing.
But
You know what I'm saying?
but you know what? See, you talking about your boys, and I'm 54, and I
No, I'm
have.
just saying in general. I was saying why I was asked you that question like that because I say I do that to a lot of people. You know, I always be trying to see like how far back, like where everybody get their information from. That's what I be trying to wonder.
I've experienced it. Here's the thing about this. I used to work for T-Mobile, and T-Mobile paid for my last MBAs. But and my last MBA was a project manager. They wouldn't even promote me to be a project manager. They were okay to let me go and let another company take me and let another company pay me for what I'm worth.
That's
I got,
stupid to say 1 year.
huh?
I'll
What
just read this comment I ain't see. Don't do
I
that,
can't.
my
I
brother,
look,
man.
Darlene. I cannot disagree with you because what you're saying is fact. But
well, that's what I'm trying to get you to understand. Don't so
I'm on your side.
no, but what I want people to understand is Elon Musk is the face of.
Yeah, but Darlene, we know that, and we've been saying that from the moment you said it. We
Oh
say the same thing, and we understand that you have very strong feelings about it because of your past and the culture, and we don't deny that. We don't deny that everything you say is true. We get that.
And
We are with you on this.
when I said Elon Musk, I wasn't mentioning him from the state of invention. All I said is that he can come into this conversation and express the future and where technology is going in a more eloquent way. That's all I said.
And there is, I don't know how that is in the States, because I get the feeling that in the States there is still a lot of um, things like this going on. But over here where I live, we we promote we promote um, the knowledge of the people behind. For example, we have this book that we give to children. It's called 100 Immigrant Women Who Changed the World, and it's basically on a bedtime story book that talks about 100 women that did something beautiful that made the world go round.
And
most
I
of
want to apologize.
most of us never knew about these women, and now we teach our children that there is no such thing as only what we see and hear in mainstream media. There is more to it.
I do want to apologize to y'all. It that took me that took me somewhere left. I just
You're fine.
Definitely was not my intention, but I honestly am appreciative that you demonstrated how you felt about it. You're
what
saying like that wasn't my intention at all because I learned a lot in this conversation too.
what hurts the most is I think what's really what my true feelings are this is even in 2022, no matter how many degrees I have, I still got to be dumb.
You're not, and I
No,
feel you.
no, no.
I
I understand. I understand what she's talking about. I feel
I
that.
Yeah,
still
I
I
get it.
have to. I still I still I can't go and be myself when I go to work. I can't wear my hair the way I want to wear my hair. I gotta wear. I gotta put a mask on. And if I know what's wrong is wrong, I can't say it's wrong. I can't.
You can't defend your righteousness.
I can't. I
That's fucking.
me being
That's
intelligent.
horrible.
Even in 2022, I still gotta be dumb.
You and you're far from, and that's what you prove right here. Where you open up and where you share your feelings and your knowledge with us. And I don't think anybody in here considers you dumb.
Oh,
No.
that's not. It's not. Honey, trust. I'm not. I know I'm not dumb. I don't think y'all do. But when I go to work, I have to just.
The whole facade, the whole etiquette shit that's
And
happening right
that's
there.
that's horrible. It's horrible that nowadays, and there's so many women that are like you. You know,
And
there's
it's all over the world.
I
And
know
it's not a black thing, it's a woman thing.
it is. It is. And I feel you there because, and I don't want to advocate my business, but my business is focally, it's made and it exists on empowering women in majority groups to develop themselves and get their products out there and make them earn their own money and thrive on it. So I know what I will never, me as a white privileged woman, I will never ever know the feeling that you have. But I work with a lot of women who do and who express themselves and explain to me how it feels and what it's like. And then in different countries, because I work with women from Peru, India, Indonesia, Africa, you know, I work with women from all over the world. And
It's a world problem.
it's hard. It's
Yeah.
hard to see that so many women are still, you know, underestimated. Because that's what they are.
I see it all the time. I see it all the time. Look, I'm an advocate
No,
for
quit.
how I'm an advocate for how long women have been oppressed for so long, and how the modern man is trying for the modern woman to return to traditional. And this is a very fair new argument, not considering how long women have been oppressed, how long they've been in the bottom of the totem pole, and then and the proof is in the pudding of what this beautiful lady is saying about how she's still going through it to this day.
Which is horrible.
It's
It's
fucking
and the
unbelievable.
thing is that I get the feeling, and we had this conversation before about women and men and equality. I get the feeling that every time that we progress one step, we step 3 steps back by some man that instaurs something that withholds us from getting there. I was shocked about the whole, and this is a completely different topic that I don't want to go into, but I
I think
was,
I know what you're getting ready to say.
yeah, the abortion.
Roe versus Wade. Girl, shut your mouth and keep on talking. I don't even understand it. You know what? But here's the thing about this. I was gonna say for centuries, but for millennia and then some, men have always governed our bodies. When we got that right before right when I was a baby girl, we got that right and whatever have you. These and you use my language and y'all won't cut me off. These heifers here decided that the white man was the right thing to do and that your body is not your own. And these people, quote unquote, in the Bible Belt was like, the men know what they're supposed to be doing, and they're gonna lead us into girl bye.
I lost my first.
I can't believe I just said the word and I was just dropped.
I lost my first. I
It's sad.
Did you see how far up the numbers went when you said that word? Look,
What?
It's amazing, isn't it?
it is amazing. It's all
What?
triggers.
It is. I am filled up till now, and this isn't getting in my emotions, and I have to, you know, fight it really strongly to stay in my head about it. But the fact that they made this law just threw us like 100 years back in time.
Oh, they just wanna okay.
Look, I'm a man, and I'm telling you, it doesn't make any sense.
I don't get it. You don't y'all you wait a minute. First of all, y'all have lax regulations when it comes to what's going in the food to feed your kids, but you won't control. Make it make sense, y'all. Make it make sense.
It doesn't. There is no sense. Well, there is sense because we know why they do it, but it is not a good thing.
You know what? Have you ever seen? There's this TV show called The Handmaid's Tale.
Oh, I don't know it.
Oh, girl, look it up. I'm so glad I'm old now because I ain't gonna be able to deal with it.
The Handmaid's Tale.
The Handmaid's Tale is here's the small premise of something happened biologically to where young white women, not the major, not the, a small sect of them or whatever happened, they could not have children.
My wife couldn't have children.
So what they did was, when they started to go back into this patriarchal society to where the men was the head, the women was the help me, and y'all gotta follow rules in the United States, what they did was they started taking women, be it black or white or whoever you were, as long as you were biologically fit to have kids, you were going to have kids, and they would select one woman to be in the household to have sex with the husband so that they can have children. Handmaid's Tale. No different from what happened in England back in the 12th, 13th, and 14th centuries. Whereas the one, yes.
Yeah, this happened all over the world.
Yes, so that Handmaid's Tale, I promise you, that's where it's going here in the United States. I'm so glad I'm 54, so I ain't gonna be able to do it.
But you know, darling, what the beautiful thing is that this is I struggle with if social media is good or not a lot of the times, but this is a very good thing, because nowadays, what happens when this happened in the States, women from all over the world pack up hand in hand and start fighting this, because there is no way in this technology that we as a gender can be submissive, and we won't take it no more. We have been taking it way too long.
I'm gonna need y'all to get on some planes. I'm gonna need y'all to get on American Airlines, Delta, United, Air Canada, Air France, Qatar, or whatever y'all, Air Mexico,
Qantas,
wherever you need to come from. Because here in the United States, yeah, that's not happening.
It's not gonna happen nowhere, because there is this huge movement that is not taking it no more. And the thing is that they cannot put us back in the kitchen and lock the door no more. So, and you know what the beautiful thing is about technology, darling, is that we always needed men because of their muscle power. With the technology, they take that out. They're going to be replaced by robots. And then women can use their brain to do exactly the same thing as men do. So we are going to be equal at one point. They cannot stop that from happening.
Equal in what way?
Equal? Oh, that's
Equal
a very tough word.
Yeah, equal as in the respectful way. Equal as in knowing that we both need each other and that there's not one dominant to the other one, and that we are made to be a yin and yang union.
Because one is possibly dominant, that make them not respected.
We don't have to be dominant. We need to work as a team. That's the whole thing.
What make us not equal then, if you talking about human wise?
We had this discussion before. You know, there is a lot of things that people think that make us not equal. And I think we should think equal in brain matters, not in anything else. We should form a team. Men and women should form a team and make this a better place. And we should not be either men leading or either women leading or saying one is better than the other or stronger than the other or whatever. We should try to find a way to respect each other and know that we need one another to advance in this world.
I'm going to go to biblical sense, and we're going to go back to, come on, everybody stand up, and if you got your Bibles, please go to, no, I'm kidding.
So when the women going to start going to...
No, I'm joking.
I was trying to respond back
I
to
read
theory.
that, Darlene, I read that.
That's just, I'm joking.
I read
Is
that.
women going to start getting drafted then, if that's the case?
Look, here's my thing. And I'm going to say just one thing about equality, right? Check it out. Women
This
and
is
men
equal.
will never be equal. I don't care what anybody says. And it doesn't mean that anyone is better than the other.
No, no.
Women are superior in certain things and men are superior in other things. But as far
Most
as
definitely.
equality is concerned, it'll never happen. Maybe the word that we should be looking for is equivalent.
I think, yeah, I think you're right there. Because I
Yeah.
didn't mean to say that we are as a human being and the way we are made that we are the same.
Right.
But what I try to bring forward is that we were made to be a union and be strong together.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt.
Because the fact
We
that
need to
they have
combine some
qualities
sports
that we
together
don't
then.
have. No, but men have qualities that women don't have, and vice versa. And we need each other to become this strong union that goes
Yin
beyond.
yang.
Strong for what?
And that's being proven every day when now men are being allowed to perform in women's sports and men are now kicking women's asses and all women's records in sports are going to be broken by who? By men.
Fine
Yeah,
by
just
me,
something.
as long as we get the
Just
same
something we.
opportunity
That's
under
not
the sky.
you can't be fine with that because I have a 17-year-old daughter that plays sports and I don't want her competing against a man that has a
Right.
vengeance.
Right.
Well, somewhere down the line, we
You gotta
ask
be
for the
real.
right to do the things that men do too. So,
No, the whole feminist movement
But
was not about equality. It was about equal opportunity.
yeah, well,
that
that's what I said. We ask for the opportunity to do the same thing that men do. So,
Yeah, but you can't compete with a man when it comes to like. Look, it was just a point. There are certain things that women cannot compete with men, and there are things that men cannot compete with women. But
Yes.
for the sake of the argument, it is being proven every day. You understand what I'm saying? Where we are superior, because now men are allowed to claim what they want to claim so that they can compete against women. And now women are going to be removed from sports as a whole because
I
of it.
know where he's going with that one. I'm sorry.
why?
You did you read that one, Darlene?
I didn't get that.
But
But
why? Why?
I can't do them and wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is it? It was us, them, and that. What's your pronouns? Them and theirs. What is it?
I don't have any pronouns. For me
But
in my life, it's man and woman. That's it.
right, but no, it's he and she or her and him. But the pronoun. Oh my God, I'm so old.
Listen, I'm not with that shit. What I'm trying to say is, I'll say it again in a different way. My daughter is 17 years old. My daughter is a black belt in martial arts. It will not take a black belt, a man black belt, to kick her ass. It would take a purple belt versus look, a man in a purple belt will beat a woman black belt without a doubt. What I'm trying to
Okay,
tell
well,
you is this: women have been oppressed for a long time, and this movement has oppressed women even further by jumping on the bandwagon through the feminist movement. And the problem is now we are starting to see the side effects of joining the bandwagon because the goal was to be
It,
superior, not equal.
it was not a joining of a bandwagon. Women were oppressed. Blah blah blah.
So you're
What happened?
trying. You
But what
better
happened
be.
I'm talking about
was
the other movement. They joined the other movement because if they felt as though that would be a stronger group to make the point. And I'm only talking about the feminists that are confused. We're not talking about the
no,
real
no,
ladies out
no,
here.
no,
All
because
old
you know what?
school.
Dave Chappelle said it right. Dave Chappelle said what we were trying to do for 450 years, y'all did in 20. I'm gonna leave
Old
it.
school. What made him? Where you get transphobic from?
Don't worry about him. Remember, he's the one that came in to do the whole thing about common sense. Don't worry about him right now. Look,
mm,
Oh.
here's what I'm
Oh
trying to
yeah,
say.
right.
Here's what I'm trying to say. Women have their sports, right? They have their own sports, right? Women have sports and men have sports. Why? Because women cannot compete with men in most physical sports. Am I right or
when we,
wrong?
what do you mean about it? Like when we are mixed together, if we have to fight them?
If you put a woman and a man in a marathon, right? You put the best man and the best woman in a marathon, who's going to win? If you put the best man and the best woman in a cycling contest, who's going to win? If you put the best man and the best woman in a swimming contest, who's going to win? If you put the best man and the best woman in a boxing ring, who's going to win? If you put them in an MMA fight, who's going to win? We
So
can go on and on and on. What I'm saying is this: the achievements and the progress that women have made in sports is all going to be erased because men are now being allowed to participate in women's sports.
Which is so you and you mean then participate in battling them at their own sport,
Correct.
or just making their
No,
own
not their
group?
not their own sport, in their own gender base. You know what I'm saying? Men are now, listen, and let me give you the example. Recently in the MMA, two men who now consider themselves women are allowed to compete in an MMA fight with women, and the woman got rocked. They got
Okay.
rocked.
Yeah,
I'm
because
talking
they're
about they will
I
never
get
fight
that.
again. Their faces are broken in, permanently damaged. These women's career is over. Now you keep allowing men to identify as whatever they want. They're going to go into every single woman's sport, destroy all the records that were created by women. Now it's going to be by men. So now men will dominate men's sports and women's sports.
So I try to wrap my head around it, because I as a woman don't understand why men constantly want to make that point that they're better than us. But
That's not the
Better.
point.
That's just
That's not the point.
why
That's
do
not the
they
point.
why do they do that? Why do they want to do that? I don't get it. Why would you?
Because these men cannot compete with other men.
Oh, so they it's an ego thing then.
Whatever it is, it could be partial where men are saying, you know what? You wanna jump on the bandwagon to another group so that power is in numbers. You want to keep doing these things. You want to keep trying to say this is part of women saying that they want to be equal when they can't. And then a lot of women don't just want to be equal; they want to be superior. So then now men are taking a different approach and jumping into women's sports to prove that point that you guys will never be equal, just like we will never be equal. That's the whole point.
You have a great point, sir. It's loud and clear.
Can I ask a question?
What's up, Chris?
Thanks. So, when you say that women will never be equal, what is your definition of what we won't be equal for?
You can't be equal to us because we can't be equal to you. We can't give birth.
Yes, great.
I think
we can
there's
never do
a
some things
That's
that
the end.
women
That's the end
do.
of the discussion. There is no.
Yes.
See, I'm trying to have an objective conversation. There's no room for feelings or for subjective opinions. It's a fact.
Can I finish
It's a
the
fact.
sentence, please?
Yes, please.
Thank you. I think there's a difference in language and terminology between when women say equal and men say equal. When we say equal, we do not mean physically the same strength as you, physically the same speed as you. We mean pay, we mean feeling of security, we mean opportunities. We understand that we will not be physically stronger than you most of the times. There are exceptions to every rule, but we will not be physically stronger, and that's not important to us.
Okay, so then that's a one-sided conversation, because equality means not a similarity, not a composite index, not a comparison. Equal means exactly the same.
Same. Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So if anybody needs to change their language, it's woman, because men don't talk about equality.
Because men don't have to.
Because men understand that we are not equal. No,
with women,
it is woman. It is woman that's having a problem with this equality issue, not men.
Yes, but I think what should be equity. What women should be looking for is equity, not equality.
Yes, yes.
I'm
Listen
Alright.
to me.
I'm
We already know that. Check this out. We already gave you guys the superior because you guys give birth, but that's not enough.
we
Exactly.
gave.
Yes,
Yes.
we already submitted to the fact
Yes.
that women are superior because
To the
you
men.
guys give
Yes.
birth.
Yes.
We've been do that. We're fighting a fight. We're fighting a fight that we're not even involved in.
But
Yes.
who asked you to give that up? Like, I mean,
We
for
don't
most
have to.
women,
We don't
we
have
don't
to. It's
think
automatic.
about.
It's automatic.
No, can I finish my thought, please?
Go ahead.
I feel like there's such a language barrier between men and women because men think of authority, men think of strength, men think of leadership and opportunities. Women don't consider most of that in our language. I would never tell my husband, I'm more superior than you because I can have a baby. I can take a higher pain tolerance because I can have a baby. Like, we don't think of that. So I don't understand. And I'm genuinely asking
Okay, let me answer this for
why
you.
you feel like you're having a need to give that up
No,
or
no, no.
to
Let me
like.
answer this question. You started out this conversation with the word equal. So if anybody needs to change their language, it is you. And you happen to be a woman.
I was
I,
repeating the word you used.
no, what I
No, the
said
word I
was no. What
use.
I said
Oh,
was
I'm
equivalence.
sorry.
Yeah,
What I said
That's
was
my
equivalence.
correction. Then it's the word she used. My apologies.
It doesn't
I
matter who
messed up
uses
and
it.
used it.
I'm answering your question. I am not saying that we are allowing women to be superior. I am not saying that we are being submissive to it. I'm telling you that it's already there. We don't have to. We're using that as protection so that we can make our point. We don't think that we're better than you. We need you. If you want to talk about traditional versus the modern woman, if you want to talk about how things have changed, I understand that women are angry because they've been oppressed for a long time, and I respect that. But now it's gotten to the point where now you're saying, we're lost in the language. Of course we are, because it's the language that women are using, not men.
Well, which is a very good point because now you give me something I will go in store if I talk to men. I will not use that word no more because clearly they don't understand us women when we say equal. So I will take your word because then they do understand what I mean.
All right. Thank you
Because
for
we are not
understanding that
looking.
I'm a man. Thank you for understanding that I'm a man. And if you want an answer as to how we think, then ask a real man. And I am
Yeah.
a real man that stands on my 2 feet,
Great.
10 toes down. So I'm
Great.
telling you that this discussion doesn't have to happen because it's always us trying to defend something that is being put out in the air, not by us. We
Of
are not putting this in
course.
the air.
I get
It
that.
is.
The fight is coming from women.
From women. Yeah.
And guess what? Here's the part that you're not going to even believe I'm going to say. The fight is coming from women, and deservingly so, because of what history has done, especially from men to women. But
Which is
I'm telling
why
you,
I
I
you
appreciate you so much is because you can make that difference. It's not we are not fighting for nothing.
I
You
write
know,
about this all the time. Look, you cannot ask for something that's impossible because then we're thinking that you want something that's not even rational.
well, somehow we get told that we are irrational a lot.
No, but I'm just talking in this particular. Let's just keep it right here, razor sharp on what we're talking about, because we don't want to veer off, deflect, reflect, and do all these other things. What we want to do is make it clear.
Mm-hmm.
I don't speak for every man. I speak for men that are like-minded, like myself, that have the ability to have an articulated conversation and express myself in an eloquent fashion. But no matter what I say, the fight's going to continue because women will not accept what I'm saying. The fight is coming from women. The whole equality fight is coming from women. You guys will never, you're asking for the wrong thing. You're in the wrong fight. So it's causing more turmoil because the women are not articulating the fight in the right fashion. So we have to defend ourselves over something that's impossible. You're engaging us in conversations that we understand that will never happen. So we're wasting a lot of time discussing something that is impossible. So it is a fictional conversation. So as long as we keep we have to entertain this conversation because I love women. So I'm not going to ignore all women, you know what I'm saying, and change my values or my preferences because we're having an argument. But women will not let this go or understand that the real man in this world, all we want is peace. We don't want to argue over
Mm-hmm.
something that's impossible. We don't want to argue over something that cannot be. It is a fictitious argument. And if you're right, if we have to change the language, then it starts with start asking for something that's actually possible.
Which is why I feel we need men to explain why they don't get our message.
They're not
Because
listening to us. Every man, a lot of men are saying this, and women are choosing to ignore what we're saying. They're not valuing what we're saying.
One
First, for
more
years,
point.
hold on. First, for years, we can't express ourselves and we can't be in our feelings because then we're considered weak. And then when we're rational about it, then it goes right back to the same argument. No, we want to be equal. Look, the feminist movement was about equal opportunity
yes, absolutely.
across the board. It had nothing to do with equal
Being equal.
pay. It had to do with equal opportunity. In other
Okay.
words, an opportunity for you to be
Get a
in the same
chance to prove.
position as
Yeah.
men
Yeah.
are.
Yeah.
So all I'm saying is this. You're right, but you're only right about the language part. But women need to start taking accountability for asking for something that they can never be. Men are already at that point. We're waiting for you guys to shift. The paradigm shift has to change, and it starts with the language that you're asking for something that is impossible. It's just there will never be equality no matter what. And we already consider you guys higher than us because of the beautiness that you have to bear children. You already have that fight won, but you keep fighting over the same thing that you already have. So where do we go from there?
Yeah. I
Well,
think
that is a beautiful question.
We can't go
when a
nowhere
woman.
because everybody's stuck in their feelings.
No, well, then we should change things.
I
I
think
did
it's
my part.
I think having
Yeah. Great.
conversations like this is what's going to move the needle forward.
Yeah,
But I
absolutely.
think also if we can take the emotion out of it
Mm-hmm.
so that
Beautiful.
you guys aren't feeling attacked, because this is the one thing I learned in couples therapy that I wish I would have known so long ago. Men perceive anything that we come to them as that may be negative, that may not be exactly what they had hoped, as us either criticizing or attacking. And women perceive it as this is about me. This is how I feel. This is what I need to be heard. I'm not coming to you to make you feel bad or to cause problems. I'm trying to resolve this and work this out. And when my husband and I understood our pattern in communication of that, it immediately took away the defensiveness, and we could come to each other and say, hey, this is how I'm feeling right now. If you could help with this, or do you have another solution for this? I'm open to it. How can we fix this together? The
Not to cut you off, not to
conversations
cut you
are
off,
so
but
much better.
listen, not to cut you off.
There's
There
a
is no such
difference.
thing as a solution to something that is not even a problem. It is an invented problem. You understand? You can't talk
But
solutions until you start understanding that the problem doesn't exist. There is no equality, period.
but
We don't need
listen,
to keep talking about this. We don't need to
what
keep talking
if
about this.
we came to you and said, I want equity. I want equity in feeling safe when I'm out on the streets. I want equity
Equity.
in
Mm-hmm.
being paid the same amount for the same work that a male with the same skills has. I'm not saying I want to be equal. I'm saying I want equity in feeling the same way that you do
I'm
or
sorry.
being
Can you
paid
Okay,
can
the
you tell me
same
hold,
where
for
hold,
the
you
hold,
same
hold,
amount?
can you
hold a
tell me
second.
where you don't have equity? Like what job
Let
are
me
you
just
working and getting paid less than a man? Can you give me
Pe-
like
Pe-
one
Petty,
real
Petty, Petty,
example?
Petty. I was gonna go there, but Petty, let me say just one thing. Here's the thing about this situation: equality and equity. Now, do you want equity that you earn or equity that you're entitled to?
That we earn.
That we earn. If I am doing the same job as you with the exact same skills, same exact
But you
quality,
don't do the same jobs that we do.
in my
Yep.
insurance business, I do the same job my male counterparts do. I'm at a higher quality and I get paid a percentage less than them.
Then that should be addressed with your lawyer. You should get a lawsuit. But we're talking about
But
across.
that's
We're talking
most
about across the board.
companies.
We're talking about
That's
Across the board.
across
most
the board.
industries across the board.
We're talking about at the low level being a cashier in a Target or in a Walmart, going all the way to being an engineer, a bricklayer, a construction worker, you know what I'm saying, a police officer. Do you think in the streets that a woman can do the same job as a police officer, as a man?
I have police officer friends that are women. Yes,
You're
they
not, you're not,
can.
you think that a
Biologically
female
impossible.
police officer can do the same job that a male police officer can do? Are you serious?
Yeah, my friend is 5'6" and held down
No,
a
no, 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 no.
250
Okay,
pound man.
wait.
Biologically
Yeah,
not
he
If
possible.
they
can do
can,
the
have you
same
seen
job.
two female police officers, like the ones that work the streets? Have you seen them pair two female officers together, or is it always a female and a male?
I've never seen two female officers together.
Exactly,
A
because there's
female
a
and a
That's
male,
reason
and
for that.
exactly the
that is
point.
because
exactly illustrating my
even in
point.
that but even in that job we still have to be protective, so we have to risk our lives to have that eye to the left, and the eye to the right is on the criminal activity and the eye to the left is to protect the female officer. Are you serious?
It's
But
not that
why is
women can't do it, but
Yes.
again, this is a problem with feminism, right? It started out with us wanting to be able to work, wanting to be able to do other things that the men do. But in today's world, it's about being superior. Like no one can really give me a legit answer of how women are being like oppressed for real. The pay gap is a myth. Let's be honest. If you're talking about commissions, you have to, for you to know for a fact that you're being paid less, you have to know exactly the commission that other person is being paid, and you probably don't know that because people are not open with their finances like that with their coworkers,
I'm
right?
sorry,
So
Patty. I'm sorry to interrupt you here, but in the Netherlands, we do have openness of that.
Okay, so then
We can just
that's
ask for
well,
information
it.
that's available.
I've
Yeah,
never been to the Netherlands, right? I'm talking about Americans. The all the examples that they give and the companies that I've been given in the past and the research that I've done, like it's literally a myth. We're not doing the same jobs. It's usually not the same positions. And the other thing is, doing extra work is on you. Nobody, if you're doing extra work in a position that you're not really meant for, that is on you. You can't pick up extra work and then expect to be paid for whatever position that you're choosing to work for. Like it doesn't really make sense. That's the only other example that I've gotten. So again, there's no real like
but you
it's
can
a myth. It's a myth.
you can do extra work if you want to show what you're capable of in order
Sure.
to
So
grow in
so
your
apply for
company.
that position.
I'm not disagreeing with that. Look,
Right.
let me give women their flowers. I am not saying that that there's a discrepancy in pay between men and women. I am not saying that. It does exist. Does it exist everywhere? No, it
No.
doesn't. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is stop acting for equality without understanding what equality
Yeah.
is. If you're telling me that we have a problem with the language, then change your language because the women are the ones that are claiming this, not the man.
True fact. I get that now.
So
So
that's
True.
the
I think
solution.
the
That's the
feminist
solution.
movement should change to equity, not equality.
Yeah,
I
It
like
should be
that.
specific,
that's
and then
what
it
we
should not be across all board. You should have specific things you want to have that equity with men, not just direct equality.
Because
Look, if
there
a
are
woman
certain
wants to do
jobs that women will
construction,
not
look,
do.
If a woman wants to do construction, by all means. If a woman wants to do the deep sea diving and the fishing, then by all means. If a woman wants to be a karate instructor, a political, whatever it is that a woman wants to do, by all means, go and do it. But when the shit hits the fan and the woman gets impregnated, right, and the couple's about to have a kid, the woman takes time off to raise this kid. The man continues to work. So how is that
The
equal?
thing. That's the whole thing.
How is that equal?
It is not. It
It
is
will,
not.
and it will never be, and this argument will not stop until women understand that there is no such thing as
As
equality. Otherwise, there
equality,
wouldn't be an Adam
but
or
equity.
Eve. Let's go, man, already with this
Men and
shit.
women are not the same.
Ooh.
That's it.
Well,
Biologically,
Biologically,
we're not
we're
the
not the
same.
same.
So why is
Capabilities are not the
women
same. Women think,
downgrading themselves to become men? We
yeah,
feel that women are downgrading themselves to be equal to us.
downgrading?
yes, you're
Yes,
downgrading
women
by
are
asking for
downgrading
equality when
themselves
you
to
are
be
already
equal to a
superior.
man.
Women
Women
are
are
already
setting themselves
superior.
up, right? Women
Yes.
are setting themselves up to suffer just to be equal to men. I really don't understand that.
You guys are already superior by
To
asking for
us.
equality. Now you're
Yes.
dumbing
You're
yourself down to
downgrading
men.
yourselves. That's what we understand as men. Women
Does
are
that make sense
downgrading
to you
themselves to
guys?
be our equal.
Make a
Does that
lot
make
of sense.
sense?
That makes a lot of sense, man.
I'm asking the females. Does that make sense to the
It makes
females?
sense to me.
You're asking us to accept you as equals, and what that does is lower your value. What the fuck is going on here, man?
But there are some women who naturally understand themselves, as being women, as being, they don't compete with men because they know they are superior. But the feminists try to downgrade themselves to be equal to men. And we just don't get it as men.
You
So
are
that's why we
taking
just
you're,
keep
ta-
quiet and let you all be.
yes, you're taking away what you already have by asking for something that doesn't exist. Now tell me, how the hell does that make sense? No man would ever take away something for themselves to ask for something that doesn't exist. You want another difference? There you go. I'm waiting.
Most of them are just
I'm
shocked.
writing. Let me write the shit. Fucking
It's
Hey,
a,
I
hell.
feel
They're
it,
just
this.
it,
shocked.
it, but the thing
It's the
is,
shock.
do you know why one of the reasons why we're having this discussion, let's just move it over a little bit. You know how they say that the system is designed to keep making certain groups keep failing? Woman is a big part of that group. You know why? Because in this case, it's better for women to alienate themselves as superior. You're like, oh, you know what? I want to be just like them. You can't be like us. We can't be like you. It's impossible. So here's the
Facts.
ticket. Here's the ticket. The reason why we're arguing is because there is an emotional or a feeling attached to this, and women do not want to let that shit go.
And another thing is, all the feminists that hate the patriarchy still want stuff from the patriarchy that benefit them. It's dumb because
Exactly.
you want to say that you want to be equal,
Yeah.
exactly equal. You want to
Yeah.
be able to get paid the same. You want to be able to do everything, but you still expect him to get up. Like if somebody knocked on your door in the middle of the night, you expect the man to get up and go see what it is. You
Oh
expect
hell
him to
no.
open. You expect him to open the door. You expect them to come pick you up for the day. You expect them to pay. You expect them to pay for all
That
your bills. Like all these
that's
things that
pretty
are
general.
patriarchal, you
That
still expect those things. Maybe not you, ma'am, you specifically, but most women want to be equal,
thank you.
but until it doesn't benefit them. So
And
it's
then the
like
Let
argument
me give a
changes.
case
right, and
scenario
then the
here.
argument changes to
Yeah.
And then
you
the
need
argu-
to
then the argument changes.
it,
You see, look,
Yeah.
and the argument changes to, well, that's what a man is supposed to do. Well, if we're gonna talk about what a man is supposed to do, what is a woman supposed to do?
yeah, how is it that you treat us like flea markets and you only do what's convenient? You understand? Say, I'm gonna pick and choose from the list of things that we consider a man in their role, right? The expectations that we expect from a man. But you know what? I'm not dealing with this, and this, but I'll take that, that, and that. Here's another thing. Has anybody paid attention to the trigger of obligation? Nobody wants to be obligated. You want to change the language? Change the language of obligation and stop making people feel forced to do something. Help us understand where you're coming from with logical explanations.
My question is, who set the obligation? The patriarchy did.
No, we're not talking about patriarchy. Look, I'm
The-
talking about the obligation to do anything in life. I'm not putting a
But
title.
who set the
I
expectation and the obligation?
I can answer
The
that. So
norms
the
were
men.
set
Let me
by
make
the
it
So
clear.
patriarchy.
Oh,
wait, I'll
Manda,
answer
let him
that.
touch.
I'll answer that.
Let me give a case scenario.
Wait, Manda,
Let
let
Petty
me
talk
answer
first.
that. I'll answer that. The men part of the patriarchy, they set that system up. And guess what? My thing is, let's not be hypocrites. If you don't want it, then really don't want anything from the system. My problem with it is that we still want stuff from the system while not wanting to be part of it at all. That's the hypocrisy that I'm talking
Right.
about. I know men set it up. We know men set it up, and we know that a lot of it actually doesn't benefit other men because of the toxic parts of it. How men can't express emotion, or they need to man up, they need to do, like, there's a lot of it that actually does not benefit men. We know that. My thing is, if we're gonna denounce the patriarchy, let's denounce all of it. Let's not just hold on to the parts that benefit us and then
Right.
hate on the rest of it. That's my only thing.
You think men are gonna keep trying? You think men are gonna keep trying? Think about this. When we don't even know what to do, we don't know what to
You about to
do.
get blocked in here talking like this. Can't be spitting fire like that.
I'm just saying, men do not
Who gonna do
know.
it?
Men do not know what to do, so we're choosing to do nothing.
My question is then, why don't men ask
Ask what?
what they can do
Because we
or
already
what we
know
would
what
like?
we already
But
know what we
we're
can
not
do.
complaining.
But
It's not being accepted in your society.
okay, let's not make it personal because it's not my society. But
Wait,
let's
are you not part of the female society?
Let me give a case scenario, please. It's important.
my background and my mentality
Okay.
may not be the same as the female society that you are grouping it
Can I ask you a
with.
question?
That's what I'm saying.
Can I ask you a question? You're married, right?
Which female
Yes,
society are you
17
talking
years.
about?
Petty, watch this. Are you married?
17 years.
Are you happily married?
Yes.
So why are you talking about this?
I'm talking about this because I see how other women are struggling and I can empathize and sympathize, and I want to get clarity on it. And
So
I
you're
want to help
you're
move the needle forward.
okay. So
But the only
so
way
you
to do
can't be
that
part
is
of the
through
problem.
communication.
Okay, well, if
You
you
can't
want
be
to
part of
talk
the
about it,
problem.
right? If you're gonna talk about it, then you must be part of it. Like, if you're not, then tell one of those women to come up so we can have the conversation.
If you're not part of the solution, what are you part of?
Like, you're
problem.
literally pushing ideologies of things you don't
You
experience because
talk
you
to
are in
your
a
husband
happy
about
marriage.
this too?
I'm trying to be as fair as possible. I'm a real man. I have a very keen sense of justice. I am a fair man. I am an honest man. I've done my research. I've done everything I can to transform. I've become the best leader that I can be. And no matter what I do, it is a matter of accepting the facts. The facts are we're not fighting about the same fight that you guys are having, and you guys are fighting over something that doesn't exist. So what are we supposed to do with that?
So then what we're trying to do is get us on the same page. And yes, I do talk to my husband about this. I'm European and raised American. My husband is Hispanic.
So
180 difference in expectations, in roles, in everything. And yes,
you should have found your answer, right? If you said, because you was looking for an answer from Omega, should you have found your answer from your husband, right?
Yes.
I found my answer from my husband, but if you're saying that you are the typical male, these are your typical interpretations of the attack or the conversation you're feeling and how you feel helpless to be able to help and are choosing to do nothing because we're talking about something that is not possible, right?
Correct.
I know how my husband and I deal with it. I know what our solution is. My thing is,
So that should be good
how
enough.
do we solve this as a culture and move this forward so you guys
You
don't feel
We
helpless
solve
you
it
had
by
and
the
you
answer from the
don't
destroying
beginning.
toxic
feel like
sisterhood.
I'm about to say, if
we're
you got the
creating a
answer already, then what
problem
you
The
that
waiting?
there
the
isn't
the
a
a- the
solution
the
for.
the answer was in your question way back when you first jumped in here. You're wrong about asking for equality. Period.
Okay, but then my question was, what if I come to you asking for equity? And what if the cultural conversation changes, but you didn't have an answer to
No,
that? You
that's not
came back
true.
So,
with
That's not
so what
true.
did
equality.
your
That's not true.
when
Why
you
Time
asked
out.
your
Time out.
husband that?
can I
When
Yeah,
you
that's
asked
finish
what
your
my
she
husband
asked
that,
sentence,
you.
please? Can I
She
finish
asked.
my
That's what
sentence,
she
please?
asked. That's what she
That's
asked.
what I
No,
asked.
time out. Time out. Time out. I
Can
have
I
not.
finish
I
my sentence first,
well,
though,
let me
so
let me
you can
address what you said
contest it?
because you're claiming that I didn't have an answer, and my question was,
But can I
are you
say
looking for
why I'm
equity that's
claiming
earned
that?
or entitled? That was my response to what you said. So
Yeah,
what you just said was false.
but you
But
gave her a question, not an answer.
yeah,
That
you gave
my answer was a question because I needed her to identify what type of equity are you asking for, an entitled equity or an earned equity.
so if women came and said, I would like an earned equity,
So earn
what
it,
do we need to do?
earn it.
How can we move this forward together?
Well, first of all, it all depends because every marriage and every relationship is different. Those are the boundaries and the standards that you set in the beginning of your relationship.
But my question is not for the relationship. My question is for our conversation as a culture so we don't feel like we're having the same conversation over and over. As much as you guys are tired of it, we're tired of it. We feel like we're bumping our heads on the wall, right? So, how do we clarify this and move this forward as a culture? Because
I can
we
answer
don't
that.
like to make you guys
So
feel like that. We don't want to feel like that.
what was the
But like you do. Like
who is
that's the
this
thing.
question for though? That's what I'm wondering. Is it for
No,
men?
I mean, instead of, I find this very interesting. Kev, do you mind if we just get to the point of this before you ask another question?
Yes,
Because now you say, okay, then earn it. What are the standards to earn it?
putting the work in, the time of effort, the sense of urgency, putting the work into you as an individual so that you could be the best that you could be, so that you could love somebody else. You know, you have to love yourself first before you love someone else. Put the work in, put the effort in, do the research. That's what
So,
equity is.
so what if we
High,
do? Do we get recognition then?
you
Do we
get the
get
equity.
equity?
You get the equity. You already, oh man. You don't
But
understand.
with
But remember when I said that it's going to turn into something else?
No,
but
I understand what you say. I get the
Well,
equity then, but do we really? That's my question. Or
Yes, you would.
It is a case by case basis that everybody is the same. You have to pick the right partner. If we're talking about relationships, that's one
no, we're
thing.
talking
But if
about
we're
society.
we're
you
talking
can't
about
speak for
I
society.
society, you have to take accountability as an individual first.
I can
But
give you guys the
my
solution.
my thing is, if I take accountability for my own situation and others don't, and as a society we're still having this conversation, how
No,
do we resolve that? We
But
want
why are
this
you worried about
conversation over.
you're still having this conversation. We're
and the
not
way
having
to
this
solve it
conversation.
is to stop the toxic sisterhood because you're in here and everything that was said you're not taking it because you're saying you're writing for your sisters knowing that they haven't taken accountability. You
Hmm.
might be good because you're in a happy marriage and you're doing everything, you're able to communicate with your husband and you're happy, right? But the quote unquote women that you are fighting for, speaking up for, they haven't taken accountability. And those are the same women that want to live in a patriarchal society while hating on it.
But how do you know they haven't taken accountability
Because
for
Because
we're
it?
of the
still
things
having
You're
the
that you're
one
same damn
saying.
person,
conversation.
How you
Because of
know
right?
they did?
right, because
Just
of the things that
because
you're
they're
saying.
having the
They're the same one.
conversation, though, how do you know they're haven't taken the accountability, done the
Because of the
work?
talking
Well,
points.
wait, gotten to where they need to be, but then still not receive that equity?
Take
How
this
do you
Because of
know
the
information.
those
talking
aren't the
thing.
frustrated people
Take this
communicating that?
information. Take this information that you're learning right now, and go talk to your fellow female comrades.
Well, that's the thing. That because that's where it starts. We have to be at the same page first and understand each other as women in what we want before we put it out there. And
When
there is a huge problem going on there right now.
right
Because
when
I don't want this. I don't want to be equal as a man and in his physics and what he can, and I don't want him to be equal to me because
most
this is
women
my,
don't.
and I think a lot of women don't. But if we send out this wrong message, men will think that that's what we want,
But
and they
here's the
will react
problem.
on it.
That's the answer right
And
there.
that's
Here's
what's
the answer right
happening.
there. The problem is that your guys are spending too much time giving us the message when you should be giving it to yourselves.
We have to talk to
Stop
our
talking to
own
us about
sisters.
this. We're ready for you guys to have this conversation in whatever secret society or whatever platform or modality you choose to spread the word. Help us spread the word that we don't want to fight no more because we can't fight something that doesn't exist. So please go and enlighten and educate your society.
And I believe like this is an innate thing in women. We don't like to check other women for some reason. Whenever our sisters come to us with problems, we just like believe them and hate everyone else, and we don't fact check anything. It's like this blind support that I don't understand that women do.
I've heard women say so many times that they'd rather hang out with men because of the things that women do to each other.
Exactly.
Okay? So you guys are afraid to have conversations among each
Real
other because
conversations.
it's easier to have conversations with us to confuse us about something that we can't understand because it doesn't exist.
Well, I don't use the thing is that my point is different. I'm a single mom, and right now by choice, and I'm working with women that are suppressed all over the world. So my only need to understand this is to help them be able to develop and
That's
not
the
to
point.
be equal to their partner. I need this to be able to explain to the men that do this to them that they don't want to take their position. They don't want to take over. They just want to develop themselves and have an equal opportunity to, make money or use their talents or whatever.
And fair, can I comment on that really
Yes,
quickly?
please. Yes,
I
please.
think that that is rooted in the type of men that we keep around. So I don't know what you mean exactly by suppressed. Maybe you mean like abused or something like that. Men are naturally, men are supposed to be our coverings. That's what they're there for. So if we are we're surrounding ourselves with men who aren't covering us, we open ourselves up to be abused. And it's not victim blaming. I'm not saying it's her fault. I'm saying there's a part to play in positioning yourself somewhere where you are not covered. Right? So I don't know exactly what you mean again by suppressed, but we are in charge and we are responsible for the men that we allow in our lives.
Well, in some cultures we are not. I'm sorry
Sure,
to say
that makes
that.
Sure,
Yes, it
and then
does.
that will fall on the family because usually it's the family that arranges these things. So again, I don't know the
But
specifics, but
that's
somebody's responsible
victim
for putting you
blaming
there.
too, though. We got to be careful on that. It's not just who we allow in, it's also the person creating that action. It's half and half on that.
Well,
We
yeah,
just need we have to have a
I
realistic
can't control
conversation.
the crazy person that's doing whatever actions that they're doing. All I can control is myself. And the people around me, all they can control is, the situation or like the way to prevent me from being in that situation. So that's what I'm addressing. I'm not saying that it's the woman's fault. Again, when we have these conversations, there's a disconnect. People think I'm talking about fault. People think I'm talking about blame. No, I'm talking about responsibility.
Most of the people that are having this argument are people that are single.
Facts.
So
And it's
for you,
so
for
crazy when I
you,
hear
for
married women have it because I'm like,
This is when I hear a woman like you that is married, and you tell me that you have a good relationship, right? This is not even your argument. So here you are
And
being the spokesperson for all women to talk to me, a man, when you should be talking to your woman.
No, I never said all women. I never said most women. I never said any women.
There is a hell of a lot of women that use the equality as the stipulation for this conversation.
A
Once you
large
open,
percentage.
once you start a conversation with the word equal, we already know that you're coming from an irrational state. You can't say anything about that because it is
It's the
fact.
talking points, right? You keep saying that we don't know who took accountability, we don't know this, we don't know that. It's the talking points that you're using. These are feminist talking points, and I call them terrorists because they really are a detriment to our society. Modern feminism, modern feminists are a detriment to it. They are breaking our families, especially within the colored community in the U.S. It's
I'm
ridiculous.
I'm not saying that men. Again, let's start this all over from this point. I am not saying that men don't have a role in the oppression of women for centuries. I am not saying that.
Facts.
The new argument that men are having is that they wish that modern women revert back to traditional ways, but a lot of men are not taking accountability for the role that they played in that oppression, right? I'm telling you from a different standpoint. We are ready to give you whatever you're asking for, but please give us something that's realistic and that's factual. Don't give us something. I'll give you another example. When we talk about submissive, that's not the same person that uses the equal argument is the same person that doesn't understand the whole submission. The whole submission is not control. It is acknowledging that one person, and it could be a man or a woman, is stronger in an area. This is why we need each other, because you guys are strong in certain things that we can't do, and we're stronger in things that you can't do. But the word submission turns into a word of control because nobody likes to be obligated. You have it twisted.
And submission by itself is not a bad word.
No, it's not. It's never been a bad word, but
But
it's
the
been
problem
used
is,
out of context.
yeah, the problem is that people nowadays use it as a bad word, and it's not, because you do that by choice. You know, normally you are submissive by
Keep
choice.
listening to these TikTok psychiatrists.
Yep.
So I don't think that being submissive is a bad thing if you choose to be so. If you're forced, then it's not submissive, it's control. Somebody's taking
Right.
control of your actions, and that's a whole different thing. That's a whole different discussion. You know, it's the one has nothing to do with the other. One is out of your own feelings and the other is not.
But that's the thing. We have to stop taking the feeling. We have to start taking the feelings out of an objective conversation. An objective conversation means fact. It's a factual conversation that doesn't have room for feelings or opinion. If you want to have a conversation based on feelings and opinions, then that's a subjective conversation which is open for discussion. Want to have a discussion about something that we don't need to have a discussion about? It's apples and oranges. You know what I'm saying? You cannot have a conversation further than the facts of an objective situation. It's just impossible.
Yeah, and I think this is a subject, it's a touchy subject where a lot of feelings are involved, especially because women are more emotional than rational. So, and it's our discussion. So the thing is that, yeah, the risk of emotions getting involved into the discussion is really big. You need women to fight this fight that are capable of staying in their head instead of going into their emotion, because then only can they hear what men say and do something with that information.
Let's go with your theory. That you're saying that women are more emotional and men are more rational. So basically what you're saying is that men are more emotionally intelligent than women?
No, I don't think it has to do with emotional intelligence. I think it has
everything to do with emotional intelligence, because when you're intelligent about your emotions, you don't let them get in the way.
True. Well,
you
yeah,
need to
maybe
really
they
know
are.
how to
Maybe they are
process.
more capable of doing that. And if you see it that way, maybe men
No,
are.
no, no, no. I'm just responding to what she said. I said that this was her theory, and I'm not saying that she's right or wrong. I'm saying let's go with the theory that women are more in their feelings, right? Or think feelings wise, and men are more rational. So if that's the case, then women need to start becoming more behavioral
Emotionally
and
Yeah,
emotionally
yeah,
intelligent to have this
yeah,
discussion. So
yeah,
that means so there's your answer. In order for us to
absolutely.
have this discussion, women need to be more emotionally intelligent.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm. Yeah, of course, because that's the thing. We. I think a lot of women that open this discussion straight away go into their emotions, and that leads to nothing, because then we're not open to hearing what the other person is saying.
Emotional intelligence refers to self-control. Self-control refers to having the discipline to avoid the things that take them out of pocket or out of a very positive element. We avoid the things that allow us, because even the most intelligent people cannot resist temptation. That's what discipline is. Now we're talking facts here. You understand? Like, so when you become emotionally intelligent, you have self-control, and then you can have a rational conversation, because a rational conversation does not have emotions attached to it.
Yeah, but that's what we experienced just before when we had the other discussions when Irish and is that we can be very emotionally intelligent, but there is always subjects that are closer to our hearts, in which it's very hard to stay in that rational part.
And that's understandable. But
And, yeah,
the work has to be put in. You want equity? Then let's start taking accountability for not having control of our emotions, because if we speak from our emotions, nothing's ever going to get solved.
yeah. So what is very clear now is that if feminists want to get their point across with men, then they have to work on their emotional intelligence to be able to make this an equal discussion.
Now, let me flip the switch. I'm
Let me,
not saying that men are
yeah.
more emotionally intelligent than women. That's just for the sake of
Amiga,
the theory that you said.
you can't address them because they come in the room and they comment on the first thing that they heard. They
That's
haven't been
okay.
listening to the conversation.
That I wanted to say that because the reason why I wanted to say this is because I want people to understand. I am not saying that men or women are more intelligent and more emotionally intelligent. I don't
No,
know that answer.
no.
I haven't met every man and woman in this world.
But about this subject,
In this subject,
we need to grow. Yeah, absolutely. I get that, and I think that's a very good point to start and take a step back to the drawing board, and then if we know, and it's I'm okay with I'm on the same page with Patty saying if you want one part, you need to take accountability for the other parts too. You cannot say, let's do this a la carte. I want that, but I don't want that, and that's not normal. That and
There you go, Barry. There you go.
Right,
it
life is not and pizza. You don't just
no
get to pick and choose what to put
no
on it. You
no
either,
absolutely not.
that's a comfort level.
Yeah, well, which
and
is
it's the
a human thing
entitlement.
too. It's scary to leave your comfort zone.
It's not until you start being comfortable with these it's not until you start being comfortable with these uncomfortable conversations that we can't go forward. As long as people feel, whoever it is feels uncomfortable with something that's being tried to be rational about, and then feelings get involved, because when you're uncomfortable with something, feelings are going to come up, because uncomfortable is a feeling.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
already a feeling. It's already a bias when you feel uncomfortable about something. So we have to start working, and this is a general statement. Whatever it is that we find discomfort in, we got to practice these things so we could get used to it, so that we could learn how to perform doing the rest.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's where I'm at with this. Please, ladies, coach your fellow comrades. Raise daughters to ask for things that are real. Stop falling to the confines of social media and to the blueprint that's destroying us, and finding more and more reasons to separate us.
But see, I think we can do that, but I think guys also need to communicate with each other on how to not be defensive every time a woman presents something that they don't agree with.
No, I don't agree with you there. Not at all. I think we have to set the example. We have to change first before we can expect men to understand us. So they will go and talk to other men and explain the situation with each other, because now they understand what we're asking, and now they can actually, work towards it.
This is the
Even
perfect
if they
example.
understand though
This
what
is
you're
the
saying, they can
This is the
still feel defensive about what
okay.
you're
This
saying.
is the perfect example of, you need to be able to take me attacking you without defending yourself. That's the entitlement that most women walk around with. How can you not expect them to defend themselves when they are constantly attacked?
Feeling
They're
attacked, yeah.
constantly grouping together with predators, with all these names that y'all call them. How can you not be on the defensive?
You know what the good guys
But
are saying
that
about
wasn't
women?
my
You know what the good guys look,
conversation
you
though.
know what the good guys are saying about women? This is how we talk. Check it out. Yo, bro, man, I don't know what to do with this one. Hey, you know how women are. Do you want to be treated that way? Do you want to be put all in one circle? Or do you want us to respect you for who you are as an individual, your values, your belief, your ability to be fair? You know what I'm saying? Like it's always been a double standard between men and women. This is why we give you the upper hand with the double standard, because we know there's no such thing as equality. We are not fighting this fight. You know what I'm saying? So when you engage in this conversation with us, we don't have any wins. We can't have any wins in something that doesn't exist. And you're not going to win either. So this is why we're still fighting, because we're fighting over something that's never going to happen. It can't happen.
We need to, and actually what you're saying, Chrysamud, what you're saying, it's rooted in patriarchy. It's rooted in
We
patriarchy,
definitely
and saying
established that.
yeah,
We
it's
definitely
saying
established
that
that.
basically they're there to just take it because they're men. They need to not be defensive. They need to talk to each other and just handle whatever women are throwing at them. That's rooted in patriarchy. I thought
But
you were
that
against that.
wasn't my conversation.
I know.
You're changing my wording.
No, you said that the men should talk to themselves so that they don't get so defensive. Isn't that what you said?
No, I said that they need to talk to each other so they don't feel offended if something that they don't agree with is said to them. I didn't say call them
You both said the same.
pedophiles.
You
Time
I
out,
both
time
say
out,
didn't
the
time out,
same
say,
time out.
thing.
Wait.
You said
No,
the same thing.
let her
there's a
go. Let her go.
difference.
Let
Let
her
me
finish.
finish. Let me finish.
Mm-hmm.
There's a difference between attacking and bringing up a concern. An extreme difference. And
Okay.
I do not mean go to them and tell them, bro, if she comes attacks me, we need to be okay with it and not be defensive. I mean, if someone sincerely comes to you as a man and you tell that man, look, I know what's been going on. It may feel like this, but this is how it feels to me. And this is what I've been concerned about. Not saying you're
Again with the
awful, you're
feelings.
doing this.
Wait,
Not
let her
just
finish.
the, let me finish though. It's bringing up any opinion that may not meet what your expectations were. Just like women shouldn't be defensive either, because as soon as we get defensive, then we drown out everything else. We're not going to listen, right?
Wait, so are you
But
saying
Chris,
offended or defensive? Because now you've used both of them.
It
Sorry,
doesn't
I'm
it doesn't
saying
matter. It doesn't matter
defensive.
what word you use. You
Defensive.
cannot throw any word to us when you're giving us an invalid argument. You want us to do what with what you're acting for, and it doesn't exist. We're going in circles, and you're
But
making
I'm
excuses.
not
That's what you're doing.
saying that one that you said, which is
Okay.
equality. I said, if I come to you with
Mm-hmm.
a concern and it is a valid concern and there is something that can be done,
Mm-hmm.
that is what I mean. Not attacking, not saying equality, not
Oh
whatever.
yeah.
It's if I
That
come to you with a valid concern.
that's a given, but that also remains to be seen.
Right. Like, where's the valid concern?
yeah, who
And
is
the other thing
deciding if
is,
it's valid? And
right.
is it valid for you? Is it valid for him?
But this is what I'm trying to tell you, young lady. Listen to what I'm telling you. Women think that their feelings is
Are
the
all valid.
validity for everything.
It's not all valid.
I'm
Sometimes
I'm
it's
I look,
frustration.
I never said that a feeling is wrong, and I never said that a feeling doesn't exist. I respect your feeling, but how long are you going to stay in your feelings? Because what you're looking for is something that I can't possibly give you. If it's related to feelings, you already said it. I already told you that. I told you one of the answers: emotional intelligence. Get a grip, control yourself. Everything that you talk about is based on your feeling.
And the only person responsible for taking care of your feelings is your husband or your dad, right? And the other thing that I will ask you, I will ask, or Mika, were you offended by this conversation? Was any of this taken
I
personally?
I love this conversation, and if I was offended, it came to the point where you have expectations of how we're supposed to act about something that doesn't resonate with us.
Okay. So I think that's a good example to show that most men are willing, and it's been my experience, and I have a lot of conversation with men on this app and in real life, right? When you come and you have a sincere conversation and you're not being disingenuous, you're not using just regurgitated talking points, and you're able to be real about a conversation, most of them are like really open and will have the conversation and will take accountability if needed. But I
So,
can't say the same for the women that I've had these conversations with. They think they're right. They're entitled to their feelings. They're entitled to the world, and nothing is required of them. That's how
mhm.
most of them feel.
Here's another point. Here's another point. There are there are platforms and lives where they're all men, right? And they're brutal. They don't let a woman say anything. They don't let the woman
Yep.
speak. They don't let her. They're brutal, right? This is not that conversation. This conversation in this live is to look for solutions. You understand what I'm saying? Those type, the argument that you have is for them. You know, I dare you to bring this type of conversation to that type of platform. You wouldn't have gotten that far. You would have been sent out of that platform in seconds. So there are platforms that the men are not reasonable. They are chauvinists. They are in too much masculinity. You know, they're doing a lot of extra, but at the same time, there's platforms that are all women bashing men. It happens on both sides of the fence. But when you're going to bring up an argument or a point, read the room, find out who the players are in the room, and you'll realize that we are more down to earth than many platforms. So, you know, like if I'm telling you something and it's coming from my brain and it's coming from my heart, you can't argue with me about how men do things or what you expect from men. I'm a man. And in this conversation, you've made references as to what you expect from a man, regardless if your argument carries weight or not.
I will agree with Chrysamud in saying that some men need to talk to men and women need to talk to women. That part I will agree on, because when we come together, it's hit or miss. When we all come together, you can have those crazy toxic men in the conversation, or you can have those crazy toxic women in the conversation, and then we talk in circles, we hate each other even more, and we don't go anywhere. So and even when we do have these conversations, like when I have a conversation with women, a lot of time we don't get anywhere either. But it's important to try to have these conversations. I agree with you that men should have those conversations with other men too,
And
because
I
You
maybe
still
they
believe,
can
you
pull
still
it
like
see me
out.
you said,
arguing.
the work needs to be done on
I,
both
I, I
sides.
wish I wish you
Yes,
would
I
see
agree
me
with that.
I wish you would see how much I'm called a traitor in the men community when I go and I start having conversations and I make a point and they're like, wait a minute, if I don't agree with their point, then I become an instant enemy. You don't
Yeah.
understand what I go through. I'm doing my
Same for
part to
women
try to
too.
talk to
Same for
men.
us too.
Agreed.
That's
Same
what
They
I'm
for
call
saying.
us
women
pick
too,
me's and
though.
all these extra names. Like,
Hmm.
If I didn't have the emotional intelligence and the calmness that I had, I wouldn't be as productive and
right.
successful as I am trying to get the message across. My message will not be denied because my message comes from love and it comes from fairness. It doesn't come from a personal standpoint that if you don't agree with me, then I hate you. I don't hate you. I don't hate anybody. What I feel is that we are all misinformed because we're not checking where we get our resources and our information from. You know what I'm saying? You want to be in 15 different lives, you're going to have 15 different opinions. You know what I'm saying? You have to pick and choose where you participate in, because even if you think you're not paying attention, it's still entering your subconscious and it's inside of you. It's inside your spirit, it's inside your energy, it's inside your vibration. That's what I mean by take accountability, is know your role first, and then once you learn how to articulate something and you can come from a better place, you know what I'm saying? I think a lot of women are afraid to have this conversation within themselves. Men don't want to have this conversation. Why? Because we know that that is not so. And I'm just, again, talking about the equality part. Now, everything else that trickles down, you know what I'm saying, is in an individual basis. But as far as groups are concerned, we have to take accountability and start talking to our own gender. You know what I'm saying? I can have a different conversation with a man because of the man factor, but that doesn't stop me from having a conversation with a woman. What stops me from having a conversation with a woman is the inability to keep the feelings out of a rational or an objective conversation.
I think that as women, we also have a culture of just being victims. And I think that's why a lot of us don't hold each other accountable, because we all feel like we're all victims. We all feel like we're less than. We all feel like, we're suffering, we're oppressed. And it's
Why are we
like,
feeling that way?
I don't know. I promise you I don't know. Because
that's
What was
very
that comment? Wait, what was
wait.
that comment again? What was that comment?
I said we don't hold each other accountable. We don't have these conversations because it's rooted in us feeling like we are victims, right? Because if
Yep.
you think that we're all victims, then it's hard to be like, well, sis, you shouldn't have done that. Because we literally think we're victims.
But
And
the truth is, women have been victims for a long time. See, this is the
that is
part.
cool, but that's so far removed from women today. Like me personally, in my 25 years of life, I have not been oppressed.
Well,
if
that's the
anything,
thing.
it has to do with racism, but not because of my gender.
But that's the thing, Petty. It is still not. It's not going around your area, but it's still happening. And
no, I know that in the world, yes, I know that certain parts of the world, in foreign countries, that there is legit oppression happening. But I'm talking about us in the West. There's nobody can really give me a legit example of how women are oppressed. You cannot. We are more educated. We have more
Absolutely.
access to money. We are making, like, it's just like everything that we could possibly want, we have. But some reason we still want to, like, that's why I say feminism is about being superior. It's not about equality. In today's world, modern feminism is not about equality. It's
in our
not even
Western
about
world,
equity.
yeah, I guess in our Western world, that's what it became, and that's a shame, because
And that's the fight that we have with women, is that you really didn't want to be equal. You wanted to pass the equal and be better. And then the thing is, you were already
in
better.
control. You wanted to be
Well,
like, okay, this
it's a
benefits
power
me. Okay,
struggle.
let's keep it. Right.
It's a power
Let's keep
struggle.
it. If that does not benefit me, then at all costs, we need to get rid of it. That's the entitlement of a lot of the women that we have these conversations with.
Which is it is ridiculous, because that's not what it is all about, and that's what those women that fought for equal rights never intended it to become this, and that's
facts.
That's such a shame, and somewhere along the way it was taken over by women that got this urge to be in power and make a point. I don't know what point, but a point towards men. And now we lost what those women 50 years ago started. We lost the intention of it, and men are not listening no more, because it's all whining about we want, and that, it's hurtful to see that all that work that was done now has to be redone.
You have to reinvent the wheel every time.
Yeah.
Because you're using different tactics to not just become equal, but to surpass the power struggle. You see, the whole point is real simple. In life, a lot of people want to be associated with Rolls Royces and they act like Hondas.
Mm.
You understand that we all want Lamborghinis, but we could only offer a used car. You understand what I'm saying? Like we want high quality to surround us, but most of us are not deserving to that because we're not putting the work in as an individual. It starts with individuals and then like-minded individuals and then groups, and then make sure that you have the right spokesperson. Make sure that it gets funneled through the right areas. You know what I'm saying? But nobody's taking accountability, so I don't see that happening anytime.
No, and Patty, I think it has to do also with this, Me Too movement, and it's
Oh,
it's
don't get me started.
Oh
it's
man, that's
so
the whole
pushed.
ninja shit right
Yeah,
there.
that I think that was a big setback for real feminism. When feminists that really all they want is like equal rights, when they saw that, it was just a slap in the face. Like, what are you doing? Why are you making our cause into something it isn't? And the problem is they use the word feminism, but it has nothing to do with it. So
That's
My
the whole
my
point.
biggest thing about the Me Too movement was that it's promoting us believing every single woman, when there are plenty of women out there that are lying.
oh my God, look at this whole what was his name? The whole case that was just brought up with Amber and
Oh, Johnny Depp.
Johnny Depp.
Yep. Like,
What?
these women are lying, and they're getting in away from real victims. They're getting in away for getting in a way of justice for real victims.
Real victims. That's
While
it.
ruining people's lives on a way,
Oh
and there's no
man.
consequence for that.
What
That's
what
really
ab-
my problem with that.
what about the equality in child support? How the kids are used as a tool or weapon? How about when a woman uses their sexual parts as power, right? How about when listen, I'm not saying that domestic violence doesn't exist. It does, but what about the woman that all they got to do is pick up the phone when things are not going their way and call the cops and say he touched me?
And that's a good point you touched there, because we talk about domestic violence, and straight away everybody's mind goes to, oh, those poor women. What about
Right.
all those men that are abused in house
What about the lesbians? Let's talk about that.
too?
Oh
The
wow.
rate of freaking domestic violence in that community is ridiculous.
It's growing. It's growing immensely, and nobody's paying attention to that. Why?
No, because we
Because
don't
because
watch.
of the, because of their gender preferences. You don't even consider them women anymore.
It's it's a bad thing, and I think that platforms like this, in which we really get to the bottom of things, because Patty just said it doesn't make it's of no use to go into these rooms with all those women, but I think it does. I think that even though at that point they might resist you and they might not be agreeing with you, you're still planting seeds that they might at one point think about, and they
Yeah.
might at one point go there and explore that thought, and then maybe they will go talk about it, and then maybe some other woman, so I think it is very useful to go into these rooms and talk to these women and say, hey, I had this conversation with a man, he said this, what the fuck, we've doing it wrong all along.
Right. And then you can come and get me because I'm not uncomfortable in a situation like that. If you was to see how many lives I go where it's all women and the things that they're saying, and when they finally get through the consensus that they all agree with each other, then they finally ask me my opinion, and I go, I don't want to give you my opinion. I want to talk facts. I'm not
Yeah,
afraid to go into a room with all women. I'm not. I've never been afraid because I am very confident about what I'm talking about because I've done the research. I put the work in. I put the sense of urgency. I did my due diligence. I'm not gonna just talk out of my ass. I'm not gonna do that. Look. The brain tells us what to do, and the heart convinces us otherwise. Until people understand that, then we're not even ready to have this conversation.
and I don't think all women will get it, because I think a lot of women are very comfortable into their victim role, and they play it out as much as they can. Um, but yeah, I think it's very important, and the child support is a very
Unfair.
touchy subject. It is. Why are we
It's a game of
expecting?
leverage.
Why do we expect men to and child support? I can say, okay, child support, I somehow understand, but what about the support of the women when they got divorced? Why does a man still has to pay for his ex-wife? What
Well,
is going on there?
wait, why does he need to pay?
Yeah, well, that's
He
the whole thing. That why?
right.
But
Yeah. Pay
in law, it's a thing.
Exactly.
child support,
Oh,
and alimony.
and women ignore these things. They ignore the fact that there's laws that set up just to benefit them, while they sit here and tell me they're oppressed.
Look, I'm gonna
Well,
tell you
that's the
something.
thing. How can
Look,
you be oppressed if you can, by law, force a man to pay for your
Lifestyle.
lives? Yeah.
just
How?
yesterday. Look, just yesterday I was in a live, right? There was there was 4 men and 2 women. The host was saying, I can't get a woman because women are like this and women are like that. When I try to talk to them, they don't talk to me. They're not attracted to me. Crying, blah, 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 blah. I went in there and I said what any woman would say. Maybe it's not them. Maybe it's you. So I hold men accountable when I tell them, listen, maybe you're not doing the things that they're attracted to. Maybe you're not working on that. Well, I'm not going to be that because I am who I am.
Well,
You
then be
understand?
who
Yeah,
you
then
are
don't
and
expect
take the
women.
consequences.
Here you go.
But doesn't that go both ways? You see the point I'm
It
Absolutely.
making?
does.
Yeah, absolutely.
But,
Absolutely.
but, but why is there a double standard when it comes to that?
Because again, women feel entitled. And the thing is, it's so funny because that entitlement is part of our nature. We are supposed to be taken care of. We are supposed to be covered and spoiled and all of those things naturally, in a
Aren't we
natural
supposed to be
order
your
of
safe
things.
haven? Aren't we supposed to be your safe haven?
Yes. But the thing is, in today's world, we are fighting against that while still wanting it. That's the hypocrisy that I try to address.
Well,
Like,
I
I'm
will
not gonna
go a
sit
step.
here and expect the men to come to my defense and run to me and make sure I'm taken care of, all while telling them, oh, I don't need no man. I gotta go to my career. I gotta do all these. Like, it doesn't make sense.
Well,
And
I
this
will
is
go a
coming
step
from a woman
further.
that's on her 4th degree. This is coming from a woman that's starting her 2nd business this year. Like,
Man,
it's not that I'm sitting at home all docile and don't know what to do with my life and waiting for a man, but I still understand my place.
listen,
That's
if
all
if
it
if
is.
if if me not being here still, because I could have gave up a long time ago. If me not still here talking about at least similar, I believe we've moved and we've grown in this conversation. But if me, the point that I'm still here having this conversation with you doesn't prove how much I love women, then I'm gonna be lost forever. You know what I'm saying? I love women. I love women. I don't knock women. I don't mock women. I don't make you guys feel like you don't belong or you're not inclusive. I am a grown ass man saying that I am ready to move forward with this. Are you?
Well, that's a very good question. Are we?
I don't think so.
Because as long as we keep, wanting to eat from both sides, we will never move forward.
We're eating
And
each other alive.
and Patty, I will go further than what you said. I don't think women that do that, they don't want to change. And how is it that if a woman that has all that, you know, still feels the need to be to get that part from a man too? We don't live in the same era no more as like hundreds of years ago. We can come by ourselves. We don't need those things from men that we did need in the past. So why do you claim that you want equality, but then all you ask for actually is you want it all?
Look, somebody just asked me if I was married, and I answered them, and I said I'm a widower. I am a man that's raised a young lady. She's 18 today. Today's her birthday, right?
Happy
Happy
birthday.
birthday.
And I raised this child, this girl, by myself. I'm a man. I didn't know what the hell to do. I don't understand women. I had to learn how women function. I had to learn so many things about women in order to raise my daughter fairly because I didn't want to raise my daughter just like a man. So I had to get in contact with my feminine side. Okay, guys, don't get offended, but this is a thing. I had to get in contact with my feminine side in order to understand her, in order to see it from a different perspective. Because if I raise her like a man, then I'm going to be raising a man.
True facts.
So if I can do it, single man, no other income, no other influence, there's nobody else. I'm raising my daughter. I also have a son. I'm also a grandfather to a 13-year-old. So you're not talking to a man who just started. You know what I'm saying? And and I raised my daughter, and I'm not looking for pats on the back because this is something that I have to do. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just giving you an example. If I did it, if I took the time to understand relationship maintenance and triggers, PTSD, traumas, culture, beliefs, religion, relationship with God, remove the egos, remove the pride. I'm telling you that I am very equipped to have this conversation because I come from a good place. And I've proven that with my daughter. You know,
Yeah,
so
and
now that
those are
we're
the
gonna
kind of
celebrate.
people that we need. We need genuine people. A lot of these people that we've been having conversations with, and not in this live, by the way. Ormiga and I, we see each other in these TikTok streets. A lot of these conversations that we see people having are people that just want views. These are people that are here for numbers. These are people that are trying to make some kind of profit. These are not people that want to genuinely move the conversation forward or look
Exactly.
for actual solutions.
I don't need nobody's money. I make my own money. You know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
I appreciate the coins that people send me. I appreciate all that stuff.
I mean,
I'm not even
TikTok
gonna
takes
touch.
70% of it anyways.
I'm not even gonna touch that money. If anything, I'll look for a person that does a good lives and does giveaways to needy people, and I'll contribute. You know what I'm saying? That's the way that I am. I had to stop. I used to make almost $250,000 a year, and I had to let go of my career to raise my child. And I saved money for a year and a half because of this situation. And that was enough to get me by for the last 9 or 10 years. The
Wow.
sacrifices that I've made are no joke. I went from having a $250,000 job to having a $46,000 job. And I'm happy because I'm around for my daughter.
All right. Priorities.
You know? Oh, and then I meet women and they tell me, they ask me these stupid questions when I date. They ask me questions that are very irrelevant. My questions to a woman is this: what's your FICO score? What's your DNA? What's your 1, 5, or 10 year plan? And they're like, wait a
Mm-hmm.
minute, it's too early for this. If it's too early for this, then I don't know what you're looking for.
Right.
You understand? So I ask the right questions because I need my voice and my blanks filled. And I'm not saying it's done like the way that I just said it, that abruptly. There's a little bit of respect to it. You know, we might have a drink first, ease the tension a little bit. I'm not saying that, but these are the questions that I ask. And
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 it's
what
not because you're older or Mika. When I date, I ask those same questions either, too. It's the same thing. Like it has to do with your intention. That's why you can't really
yeah,
have the conversation or date everybody
you,
because not everybody's looking for the same thing. People just want to have fun and cruise through life and they will never match because you were a man of intention.
you think I have time to be with a woman that already feels superior, that already feels like she can't be told what to do, that she's so independent that we can't coexist, where I can't take a leadership role because she could make more money than me, but she don't know what I'm holding. She don't know
Right.
what my equity is. She
Right.
she don't know my portfolio. She don't know if I have a universal index life insurance that I've been putting in $3,000 a month for 10 years. You know what that equates to, right?
Right.
So what I'm saying is, you don't see me driving certain cars. You don't see me doing that. Look, let's keep it real. I'm wearing my glasses. I got my Moses beard on. My hat is on. I guarantee you that I am appealing to a lot of women just with my external looks.
Oh,
But
you better tell them.
none of that shit is appealing to me. None of that shit is appealing to me. What's appealing to me is if you stimulate my
The
brain
mental.
sexually
Yep.
because of your self-control and emotional intelligence. That's what does it for me. I don't want nobody like this. Yeah, 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 yeah. I don't
With
want
no
that.
brain.
Yeah, 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 yeah. I feel like you could do a beat. Nah, man. You- And another thing is, when you have a conversation with someone and they're doing the double dutch thing, you know what they're doing? They're not listening to you. They're waiting for you to stop so that they can say what they're gonna say. They're not listening to a fucking word that you're saying. Learn how to read the room. Learn how to know your audience, and also know what you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? I'm ready to have these conversations. And if it turns into an argument, I'm ready to turn it into an argument. But it's not going to be an argument of disrespect, high tone, or high volume. That is
Right.
the most sexiest thing that a man or a woman can do is have self-control of the emotions. Ladies, please pay attention.
I agree.
Absolutely.
That's why most women find men that have like a calm demeanor but can speak up when needed. That's why they find those men attractive, because it is attractive to be able to control your emotions.
Listen, if you want to know who somebody is, just let them talk. They'll tell you exactly who the fuck they are.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're always interjecting because you want to say your piece, they'll say something and you're like, I gotta top that story. I got a better story. They're trying to show you who they are, but you're not paying attention because your information is more important than theirs. Then why are you getting involved with someone if you're not willing to learn who you're dealing with? 6 months later, you're like, damn, I wish I knew you was like that. Well, I tried to tell you.
But the thing is that these are, I my experience is that um, there is so many more people that have a lower emotional intelligence. It's so rare to find somebody that you can level with.
That's because they're taken. Because that's because they are already in a fruitful relationship. This is why there's not a lot of us left. The only reason why I'm available is because I'm a widower. I wouldn't have been a widower. I would have been in a relationship. But going forward, as I go into a new relationship, what I have learned in the last 10 years, it only makes it more harder for a basic person to come into my life.
Yep.
It's the same here, and I can't be bothered no more, to be honest. I sort of gave up. I'm sort of like, okay, well, then this is gonna be a solo play.
Yeah, and it sucks because what is the ultimate goal in life is to be accompanied by someone that you don't have to continuously teach them how to do things, that they come with some sense of autonomous behavior, where you don't have to guide them through everything you do. Yes, support is necessary, and potential can work to a point, but in order for you to gain equity from me, what equity are you bringing to the table?
Mm.
It's a very hard thing, but ladies and gentlemen, the reason why there aren't a lot of people like us three right here in this panel, including Kevin, the reason why there's not a lot of us left is because they are already taken by somebody intelligent enough to see it.
Yeah, and I think the people that have less emotional intelligence, they don't want people like us anyway. So
It comes from a different place.
Because we don't take their shit.
Yeah,
no.
it comes from a different place. Like I said before, look, you want to be in a Lamborghini relationship, but all you have to offer is a used car mentality. It's very simple. You don't know things? Okay, guess what? If I'd rather take someone that doesn't know shit but is willing to learn and put the effort in into someone that thinks that they know it all.
Hmm.
I can work with a person that has the right
Facts.
sense of urgency, the right interest, their heart is in the right place. and has the balls to tell me I don't agree with you and why. Because all we're gonna do is have a positive information so that we can share different perspectives. Because diversity is what works. If you marry the same person that you are, then you're gonna be bored to death. Trust me.
Absolutely.
So I mean, I don't speak for everybody, but for the most part, people need to stop complaining, pointing fingers. Why is it that people don't go get therapy? It's because they're comfortable playing the victim. And
Yeah.
once you start taking accountability, you can't be the victim anymore. It's incredible. But these are the conversations that keep me going. You're saying these are the things that I know that we're not going to be able to change a whole nation or a whole group, but one step at a time. I want to be able to show people that there's hope, and I'm a man of faith. There is hope. But we need to again pick and choose our battles wisely, and we can't save the world. And understand that there is going to be opposition, and that's why people can't knock me off my table, because I understand that there is always going to be opposition, and I'm ready for it. Kevin, wake up!
I'm
Poor Kevin.
Just in case y'all don't know, we've had many people, and even tonight, we've had people fall asleep on the
snoring.
panel.
I am snoring.
Okay, first of all, we're not gonna sit here and throw jabs at people.
It is, well, I didn't bring you up, but since you have a guilty conscience,
I,
Somebody.
I don't have a guilty
she,
conscience. You know you was talking to me.
she just snitched on herself. That's funny.
No, I didn't, because Kevin even kicked me out of the box. I don't understand why. You know what, Kevin? I
You were
know
snoring. You were snoring.
I was not snoring.
Kevin,
And
help!
and
Kevin,
number
Kevin,
two,
Kevin, Kevin, help me, please.
Kevin, I dare you. I dare you. I dare you to speak up. I dare you.
I'm
Anyways,
Miss
um,
Petty.
what?
Save you, Miss Petty.
Leave me
Yeah.
alone. See, this is what the women are talking about. We have no support.
No,
We don't have
never.
any support from the men. We just get attacked all day and every day.
I
Live
love it.
suppression here.
You see, this is why I get along with Patty, because Patty understands the language of love, and that is not just one language. We had this conversation the other day, and Kevin didn't even catch it, where she asked Kevin in the comments, "Kevin, did you eat today?" And Kevin's like, "What?" I was like, "Kevin, she is expressing love in a different perspective, in a different way. You see
She
how
did
that
it
works?"
today. She asked him today.
We
I
had
always
that
ask them.
conversation. You see what I'm saying, though? But she's building on a conversation that we had before. She bring it back into this conversation, which shows me she's paying attention, and I respond to it to support it, not just leave it alone. Like, yeah, you're supposed to do that. No, that's a good job, and I got your back for that. This is how it works between men and women.
Yeah.
Show me something so I can protect you. Don't ask me to protect something that doesn't exist or is not rational. Show
And
me
I
something
think that
tangible.
that's a huge thing that we also need to improve on as women, is that we have that mentality of that's what you're supposed to do because you're a man. And I know that even the smallest thing, like I went on vacation with a bunch of my friends that what is it, I think it was last week. Yeah, we just came back this weekend, and I literally would go everywhere, and I would leave my wallet in the room because I felt that comfortable that everything that I was going to do was taken care of, down to opening the door, or like getting in a car, like because it was so cold, or if we're holding stuff. And I would be so thankful, and like you will wonder why they felt so comfortable doing all these things for me. I'm not dating any of them. I'm not. But the fact that they do like so small things, and I appreciate it so much. Like I'll say
You
thank you a
acknowledge them.
million times. I'm like so excited that they even like held the door for me, and like little things like that. Like men appreciate stuff like that. And
Yes.
most women are just like, well, you're a man, you're supposed to hold the door. Well,
But
no, he didn't have to. And
do
you're,
you
especially when you're not his woman, he didn't have to. But
There
do you
goes
because
the
of
acknowledge
equity.
that,
that?
the
Do you
entire
tell him?
week, I spent $0 the entire week. But then
That
because,
part.
I'm like, I don't like to just take advantage of people. I gave them money at the end of the week, but again, I didn't have to because I
That part.
appreciated them.
You know what? That part right there is part of the answer to the equity. I'm the type of person that I don't believe chivalry is dead. I do open doors. You know what I'm saying? I do the extra, right? And I understand what the society expects and I can play that role. But I'm also a man that if you show me that you don't appreciate it, I'll stop doing it. One of my number one rules in life is if you make it too hard for me to love you, then I just won't.
Right,
But that's the whole thing. We don't live in a society of gratitude no more.
right.
Everything is normal. Everything is normalized.
Hmm.
Everything is supposed to be. No, it's not.
I don't talk to people like that.
Yeah,
I, I,
I disassociate myself with people like that because what it does is it removes my education, my experience, and my value.
I think it's important to take a moment of your day to be gratitude, even for the most normal things in your life. Just to stay humble and practice the act of gratitude, because it is the whole thing. And I think, Betty, that's the thing. It should feel natural for you to say thank you if somebody does something for you.
Organic, but that you
right,
see that's one of the most important things. And I'm not speaking for everybody, but the relationship that I have with God, the first thing that I am is grateful.
right.
Whenever somebody does, we don't even know how to take a compliment. Somebody says, "Hey, that's a nice thing." We say, "Yeah, but."
Yeah,
Why
always
can't
but.
we just say, why can't we just say, you know what? Thank you for recognizing that. That means a lot to me. How the fuck are you going to get a second compliment when you didn't accept the first one?
Right.
And I think we have talked about that earlier too, is that some parts of it are in your education. And Patty, that's the thing. We complain about men, but then on the other hand, we are the person raising the men. We women
Oh,
give
be
birth to
careful
men.
now. The feminists gonna come for you.
Yeah, they can come for me. That's okay. As Omega says, I'm ready for them. The thing is that how can we blame men for doing things that we never teach them to do? And that's the same with men with their sons. They should teach them these things.
Right.
It's
And if
hard.
and and if they're not teach, then how can we expect people later on to do those things?
It is.
Yeah.
It is. So you see, the thing is that we understand that it's difficult. We understand what it takes because we've been through it. But once you start explaining what you have to go through, and people start realizing how many steps it takes, they rather stay comfortable where they at because that's where they function or that's where they think they function. You know what I'm saying? But that is extremely dysfunctional. There's a lot of people out here giving mental health advice and they don't know the difference between bipolar and narcissistic personality disorder or syndromes. They don't know this terminology, but they're out here giving advice. That's narcissistic. That's manipulative. That's reflective. That's this. That's that. That's this. Reflecting, projecting, all the INGs that you can name. That shit sounds like a Al Sharpton fucking sermon. You understand? And I'm like, damn, you know a lot of words, and you don't know what any of those words mean.
Yep.
Yeah.
That
But we live in a
unbelievable.
society of self-made coaches. You go through something and
Mm-hmm.
then you think you're a coach to teach everybody else how to get out of it.
All right.
Unbelievable, man. But look, I'll tell you this. I'm gonna politely pull out of this conversation. And again, I stood here because of people that were here. Even the young lady that was here before. I appreciate people in the comments. You know, Kevin, how I feel about you, Petty. We've had really good conversations lately.
Yes,
I
sir.
expect those to continue.
Yes.
You know, Fairy Tale, you as well. You've been in a lot of these conversations, you know. And I'm not gonna hold you, Fairy Tale. I'm looking at you in a different way because I am a man. You know what I'm saying?
I can't.
I'm just saying, you know, I shoot my shot. I don't care. But respectfully, um, I am a human first. Before anything else, I am a human.
Y'all better follow each other.
Oh, I've been following her since she don't know.
Oh,
So I'm a human first.
Fairy Tale, are you
I'm a
following
human
him
first,
back?
and I hope so.
I did.
I'm a
Oh,
human first, and then I'm a man, and then I represent my culture in that order. Okay,
I want to be
human.
invited to the wedding. Oh my
It
goodness.
it'll definitely be a 421. I'll tell you that much.
Ah, Lord. I
But
want a
yeah,
table. I want to be at the TikTok friends table.
that's
Oh
it.
my goodness.
But listen, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Kevin, thank you always for having me. Um,
Mm.
Fairy Tale, thank you. You know what I'm saying, for your input, your understanding, and Petty, thank you for being fair and standing up for what's right, not a woman or a man, but for what's right. You understand? That's important because
Yes,
I
sir.
agree with what's right, regardless of where it comes from.
Right. Thank you too
The
for
Welcome,
real,
being
welcome,
willing to have these
welcome in, good.
conversations.
hey, the real. Before you leave, it says on your page that you're a life coach, motivational. How does one get in contact with you?
Well, you could hit me on my DM and give me like an email or whatever method you feel comfortable with. I always say email because we could talk. You know, there's no limits to the characters that you use in an email. You know, and I'll say it. I'll say it out of pocket. You know, we'll shoot the shit. We'll have a conversation, and we'll see what happens from there. If I can't help you, I don't know what you're looking for, but if I can't help you, then I'll direct you in the right direction, depending on
Or
what your needs are.
Amiga, why don't you set up a link tree or like put your email in there so that it's, even if they don't follow you, they still have access to you.
That's
Well,
exactly what I was going to suggest.
my DMs get crazy. They get really crazy. So what I tell people to do is this: I have a direct link to. I'm writing a book, and I'm doing it as a podcast on YouTube. I always suggest to people
Hmm.
listen to some of those things. You know, the book that I'm writing is called Live Above the Norm. And some other chapters are levels, energy, motivation, honesty versus dishonesty. I judge people by the level of assholeness, the discipline, relationship maintenance, balance, leadership, total wealth management, and so on and so on and so on.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to suggest a link too, but in
If
order
you
for
want to
me,
help me create one, let me know. I'm all for that too.
oh, I'm not tech savvy, but my son is. I
Well,
barely knew how to
let's
download.
get them on the payroll.
Right.
Um, so I followed you. If you could follow me back, that would be extremely helpful, and then I could just shoot you a short message, and then we can go from there.
Done,
Yeah.
All right, thank
done.
And
you.
you could set up a separate email with specific instructions, like different subjects that it could give you, so that you could go in and search people's names, because you will get a lot, because you have a lot of followers, so you will get a lot of what is it, traffic, but you
Oh
could search
man,
specific things up. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Or like find time to like just go through specific emails. But that's an easy setup. We could talk about that later. I know you need to go to sleep.
yeah. I listen to me. I just want to give you a little bit of a background. Um, I used to do this on Instagram. I did a lot of talent shows. I'm also musically inclined. I did a lot of talent shows.
Ooh.
I did a lot of help,
Very tall. Are you listening?
you know,
I'm listening.
Okay.
and yeah, yeah, believe me, there's a lot to this, but I did a lot of this on Instagram. So when I first started, I used Instagram as my initial platform, right, to do what I'm doing right now, but Instagram got crazy. Um, And then when I realized that the adults took over the kiddie TikTok world, that was
Hmm.
my opportunity for me to jump in. But I used all that practice. I used all these strategies in the last 2 years to get where I'm at right now.
Right.
So this is why I'm comfortable talking here, is because it comes with a lot of practice. And the reason why I'm saying this is that I do what's called real true assessment, so that I need to know, and I'm not talking about you, I'm just talking about in general. When I do this type of thing, I ask questions so that you could ask yourself the right questions,
Right.
so that you could be inclusive in your own foundation. I am not like any different from any other man or any other human, except the fact that I'm not going to tell you what to do. I'm going to listen to you. And I hope you listen to yourself, because all the answers that we have are already inside of us. We just don't know.
Right.
But I appreciate you. That made me feel good. That was the icing on the cake for what I have felt. And I feel entitled, but in a very gratifying and gratitude way, if that makes any sense.
It
I'm
does.
very, very grateful for having people like you guys, because it's us that is going to change the situation, not the masses. We're not sheep.
Yes. Yep.
I'll take my butt to sleep, because I know my daughter's gonna be waking me up in 3 or 4 hours. She want to get her hair done and her nails did and all this crazy stuff.
Oh, happy birthday to her.
I
Yeah.
appreciate you. I might do a video about the experience, but yeah. Look, for the most part, I want everybody to achieve, but what I want doesn't matter. You have to want it.
Right.
Absolutely.
So I'll
That's
say good
right.
Well,
night to you guys.
have a good night
It was
and spend a beautiful day.
What do you mean, Fairy Tale? You're not gonna message him?
N-
I'm just
no,
playing. Let me get out your business.
Only time will tell, right?
being put on the spot is making me
I'm,
feel a little uneasy.
I'm sorry. No,
Do,
that's just how we
do you
joke.
want me to
I'm
be
sorry.
more attractive? You want me to comb my hair? You want me to take off my
Ooh,
glasses? What do you want
don't
me to do?
you see? Don't do
No,
it to
I got
let
him.
me.
hair. Look, I got
Don't
hair.
do it to him.
Well, if there was anything I would be attracted to in you, it would be your mind, not the exterior. Not that you're
Well,
not an attractive man, but I
you're a pretty woman. I already know you have a great mind.
and the exterior, I always say that will go away eventually. So it's what left that is gonna spend the rest of the life with you.
So you mean you don't want the guy with the beard that has the muscles and he's healthy, and you don't want that
Well, if I could get the complete
guy?
package, it would be perfect. But if I couldn't, well, then the mind is more important.
That's a great answer.
Yep.
A great answer. So far, there's only 3 more questions I need to ask you, but we'll get to that another time.
Okay, then go to bed.
Good night, ladies. I appreciate y'all.
Bye.
Kevin, get some
Night.
sleep. Good night,
Yeah.
ladies.
Yes.
Everybody in the chat, stay strong, man. Believe me, we all have an opportunity to be good. You know what I'm
Yes,
saying? Let's do
sir.
it. All right, guys.
Have a
Yep.
good night.
Good
Good
night.
night. I'm gonna jump off too. I wish you all a very good night. But it's 12 p.m. here, 12:20 p.m. here, so I get to get going.
Oh. Oh yeah, you're in you said Netherlands, right?
Yeah, it's daytime here.
Ah, okay.
So I
Well,
let you all
enjoy your day.
have a very good night. Get your rest and wake up beautiful.
Oh
Yes,
yeah.
you too.
You too.
Thank you for this very appreciated talk.
Likewise.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Like, wow.
Yo, Armika's a real G. He said, "Yeah, I'm gonna shoot my shot."
He really did. Really did.
I love it. Oh my goodness.
And she was blushing hard. She
I
was blushing.
Her little giggles.
Right.
That was so cute. Oh man, Kevin. So are you going to bed?
I missed it. I must have.
Wait, you missed it?
You said somebody shot somebody shot.
Yeah. Armika
Oops.
was shot his shot at Fairy Tale.
Ooh, I thought something was going on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we gonna be at the TikTok table at the wedding.
Oh, there's about to be little baby fairies everywhere.
Yeah. Listen, it's gonna be so fun.
Yeah.
But yeah, I had a bone to pick with the G Man because nobody defended me when Kevin and Armika was getting on me.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's your job as the man, huh? Oh my goodness. Kevin?
Yeah.
Go ahead and turn the live off so you can get some sleep.
Yeah,
Right.
he was tired. Good night, Petty. Good night, KJ.
Bye.
Right.
Good night.
You know, found out the other name.
You what?
Nothing.
Wait, let me see. Is that your name?
Nothing.
What does the J stands for?
Junior.
Where? Oh, these people know you in real life?
That's my best friend.
Oh, the Tyree person?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hey, best friend. Anyways, go get some sleep. I will talk to you later.
All right. And everybody that ain't following been 2050 at one point. I better follow right now. I'm gonna give y'all a couple seconds. Give y'all about 10 seconds to follow. I'm shutting down. Good night. Petty. Stop getting in trouble too. YOLO. All right.